Chapter 1. Under a vast, azure sky, the scorching rays of sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting their warm glow upon the parched lips of Xia Yunyun. Clutching a branch as thick as her wrist, her legs trembling, she faced the formidable wild boar that weighed 300 to 400 pounds. "Stay back, or he'll roast you." Charcoal grilled pig's trotters, charcoal grilled ham, charcoal grilled pig brain. Having gone 2 days without sustenance, the mere sight of a living wild boar made her mouth water uncontrollably. "Ah!" The wild boar let out a piercing squeal, baring its teeth as it charged towards Xia Yunyun. "Get away from me!" Xia Yunyun screamed in terror, throwing down the branch and sprinting away, tears and snot streaming down her face. Damn it! She had truly had enough. 2 days prior, she had ventured out for a stroll, only to find herself in this desolate place, where she had not encountered a single soul since. She had wandered for 2 whole days, without a single grain of rice or a drop of water, teetering on the brink of collapse. In a dizzy haze, Xia Yunyun stumbled and fell, landing ungracefully on the ground. Ugh! Oh no! She was about to be gored by a pig. "What are you doing here?" A melodious male voice, devoid of emotion, resounded from above her. Startled, Xia Yunyun looked up. What she beheld was astonishing. A robust man towered over her, gazing down with an imposing presence. His muscles were well-defined, his physique perfectly proportioned, and his long legs exuded strength and vitality. Swallowing hard, Xia Yunyun rose from the ground, belatedly covering her eyes in shock. You, how could you be without clothes?" Yudong tilted his head slightly, assessing the delicate figure before him with a somewhat dazed expression. Where did this frail female come from? She was so fair and tender, surpassing any female he had ever encountered. Xia Yunyun, slightly parting her fingers, noticed that the man's eyes were glowing with a fervent intensity as they fixated on her, prompting her irritation. "Pervert, why don't you hurry and put on some clothes?" A sudden, piercing roar interrupted Xia Yunyun's words. The wild boar, tail swinging, revealed its sharp tusks and charged menacingly towards her. Xia Yunyun's hair stood on end in fright. Not again? Before she could rise, a swift, white figure leaped forth, aiming directly at the wild boar. Crack! The white figure latched onto the boar's neck with precision, leaving it no chance to resist. Crimson blood spattered onto the ground as the boar collapsed, and the white figure circled around it with a swishing tail. Xia Yunyun stood in stunned silence. A snow-white lion? The lion's bloodthirsty brown eyes turned toward Xia Yunyun, its long fangs still stained with scarlet. "I warn you, do not come any closer." Her legs quaked as she sat helplessly on the ground. However, the lion flicked its tail and gracefully approached her, its form elongating and transforming back into the man she had seen earlier. With exquisite silver hair, a prominent nose, and striking features, he appeared to be a divine masterpiece. The transformation from snow lion to handsome man was utterly surreal. "Little female, are you all right?" Yudong extended his long hands, attempting to pull Xia Yunyun into his embrace. "I'm fine, just a bit sore," she stammered, still reeling from the shock. This damned lion man had an incredible grip, it felt, as if he might crush her wrist. "Did I hurt you?" Upon hearing her melodious voice, Yudong's hands recoiled as if spring-loaded, his demeanor shifting from bloodthirsty to awkward. So this female was so delicate he would need to be more careful to avoid causing her harm. Such a beautiful female, he must take her back and care for her. With that determination, Yudong bent down and lifted Xia Yunyun into his arms. "Little female, you smell delightful." As he spoke, he inhaled deeply, his nose drawing closer to her. Xia Yunyun blushed furiously, clenching her fists, unsure of how to react. This lion was utterly shameless. Just as she was grappling with her embarrassment, Yudong raised his head, his expression one of curiosity. "Little female, what race are you? I cannot discern your kind. Where are your kin? Why would a female like you be wandering in the great forest?" This Xia Yunyun's large, sparkling eyes darted around at a loss for words. What to do? He was not human, and she had no idea where she was. If there were no humans here, would she be captured as a monster? Gazing into Yudong's earnest brown eyes, Xia Yunyun felt a pang of anxiety, But suddenly a thought struck her. I got separated from my kin and cannot find them. Separated? A fervent light flickered in Yudong's eyes. Do you remember where your tribe resides? Xia Yunyun, already feeling guilty, quickly averted her gaze. I don't remember. I forgot long ago. That is splendid. Yudong responded with a smile. Xia Yunyun looked at him in confusion, unsure why he was suddenly so elated. I saved you, so you belong to me now. My name is Yudong, and from this day forth, you shall be my female. As he spoke, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. What? What does it mean that she belongs to him? If you don't wish to live in the forest, I have a settled tribe we could live there instead. Yudong continued, unperturbed by Xia Yunyun's reluctance. What if you take me back, and your parents disapprove? Xia Yunyun ventured cautiously. What if she returned with him, and his parents disliked her, unleashing their beastly instincts and killing her? Yudong's expression darkened. I have no parents, so you need not worry. Beastmen are known for their loyalty. Although some egg-laying beastmen grow up without parental care, they lack affection. However, as a mammalian beastman, being abandoned was a lifelong disgrace for him. Feeling the cold aura emanating from Yudong, Xia Yunyun shivered and quickly reassured him. I'm sorry. Since you have no parents, you can consider me your family. In an unfamiliar world, where she knew not when she might return, the perilous surroundings made Yudong her safest option. All right, I will take you back to the tribe. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's words, Yudong's spirits lifted. Before she could react, he abruptly transformed back into a lion. What are you doing? Xia Yunyun exclaimed, only to be hoisted into the air by the lion's sharp fangs. Roar! The lion let out a low growl as it leaped, depositing Xia Yunyun onto its back. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the forest. A massive snow lion carried a petite girl, weaving through the woods, startling flocks of birds and animals along the Waya, true beastly rendition of Beauty and the Beast. The ever-changing scenery left Xia Yunyun dazzled. The fantastical and vibrant world around her was lost on her as she felt her very insides tremble. After a tumultuous journey, the lion suddenly halted, transforming back into a man, his strong arms cradling her once more. Little female, this is the tribe where we shall reside. Curious, Xia Yunyun turned to look beside her. At the base of a cliff lay a narrow path, flanked by large stones, seemingly unremarkable. The Twin Gorge was a territory of the lion tribe, a place Yudong had stumbled upon previously. Here, the locals were simple and warm-hearted, treating him well, so he had chosen to settle down. Feeling dizzy and unwell, Xia Yunyun remained silent, allowing Yudong to carry her, planning to request he release her once they reached a safe place. Yudong, what is it that you're carrying? A sharp voice pierced through the air. Lion Xingxing, what I carry is none of your concern, Yudong replied tersely. Intrigued, Xia Yunyun tilted her head, but before she could clearly see the girl, Yudong pressed her back into his embrace. Female? Upon seeing Xia Yunyun, Lion Xingxing's pupils dilated, blocking the path. The chief has decreed that, given the recent dangers, no outsiders are permitted in the Twin Gorge. She is not an outsider, she is my female. In the glaring sunlight, Xia Yunyun sensed an icy aura emanating from Yudong. I don't believe you have not bonded with her. Lion Xingxing seemed resolute in her denial. You are overstepping your bounds. Yudong shot a cold glare at Lion Xingxing, maintaining his grip on Xia Yunyun, and without further ado, he strode past the obstinate girl. As they navigated the narrow path, Xia Yunyun soon discovered what it meant to find a hidden paradise. Beyond a vast expanse of grassland, the forest stretched endlessly. In the distance, a scattering of wooden cabins came into view, surrounded by individuals clad in animal hides, their bare torsos showcasing well-defined muscles exposed to the open air. Xia Yunyun swore she had never encountered such an exquisite scene. At that moment, the orcs, each preoccupied with their own tasks, noticed Xia Yunyun nestled in Yudong's arms. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity as they approached her. Yudong, where did this female come from? What a delightful female. She seems to be bonded. May I claim her as my mate? My goodness. Yudong, your female is stunning. I desire her as well. A multitude of fervent gazes fixated on Xia Yunyun, causing her heart to sink with an ominous feeling. It was over she had stumbled into the den of beasts. Observing the ill intentions of those around him, Yudong swiftly shielded Xia Yunyun behind him, addressing the nearby orcs in a cold tone. "This is my female, none of you shall lay a hand on her. Otherwise," he transformed, revealing a fearsome beast head, sharp fangs glistening, his eyes radiating menace. Several orcs instinctively took a step back, hesitating as they regarded Xia Yunyun, their expressions a mix of regret and reluctance to contend. Yudong was the only three-crystal orc on par with the chieftain in the tribe. These orcs stood no chance against him. Satisfied, Yudong retracted his fangs, reverted to his human form, and embraced Sia Yunyun, striding purposefully toward his humble wooden abode. Females were a rarity among the orc tribe. It was considered fortunate if even one female emerged from 10 orcs. Orcs valued females above all. They would forsake their lives for the sake of a female. It was wise of this group of orcs not to challenge him for her. Yudong felt a swell of pride, but failed to notice the myriad thoughts swirling in Xia Yunyun's mind. Each orc bore a distinctive pattern on their foreheads, resembling diamonds. Yudong's forehead displayed 3, while others had 2 or merely 1. What did this signify? It seemed that among these orcs, the patterns served as indicators of status or ability. Thus, as an ordinary human, her presence here was perilously precarious. Lost in contemplation, she was jolted back to reality as Yudong set her down on the ground. Ouch! As her feet met the earth, a sharp pain shot through her. "Female, what is wrong?" Yudong asked, concern etched on his face as he helped her settle onto a patch of grass. "It's nothing, just a sprained ankle. I just need a moment to rest." Xia Yunyun waved her hand dismissively. "Hurt? Stay here, I will fetch a healer to examine you. I cannot allow you to perish." Upon hearing her words, Yudong's expression hardened, and he turned to leave. "Wait, no need, they'll be fine in a moment," Xia Yunyun called out, regarding him as if he were a monster. "How could a sprained ankle be life-threatening? Be obedient, I shall return shortly." Just as Yudong was about to depart, a peculiar sound erupted from behind him. "Gurgle, gurgle." Xia Yunyun hastily covered her stomach, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she caught Yudong's gaze, which was fixed on her midsection. How mortifying! At such an inopportune moment, her stomach had betrayed her. With a loud growl, she wished she could vanish into the ground. Yudong furrowed his brow. I'm just a bit hungry and thirsty. Is there anything to eat or drink?" Xia Yunyun stammered, her face flushed, attempting to break the awkward tension. Yudong's expression softened with pleasure. The fact that this female had sought food from him perhaps indicated her acceptance of him. It was well known that in orc tribes, females seldom initiated requests for anything from males. If they did, it signified a burgeoning interest in the male. "Water lies in the stone trough outside the door. I shall venture out to hunt and return promptly." With an expression of sternness masking his inner delight, Yudong transforms into a lion before Xia Yunyun's eyes and vanishes with a swift motion, leaving her momentarily petrified. Was it really necessary to be so dramatic? She simply wished to satiate her hunger. What was this hunting business? With a resigned gesture to her forehead, she realized she had indeed arrived at a savage tribe. Once Yudong departed, Xia Yunyun curiously surveyed his abode, only to discover that the spacious interior, spanning several dozen square meters, was devoid of any furniture. The floor was bare, save for a pile of dried grass in one corner and some firewood stacked against the wall. Could that possibly be a sleeping area? She could hardly fathom where else one might rest within these walls. Was she truly expected to reside here, sharing a nest with that lion? Instantly, a vision of herself as a wild person flashed through her mind. Bang! While Xia Yunyun was lost in thought, Yudong returned, carrying an enormous wild boar, which he unceremoniously dropped onto the floor. Once again, he transformed back into his human form right before her eyes, revealing a physique that was nothing short of extraordinary, particularly his muscles. Xia Yunyun swallowed hard, overwhelmed. "Wait a moment, little female. I'll prepare some roasted meat for you." Yudong effortlessly lifted the hefty wild boar. Feeling no burden at all, that it was his first time serving a female, and he felt a flutter of excitement within. Xia Yunyun, however, felt as though her mind might explode at a wild boar of such size, lifted with such ease. Even having witnessed Yudong's immense strength before, she could not help but be astonished. Furthermore, Could he not at least be mindful of his appearance in her presence, at the very least? He could don some clothing. Yudong, please put on some clothes first. Speak to me only after you've dressed. Xia Yunyun covered her eyes, her inner turmoil boiling over. She felt she might bleed from her nose. It was unbearable. After all, you are my female, so why be shy? Yudong muttered under his breath while reluctantly donning a skirt made of animal hide. His robust physique seemed to embarrass her somewhat. In a bid to ensure Xia Yunyun was not left hungry, Yudong swiftly skinned the boar, igniting a fire to roast the meat, thick clouds of smoke rising as Xia Yunyun watched in stunned silence. The dark, unseasoned chunks of meat, skewered on sticks, were barely recognizable. Could they truly be edible? Xia Yunyun felt as though she had been struck by a bolt of lightning, a bona fide foodie. Such fare was utterly unacceptable to her. Female, the meat is ready. You may eat first, Yudong declared, flashing a grin that revealed his perfect teeth as he offered her the food. No, I refuse to eat this. Xia Yunyun replied with evident disdain, showing no intention of accepting the roasted meat. The charred, blackened substance resembled something more akin to burnt coal than food. It was far more frightening than any culinary disaster. Yudong's expression darkened in response. Why not eat? Did you not just say you were hungry? A female rejecting a male's offering of food in the orc tribe was akin to denying a bond with him. Yudong's countenance mirrored the unappetizing meat before him. That I shall not partake. Moreover, I have a name. I am Xia Yunyun, not female. Xia Yunyun turned her head defiantly. Xia Yunyun, the females in the tribe would be eager to devour my roasted meat. Why do you refuse? Seeing Xia Yunyun's adamant refusal, Yudong felt a twinge of frustration, yet could not bear the thought of losing this female so easily. Xia Yunyun, undeterred by Yudong's antics, remained steadfast in her refusal. However, moments later, a rumble from her stomach betrayed her hunger. Gurgle. Xia Yunyun felt mortified, ravenous as she glanced at the so-called roasted meat. Could that truly be edible? After a brief, internal struggle, her hunger triumphed over her rationality. Fine, just give me a little, she conceded, disregarding whether it was palatable. It would at least stave off starvation. But you said you wouldn't eat. Yudong's lips curled into a smile as he tore off a hefty piece of the dense meat and handed it to Xia Yunyun. No, that's too much. Just a small piece, please. Xia Yunyun gestured, indicating she could not possibly consume that much. Will such a small portion suffice? Yudong observed her petite frame, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. Yunyun's physique appears too frail. She may not be suited for bearing offspring, but he silently vowed to nurture her to be plump and healthy enough to bear many children. Xia Yunyun, holding the dark meat with extreme distaste, bit down hard. Ow, my teeth. She spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Damn it, this beast must have been raised on stones, for her first meal in this place. She nearly shattered her teeth. All of it was that wretched lion's fault. How could he ruin perfectly good meat like this? The more Xia Yunyun thought about it, the angrier she became, and she flung the meat to the ground. How wasteful! Yudong picked up the discarded piece of meat, his expression darkening, his brows furrowing. To orcs, food was a precious commodity. Some weaker orcs might even starve to death without it. Thus, they were raised with an understanding that wasting food was unacceptable. Glancing at the blood spat out by Xia Yunyun, Yudong's handsome face contorted in displeasure, and with a swift motion, he disappeared from sight. Xia Yunyun looked up in alarm, unsure of the direction in which he had vanished. Has he become angry with me? However, recalling Yudong's earlier demeanor, she scoffed. What a ridiculous man. Running off in a huff, clutching her stomach, Xia Yunyun sought a patch of ground strewn with dried grass to lean against and doze off. Half an hour later. Where is Yudong? He can't possibly have abandoned me here. The sound of her frantic voice echoed through the cabin, startling the birds nearby into flight. She gazed around the empty space that had yet to see Yudong's return. A flicker of worry crept into Xia Yunyun's heart. This place was filled with orcs. When she entered, it was because Yudong was present, and those orcs seemed to fear him, keeping their distance. Now that he was gone, would they come to seize her for their meal? Whoosh, whoosh. A faint sound from outside sent a chill of fear coursing through Xia Yunyun. Without Yudong's protective presence, the orcs who were aware of her existence could not help but be curious and peek in, though they hid themselves well enough that Xia Yunyun remained oblivious. Damn Yudong, that irresponsible scoundrel. Oh no, that wicked beast. Xia Yunyun gathered a handful of grass to cover herself. Feeling a surge of indignation she dared not voice. Suddenly, The door burst open with a bang, startling Xia Yunyun through her fearful gaze. She beheld a snow-white lion carrying something wrapped in leaves at the entrance. The sound she heard was caused by the lion pushing the door with its paw. "Why are you still standing there? Aren't you hungry? Come see. Are you going to eat this?" Yudong placed the item on the ground, instantly transforming back into his human form and unveiling the leaf-wrapped parcel before Xia Yunyun. His expression remained cold and somewhat displeased, yet his words dripped with concern. Xia Yunyun should have felt touched, but upon glimpsing certain things she wished not to see, she quickly covered her eyes with one hand while placing the other between herself and Yudong. You. Put on some clothes first, and then we can talk." "Goodness, would she develop a sty? Clothes?" Yudong inquired, a smile creeping onto his face. This female seems to have truly never interacted with males before. She's shy. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. Without saying another word, Yudong retrieved a hide skirt from the corner and donned it before Xia Yunyun. "There, you may now eat the fruit." "Fruit? What fruit?" Xia Yunyun cautiously opened her fingers to peek, relieved to see Yudong had covered himself appropriately. When she finally noticed the fruit on the ground, her eyes lit up. "Apples?" she exclaimed. "Apples," to her astonishment. They had apples here. How wonderful. While she could not eat the meat, surely she could enjoy these apples. Though they would not fill her belly completely, they would at least prevent her from starving. Ravenous to the brink of madness, Xia Yunyun dashed forward, seizing a vibrant red apple from the ground. Without a moment to wash it, she hastily wiped it on her sleeve and took a generous bite. The apple here boasted an exceptionally thin skin, and its flesh was both sweet and crisp. With each bite, the luscious juice spread delightfully across her palate. It's delicious and so sweet. Infinitely tastier than the apples we buy back home. With her hunger pangs pressing against her stomach, this apple felt to her like a rare delicacy. Yudong observed with a mix of pride and confusion as Xia Yunyun savored the fruit with a gusto that rivaled that of meat. "Did you just call this fruit an apple?" he inquired. "Indeed, that's what we call it in our land," Xia Yunyun replied, taking another 2 bites before finally feeling rejuvenated. Seeing her contented expression lifted Yudong's spirits as well. He picked up a beautifully skinned apple and handed it to her with a smile. "There are plenty more. Feel free to indulge." Xia Yunyun hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No, I'm full now." "You eat these," Yudong smirked, carefully wrapping the apple in leaves and setting it aside. "I won't eat it. These are your favorites. If you enjoy them, I'll save them just for you." "Oh," Xia Yunyun nodded, somewhat understanding, but suddenly recalling something that made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Why, Yudong, weren't you angry and left just now? Why are you picking apples for me?" The realization of her earlier petulance filled her with shame. Yudong, clearly miffed earlier, had returned with apples for her. Upon hearing her words, any lingering displeasure dissipated from Yudong's heart, and he awkwardly replied, "Angry? Why would I be angry? I am male. I don't get angry with females." "It would be foolish to be upset with my female," he continued. "Allowing you to go hungry was my fault. Having never cared for a female before, I was unsure of your preferences, seeing that you don't like meat. I feared you might suffer from hunger. I asked the females in the tribe, and they told me they often gather fruits, so I brought back some lovely ones for you." Xia Yunyun was momentarily taken aback by Yudong's earnestness. Believing she had upset him, he hastily reassured her. "I promise that such an incident will never occur again. From now on, I will bring you plenty of fruit every day, ensuring you are well fed and healthy." At that moment, Xia Yunyun felt so touched by his words that she was rendered speechless. He hadn't left out of anger. He had gone to find food for her. This beast man, was both proud and kind-hearted. For the first time in her life, Xia Yunyun felt the warmth of genuine affection, and it was truly delightful. Though, she mused, this person was rather special. Observing the redness in her eyes, Yudong frowned slightly. "Little female, are you unhappy again? Or do you not like these fruits? If they do not please you, I can gather something else." Xia Yunyun paused and quickly shook her head. No, I love these fruits." "Yudong, thank you. Truly, thank you." She sniffled, trying to stifle her tears, and wiped her face vigorously to reveal a genuine smile. Her delicate visage, with its glimmering eyes and rosy cheeks topped with a simple ponytail, left Yudong utterly mesmerized. He had never seen such a beautiful female before. After a moment, he finally grasped her words, and his mood brightened considerably. "As long as you are happy, that is all that matters." When spring arrives, we shall mate, and I will be able to gather fruits for you forever. Beastmen have simple desires: to protect a female throughout their life, to ensure she is well fed, and to raise a few litters of offspring is the epitome of happiness for them. This, too, had become Yudong's most cherished dream since meeting Xia Yunyun. Mate when spring comes? Xia Yunyun's expression was priceless. Why Yudong, noticing her bewilderment, remarked with excitement in his eyes, "You don't know what mating means. Allow me, as a male, to enlighten you. Isn't that just the prelude to animal mating?" Xia Yunyun trembled with indignation and promptly pushed Yudong away. "What do you mean by spring and mating? Do you think of me as an animal?" This brutish lion was truly infuriating. "What are animals?" Yudong raised his head, his brown-red eyes shimmering with confusion. Why did his little female always utter such peculiar terms? Xia Yunyun was momentarily stumped by his question. She wasn't an encyclopedia. How could she define animals? After a brief pause, she stammered, "Animals are those beings that lack emotional foundations and merely seek partners to reproduce." Yudong pondered her words, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Then, by that definition, I am also an animal," Xia Yunyun exclaimed. "You are a beast man, not just an animal." Grinning, Yudong licked his lips and rubbed his hands together. "Little female, are you hungry? Since you don't eat meat, I'll gather more fruits for you. No. Fruits are fine occasionally, but I want meat. I need some other things." Sighing deeply, Xia Yunyun released a long breath. She was not an insect. How could she survive solely on fruits? After some thought, an idea struck her, and she began to list her needs to Yudong. Fortunately, Yudong was not entirely foolish. He earnestly noted down what Xia Yunyun requested. "Yunyun, I shall go hunt now, that if you find yourself bored, you may go play with the females in the tribe." Why Yudong assumed that since he often saw the tribe's females together, they must enjoy each other's company. The moment Xia Yunyun heard she could go out to play, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, I want to meet the females in the tribe." She clapped her hands. Her cheeks flushed with eagerness. When she had entered with Yudong, she had only seen one female and had not gotten a good look at her. The males here were all so handsome. Surely the females must be stunning as well. "Come, I'll take you." Seeing her enthusiasm, Yudong's expression softened, and he led her to a grassy area in the tribe. He set Xia Yunyun down on the grass before heading off to hunt. Standing on the grassy expanse, Xia Yunyun inhaled the fresh air and noticed figures moving beneath the ancient trees, accompanied by the sounds of women chatting. However, they were too far away for her to discern any details. So she wandered towards them with curiosity. "I asked that you, outsider female, what are you doing here?" Before Xia Yunyun could approach, a haughty female emerged, her nose nearly lifted to the sky. The voice sounded oddly familiar. Wasn't this the same female who had blocked her and Yudong's path when they entered the double gorge? Yudong had called her Shi Xingxing. Shi Xingxing had bronze skin tinged with yellow, a clear sign of someone who spent much time in the sun. Though her appearance diverged from modern standards of fair skin, she radiated a healthy beauty, dressed in the tribe's signature beast skin attire. Her tousled hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her elongated eyes and subtly upturned lips exuded a wild charm. Despite the evident hostility from the tribe's females, Xia Yunyun greeted them with poise. "Hello, I am Xia Yunyun, brought here by Yudong. That I look forward to your kindness." "Xia Yunyun, what a peculiar name. Your speech is quite strange as well. That I truly cannot fathom how Yudong came to favor you." Shi Xingxing remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she scrutinized Xia Yunyun's radiant smile. "Are the females here so unfriendly?" Xia Yunyun pondered. She had done nothing to offend this woman, yet her words were laced with thorns. Choosing to ignore Shi Xingxing's disdain, she overheard other females discussing from behind the large tree. "Is this the female Yudong brought back? She is so fair and truly lovely. Indeed, I have never seen such a fair female. It must be that her tribe has cared for her well." "Humph, what use is being fair? Look at her frail frame. She likely cannot bear offspring. That I wonder which male would choose such a female as a mate. Perhaps she is merely a discarded female from another tribe." The last voice belonged to none other than the scornful Shi Xingxing. Xia Yunyun did not feel the slightest bit of anger. After all, she was not an orc. Their words bore no relevance to her. Why bother with a group of intellectually challenged orcs? She was a product of the 21st century, a new breed of humanity endowed with high intelligence. "Lion Xingxing, you can't possibly be envious of others, can you?" Before she arrived, "You were the most beautiful female in our tribe. However, It appears that the newcomer is indeed far more appealing and likely to attract the attention of the males. As she spoke, a group of female orcs emerged from behind a large tree. Each female was characterized by their bulging bellies, protruding teeth, thick lips, or sagging breasts, nearly resembling a second belly. Without exception, their hair was unkempt and tousled, hanging limply over their shoulders. Aside from their hairless faces and skin, they bore an uncanny resemblance to primitive savages. No wonder Yudong had always praised her beauty. In reality, it was not that Xia Yunyun was particularly beautiful, but rather that the women of the orc tribe were exceedingly unattractive. Looking at herself, with her large, almond-shaped eyes, willow leaf brows, and perfectly shaped cherry lips, she had somehow transformed into the epitome of beauty in this realm of beasts. As her thoughts wandered, Xia Yunyun hastily patted her chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yudong was so handsome, his appearance quite pleasing to the eye, she mused with a hint of trepidation. They are all like this. Don't take their words to heart. Just as Xia Yunyun murmured to herself, a reasonably attractive female approached and greeted her with a smile. Oh, I'm perfectly fine, Xia Yunyun replied politely with a smile. She felt a slight fondness for this kind-hearted girl before her. My name is Lion Xiaolu, and I live to the east of Yudong's home. May I call you Yunyun? Lion Xiaolu bore a resemblance to Lion Xingxing, but compared to her, Xiaolu's figure was less impressive. Nevertheless, to Xia Yunyun's eyes, she appeared particularly pleasing. Of course, that's perfectly fine. Xia Yunyun cheerfully engaged in conversation with Lion Xiaolu. Meanwhile, a group of females nearby continued discussing the earlier topic, with Lion Xingxing occasionally throwing jabs at Xia Yunyun. Listening intently, Lion Xiaolu displayed an apologetic expression. I apologize. Lion Xingxing is just like that. You shouldn't mind her words. Leaning in closer, Lion Xiaolu whispered to Xia Yunyun. Lion Xingxing is the daughter of the chieftain. You might want to accommodate her a bit. Although her tongue is sharp, she isn't entirely bad. I see. Thank you, Lion Xiaolu. I appreciate your kindness. Xia Yunyun expressed her gratitude. Recognizing Lion Xiaolu's benevolence despite their recent acquaintance, no need for thanks. You and Yudong aren't mates yet, are you? Lion Xiaolu inquired cautiously. Xia Yunyun shook her head, understanding that mates here implied marriage. What about you? Lion Xiaolu? Xia Yunyun asked curiously, noticing the peculiar animal tattoos adorning her body. Much like most of the other females here, I'm already expecting. Lion Xiaolu beamed with the radiance of impending motherhood. Wow, Xia Yunyun exclaimed, reaching out to touch Lion Xiaolu's belly. It was still flat, indicating that her pregnancy was likely in its early stages. Xia Yunyun's curiosity piqued. She wondered whether the offspring of orcs were human or animal. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed nearby. Yunyun, I've returned from the hunt. Xia Yunyun turned to see a massive beast being tossed onto the ground, as a man clad in a leather skirt rushed towards her. Seemingly fearful that she might flee, with a powerful tug, Yudong pulled her into his broad, warm embrace. You, please let me go. Xia Yunyun's instinctive reaction was to push Yudong away. The odor of blood and mud emanating from him was quite suffocating. Yudong, I need to talk to you. Observing the intimate interaction between Yudong and Xia Yunyun, Lion Xingxing could no longer contain herself and approached with an air of haughty indignation. What is it? Yudong, mindful of her status as the chieftain's daughter, offered a polite inquiry. I'm about to come into heat. I could bear your offspring and reserve this opportunity for you. What do you think? I'm afraid I must decline. I already have Yunyun, Yudong declared, not even glancing at Lion Xingxing, as he possessively embraced Xia Yunyun. Nearby, the males guarding the area watched with envy as the tribe's most recognized beauty. Lion Xingxing had no shortage of suitors. Currently, she had 4 partners, all elite warriors of the tribe. However, being merely newly of age, she had yet to grant her mating opportunities to any male. Her 4 partners were also among the strongest in the tribe. Otherwise, Lion Xingxing would not have considered them. Now, for Lion Xingxing to offer her first mating opportunity to a male who was not even her mate was simply unacceptable to her partners. Yudong, think carefully. This is my first heat. I can guarantee you a litter of strong lion cubs. Lion Xingxing, taken aback by Yudong's rejection, felt her vanity wounded and cast a disdainful glance at Xia Yunyun. This female is so frail. She surely cannot produce good offspring. With determination, Lion Xingxing was resolute, while the other females looked on with amusement. No need. Save your first heat for your partners. My mate only recognizes Yunyun. In full view of the onlookers, Yudong proclaimed, before carrying Xia Yunyun away, lifting the enormous prey with one hand. Why, Yudong? You'll surely regret this. Lion Xingxing fumed, stamping her foot as she watched Yudong and Xia Yunyun depart. She was the most beautiful female in the tribe, the daughter of the only strong warrior, the chieftain, with males lining up to mate with her. How could there be a male who did not wish to bear offspring with her? This was the greatest insult to her. The blood trailing from the slain prey extended far into the distance, akin to the long-lasting hatred in Lion Xingxing's gaze. Xia Yunyun, taken directly back to the wooden hut by Yudong, was still in a state of shock until the loud thud of the prey being dropped jolted her back to reality. What is this? These orcs are far too forward. They speak so openly of childbirth. Even in foreign lands, such openness is unheard of. Yudong, sensing Xia Yunyun's concern over Lion Xingxing's earlier remarks, approached her and reassured, Yunyun, do not worry. I will not accept Lion Xingxing. I have only ever recognized you as my mate. Even if you are weak, I do not mind. I am strong, and together we shall certainly bear robust offspring. With a determined expression, Yudong left Xia Yunyun utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? When had she ever expressed a desire to have cubs with this lion? Haha, let's discuss these matters later. I am hungry, Xia Yunyun smiled, deftly changing the subject. Ridiculous. She had no intention of marrying a lion. She was still a blossoming young woman and certainly not ready for motherhood. Xia Yunyun intended to savor her youth and engage in a passionate and romantic love affair. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun mention her hunger, Yudong immediately shifted his focus. The thought of offspring could wait. Today, I caught a large prey. The meat is exceptionally tender, and I've also prepared what you requested today. As he spoke, Yudong untied a flat stone utensil from his leather belt and handed it to Xia Yunyun. You finished it so quickly? Xia Yunyun exclaimed in surprise. The stone utensil in Yudong's hands was the flat-bottomed pan she had specifically instructed him to make. Enthusiasm surged within her, and she eagerly reached for the pan. Bang! The heavy stone pan fell to the ground with a loud thud. Xia Yunyun stared in astonishment. Was the gravitational pull in the orc realm stronger than on Earth? How could Yudong lift it so effortlessly while it felt like a ton to her? Clearly, stone cannot be compared to iron. Xia Yunyun attempted to lift it with both hands, but she could only manage to raise it a few centimeters off the ground before her strength gave out. Yunyun, let me handle it. Seeing Xia Yunyun's face turning crimson, Yudong quickly stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the stone pan with one hand, looking puzzled. Yunyun, is this what you meant? I made it according to your instructions. What purpose does this serve? Indeed, you need to stack the stones into a circle, leaving the center empty for firewood. And remember to leave a little gap. Don't seal it completely. Xia Yunyun's eyes sparkled with delight, eagerly urging Yudong on. Engaging in such tasks for the first time, Xia Yunyun felt an overwhelming sense of novelty. It was akin to the childhood joy of playing house. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's command, Yudong dared not hesitate. Before long, a circular pile of stones had materialized within the dwelling, with a hollow center and a deliberate opening left as per Xia Yunyun's instructions. After finding a sturdy stick to place inside, Xia Yunyun selected some slender twigs, and only after arranging the firewood did she allow Yudong to ignite the flames. Why, Yudong, could you please cut the meat into sizable chunks? Make sure to wash it thoroughly afterwards. Xia Yunyun gestured with some exasperation, having fumbled with the massive, unidentified prey. Although she had witnessed others butcher meat, the absence of a knife left her at a loss. Why, Yudong, receiving Xia Yunyun's unspoken message, swiftly tore the hide from the creature, revealing sharp claws that sliced through the bloodied flesh, rapidly transforming it into the size she had indicated. With a stick, he skewered the meat and soon returned after washing it clean. Upon inspection, although the meat retained a slight odor, it was devoid of blood. Xia Yunyun joyfully accepted it, meticulously placing it on the stone skillet. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Yudong felt a wave of relief wash over him as he smiled. Watching her busy herself, the sizzling sound soon emanated from the meat, accompanied by a delightful aroma. It smells divine. It looks quite promising. Xia Yunyun nodded in satisfaction at the golden brown pieces gradually forming on the skillet. Despite lacking oil, the meat appeared rich and tender, exuding its own fat, reminiscent of modern-day pan frying. Hearing the savory scent, Yudong, who was not particularly hungry, could not help but swallow hard. Since his emergence into the outside world, He had not encountered such an enticing aroma. No. Even prior to his departure, he had never experienced anything like this. It seemed utterly delectable. No, no, this is for Yunyun. With that thought, Yudong shook his head as if to dispel the notion lingering in his mind. Xia Yunyun, of course, noticed Yudong's internal struggle and chuckled softly, using the makeshift chopsticks he had found to lift a piece of meat and offer it to his lips. Here, try my Xia family's pan-fried meat. Yudong gazed at her in disbelief. In the orc tribe, when a female offers food to a male, it signifies acceptance or affection. Did Xia Yunyun's gesture imply that she accepted him as a partner? A surge of joy filled Yudong's heart as he bit into the meat, revealing the wild nature inherent to orcs. With a crunch, the makeshift chopstick snapped, one piece still lodged in his mouth. Yudong paid no mind to such trivialities, devouring the meat in just a few bites. Smacking his lips, he barely had time to savor the flavor before he scooped Xia Yunyun into his arms. Yunyun, rest assured, once spring arrives, we will surely have many strong offspring. You are the only female for me in this lifetime. How could a creature so beastly express affection so eloquently? Xia Yunyun suddenly snapped back to reality, shaking off the daze as she beat against Yudong's tight embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. The meat will burn. Realizing that reasoning with this lion was futile, Xia Yunyun decided against pursuing the topic further. After all, she could never marry an animal. Unbeknownst to her, however, was the fact that she would later find herself with not only a lion partner, but also surrounded by creatures of the sky, land, and water, all vying for her attention, leading to endless chaos. But that was a tale for another time. After savoring several pieces of the fried meat, Xia Yunyun felt satisfied, despite being an unabashed foodie. Her appetite was not insatiable. She simply grew hungry quickly and often craved food. She diligently prepared the remaining portions of meat for Yudong, who was now full. Xia Yunyun, exhausted and seated on the ground, was relieved to see that Yudong had tidied up the area. Why, Yudong? Do you know where I can find water? I would like to bathe, she asked, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she addressed Yudong, who had just completed cleaning the dwelling. It's summer, Yudong repeated, as if contemplating her request. He had heard that females were particularly fond of cleanliness. There is a river in the tribe where females often play during summer. I can take you there. Hearing that she could bathe brought a bright smile to Xia Yunyun's face. Her mind set on cleansing the sweat from her body, while Yudong transformed into his beast form. And she climbed onto his back. The plush sensation was so comfortable that it almost lulled her to sleep. Perched upon the massive lioness back, Xia Yunyun resembled a scene from a fairy tale, reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast. The wind whistled past her ears as Yudong swiftly carried her to the riverbank. With a howl, the white lion took a few steps by the riverside before crouching down, prompting Xia Yunyun to dismount. The fresh air was invigorating, imbued with the mingling scents of river water and earth, refreshing her spirit. Running to the river, Xia Yunyun dipped her hand in the water. Fortunately, it was summer, and although the sun blazed fiercely, the water was shallow and pleasantly warm, making a bath quite feasible. As she stood up, preparing to undress, she suddenly realized that the lion behind her showed no intention of averting his gaze. Which irked her. I'm going to bathe now, and you are not allowed to look? Do you understand? Her flushed cheeks appeared utterly adorable to Yudong, who found himself enchanted by her. Nodding eagerly, he turned and dashed into the woods, disappearing from sight. Once Yudong had truly left, Xia Yunyun felt at ease to enter the water. The clarity of the river was remarkable, allowing her to see the smooth pebbles beneath the surface. She removed her clothes, washing them in the water, and spread them on the grass to dry after wringing them out. By the time she finished bathing, her garments were almost dry, with no spare clothes to change into. She had to make do with what she had. While Yudong had not returned, and unsure of where he had gone, Xia Yunyun sat by the riverbank, her bare feet playfully splashing in the water. Relishing the moment, time seemed to drift by until the quiet forest behind her finally stirred with sound. Turning with delight, Xia Yunyun was taken aback to find that the approaching figure was not Yudong. Why is it you? Xia Yunyun exclaimed in surprise at the sight of Xingxing, who was accompanied by a dozen tall, imposing males, all resembling humans yet exuding an air of authority. What a coincidence. Are you here to bathe as well? She inquired, puzzled as to why so many males accompanied Xingxing. However, Xingxing's words sent a shiver down her spine. This is the female that Yudong brought back. Whether or not she becomes your partner depends on you. standing tall with her chest out, Shi Xingxing looked down at Xia Yunyun with disdain. The males behind Shi Xingxing began to stir restlessly upon hearing this. Who was this female? Why was she so beautiful? Her fair complexion suggested that partnering with her would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Xia Yunyun, just after bathing, appeared refreshingly radiant, her cheeks flushed from the afternoon sun, giving her a rosy glow. The eyes of the orc males. She was nothing short of a heavenly beauty, captivating beyond compare. Shi Xingxing, can she truly become our partner? A robust orc male stepped forward, uncertainty evident in his voice. Could he really win the affections of such a stunning female? Of course, since Yudong had brought her back, she was undoubtedly meant to choose a mate from within the tribe. Lion Xingxing answered without a moment's hesitation, a fierce jealousy flashing in her eyes. The males who had relentlessly pursued her in the past were now filled with desire for another female, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of displeasure, wishing she could devour Xia Yunyun whole. Xia Yunyun stood there, astonished, watching the males with gleaming eyes fixated on her with caution. She never expected that Lion Xingxing would dare to act so boldly. I warn you, do not act recklessly. When Yudong returns, he will not let you off easily. Meanwhile, Yudong wandered about outside, Xia Yunyun's face floating in his mind that it had been quite some time. Yunyun must have finished washing by now. As he traversed through the forest, he suddenly caught wind of numerous scents that did not belong to this place. His deep brown eyes instantly gleamed with a fierce light. Female, allow me to be your mate. I am strong, and during mating season, you will surely find delight. An impatient beastman approached Xia Yunyun, gazing at her with great excitement. This beastman, though robust, had eyes as large as copper bells and a face adorned with a thick beard that made him appear rather fearsome. Ha ha! Do not jest, Xia Yunyun chuckled awkwardly, instinctively stepping back, but she had already positioned herself by the riverbank, with nowhere else to retreat. Seeing Xia Yunyun's rejection, the beastman grew anxious and stepped forward again, saying, I truly, roar. Just as beads of sweat began to form on Xia Yunyun's forehead, a furious roar echoed from somewhere unknown. A pure white lion suddenly leaped from the woods, pouncing fiercely upon the bearded beastman. Snow lion? Yudong, Xia Yunyun exclaimed in surprise, her face lighting up with joy. The beastmen were extremely vigilant. However, the speed of the snow lion was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the bearded beastman was brought down, Yudong's sharp fangs mercilessly aiming for his neck. The bearded beastman bore 2 crystal-like markings on his forehead, one less than Yudong, making him the only second-marked beastman among this group of males. In an instant, he transformed into his beast form under Yudong's fangs, and the 2 lions immediately separated. Why Yudong? Go for it, Xia Yunyun cheered, stepping back from the riverbank, her hands cupped into a trumpet shape to encourage Yudong. Roar, Yudong responded, his claws pressing into the soft flesh on the grass, his pair of brown eyes fixated on the male before him, brimming with ferocity. No male would tolerate another male approaching his mate. These lions deserve to perish. The bearded beastman glared fiercely at Yudong. Xia Yunyun suddenly felt a wave of concern. She was unfamiliar with this place, and Yudong was her only ally. She hoped nothing would go awry. Forget it, Yudong. They haven't done anything to me. Don't get angry. She thought that it was evident to even the dullest observer that this lion was on the verge of madness. Yet, unbeknownst to Xia Yunyun, her explanation only fueled Yudong's rage further. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the massive snow lion charged towards another lion. The bearded beastman did not back down. However, Yudong's strength was astonishing, and with a single swipe, he sent him flying. In the blink of an eye, the bearded beastman was left bloodied and battered. Soon, the bearded beastman found himself defeated. The snow-white lion approached Xia Yunyun, standing protectively before her, his sharp fangs stained with the blood from the recent struggle. Roar, Lion Xingxing, did you bring them here? The enormous lion roared at the diminutive Lion Xingxing, his fellow beastmen of the lion clan. Even in their beast forms, they could communicate with each other in beast language. It was I who brought them. There are few females in the tribe now, so what of letting her choose 2 mates? Lion Xingxing boldly retorted, unafraid, her 2 partners standing behind her, knowing Yudong would not dare harm her. Roar, she is mine. I warn you, do not covet her. I will not mate with you. Fury surged in his deep brown eyes. Lion Xingxing was incensed by Yudong's words. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Observing that none of the beasts dared to step forward, she furiously stomped away. noticing that the males were still stealing glances at Xia Yunyun. Yudong let out a menacing roar. Instantly, all the males brought by Lion Xingxing fled in terror. Xia Yunyun was left in shock. She had never imagined that Yudong could be so formidable. Even a pack of lions feared him. However, had he just been speaking to Lion Xingxing? Why could she not comprehend their conversation? Once everyone had departed, Yudong transformed back into his human form. His snow-white hair contrasted sharply with his sun-kissed skin, revealing a chiseled eight-pack that would be the envy of any admirer. Xia Yunyun stood, mouth agape, for a considerable time, before finally regaining her composure. Supporting her chin with one hand and covering her eyes with the other, she quickly turned away. Put on your clothes quickly. There are no other beasts around, so why be afraid? Yudong felt no embarrassment. Instead, he proudly puffed out his chest. Does she not see me as a person? Xia Yunyun was exasperated, wishing she could knock some sense into Yudong. Hurry and transform into a lion. We need to go back. What if other beasts see you? In her urgency, she could only coax Yudong into becoming a lion, for after all, viewing a lion's body would not invoke the same sense of guilt as viewing a man's body. Fortunately, Yudong was obedient to Xia Yunyun's wishes, transforming into a lion and carrying her back to the wooden house. By the time they returned, the sun was nearly setting. Xia Yunyun, feeling a bit peckish and with nothing to do, suddenly craved something to eat. However, having only eaten grilled meat that afternoon, she was not particularly hungry and did not wish for another meat meal. After inquiring with Yudong, she learned that beastmen did not adhere to a 3-meal-a-day schedule. They hunted whenever they were hungry, typically eating 1 or 2 meals a day. Why Yudong had eaten in the afternoon and did not require food at this moment. Yunyun, what are you looking for? Yudong asked curiously as he observed Xia Yunyun searching around the house. The fruits you brought back, where did you put them? I would like to eat some, Xia Yunyun replied with a hint of embarrassment. She worried that her constant eating might ruin her image. The fruits are right there. Yudong pointed with his long fingers. Yunyun, are you hungry? If you are, I will go hunt. Rising, Yudong prepared to remove his beast skin skirt to transform into his beast form. He had never kept a female before, and was unsure how much food a female required. Having seen Xia Yunyun eat so little, he assumed females ate less and did not set aside any food. No, I just want to eat some fruits. Xia Yunyun quickly waved her hands. The sky was nearly dark. It would be too dangerous to venture out again, and she felt embarrassed to trouble him. As she walked to a corner, Xia Yunyun spotted a piece of beast skin. Recalling that Yudong had used it to wrap the fruits for storage, she reached out to open it. Ah, what is this? Xia Yunyun exclaimed, startled. Her hand trembled, causing the beast skin to fall to the ground, revealing a mass of black, writhing creatures that spilled out, sending chills down her spine. What happened, Yunyun? Yudong rushed to her side. Glancing into the beast skin, its maggots. Yunyun, stay away from them. Yudong's expression darkened as he pulled Xia Yunyun aside, preventing her from getting close. What are maggots? Curious about Yudong's alarm, Xia Yunyun asked. The fruits had appeared just fine. How could these creatures have emerged? Maggots are pests that steal food from beastmen. They reproduce rapidly and are rarely found in the tribe. How could there be maggots here? Yudong explained, while his hands were not idle, tossing the beast skin along with the fruits into the fire. The maggots sizzled as they were consumed by the flames, emitting a foul odor. Could it be that the hot weather attracted the pests? Xia Yunyun quietly inquired. In modern times, due to pollution, pests were not uncommon. However, she had never encountered such repulsive creatures. They do prefer warmth. Summer is indeed when they breed most easily. Tomorrow, I will inform the tribe leader and have everyone inspect their supplies. If any maggots are found, they must be eliminated immediately, Yudong declared sternly, as if facing a great calamity. Xia Yunyun poked Yudong's muscular arm with her finger. Are these maggots really that terrifying? They are just pests. Is it necessary to consult the tribe leader? She had only recently arrived in the beastman realm and was utterly ignorant of their customs. It baffled her that such powerful beastmen would fear something as trivial as these disgusting little pests. Could it be that all beastmen suffer from a phobia of clusters? You do not know what maggots are? With a hint of astonishment in his resolute gaze, Yudong regarded Xia Yunyun with curiosity. Well, he said, it seems you have never heard of these creatures. Why? Yudong quickly concealed his surprise and gestured towards the still-burning pile of insects. These insectivorous pests may be small, but they are insidious and relentless. Wherever they roam, Life as we know it is rendered extinct. They have the capacity to devour anything in their path, even the Orcish folk. Xia Yunyun recoiled in fright at Yudong's words, her small hands instinctively retreating as fear washed over her. Are you saying that once these insects consume all the food and remain unsatiated, they will turn on us? She exclaimed, oh my, are these disgusting creatures truly that voracious? Fear not, Yunyun, Yudong assured, thumping his chest grandly, as long as I am here, I shall not permit you to fall prey to these insects. As a male, he believed it his duty to protect the female, even at his own expense. Xia Yunyun shivered at the thought and waved her hands dismissively that in truth, these insects were not as terrifying as they seemed. Having come from the modern world, she had heard tales of locust plagues before. Perhaps in this realm of beasts, the technological lag had exaggerated the threat these insects posed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Insectivorous pests are upon us. Quickly, alert the chief. The ruckus was loud enough to penetrate the isolation of Yudong's wooden abode, indicating the level of agitation among the Orcish folk. That why Yudong, should we venture outside? Xia Yunyun urged, her curiosity piqued as they stepped out. The night had fallen dark, with flickering lights dancing in the distance. That it appeared that the threat of the insects was widespread. They are heading toward the chief's dwelling. I must investigate. You stay here and rest, Yunyun. With that, Yudong strode away. Glancing back at the wooden hut illuminated by the flames, Xia Yunyun hurriedly trotted after him, grabbing his arm. That I want to go too. I'm afraid to be alone. The darkness was her greatest fear, and she had no intention of remaining behind. Suddenly, Yudong halted, his bright eyes reflecting the firelight as he gazed deeply at Xia Yunyun. Just when she thought he would deny her request, he bent down and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. What are you doing? I can walk by myself. This is far quicker. Why Yudong held her securely in his embrace. Refusing to let go, the softness of her form against him elicited a sigh of admiration. She had chosen to accompany him. Surely, she must have a fondness for him. They soon arrived at the chief's wooden dwelling, where a crowd of over 100 orcs had gathered. The hut was too small to accommodate them all, forcing many to remain outside. Xia Yunyun was taken aback by the sheer number of non-humans present. Yudong, how many orcs are there in the tribe? She whispered into his ear. About 200, but there are only a handful of females, he replied without hesitation. Xia Yunyun's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder it was said that females were scarce. With over 200 males and merely a dozen or so females, the ratio was staggering. By her calculations, each female could potentially have 20 mates, which was simply overwhelming. Shaking her head to dismiss such thoughts, she returned her focus to the chief, who wore a grave expression while the orcs around him engaged in panicked discussions. What shall we do? Chief, the insects have consumed all our provisions. Indeed, what can be done? If the pests continue to invade, we shall be forced to relocate. The tribe faced catastrophe. The chief spoke with a calming tone, urging the crowd to remain composed and to minimize food storage and outdoor excursions. But that will not rid us of the pests, someone countered. How could such a calamity strike so suddenly? Father, what shall we do? Lion Apricot, supporting the aged chief, wore a worried expression. The chief shook his head, his brow furrowed in silence. He was at a loss regarding this insect plague. Was abandoning their homes the only solution? Suddenly, Lion Apricot's gaze fell upon a slight figure within the throng of orcs. Releasing the chief, she stepped forward, her yellowed finger pointing accusingly at Xia Yunyun. It is all her fault. The female that Yudong brought back. Ever since she arrived, the insect plague has begun. A chorus of whispers erupted among the orcs, their eyes turning to Xia Yunyun. Me? She stammered, pointing to her lips in disbelief. I had no knowledge of these insects. Lion Apricot, cease your unfounded accusations. How could Yunyun possibly be connected to this calamity? Yudong was the first to defend her, casting a disapproving glare at Lion Apricot. If she is not to blame, then why did the insect plague coincide with her arrival? It is undoubtedly her doing. Lion Apricot insisted, her fury igniting dissent among the orcs. Males could never harm females, given their scarcity. Yet, if this female were not dealt with, the tribe itself would face extinction. She is a harbinger of misfortune. Lion Apricot declared, her words resonating with the crowd. Consider my words carefully. There may be truth in them. Could it truly be this female who summoned the insects? Murmured some. Even if females were rare, their survival paled in comparison to the safety of the tribe. How can you slander me so? I am not to blame, Xia Yunyun protested, her eyes glistening with anger. How could a mere swarm of insects provoke such a reaction? A commanding roar silenced the uproar. I stand with Yunyun. Yudong's face, illuminated by the firelight, was grim. If the tribe refuses to accept her, then I shall take her away, lowering his head. His deep brown eyes reflected Xia Yunyun's pale visage. Do not fear. If need be, I will seek refuge in another tribe, or even establish a new one for us. Xia Yunyun felt warmth spread through her heart. All her feelings of injustice vanished in an instant. However, Yudong's declaration ignited a furious uproar among the orcs. Had anyone else spoken so brazenly, they would have been met with ridicule. Yet the speaker was Yudong, a three-crystal orc, second only to the chief in strength within the tribe. It had long been said that rather than the tribe sheltering Yudong, it was Yudong who safeguarded the tribe. His departure would spell disaster for them. Yudong, you cannot leave. You are part of this tribe. Will you betray us for the sake of an outsider? Lion Apricot's face twisted in disbelief. Previously, she had urged the males of the tribe to claim Xia Yunyun, only for Yudong to clash with them. Now, Yudong intended to abandon the tribe for her. How could she accept that? I, Yudong, would never forsake my partner for the sake of the tribe. His expression was frigid, resolute in his decision to extricate Xia Yunyun from this den of turmoil. But you have not yet bonded. Lion Apricot shouted. Enough? Apricot, stand down. The chief's aged voice cut through the tension. His words. Lion Apricot clenched her teeth, glaring fiercely at the unexpected guest. With slow, deliberate steps, the chief approached. His face grave and his voice tinged with resignation. Yudong, as chief, I must prioritize the safety of the tribe. Since it appears this insect plague is linked to this female, it seemed the orcs were intent on placing the blame squarely upon her shoulders. Yet, Xia Yunyun was not one to shy from confrontation. Straightening her underdeveloped stature, she spoke up. Chief, everyone claims I am the cause of this insect plague, yet no one has witnessed how I brought them here. Am I not correct? The chief, taken aback by her sudden outspokenness, pondered for a moment before conceding. You are indeed correct. Then I would like to inquire if there exists any method to drive these pests away. As soon as these words were uttered, a stir erupted among the orc crowd. Indeed, it exists. If that is the case, I kindly ask the chieftain to share this method with me. Female, do you truly wish to drive away the insect eaters? The chieftain, somewhat incredulous, inquired once more that he had never encountered such a bold female. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her courage surpassed that of ordinary orcs, which explained why Yudong cherished her so dearly. Xia Yunyun confidently nodded. Of course, chieftain, please tell me how to drive away the insect-eaters that I in the past. She would have resolved this with a bottle of insect repellent long ago. Upon hearing this, the chieftain hesitated and shifted his gaze towards Yudong. Yudong glanced at Xia Yunyun and nodded. I will follow Yunyun's lead. The chieftain awkwardly twitched his lips. To drive away the insect eaters, you actually only need a type of grass called stinky grass. But it only grows deep within the savage forest. Some of the larger tribes can send powerful orcs to gather it, but our tribe. Instantly, the orcs below lowered their heads, their earlier bravado and anger dissipating. Although they believed Xia Yunyun had attracted the insect eaters, revealing their lack of strength before a female left them feeling humiliated. Stinky grass. Is it? What a peculiar name. Suddenly, Xia Yunyun smiled, instantly captivating the orc males. Before I go to collect the stinky grass, could you tell me what lies within the depths of this savage forest? The chieftain's expression darkened further. The forest's depths housed the lairs of ferocious beasts, and poisonous snakes coiled around the edges where stinky grass grew. As for the rest, he had never ventured into the deeper parts of the forest. Gulp. Xia Yunyun couldn't help but swallow hard. She was truly courting danger, preparing to become fodder for snakes and wild beasts. Suddenly, a warm, large hand grasped her small one. Xia Yunyun was taken aback and instinctively tried to pull away, but that strong hand held her fast. A familiar voice reached her ears. I will go with you. Once we find the stinky grass and drive away the insect eaters, we can settle down elsewhere. You're coming too, Yudong? That's wonderful. Xia Yunyun felt a surge of warmth in her eyes. Deeply touched, with this lion by her side, she felt unafraid. Yudong, you cannot leave. The tribe cannot be without you. Other orcs attempted to voice their objections. Yudong merely cast a fleeting glance at the orc crowd and chose not to say another word. The other orcs, robust as they were, understood that further protest would be futile and fell silent. Xia Yunyun's large almond-shaped eyes sparkled. She then noticed that among this group of orcs, Only the chieftain and Yudong bore 3 diamond-like tattoos on their foreheads, while the others did not. Did this signify that Yudong and the chieftain held equal status? We depart tomorrow morning. Why Yudong's gaze flickered slightly as he led Xia Yunyun back to his small wooden hut. Observing their retreating figures and the orcs dispersing in discontent, Xingxing was seething with anger. She could hardly believe that this female would emerge unscathed from the savage forest. Orcs placed great importance on promises. Once spoken, words could not be retracted. Thus, no orc suspected that Yudong and Xia Yunyun would deceive their kin. "Father, how could you let Yudong go?" After the orcs had returned, Xingxing relentlessly complained to the chieftain. "Even if I forbid him to leave, what could be done? He is a 3-crystal orc, and I am aging. How could I contend with him? Moreover, he is not one of our tribe," the chieftain sighed. For he too wished for Yudong to remain. Inside the wooden hut, as Xia Yunyun prepared to rest, she fixed her gaze on the pile of disheveled dry grass on the ground. Beside her, Yudong's face flushed with an unusual hue. "Are you certain we must sleep here tonight?" Xia Yunyun pressed on. Although the pile of grass was sizable, the wooden hut had no separate rooms. Did this mean she would have to sleep alongside this lion? What if this beast succumbed to his animalistic instincts in the middle of the night and devoured her? Devour me. She felt an odd sensation at the thought. Rest. It's just for this night. That why Yudong's expression grew somber as he pulled Xia Yunyun close, and they lay atop the grass pile. The grass was covered in dust, and while Yudong noticed Xia Yunyun's distaste, he could not bring himself to show weakness and maintained a stern demeanor. Xia Yunyun stared at the dust, and then at her freshly washed clothes from earlier, feeling utterly disheartened. Just as she was about to push away the being pressed against her, she encountered something warm and rounded. Xia Yunyun was stunned. This creature was not wearing clothes, merely draped in animal hide to cover the essential parts as she attempted to push Yudong away. He tightened his grip on her even more. "Are you trying to suffocate me?" Xia Yunyun could not help but exclaim that why Yudong loosened his embrace slightly, but made no move to release her. To prevent the coarse grass from scratching Xia Yunyun's delicate skin, he deliberately held her in his arms. At a first glance, it appeared as though Xia Yunyun was nearly sprawled across his abdomen. Exhausted from 2 days of trepidation in the forest, she soon relaxed and fell asleep. The following day, in the forest, an enormous lion galloped through, bearing a petite girl on its back, enacting a scene reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast. Startling flocks of birds and beasts alike. Yudong, slow down. I'm going to be sick. Xia Yunyun, pale-faced, clung tightly to the lion's fur, her head tilted to one side. While she had witnessed people getting car sick, she had never seen anyone who suffered from beast-induced nausea. "Yunyun, are you all right?" Hearing Xia Yunyun's pained voice, Yudong grew concerned and quickly halted, gently placing her on the ground before transforming into his human form. "I'm fine, just a bit nauseous. Can we take a break?" she admitted, struggling to hold herself together. Leaning against a tree trunk, she retched a few times until her stomach felt somewhat better. "I never intended to help them find the stinky grass. And now look at how you've been worn out." Recalling the situation back at the tribe, Yudong's expression darkened. "Rest for a moment. I didn't know you were sensitive to the bumps. Next time, I will run slower." Seeing Xia Yunyun's pale countenance filled him with deep concern. That if only I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to seek the stinky grass. "It's all right. I'm fine now. Just not used to it. I've never ridden a lion before." Xia Yunyun's complexion improved as she comforted herself. It was hard to imagine any modern person having the courage to ride a lion in a modern context. They would be internet sensations. "I've never carried a female before. You are the first." The suspicious blush crept onto Yudong's cheeks, though his darker skin made it less noticeable, concerned that lighting a fire to cook meat in the forest might ignite a wildfire. Especially in the sweltering summer heat, they decided to rest for a while. Xia Yunyun snacked on some wild fruits Yudong had gathered, and her hunger subsided. Due to the exertion, Yudong needed a substantial amount of food. When Xia Yunyun witnessed him devouring a strangely shaped wild boar raw, she was genuinely astonished. It turned out that orcs indeed consumed raw flesh. It was no wonder the forest was so lush. If they frequently made fires, it would inevitably lead to devastation. In the forest, other wild animals and unknown creatures also resided. Xia Yunyun felt a twinge of curiosity. If the forest were set ablaze, what might transpire? However, contemplating was one thing. She certainly did not dare to act on it. They continued their journey in the afternoon, the dense forest shielding them from much of the sunlight. creating a cool ambience. Sitting on Yudong's lion form, Xia Yunyun felt much more comfortable as he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing her to take in the scenery. With Yudong's protection, their venture felt akin to a leisurely outing. Perhaps they would even camp and have a picnic that night. The reality of their adventure differed slightly from her imaginative visions of dining al fresco. Finally, before dusk, Yudong, with his keen eyesight, discovered a cave. After setting Xia Yunyun down at the entrance, she stretched and felt her stomach rumble in accordance with the timing. You're hungry. I'll go hunt. Please wait for me inside. Yudong placed Xia Yunyun at the mouth of the cave. Having already scouted the surroundings, he noted the absence of wild beasts, ensuring that the female would be safe. Go ahead, but be careful. Having witnessed Yudong's ferocious battles with orcs and beasts, Xia Yunyun felt a mix of concern and admiration. Although aware of Yudong's formidable prowess, Xia Yunyun could not help but offer her admonitions. Yudong extended his hand and gently ruffled Xia Yunyun's hair before transforming into a lion and departing. How infuriating! Just because he was tall, he thought he could engage in such head-patting antics. Covering her disheveled hair, Xia Yunyun seethed with indignation. Why did this insufferable lion have such a penchant for tousling her hair? There was no comb in sight. Did he not realize how troublesome it was to detangle hair? Gripping the beast skin pouch that Yudong had handed her, Xia Yunyun pouted and stepped into the stone cave. The entrance of the cave appeared small, yet inside it was quite spacious. Albeit shrouded in darkness, Xia Yunyun could not discern the full extent of the interior, so she cautiously sat against the stone wall where light filtered in. What on earth? Why are there so many strands? Unintentionally brushing her hand against the wall, she found it coated in a sticky substance. Looking down, she discovered it was covered in spider silk. Something seemed to be moving near her ear, causing an itch. Upon reaching out, she found yet another clump of spider silk. How curious! Why is there an abundance of spider silk here? She mused, instinctively glancing upwards to her dismay. Upon looking up, Xia Yunyun nearly collapsed in terror. Oh my goodness! A colossal spider loomed above her, its round, crimson eyes the size of eggs, with 8 long, hairy legs piercing the ceiling of the cave, and it dangled a strand of white silk from its mouth. This spider was at least a meter in size. Xia Yunyun could not help but twitch her mouth in distress. It seemed she had ventured into a spider's lair. Dear Spider Knight, I did not mean to intrude upon your home. Since you are here, I shall take my leave. She chuckled nervously, attempting to stealthily retreat towards the entrance. She was aware that spiders typically ensnared their prey in silk before feasting, a notion she hoped this spider would understand. Wishing it would not leap at her to bite. Yet, fate had other plans. The Spider Knight, having comprehended her presence, turned its bloodthirsty gaze upon her, unwilling to let its dinner escape, in the blink of an eye. Its 8 hairy legs propelled it towards Xia Yunyun. Yudong, save me. Xia Yunyun shut her eyes, her body stiffened in fear, as she dreaded such fuzzy creatures, especially one of this size. Here, the familiar roar reached her ears. And upon opening her eyes, she beheld a lion battling the giant spider. Yudong. In an instant, she felt as if this lion were truly her savior, always arriving to rescue her in perilous moments. Anxiously observing the fierce struggle between the two massive creatures, Xia Yunyun felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This spider seemed formidable, equally adept at close combat as Yudong, rendering their confrontation evenly matched. Be careful. That spider might be venomous. Do not let it bite you. Xia Yunyun retreated to the cave's entrance, shouting in an attempt to avoid complicating Yudong's battle. Upon hearing her voice, Yudong surged forward like a bolt of lightning, toppling the colossal spider to the ground. With a powerful swipe of his massive paw, he struck its head, causing a splash of viscous fluid to erupt. The spider lacked blood in the conventional sense. Rather, it exuded a liquid from within. Disgusted, the lion flicked his paw to rid it of the substance before dragging the spider outside the cave and transforming back into human form to approach Xia Yunyun. Put on the beast skin skirt. Anticipating that Yudong would not voluntarily don clothing, Xia Yunyun handed him the beast skin skirt he had previously removed, aware that she preferred not to see him unclothed. Yudong silently put on the garment before extending his hand towards her. This is for you. What is this? Xia Yunyun gazed curiously at the diamond-like object in Yudong's hand, which shimmered enchantingly. The crystallized essence of that ferocious spider can enhance your physique. You are too frail. Yudong replied impassively, directly placing the object into Xia Yunyun's mouth. Cough. Can this be eaten? Realizing that the seemingly solid crystal was melting in her mouth, Xia Yunyun shot an angry glare at Yudong, ready to lecture him about not arbitrarily feeding her things. Suddenly, she noticed a trickle of crimson liquid seeping from Yudong's arm, and her heart raced as she grasped his arm. You are injured. Was that ferocious beast particularly strong? Looking around for something to tend to his wound, Xia Yunyun gritted her teeth and tore a strip from the hem of her t-shirt to bandage Yudong's injury. Since it was summer, the fabric was quite thin, and tearing it was effortless. That it's nothing, just a beast. Such wounds are trivial for a male. Although he spoke nonchalantly, Yudong accepted Xia Yunyun's efforts to bind the soft material around his arm without protest. The female was clearly concerned for him. Otherwise, why would she be so attentive to his injury? Even as a male, one should not disregard wounds. Xia Yunyun felt a surge of irritation. Did the beastmen here not regard males as equals? In her eyes, there was no distinction between male and female. Injuries should not be overlooked. Are you worried about me? Yudong raised an eyebrow, observing the concern etched on her face, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Of course, you are injured. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yunyun replied. Then let us mate. Yudong suddenly closed the distance between them, pinning her against the cave wall, his warm breath wafting over her face. What? Xia Yunyun was utterly bewildered. How did her concern for his injury relate to mating? No, I do not wish to mate. Upon meeting his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, avoiding Yudong's intense stare. Why not? Do you not wish to be my partner? Do you detest me? As Xia Yunyun's rejection echoed in the air, Yudong pressed even closer, his expression darkening. No, I do not detest you. However, becoming partners is something I need to consider further. She dared not outright refuse Yudong, fearing his wrath might lead him to devour her whole. Why must you consider it? Do you fancy another male? Yudong exclaimed in anger, his fist crashing against the wall, creating a deep dent. Xia Yunyun trembled in fright. Oh my goodness. Is he going to take his love to extremes and silence me? No, absolutely not. You are the only male I know here. Xia Yunyun raised her head, forcing a smile as she endeavored to quell Yudong's fury. As anticipated, hearing her words softened his demeanor. Then why will you not mate with me? Yudong pressed relentlessly. Because, Xia Yunyun stammered, akin to someone in modern times being asked why they would not engage in romance. Yudong's piercing gaze bore into her, as if he would consume her alive if she failed to provide a satisfactory explanation. Gurgled Haiti that moment. Xia Yunyun's stomach growled audibly. Because I am hungry. If I do not eat soon, those insects will devour our prey, Xia Yunyun exclaimed, pointing toward a bloodied wild boar near the cave entrance. She had never felt such joy at having her stomach growl in front of a man. Yudong, fully aware of Xia Yunyun's frail condition, understood that even if he were to mate with her, he would not allow her to go hungry. Thus, he released her and obediently set off to find water to clean the meat. Intending to satiate Xia Yunyun before discussing anything further, before long, a plump wild boar returned, cleaned and ready for cooking, accompanied by a bundle of dry grass and some kindling, both for roasting meat and providing comfort for Xia Yunyun to sleep on that night. With preparations complete, their gazes met. Xia Yunyun blinked, puzzled by Yudong's lack of action. Why is the fire not lit? I forgot to bring flint. Why? Yudong replied nonchalantly, meeting her gaze. Then can you start a fire without flint? Yudong shook his head, face-palming. Xia Yunyun lamented that he had not mentioned the lack of flint sooner. After contemplating her options, she realized there was no choice but to create fire by friction. She rummaged through the pile of wood, selecting a thick stick and a slender one, gathering some fine, easily ignitable grass roots to place atop the thicker stick, and began to vigorously rub them together. Yudong, watching curiously, remained perplexed by her actions. Regardless of what the female chose to do, he would support her as long as she did not leave his side. 10 minutes later, crack, Xia Yunyun, filled with indignation, hurled the small wooden stick she held to the ground. Indeed, the television was nothing but deceit. After poking for so long, not a single wisp of smoke had emerged. Was she truly destined to consume raw meat like an orc today? Just as Xia Yunyun was engulfed in despair, a large figure loomed before her, seizing the wide wooden stick. Astonished, she watched Yudong's actions. Was he assisting her in creating fire by friction? Before long, sparks appeared where the two sticks met. Quickly, a fire was kindled, and lacking a pot, she could only use the stick to prod and roast the meat. It must be said, As a foodie, Xia Yunyun displayed quite the talent for cooking. After satisfying their hunger, Yudong tidied the cave and approached Xia Yunyun. Understanding his intentions, she hastily laid down on the pile of grass, disregarding the dirt, and pretended to mumble. After a long day of walking. I'm so tired, Yudong. You must be exhausted too. Let us rest quickly. Indeed, Xia Yunyun was weary. Though Yudong had done all the running around while she merely sat there observing her feigned slumber, Yudong said nothing and lay beside her, wrapping his strong arms around her petite form. Knowing that the female recognized him as her soul male, Yudong felt a surge of happiness. He was not in a hurry for companionship, for there would be ample time in the future. As the first rays of dawn crept into the cave, Xia Yunyun turned over, feeling something heavy pressing against her abdomen, drowsily opening her eyes. She was met with a large, furry paw resting atop her. Turning her head, she found a pair of deep brown lion eyes intently fixed upon her. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Moments later, fully awake, Xia Yunyun sat at the cave entrance, casting a reproachful glance at the lion before her. Why did you transform into a lion while I was asleep? Still grappling with the peculiarities of the beast realm. She nearly had a heart attack from the sight of the lion. Who? Yudong growled softly, seemingly aware of her annoyance, pacing in place. Seeing his somewhat aggrieved demeanor, Xia Yunyun felt a pang of sympathy and approached. Unbinding the cloth that had been wrapped around his forelimb, now resembling his front paw, and to her surprise, found no wounds. Astonished by the swift recovery, she recalled his earlier mention of a minor injury and realized that it had healed remarkably fast. Who? Yudong, sensing her astonishment, proudly raised his head. Displaying strength before a female was something every male relished. After rinsing her mouth and washing her face, Xia Yunyun followed Yudong on their journey. With no means to wash up, she wondered if her teeth would turn yellow. Unlike the previous day, they did not walk straight. After less than half an hour, Yudong halted and changed direction. Yudong, aren't we heading deeper into the forest? Is this direction leading us there? Xia Yunyun inquired curiously. The surroundings were alive with the sounds of various birds, and the underbrush was less dense than before. As if often traversed. Who? Yudong replied. Not. Although she could not comprehend the beast language, Xia Yunyun sensed something amiss and gently patted the lion's head. Please stop and tell me where we are headed. Once she dismounted from the lion, he instantly transformed back into his human form, donning the animal skin skirt she had offered him. Your clothes are torn. Let me find you a new set of animal skin to wear. He took her hand, and his transformation did not impede his forward motion. Animal skin? Clothes? Hearing Yudong's earnest attempt to grasp her earlier words about clothing, Xia Yunyun felt an inexplicable warmth. It's all right. This outfit is still wearable, and if you need animal skins, just catch a larger prey. She was indifferent about her attire. After all, this garment would eventually be discarded, having grown up in someone else's home. She had never been particular about such things. The freshly skinned animal hide carried a metallic scent, while Yudong glanced at her, aware that she disliked the smell of blood. Xia Yunyun paused, surprised that he had considered so much for her. Even though she could eat raw meat, he still sought out clean animal skins for her clothing. Thank you. You are so kind to me. She couldn't help but grasp Yudong's large hand. Feeling safe with him by her side, Yudong's gaze softened. There are traces of nomadic tribes here. There must be a nomadic settlement ahead. I will go there to exchange for animal skins to make you clothes. All right. Knowing Yudong was a man of his word, Xia Yunyun did not object. In the sweltering heat of the day, drenched in sweat, she wondered when they would return to the lion tribe and indeed needed a change of clothes. Hand in hand, they walked for several minutes until they encountered a group of orcs clad in animal skins. She had previously asked Yudong if there were any people here, but he seemed oblivious to the word human, leading her to suspect that perhaps there were no humans at all. What kind of beasts are you? One orc, adorned in animal skin with a long tail trailing behind, stopped Yudong. Is this a nomadic tribe? We come to exchange goods. Yudong presented a demeanor that clearly indicated he preferred to keep strangers at bay. The orc with the long tail suddenly spotted Xia Yunyun, his eyes lighting up. This female is truly beautiful. It would be wonderful if she could stay in our tribe. Sensing the orc's intentions, Yudong's expression darkened as he pulled Xia Yunyun forward. Xia Yunyun felt the orc's gaze upon her. He appeared to be quite young, and she paid him little mind as she followed Yudong. To her surprise, the orc quickly trailed after them. Wait, I am the chieftain's son of this nomadic tribe. My name is Ho-san, and I have just come of age this year. Whatever you wish to exchange, I know where to find it, he boasted, playfully wagging his tail. You are a monkey beast? Xia Yunyun inquired, curiously examining the cheerful, sunny seed. So you are a monkey. Yes, yes. Hearing the female speak to him, Ho-san eagerly nodded. Feeling the grip on her hand tighten, Xia Yunyun realized it was Yudong's way of signaling her to remain silent. Thus she complied. Lead the way, Yudong said with an air of gloom, but did not refuse. The sooner they exchanged for the animal skins and left, the better, to avoid attracting more male attention. Even so, the trio walking through the nomadic tribe drew the gaze of numerous male orcs, all of whom were fixated on Xia Yunyun. Here we are. This is the place with the most animal skins in our tribe. You can find Ho-lun here to exchange. Ho-san pointed to a massive tree. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunyun looked up at the towering tree, its thick trunk adorned with a variety of animal skins. Thank you, Ho-san. Xia Yunyun smiled at him. Always polite to those who were kind and no need for thanks. Heh. Ho-san scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Suddenly, a monkey leapt down from the tree and transformed into a human. Before Xia Yunyun could see what he looked like, Yudong covered her eyes. Outsider beasts, here to exchange for animal skins. The humanized monkey scrutinized Xia Yunyun with beady eyes, never diverting his gaze. Hey, Ho-lun, hurry and put on the animal skin. Can't you see there's a female present? Without waiting for Yudong to speak, Ho-san called out irritably, What's the rush? She's not your female, Ho-lun replied nonchalantly. But upon seeing the terrifying look in Yudong's eyes, he quickly caved and donned the animal skin. I want 2 dry animal skins. Only then did Yudong lower his hand, speaking in a deep voice. Sensing the envious stares of all the males upon Xia Yunyun, he wished to whisk her away from this place immediately. In response, Ho-lun's eyes darted, and with a grin, he said, The dry animal skins are for this little female. Right? I have freshly tanned skins in my tree hollow. Let your female choose what she likes. Ho-lun's remark of your female appeared to appease Yudong, who relaxed his grip and did not intervene. What do we have to exchange? Xia Yunyun asked, a hint of worry creeping into her voice as she leaned in closer to Yudong, whispering, It seemed neither of them had any currency. How would they exchange for the animal skins? Do not fret about that. Let us proceed, Yudong reassured her, holding on to Xia Yunyun. Yudong prepared to accompany her in selecting animal hides. Wait, this tree hole is too small. It cannot accommodate so many beasts. Your female companion can enter, and that's sufficient. Suddenly, Ho-lun blocked Yudong's path. Ordinarily, anyone daring to obstruct him would have already become a mere morsel, yet today, as the female required the hides. His temper flared for a moment before he relented. Xia Yunyun followed Ho-lun into the tree hole, feeling that Yudong was overly vigilant. It wasn't as if her absence would render him powerless. After a prolonged silence within the tree hole, a sense of unease crept over Yudong, and his expression shifted dramatically. Xia Yunyun had entered the tree hole with the monkey named Ho-lun. Yet inside, it was eerily empty. Where were the hides he had mentioned? Where are the hides? What have you done with them? Xia Yunyun questioned, puzzled as she gazed at Ho-lun, who had his back turned to her. Hee, they're right here. Just descend, and you'll see. All the finest hides are below. With that, Ho-lun kicked aside a pile of weeds, revealing a substantial hole in the ground. Inside there, it's so dark. Can you help me retrieve some? Just a couple will suffice. She observed Ho-lun's grin and the ominous darkness of the hole. An unsettling premonition washed over Xia Yunyun, prompting her to decline the descent. That won't do. Your partner will kill me if you don't choose yourself. That a cunning glimmer flickered in Ho-lun's eyes. Reluctantly, Xia Yunyun acquiesced, unwilling to bear the weight of an innocent beastman's demise on her conscience. She had no doubt that Yudong would indeed resort to such drastic measures. Descending into the hole, Xia Yunyun found herself in complete darkness, her hands groping the earthen walls for support. Suddenly, a noise from behind alerted her to Ho-lun's arrival. Oh, you have a light? It's pitch black. Where are the hides? Fear gripped her heart, the absence of Yudong amplifying her sense of vulnerability. No worries. Just move forward. I dug this path. There's light ahead, and the hides are there. Thinking of Yudong waiting for her outside, Xia Yunyun gritted her teeth and gingerly advanced, determined to grab the hides and return swiftly. After what felt like an eternity of stumbling in the darkness, she finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. Climbing out, her heart sank as she realized she had been deceived. Turning around, she found Ho-lun approaching with a sinister grin. What do you want? Why did you trick me? Xia Yunyun feigned calmness while instinctively retreating. Surrounded by unfamiliar scenery, she understood that Ho Lun had orchestrated this deception from the start. Fear washed over her. As a mere 17 or 18-year-old girl, she had never encountered such peril. Would Yudong even be able to find her in time? Hee, it's been ages since I've encountered such tender flesh. That lion isn't your partner, is he? Perfect timing for me to savor a fresh treat. As he spoke, Ho Lun eagerly rubbed his palms together, inching closer. Stay back. Who says he is not my partner? When he finds me, he'll surely kill you. Despite the revulsion surging within her at Ho Lun's grotesque demeanor, she maintained her bravado. Damn it. What a repulsive creature. How could I have believed him? Stop lying to me. You're not in a partnership. Why not let me have a taste? After all, I have no partner. Ho Lun's eyes gleamed with a mix of desire and malice as he lunged at Xia Yunyun. Get away, pervert, you filthy monkey, Xia Yunyun screamed, struggling fiercely as despair flickered in her eyes. If only she had known, she would have rather given her first time to Yudong than allow this disgusting monkey to take advantage of her. The strength of a beast man was formidable, and even a monkey, unskilled in combat, far surpassed her in strength. Xia Yunyun was no match for Ho Lun. Her already tattered clothing was soon in tatters. Roar, a furious roar echoed, and Xia Yunyun felt the weight upon her suddenly vanish. Looking up in alarm, she saw Ho Lun, who had been atop her, hurled into the air. With a thunderous impact, a crater formed in the ground. The massive lion, eyes gleaming with bloodlust, showed no signs of relenting. Without allowing Ho Lun a moment to recover, it charged again. With one strike, Ho Lun was reduced to a mere gray monkey, his left arm severed. With a second, his right arm and leg were torn from his body. With a third, his left leg was forcibly driven into the ground, the sickening sound of crunching bones echoing as he became the first human stick in the beastman realm. Yudong. Xia Yunyun could hardly believe her eyes as she beheld the bloodthirsty lion. It wasn't fear that gripped her heart. Rather, it was the shocking brutality of the scene she had just witnessed that left her feeling unsettled. Recalling how close she had come to being harmed. Roar. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's voice, the lion let out a low growl, its rage dissipating as it transformed back into human form and rushed to her side. Damn it! I should have been with you. Seeing Xia Yunyun in such a state, Yudong felt a pang of fear and an overwhelming sense of heartache. That I'm fine. He didn't truly harm me. Xia Yunyun began, but her voice faltered. If something had indeed happened to her, what would he do? Yudong seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts, gripping her hand tightly, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. Then I will ensure he does not live to see another day. As he spoke, Yudong's eyes shimmered with a bloodthirsty hue. Before he could finish, a figure swinging on a vine appeared in the distance. Hey, what is happening? Why are you running so fast? Ho-san, unable to match Yudong's speed, swung towards them, only to arrive at a scene so gruesome it left him speechless. Ho Lun, what happened to him? Upon seeing the gray monkey crushed into the ground, Ho-san's breath caught in his throat as he stared wide-eyed at Xia Yunyun and Yudong, not why Yudong paid Ho-san no mind. Scooping Xia Yunyun into his arms, ready to leave the scene. After the recent ordeal, Xia Yunyun had no desire to answer Ho-san's questions, and no wonder it was said that humans evolved from monkeys. These monkeys were cunning beyond belief. She had once thought all beast men were simple-hearted. Stop right there. What transpired here? Ho-san, why is Ho Lun in this condition? As Yudong had taken only a few steps. A group of beastmen approached, some with ears resembling those of monkeys, others adorned with long monkey-like fur. In comparison, Ho-san appeared somewhat more agreeable. Father, I don't know either. Ho-san glanced at Xia Yunyun in Yudong's embrace. Realizing that only Yudong could have orchestrated such an outcome, yet he refrained from accusing him. If Yudong were to be captured, this female would surely face dire consequences, though he wished for her to remain. He did not want her to suffer. The tribe would not treat her kindly. Male, did you harm Ho Lun? The speaker was Ho-san's father, the leader of the monkey clan, his beady eyes scrutinizing Yudong and Xia Yunyun. Seemingly calculating something, he harmed my female. He deserves to die. Allowing him to live is sufficient. Why Yudong was not one to shy away from confrontation. He had previously severed ties with the lion clan for the sake of a female. Now, faced with a foreign nomadic tribe, he held them in even less regard. Spare him. With limbs severed, even if he awakens, he likely lacks the will to survive. If you do not compensate me today, do not expect to leave this tribe. The monkey clan leader spoke bluntly, Yet the calculating smile at the corner of his mouth made it hard to believe he was genuinely advocating for Holin. Yudong remained silent, while Xia Yunyun anxiously observed him, uncertain whether he could contend with this group of beastmen. Bah, what do you mean can he contend? Why is she also resorting to violence like the beastmen here? Offering Xia Yunyun a reassuring glance, Yudong bent down to remove the bag of animal hides tied to her, tossing it to the clan leader. 13 life crystals. Is this sufficient compensation? The clan leader, having opened the bag with suspicion, immediately broke into a grin, his demeanor transforming from fierce to cordial. This is more than enough. You are welcome to return to our tribe for trade. These are 13 life crystals. Most beastmen might not even acquire a single one in their lifetime. Ignoring the leader's words, Yudong scooped Xia Yunyun up and turned to leave. This time, no beastman dared to obstruct his path. Yudong, did you give them all those items? As the group of orcs receded into the distance, Xia Yunyun finally posed her inquiry. 13 life crystals. Though she was unaware of their significance, she had been informed by Yudong that they were extracted from the bodies of ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts. The brutal creature she had previously encountered, the giant spider, came to mind. To slay 13 such monsters in exchange for these crystals was undoubtedly no trivial task. What she did not realize was that not every ferocious beast housed a life crystal. And those 13 were the entirety of Yudong's lifetime savings. If you desire them, I can help you find more in the future, Yudong replied lightly, evading a direct answer to Xia Yunyun's question. Xia Yunyun remained discontent, feeling as though these creatures had taken advantage of her. That old man, was he the father of Monkey 3, the clan leader? She perceived him as nothing more than a cunning merchant. Having failed to procure the beast's skins, she felt instead ensnared by the beasts. Just as her thoughts lingered, Monkey 3 approached, panting heavily, a large piece of beast skin cradled in his arms. That I apologize. My father is just like that. Please do not be angry. As for Monkey Lun, he was abandoned by the female and will never find a mate again. That he used to bully others' partners, but no one in our tribe could stand up to him. This is my compensation to you. It's all I have. Monkey 3 extended the sizable piece of beast skin to Yudong, who accepted it without hesitation. This was something the female required, had he not delivered it. He had already planned to pilfer several pieces from that monkey upon departing. Our nomadic tribe will never settle in one place. That I hope to compensate you more in the future if the opportunity arises. Monkey 3 said, lowering his head, his face tinged with crimson. Thank you, but this matter is not your concern, Xia Yunyun replied, a person of clear moral judgment. The clan leader was the clan leader, and Monkey 3 was Monkey 3. She would not conflate the two. No opportunity. We shall not return, Yudong firmly rejected, well aware of Monkey 3's intentions. After bidding farewell to Monkey 3, Yudong led Xia Yunyun away from the nomadic tribe. They journeyed deeper into the forest. The path ahead surprisingly unobstructed. Achoo! A sudden chill swept over Xia Yunyun, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Roar! What's wrong? Are you unwell? The lion immediately began to fidget anxiously, and Xia Yunyun, noticing its concern, gently patted its head. I'm fine. It just seems to be getting colder the further we go in. How is it possible to feel cold in the height of summer? What a tremendous joke. A harsh, hissing sound pierced the air. Before Xia Yunyun could identify the source, Yudong swiftly struck, silencing a brilliantly colored snake. Are you all right? Seeing the snake's vibrant hues, Xia Yunyun anxiously inquired that if bitten, a beastman could perish. Roar! Yudong flung the snake aside and continued onward. It was strange. Why were there so many snakes along this route? Yesterday, she hadn't seen any, yet today they appeared in droves. Xia Yunyun felt a wave of frustration, grateful for Yudong's company. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to a venomous snake before finding the stinky grass. Reflecting on Yudong, Xia Yunyun felt a twinge of melancholy. She seemed increasingly reliant on him, uncertain if this was a blessing or a curse. After walking a while longer, Yudong suddenly halted. Xia Yunyun, who had been dozing on the lion's back beneath the beast's skin, jolted awake, her gaze falling upon a deep waterhole not far away. It turned out they had reached an impasse. She understood that Yudong was following the directions given by the clan leader. If there was no path, could it signify the presence of the stinky grass? Excited, Xia Yunyun removed the beast's skin and alighted. Looking around, she noticed a patch of grass distinct from its surroundings near the waterhole, lush and verdant, with each blade forked into two, clearly separated. Among these grasses, vibrant red flowers bloomed, resembling blood flowing from the blades at first glance. It's the stinky grass, transforming into human form. Yudong also spotted the grass, but his expression quickly shifted. Yunyun, don't go over there, Yudong shouted, yet Xia Yunyun had already dashed forward, crouching down to pluck the stinky grass. Curiously, she brushed aside the leaves, puzzled as to why it was called stinky grass when it bore no odor, wondering if it truly could repel insects. Before she could reach a conclusion, the alluring red flowers suddenly writhed, transforming into slender, blood-red snakes, their tongues flicking, coiling in preparation for battle. Snakes. Wow, she had witnessed transformations before, but never flowers morphing into snakes. Xia Yunyun was startled by the swarm of snakes before her and plopped down onto the grass. In the next moment, the snakes sprang from the ground like bullets from a gun, hurtling towards her. Roar! A thunderous roar met her ears as Xia Yunyun felt something soft collide with her face. The familiar scent enveloping her, bringing an unexpected sense of comfort. Yudong transformed into a lion, swept his tail, sending the attacking snakes flying, but one slender snake managed to bite him. The lion's tail, stung, swiftly flung the last snake away. Vanishing from sight, Yudong, are you all right? Xia Yunyun asked, guilt flooding her as she realized the danger he had faced to save her. Lowering her head, she noticed blood on the lion's tail. You were bitten by a snake? That was a venomous one. What should we do? Xia Yunyun anxiously grasped the tail, parting the fur to find 2 puncture wounds. As Yudong shifted back to human form, he remained partially in his lion guise, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity for intimacy. Keeping his tail close, it's nothing. During winters with scarce prey, I often sought out snake dens to eat these flower snakes. He spoke of his grim past with an unwavering demeanor. Hearing this, Xia Yunyun's expression darkened further. How had he endured such hardships? She felt a pang of sympathy, gritting her teeth as she leaned in to suck the venom out. Phew! After several attempts, her mouth tingled, prompting her to stop. All right, this should do the trick, Yuam. Just as she finished speaking, her mouth was abruptly sealed. She blinked in surprise, gazing into a pair of deep brown eyes, the proximity striking her for the first time. The heavy breath wafting over her flushed her cheeks. Xia Yunyun's initial reaction was not to push him away. Her mind felt as though it had been bombarded. With me, be my mate. I will always treat you well. You can only be my partner. Just as she found a moment to breathe, Xia Yunyun opened her mouth, only to find herself unable to utter a word of refusal. Had she developed feelings for this lion? Recalling their past interactions, she pondered whether she was truly unable to part with Yudong. For the first time, she did not reject Yudong, leaving her in a state of confusion as she lay still. A hint of fear creeping in. She had heard that first times could be painful. The next moment, an unexpected wave of intense pressure overcame her, prompting a flood of tears, just as she felt overwhelmed with fear and helplessness. A warmth surged through her while Yudong's movements ceased abruptly. This sensation was all too familiar to Xia Yunyun. Her monthly cycle had arrived at this inconvenient moment, and she wished she could just disappear into the ground. Yunyun, are you hurt? Yudong immediately rose from her, disregarding her protests, and without hesitation, he parted her legs, his expression grave as he examined her injury. No, it's not an injury. Xia Yunyun's face burned with embarrassment as she attempted to push Yudong away. But he was far too strong for her to move. You are bleeding so much. It must be my fault that you are hurt. Observing the crimson seeping from her wound, Yudong became even more convinced of his assumption. Unable to heed Xia Yunyun's words, his tone was laden with deep remorse. Had he known that females bled, he would not have forced himself upon her. Now, even as blood flowed from her, he was certain she was angry. No, I must take you back to find a healer. The overwhelming scent of blood ignited Yudong's instincts, and without listening to Xia Yunyun's explanations, he scooped her up. I truly am uninjured. I promise I will be fine. Put me down. I will dirty your clothes. Xia Yunyun patted Yudong's sturdy arm, yet dared not struggle too forcefully. If the menstrual blood were to splatter all over him, she would truly be driven to madness. Observing Xia Yunyun's insistence, it seemed that she was genuinely untroubled. Apart from the bleeding, she did not appear weak as if injured, so Yudong decided to let her down. Why, Yudong, please fetch the animal hide for me. I wish to wash by the pond, Xia Yunyun urged, pushing him away as a pretext to distract him. Sensing Yudong's gaze upon her, she swiftly dashed towards the pond. Why, Yudong had no choice but to obediently retrieve the hide for her. As Xia Yunyun continued to bleed, It was clear that he could not engage with her at this moment. Upon reaching the pond, the chilly air made Xia Yunyun feel somewhat cold, forcing her to scoop water with her hands for a rudimentary wash. The warm current below had not ceased, and perhaps due to the recent snake venom she had absorbed, she felt that this menstrual cycle was far more intense than usual, without needing to look down. She could surely envision the grass stained crimson, a sight too unbearable to behold. Contemplating how to face Yudong later, her hand, submerged in the water, suddenly stiffened. Beneath the surface, a pair of glimmering, triangular eyes were fixated on her. Was that a snake? Ah, goodness, Xia Yunyun thought not for a moment, and sprang towards Yudong. Those serpentine eyes were as large as her fist. If it emerged, she would surely be devoured whole. Yudong caught the scent of danger, swiftly turning to see Xia Yunyun in a state of panic. Just as he was about to rush towards her, suddenly, with a splash, a massive black python surged from the pond. Its gaping maw wide open, lunging fiercely at Xia Yunyun. "Help me, Yudong!" she screamed, regretting her decision to wash by the pond at the sight of the snake. "Yunyun!" Yudong exclaimed, transforming into a lion and racing towards her. However, his speed could not match that of the python. In the blink of an eye, the serpent was beside Xia Yunyun, its silver-gray triangular eyes darting, and then, with a sudden motion, the entire snake body emerged from the water. Its tail whipping towards her. Xia Yunyun screamed in terror, covering her eyes, certain that her demise was imminent. Yet, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, she felt herself ensnared by something slick. Opening her eyes, she discovered she was entangled in the python's tail. The silver-gray triangular eyes regarded her, and with a splash, both Snake and Yunyun plunged back into the pond. Cough, cough. The girl, lying on the ground, suddenly sputtered out a mouthful of water and gradually opened her eyes. "Where am I?" Xia Yunyun thought, holding her forehead as fragments of memory flickered in her mind. She recalled being by the pond, Yudong being bitten by a snake, her helping him draw out the venom. And then the python. Yes, she had been captured by the python. "Female, you are awake," the snake Yuyo observed as Xia Yunyun stirred not far away, its gaze intense as it approached her. Xia Yunyun instinctively turned to look. "Why are all the beastmen here so? Who are you? And where is that large python?" Xia Yunyun asked, shielding her eyes and diverting her gaze. Sensing that this individual was not particularly amiable, she decided it prudent to ascertain the situation first. "I am Yuyo, and this is my lair." Upon hearing Xia Yunyun mention the great python, a cold expression crossed Yuyo's face. "Snake? Yuyo, surely, that large python is you. Are you afraid of snakes?" Yuyo's triangular eyes scrutinized the petite female before him. Initially roused from slumber by the commotion above, he had intended to devour the source of the disturbance in a fit of rage, but upon seeing such a striking female, he reconsidered. He had always resided in this area. Although snakes are known for their nomadic tendencies, this pond was his favorite abode, and he had captured the female not with thoughts of companionship, but rather for amusement or as a delectable morsel. "Not afraid of snakes. Oh no, not at all. You are a beast man. After all." Xia Yunyun waved her hands dismissively, quickly denying any fear. "Ridiculous, to express fear of snakes before one. That is well, since you are not afraid. You shall reside here from now on." The evident terror in Xia Yunyun's eyes did not escape Yuyo's keen observation. With a cold scoff, he abruptly approached and seized her. "Live here?" Xia Yunyun gasped in disbelief. Surely this was not a form of imprisonment. Yet, before she could receive an answer, she was met with an angry inquiry from the python. "Was it that male who caused your injury?" Yuyo's eyes burned with fury. "No, I am not injured. It will heal on its own in a few days." Xia Yunyun hurriedly shook her head, feeling Yuyo's grip tighten, fearing he might suddenly transform into a massive python and swallow her whole. She had heard that being digested by a snake's stomach was excruciating. She certainly did not want that. "You still defend him? He is not your mate. Do you truly harbor such fondness for him?" Yuyo's anger intensified. Those snakes are cold-blooded. Their possessiveness is fierce. Xia Yunyun was utterly perplexed. She had no idea why this python was so enraged. As she began to speak, a strong scent of blood assailed her senses, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "Could you please help me find some cotton or perhaps softer large leaves?" Xia Yunyun shielded her front, realizing she was only clad in two thin garments. And at that moment, she was grateful for her modesty. especially since the python before her was entirely unclothed. Although she did not comprehend why this python was so incensed, she decided to address the immediate issue first. Would cotton and leaves truly heal your wounds? Yuyo's attention was successfully diverted. Like Yudong, he firmly believed that Xia Yunyun was indeed injured. "That I have said it is not an injury," Xia Yunyun protested. But upon encountering Yuyo's frigid gaze, her voice lowered in submission. "Fine. If you say it is an injury, then it is an injury. With cotton and leaves, I shall not bleed in a few days." She did not expect to reason with this cold-blooded creature. "Very well. I shall go seek it." Yuyo turned and transformed into an enormous python, thick as a barrel and stretching over 10 meters long, swiftly slithering towards the cave's entrance. Watching the python depart until the sound of its slithering faded, Xia Yunyun finally regained her composure, struggling to swallow the saliva pooling in her mouth, sneaking towards the spot where Yuyo had just left. She pondered whether she could seize this opportunity to escape. However, upon reaching the cave entrance, she utterly abandoned that thought. What was going on with the water outside? Remembering how the python had dragged her into the pond, a realization struck her. She was directly beneath that very pond. But why was the water outside not flooding in? Xia Yunyun was perplexed and ultimately decided against fleeing, resigned to await Yudong's rescue. Why? The outside was shrouded in darkness. Though Xia Yunyun had once been a proficient swimmer, in this pitch-black, unfathomably deep pond, she dared not risk resurfacing and meeting her end. What if that cold, black python were to discover her? She could not afford such a gamble. With no other choice, Xia Yunyun returned to the cave, patiently awaiting Yuyo's return or Yudong's arrival to rescue her. At that moment, Yudong by the pond was on the verge of madness. He could never have anticipated that a massive python would suddenly emerge from the water and snatch Yunyun away. That python was clearly a beastman of the snake clan. Such beastmen are notoriously vicious, showing no mercy even towards females, whom they regard merely as tools for reproduction. Some snake beasts would even kill the female after she had laid her eggs to feed the newly hatched young. How could he not be frantic at the thought of Yunyun being captured? The magnificent white lion paced frantically by the pond, his deep brown eyes reddened with worry, veins of bloodshot hue evident. The trees and poisonous snakes surrounding the pond bore the brunt of Yudong's fury at having lost Yunyun, leaving chaos in their wake, with severed snake limbs strewn across the ground. Suddenly, the snow-white lion's gaze hardened, its ears perked. Roar! With a deafening roar, the surface of the pond erupted in tumult. In the next moment, a colossal python surged from the water, upon locking eyes with the snow lion. The python's silver-gray triangular eyes ignited with a bloodthirsty glint, its cavernous mouth opening wide as it lunged at the snow lion. The snow lion, who could not swim, was troubled about how to enter the water when the black python presented itself. With unwavering resolve, its lion eyes narrowed as it advanced fearlessly, the black and white beasts entwined in a fierce struggle. Initially, the snow lion's ferocity repelled the giant python. Yet, the disparity in size soon became apparent, and the white lion found itself tightly ensnared by the black python. Roar! The proud snow lion could hardly tolerate such humiliation. With a low growl, it fiercely swiped its paw towards the giant python's silvery gray eyes, seemingly intent on blinding it. The bloodthirsty python had initially aimed to swallow the lioness whole, but it had not anticipated such tenacity from this lion, a three-crystal beastman. It was astonishing that he could still muster the strength to resist against this six-crystal serpent beast. With a hissing sound, the python discerned the snow lion's movement, flicking its crimson tongue and preparing to engulf the lion's paw first to satiate its hunger. The python had calculated well, but suddenly, the lion's actions shifted dramatically, and its other paw struck fiercely at the python's vital spot. The adage "strike the snake at its 7 inches" held true. The python, caught off guard, felt the impact. Although its scales remained intact, the pain caused it to loosen its grip on the snow lion, and in a moment of carelessness, the lion vanished from sight. With a series of hisses, the python twisted its body, its bloodshot triangular eyes radiating an unmistakable fury as it gazed at the retreating snow lion. Realizing that its purpose was not to eliminate this lion today, it refrained from pursuing further and instead turned back into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Yudong ran for a considerable time until he could no longer detect the python's scent, allowing him to finally stop and lean against a massive tree, transforming back into human form. Initially, As a lion, his fur concealed his injuries, revealing only faint traces of blood. However, now in human form, his once bronze skin bore an array of bruises and injuries that were alarming to behold. Weakly propped against the giant tree, Yudong increasingly felt his strength waning. The python he had just encountered was a six-crystal beast man, twice as powerful as he was, and the disparity in their strengths rendered him utterly unable to contend with it. He had exerted every ounce of his energy just to escape. Had the python chosen to pursue him, he would have surely become its meal. Was this it? Was he destined to die? This sensation was all too familiar. When he was born, he lacked the ability to hunt, surviving solely on water and wild leaves. As a juvenile, he wandered the forest in search of food, often becoming prey for other beasts. Even after learning to hunt, he frequently lost his catch to stronger predators. In this brutal South Wild forest, he had faced death countless times, enduring just enough to reach this moment. Now, having found a beloved partner, one who was neither delicate nor disobedient like other females, how could he possibly perish here? A fierce desire to survive surged within him, and his once lifeless eyes suddenly sparkled with determination that he could not die. He must rescue Yunyun. He would not allow her to suffer at the hands of a serpent beast. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from his forehead, and had anyone been present at that moment, they would have undoubtedly noticed in the warmth of this radiance. Yudong's pale face and the multitude of scars began to heal at a visible rate. Moments later, as the light faded, astonishingly, all of his wounds had miraculously mended, and the three diamond-like tattoos on his forehead had transformed into Ford. Realizing the change in his body, Yudong's face lit up with joy. I have leveled up. Since reaching adulthood at 16 and transitioning to a 3-crystal beast man 4 years ago, although his strength had gradually increased, he had never advanced further. Now, having achieved a new level, his chances of rescuing Yunyun were significantly greater. With renewed vigor, Yudong transformed into a snow lion and dashed deeper into the jungle. In the cavern beneath the water pool, it was pitch black, the only source of light being a small gem that had been forcefully lodged into a crack in the stone. The faint glow allowed Xia Yunyun to discern her immediate surroundings. But she had yet to catch a clear glimpse of the serpent, Xia. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Xia Yunyun had not waited for Yudong's rescue, but instead encountered the returning Xia. With a series of hisses, the python slithered forward, and as it unfurled its tongue, Xia Yunyun instinctively clenched her hands. The bottom of the pool was not as cold as above, maintaining a comfortable temperature. Yet for some reason, she felt a chill as the serpent returned. Female, I have returned, bringing you the items you requested, along with some prey. As the python coiled its massive body, it transformed into human form, dropping several prey items and a leaf-wrapped bundle at her feet. Thank you. As she accepted the leaf-wrapped bundle, Xia Yunyun softly expressed her gratitude before turning to venture deeper into the cave. Not forgetting to ask Xia, could you turn around, please? After a brief pause, there was no response. Xia Yunyun felt a surge of frustration. Was this serpent truly so unmanly? Regardless, it was dark, and serpent-like creatures seemed to possess poor eyesight. So perhaps it would not see much. With that in mind, Xia Yunyun opened the large bundle. Although she could not see, she could feel the materials inside. Cotton and leaves. It was summer, and cotton was not typically harvested during this season, which led her to wonder if the agricultural cycles in the Beastman realm differed from those on Earth. As for the leaves, they were soft, slippery, and remarkably resilient, akin to rubber sheets, perfectly suitable for containing cotton without fear of leakage. She had been concerned about the lack of sanitary supplies. However, these items would suffice for her needs. Carefully arranging the materials to ensure they wouldn't leak, Xia Yunyun returned to her earlier position. You must be quite hungry, so I caught a few prey items for you to eat. In the dim light, Xiao's face appeared cold and composed, his icy voice tinged with curiosity. Although serpents had inherited memories, and he possessed knowledge of females, he had never personally cared for one, making him genuinely curious to know. Thank you. I'm not hungry. Without hesitation, Xia Yunyun knew that the giant python intended to offer her raw meat. Upon hearing her refusal, Xiu seemed to ponder. You do not wish to eat my catch? Are you hoping to venture out in search of that male? Even in human form, his triangular eyes remained strikingly noticeable, narrowing slightly as they emitted an aura of danger. No, I do not eat raw meat, and there is no wood here to start a fire, Xia Yunyun rushed to explain, sensing the oppressive atmosphere. This serpent was far less accommodating than Yudong. It seemed her upcoming days would indeed be fraught with challenges. That is acceptable. Do not entertain thoughts of seeking that male. You will never see him again. Listening to Xia Yunyun's explanation, Xia remained skeptical. Though his tone had noticeably softened, he turned back into a python, slithering toward the cave's entrance. Although the lion was no match for him. If the little female continued to dwell on the lion, he would not mind indulging in another meal. The flesh of beastmen held far more energy than that of ordinary wild beasts. What? A bewildered Xia Yunyun watched as Xia suddenly departed, utterly ignorant of what she had said wrong. However, his leaving brought her a sense of relief. She wished for the giant python never to return. Wait, something was amiss. Had he just said she would never see Yudong again? What did that mean? Yudong was formidable. Surely he could not have been consumed by the serpent in the depths of the wild forest. A snow lion dashed through the underbrush. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be heading not toward the water pool, but rather out of the wilderness. Yudong sprinted through the forest. He had already devised a plan that he certainly would not confront that serpent beast alone. Even with his recent advancement to a 4-crystal beast man, he was still no match for the 6-crystal serpent beast. Thus, he resolved to seek assistance. This was a risky move, but he needed to find allies quickly. He had caught a whiff of the serpent's bloodlust during its hunt, indicating that it would likely not harm Yunyun for the time being. He must rescue her soon. In the blink of an eye, the snow lion's figure darted past, startling a flock of birds, before vanishing without a trace. In the cavern beneath the water pool, Xia Yunyun had no idea how much time had elapsed. Her stomach growling with hunger, in this pitch-black place, devoid of sunlight, she was unaware of the hour. Was that black python truly intent on starving her here? Just then, a sound echoed from the cave entrance. The enormous black python slithered into view, its thick tail appearing to carry a substantial bundle. Once it transformed into human form and dragged the items closer to her, she could finally see what it was. To her surprise, it was a collection of wooden sticks. Yet, why did the wrapping around the stick seem so familiar? Wait. This was none other than the hide that Yudong had bartered for with 13 life crystals. This rascal had taken the very item she had barely begun to use to wrap up sticks. Xia Yunyun's heart was overwhelmed with a myriad of chaotic thoughts. You went out solely to gather firewood? With a stiff smile, she struggled to maintain her composure, seemingly seeking solace for herself. You prefer it cooked. Very well. Observing Xiyu's earnest and harmless expression, she found herself reluctant to utter further words. Silently lamenting the 13 life crystals belonging to Yudong, and thus wrapped a bundle of wooden sticks for firewood, she vowed. This would undoubtedly be the most expensive firewood she had ever burned in her lifetime. Unbeknownst to her what Xiyu had done, sparks suddenly emerged from the ground, and the fire quickly sprang to life. However, Xia Yunyun did notice the moment the sparks appeared, as Xiyu's slender fingers twitched, promptly tossing aside 2 stone-like objects. Those must have been the flint stones Yudong had used earlier. Although she was curious about where Xiyu had found the flint, she refrained from asking, silently watching him as he cleaned the game and roasted the meat. Are you afraid of fire? Would you like me to take over? Seeing that Xiyu maintained a distance from the fire, only extending the meat he held, she couldn't help but suggest, can that even cook the meat? That would be absurd. A female, capable of work? Xiyu regarded her with skepticism, casting a sidelong glance at Xia Yunyun. Yet he showed no intention of relinquishing the roasted meat in his possession. In his memory, females were always at home waiting for males to hunt, bringing food to their mouths, requiring no effort, only to assist in bearing offspring when spring arrived. Puffed. Why wouldn't females work? Hearing Xiyu's oddly phrased comment, Xia Yunyun couldn't help but laugh aloud. She was not entirely familiar with the world of beastmen and thus could not comprehend the preciousness of females in their realm. Truly something to be cherished and protected. Xiyu fell silent, sensing that this female appeared somewhat different. The notion of keeping her merely as sustenance had suddenly shifted. Let me roast the meat, lest you burn yourself. Xia Yunyun cautiously stepped forward, and upon seeing that Xiyu did not refuse, she took the meat and began roasting it herself. If he were to roast it, she truly feared it would turn out like the charred meat Yudong had prepared, which she dared not consume, since the meat was prepared by Xiyu, a thick and hefty piece. Xia Yunyun found it somewhat laborious to hold, but fortunately, since Xiyu had kept his distance from the fire, the meat had not burned and was nearly done. Xiyu sat nearby, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Yunyun's actions. The IT should be ready. Why don't you give it a try? Before long, the meat was done. And instead of eating it herself, Xia Yunyun immediately offered it to Xia. You eat. No. 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 You eat. Such a large piece. I cannot finish it. I will roast more later. Xia frowned, staring at the roasted meat for quite some time, seemingly very reluctant to partake. Just as Xia Yunyun thought he would refuse, Xia suddenly reached out, took the roasted meat, and bit off a large chunk, swallowing it without even chewing. The expression he wore was as if it were flavorless. Once he finished the piece of roasted meat, Xia promptly discarded the stick with the meat. Xia Yunyun's heart sank. Was her roasted meat truly so unpalatable? If you find it distasteful, you need not eat it. She felt as though she were torturing him and could no longer contain herself, offering a reminder. Even though Xia had already finished, we serpents are cold-blooded. We do not consume hot food. Seeing Xia Yunyun's conflicted expression, Xia explained, adding, "It is my first time eating food prepared by a female." That icy demeanor and inexplicably satisfied tone. What was that about? Xia Yunyun could only think. Dear sir, with such an innocent appearance, you probably have never held hands with a woman in your life. Indeed, at that moment, the image of a dear sir was etched in Xia Yunyun's mind when she looked at Xia. Previously obscured in darkness, now illuminated by the bonfire, she could clearly see his features. Half-long black hair cascaded over his shoulders. Sharp triangular eyes seemed perpetually fixed on prey, and his mature features were striking. Although he lacked the 8-pack abs of Yudong, he bore no excess flesh, resembling a perfect model. What a pity he was not born in modern times, as for why she would refer to him as dear sir. His mature aura clearly indicated he was several years her senior. However, Xia Yunyun dared not voice it, only silently disparaging him in her heart. Have you always lived here alone? While pondering, Xia Yunyun felt a twinge of gratitude for Xiyu's willingness to consume the inedible hot meat, which piqued her curiosity about his past. But from now on, it will be the two beasts together. Xia Yunyun's expression stiffened. She did not wish to reside here indefinitely. May I inquire about my friend? The lion? Suddenly, the calmness in his triangular eyes was replaced with a turbulent storm, glaring fiercely at Xia Yunyun. Yudong emerged from the wild forest the following morning. Previously, he had to slow his pace due to accompanying Xia Yunyun. Now, pressed for time to rescue her, he spared no breath, hastening southward. Passing through the double gorge, he did not pause for even a moment. Originally, the journey from the double gorge to his destination would take half a day. Yet he managed to cover the distance in less than half a day, arriving at the outskirts of the wild forest, the giant stone city. This was a place devoid of racial discrimination, a habitat for myriad beasts. Unlike the tribes where only one kind of beast resided, the massive city was constructed from various giant stones, and upon gazing inward, one could see stone houses scattered throughout. Far sturdier than the small wooden cabins in the double gorge. Without a moment's hesitation, even foregoing the transformation into human form, the snow lion dashed into giant stone city. Within, many beastmen moved in their animal forms. But a snow-white lion like Yudong was a rarity. His appearance drew the attention of numerous beastmen, and many females began inquiring about this male, hoping to become his mate, while Yudong paid no mind to the gazes of the beasts, racing forward until he finally halted in front of a conspicuous structure. This was a house larger than ordinary stone dwellings, but with a peculiar shape. Rather than a stone house, it resembled a pile of massive stones stacked together. Roar! After pacing around outside, the snow lion let out an impatient growl. Why Yudong? It's truly you, this rascal. From the cave of the stone pile emerged a young man with red hair clad in animal skin. Appearing to be of similar age to Yudong. Hucua, my female has been captured by the 6 crystal serpent beast. Quickly gather some males and come with me to the wild forest to rescue her. Upon seeing the red-haired youth, the snow lion immediately transformed into human form. Speaking urgently, Hucua had never seen Yudong in such a frantic state, and he too adopted a serious demeanor. I will seek out my father for some robust males, and then we will rescue your female. Upon hearing that Yudong's adversary was a 6 crystal serpent beast, Hucua recognized the gravity of the situation. They could only rely on his father, the Fox King, to obtain a few formidable males that hurried at why Yudong urged, showing no intention of following him inside. Wait here, I will return shortly. Hucua turned and entered the fox den. Yudong owed him a life debt. He would not utter a word of protest even if asked to risk his life to save a female. "Father, I wish to take several strong males to the wild forest. Please grant me permission." Xia went straight to the Fox King. Although Giant Stone City permitted free movement, the quickest way to secure several strong males for passage was to have his father, the Fox King, issue a direct order to the wild forest. "It is summer now. It is not yet time to store food for winter. One can hunt in the nearby small forest instead." The Fox King cast a glance at Xia. His youngest son was the least ambitious. Since being injured while hunting in the wild forest a few years back and being saved by a snow lion named Yudong, he had become more diligent. Besides his eldest son being a 4-crystal beast man, this youngest son had the strongest ability, recently reaching the strength of a 3-crystal beast man. "That I need to rescue a female. Father, let me take several strong males with me." A female? Upon hearing Xia's words, the Fox King's eyes suddenly sparkled with joy. Could it be that his youngest son had found a beloved female? In the realm of orcs, it is a known tradition that a male may demand a female as his mate after rescuing her. Youngest son, with a specific purpose in mind, sought out several robust males. Could it be that he intends to pursue that female? "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Choose among the strongest males of our clan." "Thank you, Father." With the Fox King's consent, Fox Xia, consumed by thoughts of Yudong, promptly set off to find a few sturdy foxes to rendezvous with him. Unexpectedly, while searching for the males, he was spotted by his elder brother, who, upon hearing of his intent to rescue a female, gallantly volunteered to assist him. Thus, a group of foxes and a snow lion ventured deep into the untamed forest, within the cave beneath the waterhole. Xiyu's face contorted with fury, his expression menacing, as if he longed to devour Xia Yunyun whole. Still contemplating escape. "If you continue to think of that male, I shall take you as my mate and consume him. And no, I merely wish to ascertain whether he is injured, and if he has left the forest." Xia Yunyun stammered, startled by Xiyu's sudden rage. She had not uttered anything alarming. Why such agitation? "You are deceiving me. If you are concerned for his well-being, it is clear you are thinking of him. Best remain compliant. Even if he hasn't departed, he lacks the means to come and rescue you." Xia Yunyun's silence only seemed to exacerbate Xiyu's anger. His previously sunken silver-gray triangular eyes inflated like balloons, the deep pupils narrowing into slits. Noticing the dissonance in Xiyu's words, Xia Yunyun felt a surge of apprehension. "What do you mean? Have you harmed him? A mere trifling 3-crystal beast man daring to bring a female into the savage forest. How audacious!" Xiyu scoffed, his disdain for Yudong evident as he spoke. Ignoring Xia Yunyun's inquiry, "The 3-crystal beast man." Xia Yunyun's expression was one of confusion. She had heard this term mentioned by the orcs here more than once. While she had gleaned some understanding, she remained oblivious to what the term crystal truly signified. Why did Xiyu regard Yudong's strength with such contempt? As far as she knew, Yudong was the mightiest beast man in the tribe. Could it be that Xiyu surpassed him? If so, her chances of escape would be even slimmer. "Unaware, are you?" Xiyu perceptively noted the confusion in Xia Yunyun's eyes, soon realizing why she sought that lion as a mate. Clearly, she lacked the ability to discern the strength of males, according to Xiyu's ancestral memories. All females seeking partners prioritize those with formidable power. He believed that a female as beautiful as Xia Yunyun ought to seek a male of his caliber. Xia Yunyun fell silent, recognizing the pride in Xiyu's tone and his disparagement of Yudong. Her allegiance swiftly tipping in favor of Yudong. The number of crystals upon an orc's forehead signifies their strength. "That lion was no match for me. Remain here obediently." With that, Xiyu proudly raised his forehead. By the flickering firelight, Xia Yunyun discerned the 6 crystalline patterns adorning his forehead, translucent, yet twice the number of Yudong's. Yudong had 3 and was already the strongest in the tribe. Thus, Xiyu, with 6, was indeed a monster. "There is no sun, no light, and no flowing water here. How am I to reside?" Xia Yunyun murmured, her concern for Yudong mingling with the realization that he likely had not suffered a dire fate. Listening to Xia Yunyun's inquiries, Xiyu found himself at a loss. His ancestral memories had never indicated that females required such amenities to survive, as he presumed they merely needed sustenance and hydration. Seeing Xiyu's silence, Xia Yunyun chose not to further her plight, continuing to roast meat to satiate her hunger, refraining from offering any to Xiyu, lest he stubbornly attempt to consume it despite his inability to do so. Having caught a small prey, comparable in size to a modern wolf. Xia Yunyun found herself full before finishing even one leg. Without hesitation, Xia transformed into a giant python, swallowing the remaining prey whole, skin and bones alike. Xia Yunyun observed as one or two bulges slid down the python's throat, gradually diminishing until all evidence of the prey vanished. Coming back to her senses, Xia Yunyun was left in awe. Fortuitously, she had not been devoured by the giant python. Otherwise, within moments, she would have become mere waste, awaiting expulsion. With the matter of food settled, Xia Yunyun did not allow Xia to extinguish the fire. Though this place was warm, her scant clothing would surely leave her vulnerable to the cold while sleeping. Thus, she took the animal skin that Xia had previously used to bundle firewood, washed it, and brought it to the fire to by nightfall. It would serve as a blanket, or at least a makeshift mat on the ground, preferable to having nothing at all. Having arranged everything, Xia Yunyun turned to find Xia still in the form of a newly fed python, languidly coiled on the ground, his serpentine body twisting in a manner that sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, a realization struck Xia Yunyun with dread. While food, drink, and sleep were manageable, what about the matter of relieving oneself? Blinking rapidly, she cast a troubled glance at the slumbering python, hesitating to approach. Is there any chance Xia could take me outside briefly? I need to. Hiss. Before she could finish, the giant python opened its enormous triangular eyes, flicking out its crimson tongue, exuding an air of danger that I knew it wouldn't be possible. Xia Yunyun's expression darkened as she sat by the fire, deep in thought. The necessities of life were non-negotiable. Would she truly have to resolve these matters here henceforth? Why did it feel as though she was regressing with each passing day behind her? The python opened its eyes briefly, then closed them in contentment, clearly deciding that a female venturing outside was out of the question. Perhaps the surrounding darkness affected Xia Yunyun as sleepiness began to overtake her. Clutching the dried animal skin, she drifted into slumber by the fire as she slept. Xia Yunyun dreamt she had plunged into the depths of the ocean, sinking to the seabed. She desperately tried to swim to the surface, only to find herself utterly immobilized, ensnared by what appeared to be seaweed. Yet, upon closer inspection, she realized it was not seaweed at all, but a writhing mass of green snakes, their tongues flicking menacingly. Startled awake, Xia Yunyun immediately scanned her surroundings, only to be met with a disconcerting sight. Someone, please explain why she found herself ensnared by a snake as thick as a water bucket, that wretched giant python. It seemed even her dreams did not grant her reprieve. The realization struck her that the python had taken her for a toy, wrapping itself around her as it slept. After much effort, Xia Yunyun found herself unable to extricate from the serpent's embrace that in reality, Xia had awakened long before she opened her eyes, feigning slumber while secretly observing her, noting the flush upon her cheeks before finally revealing himself. Hiss! The crimson tongue brushed against Xia Yunyun's face, leaving behind several damp trails. You're awake. Quickly release me. I can hardly breathe. Containing her urge to lash out, Xia Yunyun reached out to push him away, but hesitated to touch the flickering tongue. Instead, turning her head and exclaiming in feigned distress, seeing the redness upon Xia Yunyun's skin from his constriction, Xia relented, loosening his grip and allowing her to stand upon the ground once more. Finally meeting the solid earth, Xia Yunyun realized she was still wrapped in the animal skin she had cleaned the previous day. I shall go hunting, Xia declared, transforming into his human form. He reignited the extinguished fire, casting a glance at the animal skin draped over her, a flicker of interest in his eyes before he turned and resumed his giant python form, heading toward the cave entrance. According to his ancestral memories, a female awakening signaled the need for nourishment. He believed it unnecessary to hunt specifically for her, as hunting every few days sufficed for digestion. Females also required light, and the only illumination here came from the fire. Lacking sufficient firewood, the animal skin used to bundle it seemed to have been left by the female. Xia Yunyun was oblivious to Xiyu's thoughts as he departed. She merely felt relief in his absence, plopping down onto the ground. Having gone an entire day without water, she felt sticky and uncomfortable, unable to endure any longer. Seizing the opportunity before Xiyu's return, she rushed to the cave entrance and bathed in the water of the pool. However, without any drinking water, she felt parched. How long would this existence continue? She certainly has not forgotten that her journey to the wild forest is to seek the stinky grass to return to the tribe for pest removal. Now, trapped here, she wonders if Yudong remembered to bring back the stinky grass. Indeed, Xia Yunyun's concerns were well-founded. The tribe has descended into chaos that it has been nearly 3 days since Xia Yunyun and Yudong departed from the Lion clan in the Xuanxia Valley. And the pest problem in the tribe has worsened significantly. Although it is summer and the orcs do not need to store food, even their hides have been squandered. If the pest issue continues to escalate, even the females could be affected, which is the greatest fear of the orcs. Father, Yudong has been gone for several days without a word. Could something have happened to him? For days, she has waited at the tribe's entrance. Yet no sign of Yudong has appeared. In her worry, Shi Xingxing rushes to inquire with the chieftain. Alas, the chieftain sighed silently, offering no response. Father, seeing her father's demeanor, Shi Xingxing's frustration boiled over. She stomped her foot and continued her vigil at the tribe's entrance. That female who ventured into the wild forest surely cannot return alive. If Yudong is injured, she will be waiting here, hoping to leverage that to persuade him to become her mate. Little does Shi Xingxing know, as she waits, she will not be greeted by Yudong, but rather another calamity. Deep within the wild forest, returning from a hunt, Xia Yu, as usual, prepared the meat for Xia Yunyun to roast. Having no need to eat, he sat quietly beside her, observing in silence. Uncomfortable under his gaze, Xia Yunyun finished a piece of roasted meat, took a bite of the sweet fruit Xia Yu had gathered, and took a deep breath. Moisture coated her mouth, easing her throat, and she finally cleared her voice. Ahem, Xia Yu, may I request your assistance with something? I assure you, I have no intention of fleeing. After consuming a few more pieces of sweet fruit, Xia Yunyun smiled at Xia Yu, trying to charm him. What assistance? Xia Yu, maintaining a stoic expression, surprisingly did not refuse her blatant attempt to curry favor. I originally had no tribe of my own. I was sheltered by a tribe outside the forest for a few days. They are beset by a pestilence and need the stinky grass that grows by the waterhole to eradicate it. This was the first time Xia Yunyun spoke such an elaborate tale to Xia Yu, weaving a half-truth with an eager expression of so. Could you accompany me to deliver some stinky grass to that tribe? I simply wish to repay their kindness. I won't stay there, just deliver and return. Just a little would suffice. Yes, she spoke. Xia Yunyun gestured with her hands. The tribe's orcs expressed that finding this stinky grass was extraordinarily difficult, suggesting it must be quite precious. However, Xia Yu did not appear to be a miser. She hoped he would agree. After hearing her out, Xia Yu remained impassive, as if he had not heard her words at all. Xia Yunyun, once filled with hope, felt her spirit sag with the passage of time. Suddenly, a cool voice broke through her thoughts, causing her to pause. Fine, we shall deliver it and return. Xia Yu regarded Xia Yunyun with interest. Unbeknownst to her, he had been contemplating the meaning of the word repaid. In his ancestral memory, no female had ever uttered such a term. He believed that, in a female's eyes, whatever a male did was to be taken for granted. This very belief fueled his disdain for females. Having lived in the wild forest for decades, he had little desire to venture out and contend with those barbaric and unreasonable females. Yet here was a female who exhibited gratitude. It was indeed peculiar. Perhaps if he showed her leniency, she might reciprocate. With this thought, Xia Yu's mood inexplicably brightened, and he led Xia Yunyun away from the waterhole. Wait a moment, I will gather some stinky grass. Then we shall depart. Upon emerging from the waterhole, Xia Yunyun was drenched, but she paid it no mind. As the weather was warm, she would dry off soon enough. Approaching the area where the stinky grass grew, Xia Yunyun cautiously examined her surroundings before daring to draw nearer to pick some. The last time she had encountered those snakes, they had terrified her. Fortunately, today there were none to be seen. Before she could approach, a massive python swooped in first, and in the blink of an eye, a large swath of stinky grass by the waterhole vanished. What? What is happening? Isn't this stinky grass supposed to be precious? Why is this snake uprooting it as if it were weeds? Xia Yunyun was nearly in tears. What was supposed to be a simple gathering had turned into an utter disaster. What was once a vast expanse of stinky grass now lay barren, save for a few frail strands swaying in the breeze. Ahem. Actually, we don't need this much, Xia Yunyun said awkwardly, gazing at Xia Yu, despite standing before a terrifyingly enormous python. Hisses, the massive serpent's head flicked out its crimson tongue, suddenly drawing close to Xia Yunyun, leaving her dizzy and unable to discern where the snake's tongue originated. When she regained her composure, she realized she had been ensnared by Xia Yu's colossal tail. In an instant, She found herself standing atop the python's body, its girth allowing her to balance with ease. Looking again, Xia Yu had somehow produced a large hide, and with a swift flick of his tail, he bundled the stinky grass he had just uprooted onto the hide, securing it tightly. The pair, one human and one serpent, set forth towards the Shuangxiao Valley. Xia Yu, please slow down. I fear I might be jolted to death. Xia Yu, I'm so thirsty. Let us eat some fruit along the way, so we don't have to stop for hunting. Xia Yunyun realized that cold-blooded creatures could indeed be quite accommodating. She learned that as long as she refrained from mentioning Yudong or the topic of departure, he would not become irate and would comply with her requests. The evidence proved that Xia Yu not only possessed greater strength than Yudong, but also surpassed him in speed. While it took nearly 2 days for her and Yudong to reach the waterhole, she and Xia Yu arrived at the outskirts of the Shuangxiao Valley in less than a day. Fortuitously, this day of travel allowed her to relieve herself in the stone cave beneath the waterhole, which felt stifling. She couldn't believe she had endured for so long without complaint. She felt a sense of pride in her resilience. Upon reaching the mouth of the Shuangxiao Valley, she spotted a familiar figure standing not far away. Xia Yunyun tiptoed, squinting at the person in the distance. Their stature was not particularly tall and seemed to be a female. Yet she felt an odd familiarity. Among the few orcs she knew here, who could this female be? As Xia Yu drew closer, Xia Yunyun recognized the female's face, confirming her suspicions. What are you doing here? Where is Yudong? I cannot believe you are associating with the snake beast. What have you done to Yudong? Xingxing, who had been waiting at the Shuangxiao Valley entrance day in and day out, initially thought the approaching figure was Yudong returning and prepared to welcome him joyfully. To her dismay, it turned out to be a massive python, with Xia Yunyun perched atop its back, clearly not an ordinary snake. Yudong? He hasn't returned. Upon hearing Xingxing's inquiry, Xia Yunyun's heart sank. Could something have happened to him? Noting the worry etched on Xingxing's face, she questioned whether she had been misled. Wasn't Yudong with you? Xia Yunyun, did you and this snake beast conspire to harm him? Xingxing accused Xia Yunyun in a fit of rage. Initially anticipating Yudong's return, she was astonished to see someone who should have met their demise in the wild forest emerge unscathed. Accompanied by a formidable python, this revelation left the proud Xingxing feeling utterly disheartened. It was one thing for the strongest young male, Yudong, to favor Xia Yunyun, but now a serpent beast, seemingly superior to Yudong, willingly allowed Xia Yunyun to ride upon it. She could not fathom how she fell short compared to Xia Yunyun. No, Xingxing, you misunderstand me. Xia Yu means no harm. We have returned to deliver the stinky grass to the tribe. Having been wronged before, Xia Yunyun was determined to clarify the misunderstanding and avoid further trouble. Xingxing remained obstructive, preventing Xia Yunyun from entering. Unaware that her obstinacy had already provoked Xia Yu's ire, Hissus, the enormous python swept through, ensnaring Xingxing tightly with its tail. With a single scream from Xingxing, Xia Yunyun could only watch helplessly. Despite her insistence that she had come to deliver the stinky grass, why did this woman harbor such animosity towards her? The arrival of Xia Yu quickly captured the attention of the tribe's males. The imminent danger heightened their senses, prompting many males to hastily rush toward the unfamiliar scent of a serpent beast. The serpent beast has attacked the tribe. It seeks to abduct our females. Hurry and inform the chieftain. Upon spotting the massive python, the tribe's males descended into chaos, anxiously surrounding the colossal creature. Soon, the chieftain arrived, drawn by the commotion, and upon seeing the lioness, Xingxing, ensnared by the python, he exclaimed, Xingxing, Father, come save me. This female has brought the serpent beast to attack the tribe. And Yudong must have fallen victim to it as well. Seeing the chieftain was like a beacon of hope for Xingxing. Even as she was ensnared by the serpent's tail, she did not hesitate to vilify the serpent beast and Xia Yunyun. In their beast forms, the beastmen bore no visible ranks, and unaware that Xia Yu was a six-crystal beastman, the tribe's males, incensed by Xingxing's words, prepared to drive him away. Chieftain, you misunderstand. We are here to deliver the stinky grass. Xia Yu, do not harm them. They mean no malice. Observing the escalating tension, Xia Yunyun hastily intervened. Her intention was to assist the tribe, not to be the harbinger of disaster. It was well known that with Xia Yu's strength, annihilating the entire tribe would be a trivial matter. Xia Yu, let us give them the stinky grass and depart. Noticing Xia Yu's reluctance to act, Xia Yunyun gently patted his serpentine body. Only then did Xia cast a disdainful glance at Xingxing. With a flick of his tail, he flung Xingxing and the bundle of stinky grass away, causing her to crash to the ground with a thud, the grass scattering across her form. Ugh, Xia Yunyun. You actually intend to harm me. You wish to see me dead. Xingxing, having been thrown painfully, struggled to rise, inadvertently tasting the stinky grass in her mouth, her face contorted in disgust. Xingxing, that is stinky grass. Hurry and get up. Witnessing Xingxing's predicament, the chieftain's expression changed, and several of Xingxing's companions rushed to her aid, concern etched on their faces. Curse Xia, you dare attempt to abduct the tribe's females. Serpent beasts, being cold-blooded creatures, were not accepted by the beast men and would not appear within the tribe. Thus, upon seeing Xia Yunyun standing beside Xia, the males naturally assumed he had taken her captive. Enraged, several males transformed into lions and charged at the enormous python beneath Xia Yunyun. Before she could comprehend the situation, she instinctively tightened her grip around the serpent's body. In the next instant, the attacking lions were sent sprawling by the python's tail with a resounding crash. Hiss! The python raised its upper body, towering over several beastmen, its half-closed triangular eyes glistening with a menacing crimson hue that exuded an aura of danger. Realizing that Xia was irate, Xia Yunyun quickly patted his serpentine body, urging, "The stinky grass has been delivered. Let us leave." With no trace of sentiment for the tribe in her words, the fury in Xia's serpentine gaze flickered, gradually dissipating. With another flick of his tail, all surrounding lions were sent hurtling away, one male even crashing onto Xingxing. Ouch! A pained cry emanated from behind, as if all the bones in her body had been shattered. When Xia Yunyun turned back, she noticed the tribe was receding, soon disappearing from view. Ah, she sighed deeply, relieved that Xia did not seek vengeance. Had he, in a fit of rage, swallowed several beastmen whole, the burden of guilt would have been immense. Her intention was merely to deliver the stinky grass to aid the tribe in dispelling the insectivorous creatures, convincing them that she was not the source of their plight. This journey had, in a sense, alleviated her worries. As night approached on her return, she and the serpent sought refuge in a cave, making do for the night. For Xia Yunyun, any place would suffice. After all, she felt no different from a wildling. Xia, why do the beastmen react so dramatically upon seeing you? In the cave, Xia Yunyun sat by the fire, the forest night chill nipping at her. Yet her curiosity remained unabated. Fear. The firelight illuminated Xia's somewhat pallid visage, his lips of vivid crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood. Fear? Why would they fear you? Xia Yunyun queried, puzzled, while the python's appearance was indeed intimidating. The beastmen should have long grown accustomed to it. Serpent beasts do not dwell among others. Perhaps they fear I will seize their females. Xia spoke with a dispassionate demeanor, as if the ferocious serpent beasts from the ancestral memories, known for abducting females from other tribes, were not his lineage. Xia Yunyun's eyes widened in understanding. It seemed this group of beastmen perceived Xia as a marauder. But why do your serpent beasts seek to abduct the tribe's females? She inquired, genuinely intrigued. If such behavior were not common, the beastmen would not be so eager to drive him away, right? She had some capacity for logical reasoning. Only the tribe would keep females in captivity. Serpent beasts grew up independently, and the tribe's females rarely wandered away to reproduce. They had to go to the tribe. Xia spoke nonchalantly, not seeing anything amiss with the marauding behavior. Xia Yunyun was left speechless. The customs here were indeed peculiar. Instead of seeking their own females, they resorted to stealing from other tribes, and no wonder the beastmen were so terrified. They must have been traumatized by such incidents. Wait, you didn't bring me to your cave with the intention of... Xia Yunyun's eyes widened, a sudden thought striking her. Surely he did not view her as a breeding female to take back and produce serpent offspring. A shiver coursed through her, and she cautiously regarded Xia's demeanor. Hearing the hint of worry in her voice, Xia let out a light chuckle. While serpent beasts typically only abduct females during mating seasons, I have no intention of laying serpent eggs. With that, Xia's sharp gaze darted towards Xia Yunyun, adding, if I were to seek a companion, it would be a robust female. Xia Yunyun felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Instinctively, she shielded herself with her arms and retorted, then what on earth did you bring me here for? Interesting. How absurd. If he found her amusing, then the entire family must be a riot. He had captured her simply for entertainment. What misdeeds had she committed in her past life to warrant such a string of unfortunate events? Before retiring for the night, Xia Yunyun repeatedly warned Xia Yunyun not to coil around her, insisting they sleep separately before finally succumbing to sleep. The following morning, upon awakening, she discovered her warnings had fallen on deaf ears, that serpent had coiled around her once more. Xia Yunyun protested to Xia Yu. Yet the outcome was futile. Back at the stone cave beneath the watering hole, Xia Yu relaxed his vigilance over Xia Yunyun, occasionally allowing her to visit the watering hole, though only at her request. As time passed, the bond between the two grew increasingly familiar. Xia Yunyun also discerned that as long as she refrained from broaching the topics of Yudong and departure, Xia Yu would not become irate. After 2 days in the cave, she had not gleaned any news regarding Yudong. Engaging in casual conversation with Xia Yu, she learned that he was no ordinary serpent beast, but rather a hybrid of a dragon and serpent beast, with his father being a formidable dragon. Thus, his strength was inherited from his father's lineage, rendering him exceptionally powerful. Only then did she recall that when Xia Yu transformed into a massive python, 2 protrusions adorned his head, indicating his unique bloodline. However, was it not true that dragons typically resided in water? When Xia Yunyun inquired about this, Xia Yu abruptly ceased divulging any further information about himself. In the depths of the untamed forest, a swift pack of beasts dashed through the underbrush. Suddenly, the leading snow lion halted abruptly. Roar! It is Yunyun. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted through the air, causing Xia to brighten up. With a low growl, he darted into the jungle, accompanied by several orcs trailing behind him. By the time the red fox behind him attempted to stop him, it was already too late to die in the forest. The most joyful part of Xia Yunyun's day was her routine of picking fruits that a massive black python coiled beneath a modest fruit tree, while Xia Yunyun stood atop its head, blissfully plucking the fruits hanging above her. The fruits here were far more delectable than those in the modern world. If only she had the tools, she would love to make some juice or fruit wine, which would surely surpass anything from her time. Lost in delightful thoughts, she reached out and plucked a large, red, sweet fruit, tossing it behind her. The python's tail swept through the air, catching the fruit securely within the animal skin it was wrapped around. Just as she was reveling in her fun, Xia Yunyun suddenly swayed, losing her balance. Xia Yu, what are you doing? Why are you moving around? Are you trying to make me fall? The python's head was exceedingly smooth, and she had only just overcome her fear to stand atop it. Now, with Xia Yu's sudden movement, she found herself unable to maintain her footing. A shrill scream escaped her lips, and thus, she tumbled off the top of the python's head. In reality, the space beneath the head was filled with the python's body. She would not fall far, merely brushing against the serpent's form. Rubbing her sore head, Xia Yunyun's gaze caught sight of a white figure rushing towards her from a distance. Yudong. Even without clearly discerning the figure, she instinctively recognized it as Yudong. Roar! As if responding to Xia Yunyun, Xia let out another low growl and hastened his pace. However, they seemed to have forgotten that another formidable presence, Xia Yu, was present, despite sensing the impending danger. Yudong continued to charge towards Xia Yunyun without hesitation. Why Yudong? Run! Don't come over here. Xia Yunyun finally realized that Xia Yu was still nearby, and he would undoubtedly not allow Yudong to leave unscathed. She immediately shouted in panic. Seeing Xia Yunyun safe and sound filled Yudong with joy, but upon hearing her first words of concern for him, his determination to rescue her only intensified. Xia Yunyun anxiously watched Yudong, and sure enough, the next moment, the massive python beneath her began to writhe restlessly, its heavy tail sweeping violently in Yudong's direction. Instinctively, she covered her eyes, as she could hardly bear to imagine what would happen if Yudong were to be slain by Xia Yu. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soon, an unfamiliar and peculiar sound echoed in her ears, one that did not belong to snakes or lions. Curious, Xia Yunyun opened her eyes and lowered her hands. 2 red foxes, along with several others of varied coloration, each significantly larger than she had envisioned foxes to be, surrounded a snow-white lion. Yudong. Xia Yu, don't harm them. Seeing Yudong and the other beasts unable to approach due to Xia Yu's presence, she hurriedly called out to stop the impending confrontation. However, those who dared to touch Xia Yu's scales would find it impossible to avoid his wrath. Even with Xia Yunyun by their side, Yudong and the others stood no chance, realizing that Xia Yu was not heeding her words and was charging towards Yudong and the others. She could only cling tightly to the python, desperately trying not to fall. The height was at least several meters. Falling would mean either death or severe injury. The sound of rushing air filled her ears, and Xia Yunyun could hardly keep her eyes open. She only heard a few heavy impacts, as though her heart had been struck repeatedly by a hammer. Damn it! Why did you have to appear now? If only you had come when she wasn't around. Perhaps I could have left with them. The foxes engaged in a fierce struggle alongside the snow lion against the python. But it was clear that the majority of the blows landed on Xue and the foxes. Xia, stop! Don't twist around anymore. The massive python weaved skillfully among the foxes, its size in no way hindering its speed, but it was causing Xia Yunyun great distress, as expected. Her voice caused the python to pause momentarily, taking a heavy blow from Xue. Yet it showed no sign of altering its gaze or acknowledging the entangled foxes and lion. Instead, it swiftly dove into the pond. Back in the stone cave beneath the pond, Xia Yunyun finally felt her head clear, and the python had transformed back into human form. Xia, please don't harm them. Yudong is my friend, Xia Yunyun, disregarding whether Xia would be angered, urgently pleaded. Now that she had confirmed Yudong's safety, she understood his character well. Since he was here, he would not leave easily. Moreover, he had somehow managed to gather a few foxes. In a way, they are here to take you away, without a moment's hesitation. Xia firmly rejected her. His tall yet not overly robust figure cast a vague shadow in the absence of a campfire. Then let me explain to Yudong, and I want to leave with him. All right, just don't harm him. Since her visit to the tribe, Xia Yunyun had never doubted Xia's strength. Opposing him meant certain death or injury. She was even unaware of how Yudong had escaped from Xia previously. What she didn't realize was that, unbeknownst to her, Yudong had already become incredibly important to her. Noticing Xia's silence, Xia Yunyun grew anxious. Why don't you come with us to the tribe? After all, what you desire is not a female snake to lay eggs. Why not consider accepting the beasts from the tribe? To the tribe. For some reason, Xia's voice suddenly turned icy. No tribe will coexist with snake beasts. His conviction was so strong that Xia Yunyun almost believed he was espousing some profound philosophy. She could not fathom why the beasts here could not live normally alongside modern humans. Xia Yunyun remained confined in the cave by Xia for an entire day, never permitted to leave. She knew full well that he would not allow her to go outside again. Her greatest concern lay with Yudong. She had no idea what they might be doing, hoping desperately that they would avoid direct conflict with Yudong. Silently praying in her heart, Xia ventured out to hunt. Outside the pond, concealed in the shadows, Yudong caught a whiff of the snake beast scent. Once the serpent departed, he and several foxes emerged by the pond. The snake beast's sense of smell was far inferior to theirs, so they were not worried about being discovered before the serpent returned from its hunt. Why Yudong? You are the strongest. You guard the outside while our fox clan will use our swimming skills to rescue your female. As soon as we get her out, we will leave immediately. The red-haired youth speaking earnestly was Yudong's close friend, who why Yudong did not oppose Xia's words. Standing resolutely like a pillar of strength. Elder brother, I entrust what I just said to you. Remember to push down some of the surrounding trees, or it will cause a major incident. He turned to instruct the several male foxes he had brought along. Known for their cunning and crafty nature, the fox clan, especially with Xia among them, had no one daring to contradict his words. If there are no objections, let us act swiftly. Seeing no one speak up, Xia declared. Wait. Just as everyone was preparing to act, the beast whom Xia had called elder brother suddenly spoke up. I'll go down with you. If you go alone. What if something happens? When Xia had mentioned Yudong's strength earlier, Hai's expression had darkened slightly, but everyone was focused on Xia's plan and failed to notice his change. Whatever. Hurry up. Yudong could not stand males who were overly hesitant, urging them impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that lions couldn't swim, he would have gone down himself long ago. Why wait for someone else to rescue his female? For a beast man, allowing others to rescue his female was a tremendous disgrace. Hai's expression darkened, and before anyone could notice, he leaped into the pond. All right, move quickly. Yudong, alert us if there's any commotion. Upon finishing his words, Xia swiftly leaped into the waterhole. His elder brother, whose relationship with him had always been rather indifferent, unexpectedly proposed to join him in aiding the situation, which left him astonished. He could not fathom what lay beneath his brother's intentions. Born with an innate astuteness, The Fox clan was skilled in discerning the hearts of others, and Xia, despite his reluctance to overthink, found it hard to believe that Hu Dahai could genuinely possess such benevolence. Once submerged in the water, the scent of Xia Yunyun guided him effortlessly towards the stone cave beneath the water. They had memorized her scent during their skirmish yesterday, eagerly anticipating this day to seek her out. Before long, the two beasts located the cave entrance, where a faint light emanated from within. Xia quickened his pace, while behind him, Hu Dahai, despite being more powerful, struggled with swimming, his face reddening as he hastily followed suit. Inside the cave, Xia Yunyun had kindled a small fire, deep in thought, yet unable to devise a viable plan. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the cave's entrance. Having lingered in the darkness for too long, her vision was hindered, yet her hearing had sharpened considerably. "Who is it? Yudong, is that you?" The voice did not resemble that of Xia returning, and Xia Yunyun fixed her gaze intently on the entrance. Soon, two red foxes emerged, and she recognized them instantly as the two foxes who had accompanied Yudong yesterday. After all, she had only encountered these two red foxes before. "Chirp, chirp, chirp," the smaller fox called out to Xia Yunyun, but upon realizing she could not comprehend its words, it transformed into human form. "Quickly, follow me. The snake beast is hunting. We must hurry." Upon seeing Xia Yunyun, Xia hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, urging her with a normal expression. However, inwardly he mused, no wonder Yudong would go to such lengths to rescue this female. It turns out she is remarkably beautiful. "Did Yudong send you to save me?" Xia Yunyun, initially intent on leaving, found herself hesitating upon hearing Xia's words. Could they not allow Xia to reside in the tribe? She, like any other male, simply struggled to interact with beast men and thus faced exclusion. Having grown up as an orphan without parents, Xia Yunyun had always lived under the kindness of others, and at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sympathy for Xia. Yudong is waiting outside. "We need to leave quickly, or else we won't make it before the snake beast returns," Xia urged anxiously, perplexed by Xia Yunyun's apparent indecision. Brought back to reality by his words, Xia Yunyun perked up. Just as she nodded, a head suddenly appeared before her, startling her. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" Xia was taken aback. He had not noticed that his elder brother had approached the female. The glimmer of his pure eyes made it clear that he harbored ulterior motives. "I am Hu Dahai, Xia's elder brother. I will take you out." With that, Hu Dahai eagerly prepared to lift Xia Yunyun. Instinctively, she stepped back. "Let's go. I am unfamiliar with the way. Please lead ahead." Taken aback by her retreat, Hu Dahai's expression soured, but with Xia pulling him along, the trio finally exited the stone cave. Once they surfaced, Xia Yunyun inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. When Xia had guided her, they had emerged swiftly. Now, as she swam alone, she realized just how far the distance had been. It was indeed a cruel twist of fate. The disparity between humans and beasts was staggering. Just as she relished the fresh air, a white figure swooped down and seized her. "Yudong!" she exclaimed joyously, her hands grasping the familiar, fluffy texture. The snow lion did not respond but swiftly tossed her onto its back and dashed into the forest. Fleeing, the enormous black python, dragging several prey behind it, returned to the waterhole only to discover that the female was missing. Its silver-gray triangular eyes ignited with rage. How dare his female escape? Without a second thought, the giant python slithered out of the waterhole, following the traces on the ground with rapid precision. In the forest, the snow lion had barely covered any distance with Xia Yunyun when sudden rustling sounds arose from behind. Its deep brown eyes darkened, and without pausing, it continued its frantic sprint, clinging tightly to the lion's mane. Xia Yunyun also heard the sounds behind them and felt a jolt of fear. Xia had discovered her escape. "Yudong, hurry! If Xia catches you, you won't be able to escape," Xia Yunyun exclaimed, panic-stricken. While she was unconcerned for herself, the thought of Yudong losing his life because of her was unbearable. Yet, despite her urgency, the speed of the giant python was relentless, and in mere moments, it had closed the distance to merely 10 meters. Hisses, the python's distinctive sound exuded an aura of danger. Its eyes locked onto the swiftly moving white snow lion, brimming with murderous intent that it was still alive. Then it would make for a perfect dinner. As this thought crossed its mind, the giant python bared its fangs, ready to strike at the moving snow lion. Blinded by rage, it failed to notice that the snow lion displayed not a hint of panic as it fled. By the time it realized, the python's head seared with an unexpected heat, prompting a howl of pain. Hisses! Just as the python was about to swallow the snow lion whole, the lion leaped into the air, a massive fire pit blocking the python's path, though it could not impede the lion's leap. Xia Yunyun felt the rush of wind brush past her ears, the surroundings radiating warmth. When she dared to open her eyes, she found herself airborne. She had never witnessed a lion leap so high. Thus, the immense fire pit hindered Xia Yu's pursuit. After leaping over the fire pit, the snow lion glanced back, its eyes devoid of pride or triumph, only resentment towards the snake beast and frustration for failing to eliminate it. Xia Yunyun also noticed that Xia Yu had not followed. Turning her head, she realized that where Yudong had just leaped was a massive fire pit, resembling an endless dragon of flames. So, the snake beast feared fire. Yudong, we must hurry, she urged, patting the snow lion's fur, anxious that her hesitation might return. The snake beast, thwarted by the raging fire, seethed with frustration, its triangular eyes reflecting the image of the snow lion and the female in an affectionate embrace, inciting further rage. Suddenly, a dark protrusion atop the python's head exploded, transforming into a sharp spike, and the python leaped into the air, widening its mouth. A torrent of water erupted from its jaws, swiftly extinguishing the flames. The snow lion, feeling something amiss behind, turned to see the snake beast spitting water, its eyes widening in shock as it accelerated. Hisses! The snake beast was determined not to let them escape easily. Its black body flashed past, exuding an ominous and heavy aura, targeting the white figure ahead. Xia Yunyun had been closely monitoring the situation with the snake beast and quickly realized its intent to kill Yudong. Instinctively, a thought flashed through her mind. Yudong must not die. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, she leaped from the snow lion's back. The snake's head, which should have struck the snow lion, was startled by Xia Yunyun's sudden movement. However, the snake's body was already in motion, unable to be controlled. Hisses! Roar! Both sounds rang out simultaneously, conveying the same meaning. The snow lion, upon discovering the absence of its rider and turning back, found it too late to save her. Bang! Xia Yunyun felt as if her blood would flow backward from the impact, the pain in her lungs indescribable. Blast! What had possessed her to learn the art of self-sacrifice? Seeing Xia Yunyun collide midair, Xia Yu was momentarily stunned, its pupils dilating in shock. Just as it intended to rush over to rescue her, the snow lion darted forward, catching Xia Yunyun first. Yunyun, are you all right? Upon catching her, Yudong transformed back into human form, his face a mask of concern. Cough, cough. Xia Yunyun felt as if her bones were shattering, her throat constricted. However, when she coughed, a mouthful of blood spewed forth. Hisses! From a distance, Xia Yu witnessed Xia Yunyun spitting blood, its eyes nearly bulging from its sockets, as if it had lost its breath. In an instant, disregarding all else, I transformed into human form and rushed over. Female, I cannot fathom your sudden descent, compared to Yudong's panic. Xia Yu fared little better. Her naturally pale face became even more ghastly and devoid of color. Get away! Hissed the serpent beast, you shall not harm Yunyun again. With great force, Yudong shoved Xia Yu aside. Catching her off guard, she stumbled back 2 steps, immediately engulfed by fury. You small snow lion, dare to bellow before me. I shall devour you first. Xia Yu, already known for her short temper, was incensed by Yudong's provocation. The fierce glint in her triangular eyes, characteristic of serpents, shimmered with murderous intent. Cough. No. Summer Yunyun gasped through excruciating pain, barely managing to speak. She had just succeeded in preventing Yudong from being attacked by Xia Yu. If Xia Yu were to devour Yudong, all her suffering would be in vain. She would truly bleed to death. Upon hearing Summer Yunyun's voice, all eyes turned toward her. Xia Yu, do not harm the pale visage of Yudong, whose face now reflects her suffering. Summer Yunyun swore she had never uttered such benevolent words in her life. Upon hearing her words, though anger still flickered in Xia Yu's eyes, she struggled to contain it. Under normal circumstances, she would have already swallowed Yudong whole. Allowing her to stand there unscathed was inconceivable. Meanwhile, cradled in Summer Yunyun's embrace, Yudong's mind had short-circuited in his life. He had hardly encountered any beast men he could ever grow close to. He had never tasted the essence of emotion. Yet he never anticipated that a female he had rescued would be willing to risk her life for him. Little did Yudong realize that Xia Yunyun merely acted on impulse. Without delving deep into her thoughts, why Yudong? Why are you still here? Quickly leave. That serpent beast will catch up. From a distance, Xia spotted Yudong standing motionless and approached in human form to urge him on, only to find his voice abruptly cut off upon seeing Xia. What is happening here? Xia stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Xia Yunyun lay in Yudong's arms, blood spilling from her lips, causing his heart to skip a beat. Yunyun is injured. You must quickly think of a way to help her recover. Yudong's face darkened, jolted back to reality by Xia's voice. Xia glanced at Xia, and seeing her not preparing to attack them, he felt puzzled but still focused on answering Yudong's question. After a moment of contemplation, even the wisest of the Fox clan furrowed his brow. Females are inherently frail and sickly, and your female is particularly delicate. Having sustained such severe injuries, we must return to Giant Stone City at once and seek the old veterinarian there. Then let us hasten back to the city and find the old veterinarian. No, the female cannot leave. Upon hearing the suggestion to take the female away, Xia flatly refused. In her mind, the female had become her possession. How could she allow others to speak of taking her away so nonchalantly? If Yunyun comes to harm, I shall dedicate my entire life to avenging her. Yudong's fearless declaration matched the formidable aura of Xia. Xia cast a glance at Xia Yunyun, who lay in Yudong's embrace, lowering her serpent gaze and falling silent. Yunyun, I will take you back to find the old veterinarian. Listening to this tentative exchange, Xia Yunyun felt her body grow lighter, her consciousness gradually fading, until she was swiftly enveloped by darkness. Watching Yudong carry Xia Yunyun away, a flicker of confusion crossed Xia's eyes, only to be replaced by determination as she transformed into a giant python and followed suit. In Giant Stone City, the sudden intrusion of a massive python threw the city into chaos. Within the fox den, the Fox King, worried about his youngest son who had been absent for several days, suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence and grew alert that a white figure darted in, prompting the Fox King to frown and prepare to expel the intruder, only to be taken aback as a flash of red caught his eye. His youngest son, who had been missing from Giant Stone City for days. Sia, is that Yudong? As both beasts transformed into human form, the Fox King realized that the white shadow that had burst in was none other than his son's friend, the snow lion Yudong. Father, the female has sustained grave injuries. I will fetch the old veterinarian for treatment. Xia spoke but a single sentence before turning to summon the old veterinarian. The Fox King, surprised, had not anticipated that his son would care so deeply for a female, returning in such a hurry without pausing to rest even a moment, his mind solely focused on her. The Fox King, bewildered by his son's sudden devotion to a female, perhaps accustomed to the beastman's tendency for multiple partners, noticed Yudong's unwavering presence beside the female and felt no sense of disquiet. Rather, he secretly rejoiced. In no time, the old veterinarian was summoned in the realm of beastmen, where females were exceedingly rare. Although males did not often require a veterinarian, the latter were nonetheless exceedingly scarce and precious. In all of Giant Stone City, only the Fox and Wolf clans each had an old veterinarian. Should a female from any clan suffer illness or injury, they would respectfully seek the expertise of these two clans for treatment. How could this female be so severely injured? Not only has she sustained serious trauma, but she is also afflicted with serpent venom. The Fox clan's old veterinarian examined Xia Yunyun, his expression one of deep contemplation. Beastmen had always regarded females as treasures. He had never witnessed one so gravely wounded. Serpent venom. How could this female have been poisoned? Convinced that Xia Yunyun was the object of his son's affections, the Fox King felt a twinge of concern for her. It was that serpent beast. Yudong's face darkened with clear animosity. Had he not been at a disadvantage against the serpent beast in terms of strength, he would not have let it go unpunished. Old veterinarian, do you have any methods to save her? Xia, the most composed among them, turned to ask the old veterinarian. Do not panic. Though the serpent venom is fierce, it is not from a direct bite, but rather from the prolonged ingestion of a small quantity of toxins. The venom has lain dormant within her body. Fortunately, we discovered it early. Otherwise, even if the female had not been gravely injured, she would be beyond saving. The old veterinarian, having treated beasts for most of his life, was able to discern the serpent venom within Xia Yunyun's body at a glance that as soon as he finished speaking. Yudong anxiously inquired, "Then you must save her." The old veterinarian shook his head, a hint of worry crossing his features. "This is no ordinary serpent's venom. It is that of a serpent beast." "I must ask, was this female captured by the serpent beast?" Yudong nodded, his expression filled with chagrin. "That serpent beast possesses the strength of a six-crystal beast man. That explains it. The female must have consumed prey captured by the serpent beast, which was poisoned, resulting in the venom within her body. To heal the female, we must first neutralize the serpent venom," the old veterinarian mused. "The reason serpent beasts cannot keep females in captivity is partly due to this." "How can we neutralize the venom?" Yudong asked urgently. "For that," the old veterinarian hesitated, recalling Yudong's earlier words, "I fear we will need to obtain a scale from the serpent beast's tail to counteract the venom within the female." He had not forgotten what this male had just mentioned, that the serpent beast was a six-crystal beast man, though he was unsure how Yudong had reclaimed the female from that beast. He knew that extracting a scale from the serpent beast was beyond the capabilities of anyone but the four beast kings of Giant Stone City. As soon as the old veterinarian finished speaking, Yudong grew frantic. "That I will retrieve the scale." He rose without a second thought, unperturbed by the danger of extracting a scale from a six-crystal serpent beast. He would retrieve the scale, even if it cost him his life. To save Yunyun, before he could leave the room, the Fox King intercepted him. "Calm down. That is a six-crystal beast man. You are merely a four-crystal. How can you hope to contend with it? I shall confront him." Foxes are known for their cunning, and the Fox King was particularly astute in this regard. "That would be splendid. Father, you will surely be able to procure the scale." Without waiting for Yudong to respond, Xia exclaimed with delight. Although his father was not the mightiest beast king in Giant Stone City, his strength was more than sufficient to handle the serpent beast. Why Yudong remained silent, aware of his own limitations, yet his resolve to enhance his strength grew ever more steadfast. The Fox King scrutinized Yudong, while secretly calculating in his mind that it was not unusual for females to have multiple partners. Seeing Yudong so concerned for the female, he surmised that he must hold some affection for her. However, despite the close bond he shared with his youngest son, it was still conceivable that they could coexist even while vying for the same female. Contemplating this, the Fox King felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Suddenly, a male orc rushed in, his expression fraught with panic. "This is bad, Your Majesty. A serpent beast has invaded Giant Stone City and is heading straight for our fox den. Its power is formidable. We cannot stop it." "Serpent beast?" The Fox King's brow arched in intrigue. Indeed, it was that very serpent beast. Yudong clenched his fists upon hearing this. Outside the fox den, Xia had followed the trail left by the snow lion and arrived. Many orcs surrounded him, casting watchful glances, yet none dared to approach, not even the foxes within the den. Now in human form, Xia's forehead bore 6 translucent scales that glimmered vividly under the sunlight. Ignoring the orcs in the city, he strode directly towards the entrance of the fox den. Before he could draw near, an imposing figure emerged, a red-bearded elder whose forehead was adorned with a striking red crystal tattoo. Vividly noticeable, with a faint pattern etched upon the gem, Xia's brows furrowed. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the elder. That a glance revealed the elder's piercing gaze fixated upon him. "You dared to snatch the female and now have the audacity to wreak havoc in Giant Stone City." The Fox King, with one hand behind his back, stroked his red beard contemplatively. If Xia Yunyun were present, she would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. "Wow, the foxes here are truly advanced. They even have a term for wreaking havoc." "I must enter," Xia stated firmly, disregarding the Fox King's inquiry. He was certain the female was within. As anticipated, the Fox King displayed a look of surprise. Since when had a serpent beast dared to enter the tribe and refrain from harming the orcs? Giant Stone City was no mere small tribe. If one dared to intrude, they must possess considerable confidence in their strength. With that, the Fox King transformed into a magnificent red fox and lunged towards Xia. Orcs bore no compassion towards serpent beasts. And the Fox King had an additional grievance. This serpent beast had harmed the female his son cherished. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia transformed into a giant python, fearlessly meeting the challenge head-on. He understood that to enter, he must first defeat the male before him. The clash of black and red ensued. Although the black python was larger than the Fox King, it was evidently at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the giant python fought tenaciously, showing no inclination to retreat. A fierce strike from the fox's claws caused the python to cry out in pain. Its massive form sent crashing into several small stone houses. Back and forth they battled, the python now covered in wounds. The serpent's scales served as its most formidable armor, yet the fox king effortlessly inflicted grave injuries upon it, indicating his strength far surpassed that of the serpent. Writhing in pain, the giant python prepared for another assault. Despite its grievous injuries, it chose not to flee. The fox king's eyes gleamed with determination as he approached the giant python calmly, having transformed back into human form. A crowd of orcs had gathered, watching intently. Many murmured in disbelief at the fox king's actions. Why did he not slay the serpent beast? Indeed, the fox king had the audacity to transform before the serpent. What if it proved cunning? Amidst the orcs' astonishment, Xia Yunyun, exhausted, reverted to human form, leaning against a nearby stone for support. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable orc within Giant Stone City. Why do you not flee? The Fox King's expression remained inscrutable, as if he hadn't just engaged in battle with Xia Yunyun. What of the female? Xia Yunyun gazed at the Fox King, perplexed that he harbored no intent to kill him. He wished to inquire about the female, but realized he didn't even know her name. The Fox King, however, was aware of whom he spoke. With keen interest, he replied, "Do you know that the female is on the brink of death? What has happened to her?" Xia Yu's face flushed with urgency, momentarily disregarding his own injuries and the peril he faced. The foxes were the most perceptive of the orc tribes, and the Fox King could easily discern the genuine concern in Xia Yu's eyes. "She has been poisoned by your venom, and even the beast doctors cannot cure it." Xia Yu's expression turned to confusion. He had not bitten the female. How could she be poisoned by his venom? Moreover, his venom was potent enough that the female would hardly endure for long. Yet the fox did not seem to be deceiving him. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Xia Yunyun. The female must have consumed prey that he had bitten. The Fox King knew that the serpent's scales could provide an antidote, but deliberately withheld this information, regarding him with an impassive gaze. Regret flickered in Xia Yu's triangular eyes, and before the crowd, he transformed back into serpent form. Heavens! The serpent beast is about to attack again. The Fox King, wishing to spare him, found that he was intent on assaulting him nonetheless. Many orcs were taken aback by Xia Yu's transformation. In their eyes, taking beast form meant either hunting or attacking. Yet, the anticipated scene of brutality did not unfold. Instead, the serpent beast lifted its tail, slicing through a nearby boulder, shattering it to pieces, and a glittering scale fell from its tail. Wrapping the scale, the serpent beast extended its tail towards the Fox King. This time, the intrigue in the Fox King's eyes deepened as he reached out, taking the scale, and before the orcs could react, the serpent beast swiftly turned and fled Giant Stone City, leaving behind a scene of chaos and bewildered onlookers. Pondering the direction in which the serpent had vanished, the Fox King gazed down at the scale in his hand. It was said that the scale at the tip of the serpent's tail was crucial, even influencing its strength. Back in the fox den, the Fox King returned with the serpent scale, and the old beast doctor began the process of detoxifying Xia Yunyun. The serpent's scales were remarkably tough. The old beast doctor, a mere 2-crystal orc, found himself at a loss. Hearing the old doctor's words, Yudong silently took the scale and, without a hint of complaint, ground the entire scale into powder using his lion claws. It was not until midnight that the old doctor wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "Mission accomplished." Unbeknownst to the unconscious Xia Yunyun, events outside had transpired wildly. She felt as though she had plunged into water. Gasping for air and unable to breathe in a flash, she was transported back to her childhood, recalling a moment at her aunt's house when her cousin and his friends had come over, deriding her as a jinx. Hearing those words as a child had always brought her to tears, prompting her to rebut loudly. Yet now, she found herself oddly identifying with those words. She truly was a jinx. Her father had perished in a car accident before she was born, and on that very day, her mother had faced complications in childbirth, ultimately succumbing to illness a few years later. Since then, she had been fostered by her aunt, yet the memories of her parents had lingered as haunting nightmares over the years. Yunyun. Yunyun. Who was calling her? In her hazy state, Xia Yunyun felt a reduction in her discomfort. Her heavy eyelids able to flutter slightly. Slowly opening her eyes, she was met with a pair of deeply concerned brown eyes. Yudong spoke, but she found her voice hoarse and barely recognizable. "Yunyun, do not speak yet. Rest assured, That serpent beast will not take you away again. I will not let you be harmed. Seeing Xia Yunyun awaken, Yudong was overjoyed, yet his expression quickly turned resolute. He hurriedly offered her water, which provided some relief to her parched throat. Where is this? How did we end up here? Xia Yunyun scanned her surroundings, realizing it was an entirely unfamiliar setting. You were injured by that serpent beast, and I brought you to Giant Stone City to seek medical treatment. You are still unwell. Do not move around, Yudong insisted, gently pressing her back down and ensuring she was covered with fur. Though he could be compliant with females, it did not mean he lacked his own will. With no choice, Xia Yunyun complied and laid back down. Giant Stone City? Indeed, Giant Stone City, where all beasts gather. It is the safest place, as long as you are here. The serpent beast cannot harm you. Yudong lamented, taking the blame for the female's injuries upon himself. Xia Yunyun shook her head. What is meant to be will be. If it is a calamity, one cannot escape it. Besides, you did not harm me. Do not blame yourself. Having just awakened from her slumber, she still bore a heavy heart, and could discern the guilt reflected in Yudong's eyes. Softly, she offered her solace. Are you still speaking on behalf of that serpent beast? Have you accepted him as your companion? The deep displeasure in Yudong's gaze was unmistakable as he seized Xia Yunyun's wrist with fervor. Let go. It hurts. To her surprise, Yudong lost control in an instant, causing tears to well up in Xia Yunyun's eyes from the pain. In his agitation, he momentarily forgot his strength. Upon realizing, he hurriedly released her wrist. Yet even so, it had already turned red from his grip. Xia Yunyun, slightly vexed, rubbed her wrist and ceased to disturb Yudong's thoughts. A glance revealed that both of Yudong's hands were also reddened. And comparing it with her own wrist, hers seemed trivial in comparison. What happened to your hands? Let me see. Without hesitation, Xia Yunyun reached out, grasping Yudong's hand before he could withdraw it. A closer inspection revealed that his formerly sharp nails were inexplicably worn down, even to the point of injuring the flesh beneath. Perhaps due to the formidable nature of beastmen, no blood flowed from the wounds. Nevertheless, the sight was undeniably horrifying. What transpired? How did this happen? Xia Yunyun's tone was tinged with anger. She recalled that Yudong's hands had not looked like this before. Even during his tussles with the serpent spirit, the injuries should not have appeared in such a manner. Having majored in medicine during her university days, she was capable of discerning such details. Yudong averted his gaze, attempting to retract his hand, but Xia Yunyun clutched it tightly. Fearful that he might inadvertently harm her further, he could only stammer a vague response. It's nothing, just a minor injury. It will heal in a few days, he spoke nonchalantly. Yet Xia Yunyun felt a persistent sense of unease, her expression skeptical as she fixed her gaze upon him. Her slightly pale lips parting to declare, "You are lying to me." At her words, Yudong fell silent, lowering his eyes. What is truly going on? Tell me, Xia Yunyun inquired calmly. Listening to her, Yudong should have felt grateful for her concern. Yet inexplicably, a heavy discomfort settled in his heart. You have been poisoned by the serpent beast. Its strike unleashed the toxins within you. The Fox King fetched serpent scales, and I ground them into powder for you to consume, which alleviated the poison. He finally divulged the truth, albeit in a vague manner. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunyun felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Yudong had risked his life to save her, even grinding his own claws against the serpent scales to create an antidote. After spending days with the serpent spirit, she understood just how resilient those scales could be. Moreover, the claws of a beastman were among their most valued weapons, second only to their fangs. Yudong was the first beastman she had met in this realm, and he treated her with such kindness. Had it not been for the gulf between their races, she might have already. However, now, the deeds Yudong had performed for her transcended her expectations, and upon witnessing his injuries, a pang of sorrow stirred within her. Such trivial wounds are inconsequential for a male. We are not as fragile as females, Yudong stated with careful restraint, attempting to retract his hand, nonchalantly dismissing the pain that he longed for Xia Yunyun's concern for him, believing it would affirm her feelings for him. Yet he wished for her not to be troubled because of him. Xia Yunyun regarded Yudong with exasperation. She had nearly been convinced by his words. By the way, what did you just mention about the Fox King? Xia Yunyun recalled his earlier statement, her brow furrowed in curiosity. You are currently in the Fox clan's den. This is my room, Yudong began to explain, but he was interrupted by the sudden entrance of Husiua. Who are you? Xia Yunyun turned at the sound, encountering a young man with red hair, around Yudong's age. The Fox Den? I had thought this stone city was more advanced than a mere tribe. But it appears the name is merely a facade. I am Hu Siue, the youngest son of the Fox King. My father is one of the rulers of the 4 clans in Stone City. So you need not fear that the serpent beast will capture you here. Hu Siue's deep crimson eyes sparkled with kindness as he offered an explanation. He had never seen such a beautiful female. Even the self-proclaimed most beautiful fox, Hu Yuyu, paled in comparison to her. Xia Yunyun recalled that it was this very Hu Siue, along with another fox beast, who had rescued her from the stone cave beneath the water pool. Thank you for saving me. She expressed her gratitude, as she had always been one to remember kindness. Thank what? You are Yudong's mate, Hu Siue shrugged. Averting his gaze, he feared that if he continued to look, he would be unable to resist pursuing this enchanting female. No, he must not. She was his good friend as companion, and he could not vie for her affection. Yudong nodded at Hu Siue in acknowledgement of his unspoken gratitude. They had shared life and death together, and verbal thanks seemed unnecessary. Yunyun, since you have awoken, I shall find a stone house in the city for us to move into, Yudong inquired, looking down at her. Being an outsider in the Fox King's territory, he could not stay here for long, especially with Yunyun by his side. Seeing Yudong's intention to take Xia Yunyun away, Hu Siue stepped forward, hesitating to speak. All right, I will follow your lead. Wherever you choose to stay is fine by me. Xia Yunyun nodded in agreement. The location mattered little to her, as she was unfamiliar with the area. Leaving the decision to Yudong, who said you could leave, a voice, laced with age, suddenly echoed in the ears of the beasts present. Xia Yunyun looked over in confusion, spotting an elderly man with a red beard who bore a resemblance to Hu Siue. Slowly approaching with his piercing crimson eyes fixed on her, a shiver ran down her spine, and Xia Yunyun instinctively grasped Yudong's arm. Oh no, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Coming out of the serpent's den, could I have fallen into another fox den's trap? Yudong regarded the approaching Fox King with wariness. Father, Hu Siue also appeared concerned, wishing to inquire about his father's intentions. But the Fox King silenced him with a glance. Fox King, what do you intend? Yudong positioned himself protectively in front of Xia Yunyun, ready to whisk her away should the Fox King utter anything detrimental to her. This female cannot leave the fox den, the Fox King declared with a smile that did not bode well, his tone resolute. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yudong's anger flared, and he prepared to storm out with Xia Yunyun. Xia Yunyun, bewildered by the sudden shift in circumstances, was left utterly confused. Why Yudong? Please hold on, Hu Siue urged quickly, not wanting a conflict to arise between his friend and his father, especially considering the female's condition had yet to fully recover. Staying in the fox den would allow the old healer to tend to her. Furthermore, you don't have a house in Stone City yet, do you? If you take her away now, where will you stay? Understanding Yudong's temperament well, Hu Siue hit upon his concerns. After a moment of hesitation, Yudong cast a doubtful glance at the Fox King. Then this is troublesome. I will find a residence as soon as possible. His words implied reluctant agreement for Xia Yunyun to remain in the fox den for the time being. Thus, Xia Yunyun found herself residing in the fox den. After Hu Siue was summoned away by the Fox King, only Xia Yunyun and Yudong remained in the room. Why Yudong? Is the Fox King truly formidable? Xia Yunyun inquired, sensing Yudong's unease around the Fox King. Being able to procure serpent scales from the 6 crystal beasts' serpent spirit suggests he must be more powerful than the serpent spirit itself. In Stone City, there are 4 major beast clans: the Fox Clan, Leopard Clan, Tiger Clan, and Wolf Clan. The 4 beast kings are all crystal warriors, and among them, the Fox King ranks second in strength. Yudong replied without a change in expression, though inwardly, he resolved to attain such strength one day. Xia Yunyun nodded in understanding. Crystal warriors were likely superior to 6 crystal warriors. When shall we move out? She asked, feeling an inexplicable aversion to remaining in the Fox King's presence. That I will hunt for food in exchange for a house. And we will move out immediately, Yudong stated with determination. A hint of concealed darkness flickered in his deep, lion-like eyes. The Fox King's recent actions had instilled a sense of urgency within him. As the keen instincts of a beast man sensed that something was amiss, Yudong, thank you for being so kind to me. Xia Yunyun gazed sincerely into Yudong's deeply affectionate eyes, momentarily oblivious to the gradually intensifying atmosphere surrounding them. You are the partner I have chosen. If I do not treat you well, whom should I treat well? Yudong declared earnestly, as if fearing any rebuttal, for the first time, as they broached this topic with such gravity. Xia Yunyun found herself without the urge to argue back. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively inquired, "Why? Aside from my appearance, I am just like any other female, perhaps even more fragile. Don't you males prefer robust females? Is it merely my face that attracts you?" In modernity, she had never considered herself particularly beautiful, yet here, her once ordinary visage had transformed into that of national beauty. She yearned to understand if Yudong's affection for her was solely based on her looks. "You are remarkably special." Gazing at her petite face, which appeared on the verge of crumpling like a steamed bun, Yudong felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, yet his words flowed forth candidly. "Even without your face, you would still be my partner." His resolute gaze remained fixed upon Xia Yunyun's large apricot-shaped eyes, as if conveying a lifelong promise. Upon first encountering Yunyun, he had presumed she was a pampered female from some tribe, which explained her extraordinary beauty. Having never seen such lively eyes, he was seized by the desire to take her back with him. Initially, he believed that such a diminutive female would be incapable of much. Yet her roasted meat turned out to be the finest meal he had ever tasted. By the time he realized it, he had become utterly dependent on Yunyun. Observing her now, Yudong was resolute in his belief that she was his one and only life partner. For the first time in 20 years, he felt a sense of hope in his beastly existence. "Hey, are you confessing your feelings to me?" Hearing his unreserved declaration of affection, Sia Yunyun felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Lowering her head and playfully punching Yudong's chest with her soft fist, the gentle touch ignited a spark in Yudong, akin to a spark on dry tinder. Although she was unaware of the meaning of confession, she assumed it was akin to a beastman's courtship. Why Yudong? The remnants of rationality within Yunyun stirred a hint of trepidation as her soft, glutinous voice drifted out. "Yunyun and I are destined to be your only partner." Hearing those words, she felt an unaccountable sense of peace and nodded gently. Xia Yunyun closed her eyes, fully prepared to accept his affection. Just then, an unexpected visitor burst in. "Sie, I need your help." "May I?" A sweet, soothing voice suddenly resonated, and in the blink of an eye, a female clad in animal skin appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing the two individuals in the room, her voice abruptly halted. Xia Yunyun, startled by the intrusion, felt her face flush instantly as she hurriedly concealed herself behind Yudong, her expression filled with regret. How mortifying it was to be caught. In that moment, she wished desperately for a hole to hide in. Yudong's instincts kicked in, and he swiftly grabbed a piece of tattered animal skin to cover Xia Yunyun, his eyes brimming with vigilance as he glared at the unexpected guest at that moment. Yudong longed to rush out and reprimand this uninvited meddler, but as she was a female, he could only fix her with a fierce glare, realizing she had interrupted an intimate moment. The female quickly took her leave before he could unleash his wrath. "Gulu." Just then, Xia Yunyun's stomach audibly protested that "I'm hungry," she admitted bashfully, patting her belly. "All right, you rest here. I will go hunt." Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's hunger, Yudong immediately sprang to his feet, transforming into a snow lion and darting out of the fox's in the eyes of males. There was no danger in females being together. Besides, he needed to vent the anger building within him. Once Yudong departed, Xia Yunyun buried her head in her knees, the awkwardness of his absence somewhat alleviating her embarrassment. However, just as she was lamenting her situation, the earlier female reappeared before her. "Who are you? Why are you in Fox Siye's room?" Xia Yunyun, somewhat dazed, stared at the abruptly intruding female. With a high nose, large eyes, and a small mouth, she was indeed striking, albeit with a slightly larger face and darker skin. Her figure was so remarkable that even Xia Yunyun, a girl herself, could not help but admire her. Truly, she was the most normal female Xia Yunyun had encountered since arriving in the Beastman realm. Why hadn't she left? Since it was already stated that this was Fox Siye's room, how could she still enter? And especially during her intimate moment with Yudong. Xia Yunyun felt exasperated. Her cheeks still tinged with the earlier blush, yet she replied, "I'm just staying here for a few days." "Staying?" The female scrutinized Xia Yunyun with skepticism, disbelief etched across her face. "Where has Fox Siye gone?" "Where is he?" "I don't know." Xia Yunyun shook her head, utterly perplexed. How was she to know where Fox Siye had gone? "You're lying. How could you not know where he is if you're in his room?" On hearing Xia Yunyun's response, the female's expression shifted abruptly, taking on a belligerent demeanor as she approached the patch of grass where Xia Yunyun lay, attempting to drag her up. This infuriating female dared to occupy Fox Xi's room and consort with other males. How could Fox Xi allow her in? Was he perhaps smitten with this female? Xia Yunyun had never encountered such a rude female. Even the previous lion Xingxing had merely exchanged words without resorting to violence. Already physically weak, she had no strength to resist as the female yanked her, leaving her no choice but to hurriedly explain, "I don't know Fox Xi well. If you're looking for him, you might ask other beasts." Accustomed to being pampered, the female still possessed strength and easily pulled Xia Yunyun out of the grass pile and onto the ground, disregarding anything Xia Yunyun had to say. Feeling utterly frustrated, Xia Yunyun regretted her decision to remain here. She wondered where this female had come from. Had she committed some misdeed in her past life that fate now sought to toy with her? Fox Xi never allowed females into his room. "You are not of the Fox clan. How did you come to enter? Are you a spy sent by another tribe?" The female continued to grip Xia Yunyun. Her words a tangled mess of accusations. Xia Yunyun felt as though her head might spin. She had only recently awakened and was still weary. Just then, another figure entered from outside. "Oh no, a beastman male. Fox Yu, what are you doing here?" A rather ordinary-looking male entered, and Xia Yunyun recognized him as the fox who had rescued her alongside Fox Xi at the water pool. His name seemed to be Fox Dahai. While she had initially deemed him ordinary, she realized that it was merely because she had encountered so many handsome individuals recently. Even in modern times, Fox Dahai would be considered quite charming. However, compared to Yudong and Shiyu, he seemed to lack something. Upon seeing Xia Yunyun, Fox Dahai's eyes lit up, and he immediately approached, carefully pulling Fox Yu aside to support Xia Yunyun. "Dahai, you're here. Look at this female. How could she be sleeping in Xi's room? I was just about to throw her out." Fox Yu, noticing Fox Dahai's protective gesture towards Xia Yunyun, displayed her displeasure openly. Pouting and pointing at Xia Yunyun. As Xia Yunyun observed this female named Fox Yu, she surmised from her name that she was indeed a member of the Fox clan, though she could not fathom why she bore such animosity towards her upon their first meeting. "Yu, stop causing trouble. She is the female that I and Fox Xi rescued, temporarily staying here." Fox Dahai glanced at Fox Yu before quickly shifting his gaze back to Xia Yunyun with a smile. When he mentioned rescue, a flicker of joy danced in Fox Dahai's eyes, as if recalling some delightful memory. "Female, are you all right?" Xia Yunyun shook her head, not paying heed to the underlying meaning of his words. Instinctively pushing away Fox Dahai's hand and sitting back down on the grass pile to catch her breath until she felt a bit better. Meanwhile, Fox Yu observed the stark contrast in Fox Dahai's behavior compared to before. A pang of jealousy stirring within her. Fox Dahai had always catered to her. Why was he now treating this outsider so kindly? She was the most beautiful female of the Fox clan. How could males treat other females better than they treated her? Gritting her teeth, Fox Yu cast a furtive, resentful glance at Xia Yunyun. "Thank you. I'm fine now. May I ask who she is?" Xia Yunyun, sensing Fox Dahai's attentive care, instinctively distanced herself, politely inquiring. This female seemed quite averse to her, and Xia Yunyun pondered what offense she had committed against her. "Her name is Fox Yu, my cousin. If you're bored, she can show you around. She knows all the fun places in Giant Stone City." In the depths of Dahai's eyes gleamed in inexplicable mirth, as if he could see only Xia Yunyun. "Humph, Giant Rock City is not a place for just any beast to tread." Hearing Dahai's overtures, Yu became even more displeased. Why should she be tasked with entertaining this female? She is the most esteemed female of the Fox clan. "What brings all of you here?" Siyu, returning from the Fox King, stepped into the room and was met with a gathering of individuals. Upon catching sight of Xia Yunyun, she shrugged, indicating her ignorance of the situation. "I came to see how the female is faring." Dahai was the first to speak. Expressing his concern, Siyu regarded him with a peculiar look. It seemed that his elder brother had recently developed an inclination to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. He had never paid her any mind before. "Siyu, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you not to enter my quarters casually?" Siyu's expression darkened as he glanced at Yu, who wore a beguiling smile. Xia Yunyun felt a surge of curiosity at this. Is not the female here highly prized? Why does Siyu seem to harbor such disdain for this female, named Yu? Although Yu had attempted to expel her upon their first meeting, She could not deny that Hu Yuyu was the most aesthetically pleasing female she had encountered, even more so than the beauty of the tribe. Sure Xing was unfathomable that she did not attract admiration. I merely came to see you. Upon discovering another female in your abode, I wished to engage her in conversation. The moment Hu Yuyu laid eyes on Sia, she transformed entirely, adopting a demeanor of delicate fragility as she offered a pitiful explanation. Xia Yunyun was taken aback. The speed of this transformation was astounding. Had this Hu Yuyu once trained in the art of performance? Surely she had mastered the skill of changing faces. Very well, you may return now, elder brother. The female has only just awakened. Let her rest, or else Yudong will blame me upon his return. Sia, seemingly oblivious to Hu Yuyu's abrupt shift, spoke nonchalantly, adopting an expression that suggested he was ushering her out. That Hu Yuyu, aware of his disposition, cast a lingering glance back at Xia Yunyun before departing, leaving behind a parting remark. I shall come to visit her again when time permits. In her elongated fox eyes, a flicker of jealousy danced. Hu Dahai, too, regarded Xia Yunyun with reluctance, feeling a twinge of displeasure towards Sia, yet still bid her farewell before taking his leave. What a beautiful female! She would surely make an excellent companion. He had saved her. After all, he could not believe that this female had only the snow lion as her mate. He was a formidable four-crystal beast man, capable of contending with that snow lion. I apologize. We foxes are simply like this. Unlike other beast clans who show more concern for outsiders, Sia stated with a hint of embarrassment, deliberately emphasizing the word concern, that he always believed that any female who could escape the serpent beast was not an ordinary female. Heh. Xia Yunyun's lips twitched as she forced a laugh. This concern was indeed quite unique. You may stay here at ease for the time being. I shall ensure that no other beasts intrude. Noticing Xia Yunyun's silence, Sia suddenly felt that this female was truly extraordinary. In most cases, a female would have been incensed by such an invasion of her territory. Beastmen placed great importance on territoriality and generally preferred females to visit their domains. In Sia's mind, he had already taken it for granted that Xia Yunyun belonged to him. It is I who has intruded upon you, occupying your space. I should be the one expressing gratitude. Today was merely an accident. She was unaware of my presence, Xia Yunyun explained, wishing to avoid disrupting the harmony of their household. Hu can be a bit willful. She has been spoiled and pampered. Sia gazed at Xia Yunyun in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered a female so courteous. Were it not for knowing her, he might have continued to believe that it was a given for males to treat females well. In comparing the two females, Sia's inclination quickly shifted in favor of Xia Yunyun. I understand. Xia Yunyun smiled and nodded in comprehension that Hu had not mistreated her, being a person of a generous spirit. She naturally did not harbor grudges. Once she and Yudong moved out, she would no longer cross paths with Hu Yuyu. Xia Yunyun thought to herself, unaware that her current situation was not as easily altered as she wished. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Sia's eyes, though he concealed it before Xia Yunyun could notice. Where is Yudong? He deftly shifted the topic of conversation, intentionally seeking to engage her. For some inexplicable reason, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away from her. No, this is Yudong's female. How could he vie for a partner with Yudong? After all, Yudong was his savior. Yudong, he has gone hunting. Xia Yunyun replied casually. Yudong's female. If you desire anything to eat, do not hesitate to inform me. Sia stepped closer, feeling somewhat discomfort by her inadvertent aloofness. No need. Thank you. Yudong will provide food for me. Also, you need not call me female. You may address me as Yun. My name is Xia Yunyun. She felt it inappropriate to accept another's food while already occupying their room. After the insect-eating incident in the tribe, she began to comprehend that the food of beastmen was akin to currency in her modern world. Yunyun, Sia murmured, warmth blossoming in his eyes. Xia Yunyun's friendliness stirred something within him, yet he had to suppress this feeling. Roar! Upon Sia's departure, Yudong returned. Hearing the snow lion's low growl, Xia Yunyun's expression brightened. Why Yudong? You have returned. Barefoot, she dashed to the side of the snow lion, its pristine fur still bearing traces of fresh blood from its prey. Xia Yunyun, undeterred, took a pelt to clean him off, then fetched the animal skin skirt Yudong had worn. The snow lion dropped the prey it had been carrying with a thud, transforming into human form, already aware of Xia Yunyun's habits, and donned the animal skin skirt she provided. Once dressed, Yudong prepared to exit. "Where are you off to?" Sia Yunyun inquired, puzzled that Yudong turned back with a serious expression. "I must fetch another flat-bottomed pot for you from the Shuangxi Valley tribe." Xia Yunyun was momentarily speechless, a laugh bubbling within her as she quickly grasped his arm. "No need. It's not as if a flat-bottomed pot is essential for eating meat." Touched by Yudong's attentiveness towards her affairs, she felt a swell of gratitude. "That I also picked some apples you adore. If you are not fond of meat, you can have the apples." That why Yudong pointed to the fruits wrapped in large leaves on the ground. Ever since their first meal together, he had been particularly attentive to her dietary needs, striving to ensure she ate well. As evening descended, they finished their meal. That why Yudong called upon the old healer to examine Xia Yunyun. Gazing at the bowl of thick, dark liquid before her, Xia Yunyun could not suppress a gulp, raising her eyes with a pitiful plea. "Is it possible for me to abstain from drinking this?" "Absolutely not," came Yudong's firm response. Turning away, Xia Yunyun understood that persuading Yudong otherwise would be futile, so she directed her gaze toward the old healer who was handing her the bowl. "Little female, your body is currently quite weak. Although the serpent beast's venom has been neutralized, you still need to replenish your strength. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to conceive in the future." Conceive? Xia Yunyun's mind was engulfed in confusion. What on earth was this? The old healer smiled kindly, entirely oblivious to Xia Yunyun's discomfort as he pressed the bowl into her hands. "Drink it quickly. If you consume a bowl daily, after 10 days, your condition will improve. 10 days? Having resigned herself to accepting the bowl, Xia Yunyun's hands trembled, nearly spilling the dark liquid. This concoction not only emitted a foul odor, but also appeared unappetizingly thick. Was it truly safe to drink? Would it allow her to live on afterward? In fact, I am nearly recovered. I do not need to drink to prove her point." Xia Yunyun patted her chest, but as soon as she did, her throat itched and her chest felt tight, making it hard to breathe. Cough, cough, cough. No more excuses. Drink it. Did you not say the apples were sweet? Once you finish, you can have apples." Having spent an extended period in the company of Xia Yunyun, Yudong's thoughts began to align with hers, gently patting her back and guiding her with a nurturing demeanor. Xia Yunyun was taken aback by the frailty of her own body. Furrowing her brows, she swallowed hard, steeling herself. Pinching her nose, she gulped down the thick, dark liquid from the bowl. That it's surprisingly not bitter. After drinking, Xia Yunyun expressed her astonishment. Yet, the taste was overwhelmingly unpleasant, although it lacked bitterness. The flavor was so peculiar that she barely managed to swallow it without spitting it out. This concoction was made from the fruit of atractylodes, known for its remarkable health benefits, particularly for females recovering from serious illnesses. Explained the kindly old veterinarian nearby. She recognized atractylodes from her readings. It was a tonic similar to ginseng. However, she wondered why it had transformed into this murky substance in the hands of the beastmen. The culinary skills of the beastmen left much to be desired. After she had consumed the medicine, the old veterinarian departed. Yudong, having prepared an apple, handed it to Xia Yunyun. In a couple of days, we shall have our own dwelling. Then we can move out. He assured her as he tidied up the leftover bones and ash in the room. That sounds wonderful. Xia Yunyun had already accepted the idea of living with Yudong. What kind of house do you envision? Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Yudong's eyes sparkled with affection. Let me think, Xia Yunyun mused, tilting her head in contemplation. She was unfamiliar with the types of houses in this realm. But surely they could not compare to modern structures. After some deliberation, she articulated her simplest desire. I would like a larger house. A spacious home would allow her to create many delicious dishes. It seemed that the houses here lacked separate rooms. She wanted multiple storage spaces, a kitchen, and a bedroom. She did not wish to continue living in a space where eating, drinking, and sleeping occurred all in one area. Of course, without a moment's hesitation, Yudong readily agreed. It's getting late. Let us retire for the night. Xia Yunyun vowed that her desire to sleep was indeed pure and untainted. Came his deep voice in response. Xia Yunyun felt herself enveloped by a towering figure, and soon after, she found herself nestled in a pile of grass. With her back to Yudong, she sensed the warm breath against her neck and interrupted the serene moment. Yudong, could you transform into a lion? She simply could not grow accustomed to sharing a bed with a man. Yudong did not respond verbally, but obediently shifted into his beast form. Originally, Xia Yunyun was lying on a large animal hide atop the grass, which was just enough space for both of them in human form. However, in his beast form, there was insufficient room for both a human and a beast to lie comfortably. Xia Yunyun remained on the hide, unaware that half of Yudong's lion form was sprawled on the ground, yet he remained silent. When she awoke the next morning, Yudong had already vanished. Beside the animal hide lay several fresh fruits of unknown variety. After rinsing her mouth, she picked one up for breakfast, finding it quite sweet. The fruits in the beastman's realm were indeed delightful. She knew Yudong had gone out in search of a house. She vaguely understood that obtaining a dwelling in this world required a barter system, though she was uncertain about what could be exchanged. Fox Yue, what brings you here? A figure suddenly appeared at the door, and Xia Yunyun inquired curiously, "Is Yudong not here?" Fox Yue nodded, scanning the room for any sign of him. "Are you looking for him?" "He left while I was still asleep. He must be out searching for a house." Xia Yunyun felt grateful towards Fox Yue and treated him as a friend, especially since he was a close companion of Yudong. "I am not seeking him." Fox Yue shook his head, preparing to speak when Xia Yunyun abruptly interrupted, "By the way, do you know how to find a house? Specifically, what can we offer in exchange for one?" Xia Yunyun felt conflicted about how to articulate her thoughts clearly. Fortunately, Fox Yue understood her inquiry. "You can exchange food or animal hides. You can also create them yourself, though that would require a considerable amount of time. Additionally, there are life crystals, which can be traded for anything." Fox Yue patiently elaborated, though he felt puzzled by the apparent lack of knowledge Xia Yunyun displayed. Choosing not to reveal his thoughts, a significant amount required to exchange for a house. Yudong had left early, and she wondered how difficult it might be to find one, especially since she had requested a larger dwelling the previous day. If she had known, she would not have made such a demand. Any house suitable for habitation would suffice. Observing the worry etched on Xia Yunyun's face, Fox Yue suddenly chuckled. "You underestimate Yudong. Finding a house is a trivial task for him. He will merely need some time to hunt. I can take you to gather some animal hides. You seem to be without any." Xia Yunyun refrained from asking further questions as Fox Yue suggested. "Animal hides? No. Thank you. I believe Yudong will provide me with some." Yet, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Yudong was busy searching for a house and likely lacked the time for such tasks, causing her to fall silent. Sensing her hesitation, Fox Yue quickly added, "You need not worry. Yudong is my good brother. My hides are his hides. You can use them for now, and he can return them to me later. Typically, when a female accepts items from a male, it signifies her acceptance of him." Fox Yue presumed Xia Yunyun was hesitating due to this cultural nuance. Little did he know, Xia Yunyun was entirely unaware of such customs. She simply felt uneasy using someone else's hides for clothing, especially considering she was staying in another's dwelling. Glancing down at herself, she noted she was only wrapped in a large animal hide, wearing only form-fitting garments underneath. This seemed somewhat inappropriate. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance, and I will ensure Yudong returns them to you." Ultimately, Xia Yunyun nodded in agreement with Fox Yue's proposal. Clad in the animal hide skirt he provided, she found it considerably oversized but still manageable for stepping outside. No longer swathed in a large hide. Yet, the animal hides worn by the females here bore little difference from her snug clothing. She was not one to flaunt her body and certainly did not have the habit of venturing outside without proper attire. Once outside, Xia Yunyun realized she was indeed within a cave, a vast fox den. After inquiring with Fox Yue, she learned that this den had once been a small stone hill, which the Fox King had chosen as the home of the fox tribe. Foxes preferred the dimness of caves, a fact Xia Yunyun was aware of, though she had not anticipated that the foxes among the beastmen would retain such habits. Despite the availability of comfortable houses, they still opted to dwell in caves. After wandering through the fox den for some time, Xia Yunyun finally emerged outside. The den was a labyrinthine structure. Without Fox Yue's guidance, she doubted she could have navigated her way out successfully. "Where shall we go to collect the animal hides?" she inquired, somewhat perplexed after exiting the D&T "Oh my mother's place." "Her den is separate from ours." Fox Yue explained that in the beastman's realm, the accommodations for females and males were even more strictly segregated than in modern society. This was primarily due to the rarity and value of females, coupled with the strong possessiveness of the beastmen. Whenever a female was present, they would typically ensure her protection from other males. Xia Yunyun had not anticipated that obtaining animal hides would require a visit to Fox Yue's mother, leaving her somewhat hesitant. Given that Fox Cu's father was the Fox King, his mother must be the king's mate. Yet, she regretted her initial reluctance to visit, realizing it was too late to back out now. On the way to his mother's dwelling, Xia Yunyun gleaned some information about the Stone City from Fox Cua. The city was home to 4 major beast tribes, with the Tiger tribe leading, followed by the Fox tribe, the Wolf tribe, and the Leopard tribe. Aside from the 4 great beast clans, numerous orc tribes of various races have also settled within the city. Their numbers so vast that the surrounding smaller tribes dare not infringe upon their territory. Only the Ant clan, residing by the riverbank, ventures to contest with the orcs of Giant Stone City for food each autumn. Hoarding supplies for the winter. Originally, Giant Stone City was not of such grand scale. It was merely a tribal settlement atop a pile of rubble, surrounded by ample open land and traversed by rivers. The 4 major beast clans made their homes here, but it was only after a monkey clan orc arrived and helped them resolve their troubles with the Ant clan that the city was constructed. Today, the magnitude of Giant Stone City no longer incites fear of any surrounding tribal groups, and the orcs within the tribe, as well as the chieftains of the 4 great races, hold this monkey clan orc in utmost reverence, honoring him as an elder of the city. Speaking of this elder, Cu's eyes brimmed with respect and admiration. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunyun felt a spark of curiosity. This city was established only after the arrival of the monkey clan elder. Yet she had not heard of any extraordinary prowess he possessed that could garner such veneration from the orcs. Surely, he must be remarkable. After exiting the fox den, Cu led her into another cavern after walking for about 10 minutes. This cave was unlike the previous dark one. Its ceiling was open, allowing the gentle rays of the newly risen sun to filter through. After a few more minutes of walking, Xia Yunyun found herself in a brightly lit large chamber. Before she could step inside, she heard the voices of 2 females engaged in conversation. "Madam, your beast's skin is truly exquisite. It must be the one Cua hunted. Indeed, this child is no longer a little one. I wonder why he doesn't keep it for a future mate, instead of bringing it to me. Well, he doesn't have a mate yet, so of course Cua would honor you, while my males cannot compare to his beast skin." Hesitating at the entrance, unsure whether to wait for them to finish speaking, interrupting would be impolite, Xia Yunyun suddenly sensed that the females had noticed her arrival, and a sharp voice pierced through. "Why is it you?" Xia Yunyun recognized that voice. It belonged to the Fox clan female, who had caused trouble for her the day prior. "Mother, I've come." Upon hearing Yu's voice, Cu furrowed his brow, then stepped past Xia Yunyun and entered, addressing an older female seated upon a pile of grass. Xia Yunyun curiously glanced over and saw a slightly plump woman with a kind face. She was not striking but exuded an aura that instinctively drew one closer. The female, whom Cu referred to as mother, cast a piercing gaze towards Xia Yunyun, confused by Yu's intense reaction. She was soon overshadowed by another question. "Cua, is this the female you rescued?" Mother smiled as she scrutinized Xia Yunyun, nodding repeatedly. "Indeed, quite lovely indeed, though she appears rather frail if she is to bear offspring in the future. She must take care to strengthen her health." Xia Yunyun stared blankly at her mother, failing to grasp her meaning. What was wrong with these orcs, constantly speaking of offspring? Was her mind simply too slow to adapt? It felt as if her mental capacity was insufficient. Cu, however, interrupted his mother's musings. "Mother, it is not as you think. Yunyun is a female of Yudong that I came to assist Yudong, who has no home in Giant Stone City. And I've allowed her to stay here for the time being." Realizing that his mother had misunderstood his relationship with Xia Yunyun, Cu hurriedly clarified, although he did indeed admire this female. She was recognized as Yudong's mate. Such thoughts were utterly inappropriate, despite Cu's words. Mother seemed to pay them no heed. Instead, she continued to cast a knowing look at Xia Yunyun, her smile growing broader. "Very well, let her stay for now. With so many caves in the fox den, why must she occupy yours?" Yu's displeased voice suddenly interrupted. Xia Yunyun stood there, feeling awkward. After all this time, it was impossible that she still did not comprehend Cu's mother's intentions. Yu's remarks only added to her confusion. Hu mother, however, was unfazed by Yu's words and appeared even more delighted. "So, you are Yunyun." "Yes, since you are a female, my son's care for you is only natural. Do not worry. I have plenty of beast skins that are of no use to me. Feel free to take as many as you need." Seeing Xia Yunyun's face redden slightly, Hu mother assumed it was due to shyness and offered her reassurances. Xia Yunyun could only respond, I am at a loss for words. Mother, let us not dwell on that for now. Yunyun lacks beast skins, and I have come to fetch a few for her to use. Aware that his mother remained resolute in her assumptions, Hu Siyue chose not to elaborate further and instead got straight to the point. Upon hearing that Hu Siyue had brought Xia Yunyun to obtain beast skins, Hu mother's smile faltered. Doesn't she have a male? Why should she use your beast skins? You are not her mate. What right do you have to provide her with your skins? Hu Yuyu exclaimed indignantly. She had always been on good terms with Hu mother and was Hu Siyue's cousin, yet she had never received even a single beast skin from him. Now, she was unwilling to accept that it was being so easily given to another female. Xia Yunyun felt rather embarrassed and spoke up. Perhaps I should ask Yudong to fetch some beast skins instead. I feel quite bad about staying in your room. Hucuf furrowed his brow deeply at Xia Yunyun's sudden withdrawal, casting an unfriendly glance at Hu Yuyu, his lips pressed tightly together. Before he could speak, Hu mother interjected, stepping closer to affectionately grasp Xia Yunyun's hand. You have 8 males at home, so of course you cannot compare. Do not worry about this little female who has just arrived. I have plenty of beast skins lying around, so taking a few is no trouble at all. Hu mother was a shrewd female. She could see that her son cared for this female and was eager to support her. Such a rare and beautiful female, she must do her utmost to ensure her son kept her. Her warm words softened Xia Yunyun's expression. She had thought the females here would be unwelcoming. But unexpectedly, Hu Siyue's mother was so kind. Compared to Hu Yuyu, she was a world apart. Thank you, Xia Yunyun replied sincerely. Since her mother's passing, she had not experienced such care from anyone. Even her aunt had only offered her financial support, never treating her with such genuine kindness. In that moment, Xia Yunyun believed that the orcs were truly simple and good-hearted. They could treat a stranger with such sincerity, far surpassing the various schemes and conflicts of modern life. Touched by Hu mother's warmth, she instinctively chose to overlook Hu Yu's previous harsh words. Haha, little female, no need to be so polite with me. If you need anything, just tell my son directly, Hu mother said, smiling as she patted her hand and turned to walk to the corner of the cave. Moments later, she returned with several large beast skins in her arms. Seeing the skins in Hu mother's possession, Hu Yuyu's jealousy intensified. These are the skins of the white-furred beasts that Xia fought hard to bring back from the wild forest. What do you think? Xia Yunyun looked over. White-furred beasts. Isn't that simply the wool taken off the skin? She touched it and found it indeed much softer than the skin she had previously used. And the wool was not thick, making it comfortable for use now without being too warm. Meanwhile, Hu Yuyu, seeing that Hu mother was genuinely willing to give her the skins, suddenly stepped forward. Madam, these are the skins he nearly exhausted himself to retrieve from the wild forest. How can they be given to an outsider? She had long coveted these skins, yet her males had never possessed the ability to capture a white-furred beast, and she had longed for them without daring to ask. Now, they were being freely offered to this female. Xia Yunyun felt overwhelmed and looked at Hu Siyue in astonishment. Are these skins really so important? You could simply give me a usable one. If they are that valuable, you should keep them. As she spoke, Xia Yunyun attempted to return the skins to Hu mother. Hearing Hu Yuyu's words, it seemed these skins were quite difficult to obtain. And she did not dare accept something so precious, fearing the trouble of not being able to repay it later. She had never considered taking something for free from others. Hu Yuyu scoffed, her disdain evident. You don't even know what a white-furred beast is, do you? How did you grow up? The skins of white-furred beasts are quite precious. In the past, I seldom ventured outside. Thus I was unaware of Xia Yunyun's apprehension of being mistaken for something other than human, prompting her to hastily explain. Noticing Hu Yuyu's persistent targeting of Xia Yunyun, Hu Siyue could no longer contain himself to Hu Yuyu. If you have nothing of consequence to discuss, you might as well return. I am not the beast residing in my mother's cave, and I would prefer not to have your partner constantly obstructing the way. Ever since Hu Yuyu had elevated his strength, he frequently sought out his mother and often came to find him, which had become quite tiresome. Hu Siyue's unexpected reprimand took Hu Yuyu aback, her expression marred by displeasure. Glancing at Xia Yunyun's visage, which was infinitely more beautiful than her own, Hu Siyue gritted his teeth in frustration and strode out of the cave. Is it truly appropriate to speak to her in such a manner? Xia Yunyun felt a slight pang of guilt, sensing that it was her presence that had rendered their relationship strained. Yet, Hu Siyue appeared utterly unfazed. dismissing Hu Yu with a tone laden with disdain that it's nothing. Pay her no mind. Hu Mu observed the two with a smile, suggesting, should you find anything you desire to eat upon your return, inform Siua. Your physique is far too frail. You must indulge in more nourishing fare, lest it adversely affect your health when the time comes to bear offspring. Upon hearing the word offspring once more, Xia Yunyun was taken aback. Did she truly appear as if she would struggle in childbirth? No, that was not the crux of the matter. She was not even married. Why was the topic of childbirth being broached? Meanwhile, Hu Siyue lowered his gaze slightly, remaining silent and allowing the conversation to unfold. Upon returning to her dwelling, Xia Yunyun's foremost desire was to quench her thirst, initially reluctant to accept the animal skins. She ultimately yielded to Hu Mu's enthusiasm and Hu Siyue's insistence, bringing them back with her. She found comfort in conversing with Hu Siyue's mother. It was a warm exchange, and she couldn't help but wish her own mother were still alive to partake in such moments. Setting down the animal skins, she contemplated how to fashion them into garments when Yudong returned with a substantial catch. At first glance, Yudong noticed the additional animal skins in the cave, particularly the rare and precious white-furred variety. Where did these skins come from? He inquired, approaching with a bundle wrapped in leaves. Though the giant stone city was superior to most tribes, capturing a white-furred beast was no easy feat. The thought of another male delivering skins to his female ignited a flicker of irritation within him. His female was not to be claimed by another male. Seeing Yudong return, drenched in sweat, Xia Yunyun hurried over, offering him water. Your good friend Hu Siwa visited today. Noticing I lacked animal skins, he lent me a few, which we shall return later. Xia Yunyun conveniently overlooked the awkwardness of their previous encounter. For if she were to dwell on it daily, she would be at a loss on how to relate to Yudong. Fortunately, Yudong was preoccupied with finding a home, and he refrained from broaching any intimate matters. Isn't the white-furred beast quite difficult to catch? If it is indeed challenging, we ought to return these skins. You can simply skin the prey, and I can make use of it once cleaned. Sensing Yudong's slight discontent, Xia Yunyun cautiously inquired. She only knew that mutton was rather expensive in the modern world and was unsure if the white-furred sheep were similarly rare here. Otherwise, why would Hu Yu be so anxious about these skins? After drinking the water she offered, Yudong's expression softened somewhat as he scrutinized her from head to toe, then grew serious. Just a few white-furred skins. Use them for now. Once I resolve the housing situation, I'll capture a few white-furred beasts to return to Husu. On a note of guilt tinged his voice. Since Yunyun joined him, her life had been fraught with difficulties, whether it was being ostracized by the tribe or having her belongings taken by the serpent beast. Now, she lacked even a proper animal skin skirt, a testament to his lack of foresight. Really? Upon hearing Yudong's words, Xia Yunyun felt a surge of joy. After all, she was a woman, and lacking even a presentable garment made it difficult to step outside. Now, with the animal skins, she could finally have something decent to wear. The attire she donned was still one Hu Siwa had borrowed from his mother, far too large and ill-fitting it indeed, while Yudong nodded earnestly. And seeing Xia Yunyun's happiness only deepened his resolve to make amends. However, how was she to fashion clothing from these skins? Did she have needles and thread? Xia Yunyun began to fret anew. Hu Mu had only provided her with the skins, not instructions on how to create garments. She only knew that clothing in modern times required needles and thread, and she was uncertain how such things were handled here. Needles and thread? A look of confusion crossed Yudong's face. Upon witnessing his expression, Xia Yunyun was struck by a foreboding thought. Surely, there couldn't be a lack of needles and thread in this place. How then was she to make clothing? Suddenly, an idea struck her. During her previous excursion to the wild forest in search of stinky grass, she had seen a type of slender vine that in modern times. She had heard that clothing was made from plant fibers, so perhaps they could serve as thread. With this thought in mind, Xia Yunyun promptly shared her idea with Yudong, urging him to keep an eye out for such vines during his next hunt. No problem. Yudong nodded, aware that the animal skin skirts worn by females were typically tied directly. Though he was unclear about what Yunyun intended to create, he was determined to assist her in acquiring what she needed. I will search for them while hunting this afternoon. Let us eat first. Upon hearing Yudong mention food, Xia Yunyun realized it was already midday. After only consuming fruits in the morning, her stomach was growling with hunger. All right, let's eat. Just as Xia Yunyun finished speaking, she noticed Yudong's expression shift slightly, and before she could ponder it, Hu Siwa entered, bearing a stone platter. Hu Siwa, what brings you here? Xia Yunyun was surprised to see him return so soon after his departure. I was concerned Yudong had not returned, so I brought you some fruits that females enjoy, Yue replied, surprised to find Yudong already present in the cave, but why Yudong, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, glanced at the fruits Yue offered, but did not take them. I will return the animal skins once I have resolved the housing issue. Additionally, with Yunyun residing here, I will reciprocate with appropriate provisions. Among the orcs, relationships were defined by clear obligations. The saying brothers settle accounts clearly held true, even among good friends. When it came to matters involving females, no male would allow his partner to utilize the possessions of another male, as that would signify his inadequacy and typically implied a need for collaboration with other males to protect the female, a notion Yudong would never permit. It's merely a few animal skins. I have no use for them. My mother has my father, and she does not require my skins, Yue attempted to decline, feeling the boundaries Yudong had established between himself and Xia Yunyun. He found himself somewhat displeased. However, Yudong's firm response brooked no argument. I can provide for my female. Yue ceased to press the matter, aware that he had crossed Yudong's line, and maintained a jovial facade, pretending the earlier discomfort had not occurred. I appreciate your help these past few days. Why Yudong's tone shifted unexpectedly. Yue paused, realizing Yudong was expressing gratitude, to which he nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing." Xia Yunyun remained oblivious to the dynamics between the two men, thanking Yue while Yudong ultimately declined the fruits. Unaware of the customs among the orcs, she felt indebted to Yue and resolved to repay him gradually. As Yue departed, Xia Yunyun failed to perceive the profound sense of helplessness in his eyes. Sensing something was amiss with Yudong, she was about to inquire when he suddenly produced the leaf-wrapped bundle he had brought back. Upon opening it, Xia Yunyun discovered, aside from the apples he often gathered for her, several long, white, tubular fruits, still muddy and appearing freshly unearthed. It was evident that Yudong had dug them up. "What are these?" Xia Yunyun asked, intrigued, as she examined the somewhat familiar items without being able to place them. "By Shu, the old veterinarian advised consuming them regularly." I inquired, "And they can be eaten raw?" Yudong responded earnestly, his gaze solemn. As if engaged in a matter of utmost significance. "Baiju?" Xia Yunyun paused, holding the baiju in her hand, astonished that the old veterinarian had casually mentioned it to her before, and that she had actually remembered it, even going so far as to dig it up. She recalled that in modern times, this item was as precious as ginseng in the world of beastmen. It surely could not be as ubiquitous as radishes and cabbages. For reasons she could not quite pinpoint, Xia Yunyun felt a swell of emotion within her. After cleansing one baiju, she took a bite. The taste was somewhat astringent, likely due to being buried in the soil, resembling the texture of a radish, devoid of sweetness. However, compared to the murky black liquid she had been drinking, this was nothing short of a delicacy. Yudong was roasting meat nearby. After numerous demonstrations and teachings from Xia Yunyun, he had begun to grasp the art of roasting, and the meat he prepared no longer elicited her disdain. For 2 consecutive days, Xia Yunyun spent her time within the cave, her body gradually recovering. Occasionally, she would venture outside to bask in the sun, awaiting Yudong's return. On the 4th day in the fox cave, while Xia Yunyun was busy grinding animal hides, preparing to sew clothes once she had thread, she suddenly saw the snow lion return, its body marred with patches of blood. Upon sighting the snow lion, Xia Yunyun was momentarily taken aback that it was still afternoon. Typically, Yudong returned around noon and evening. Why had he come back so early today? The bloodstains on him appeared more numerous than usual. "Yudong, what happened? Why are you back so soon?" Xia Yunyun quickly picked up a small piece of animal hide and gently wiped the blood from the snow lion's fur. The snow lion seemed weary, waiting for her to finish before transforming into human form. His face, typically aloof, now bore the unmistakable signs of exhaustion, yet his deep brown eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yunyun, we can have our own house now. I will take you to choose one shortly." Yudong's voice resonated with enthusiasm. At long last, they would no longer reside in the fox cave. They would finally have a home of their own. "Really?" Upon hearing Yudong's words, Xia Yunyun's face lit up with joy, but just as quickly, her expression hardened. "The house could wait. First, tell me what you have been up to these past few days." Whenever Yudong returned, even if injured, he never appeared so fatigued. She found this peculiar. What had transpired today? Each time he ventured out, Yudong claimed to be hunting, but surely, he need not rush so much for that. Observing the resolute glint in Xia Yunyun's eyes, Yudong's gaze remained as placid as ever, and he replied, nonchalantly, I took down a few fierce beasts and acquired several life crystals, which can be exchanged for a larger house that I also caught a few white-furred beasts to give to Xia. Hearing Yudong speak of these matters with such calmness brought a hint of moisture to Xia Yunyun's eyes. Fierce beasts, such formidable creatures, and he had ventured to slay them alone. Thanks to Yudong's explanations, Xia Yunyun had gathered some knowledge. Not every beast slain yielded a life crystal. To obtain several life crystals, Yudong must have vanquished numerous fierce beasts. Even with favorable luck, Xia Yunyun opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words that it's nothing, just a few fierce beasts. Now, let me take you to choose a large house. Yudong donned his animal hide skirt, taking Xia Yunyun's hand, as if the injuries on his body were of no consequence. He would never let Xia Yunyun know that he had penetrated the layers of over a dozen fierce beasts in the untamed forest to procure the 4 life crystals he now possessed. Before they could exit the fox cave, they were blocked. Where do you think you are going? The Fox King, appearing seemingly from nowhere, stood at the cave's entrance, effectively obstructing their path, gazing at the Fox King's serious countenance. Xia Yunyun felt an uneasy premonition, clutching Yudong tightly. We are grateful for your hospitality these past few days, and I intend to take Yunyun to find a house today. Yudong furrowed his brows slightly, discreetly positioning Xia Yunyun behind him. With so many caves in my fox den, why would you need to seek a house? I believe your female should simply reside with me in the fox cave. The Fox King's stern expression suddenly softened into a smile. Xia Yunyun looked at Yudong, her face a picture of confusion, her eyes flashing the words, what should we do? No need. My female will be cared for by me. She cannot reside in the fox cave. Although Xia had saved Yunyun, Yudong was reluctant to have any further ties with the Fox clan. Sensing the tension in the air, Xia Yunyun attempted to lighten the mood. Well, Fox King, we owe you a debt, and Yudong will repay it. Was the Fox King truly worried she might flee, thus preventing her from leaving? The Fox King maintained his smile, yet Xia Yunyun felt no warmth from it. It is settled then. We shall take our leave now. Goodbye. Xia Yunyun pulled Yudong forward. Just as a cold voice rang out ahead. What if I do not allow you to leave? Xia Yunyun's body stiffened, realizing that the Fox King seemed to harbor some ill intent. Yudong, let us hurry. A wave of foreboding surged within her as she tugged Yudong to flee. That if you wish to leave, do you think this 4-crystal beast man can take you away? The Fox King scoffed, suddenly transforming into a fire fox, dashing toward her in an instant. While Yudong's expression tightened, he transformed into the snow lion, attempting to escape with Xia Yunyun, but unexpectedly, he was violently struck by the fire fox, sending him hurtling far away, out of control. By the time the snow lion regained its footing, Xia Yunyun and the fire fox had already vanished from the cave entrance. Roar. Damn it. How could he have overlooked the Fox King's cunning and premeditated schemes? He should have taken Yunyun away sooner. Inside the fox cave, Xia Yunyun was seized by the fire fox and unceremoniously tossed onto a pile of grass. It was the same room belonging to Xia. Yet Xia Yunyun no longer felt the ease she had previously experienced. Fox King, why have you brought me back? Yudong will repay your kindness. Xia Yunyun was still under the impression that the Fox King feared her departure would leave debts unpaid, and she nervously assured him. Haha. The fire fox transformed into human form, stroking his red beard, suddenly breaking into low laughter. What are you laughing at? Xia Yunyun had lost all fondness for the beast man who had captured her. Do you not know that any male who saves a female can make a request of her? The Fox King turned to face Xia Yunyun, his elongated, deep red eyes appraising her from head to toe. What request? Instinctively guarding her chest, Xia Yunyun felt a jolt of alarm. This old fox, he couldn't possibly be asking her to be his mate. She had no interest in an old man. Before the Fox King could speak, she hastily continued, you must not overstep. Although you are the Fox King, your son Xia is the one who saved me. I already have Yudong and have no need for another male. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's words, the Fox King's expression clearly faltered. He stepped closer, causing the previously animated Xia Yunyun to sit down abruptly on the pile of grass, and the Fox King suddenly chuckled. You are quite an amusing female. Rest assured, I already have a mate. A male has but one mate in his lifetime, and I have no intention of making a request of you. The Fox King realized that Xia Yunyun had misunderstood his intentions, and his laughter grew heartier. This female was not only beautiful, but also possessed a delightful way of speaking. If only she could become his son's mate, how wonderful that would be. Initially startled by the Fox King's words, Xia Yunyun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his clarification. If there is nothing else, please let me go. Yudong is still waiting for me. Xia Yunyun stood and walked toward the cave entrance. Wait, I have not made any requests of you, but I did not say you could leave. The Fox King suddenly blocked Xia Yunyun's path. What do you want? Xia Yunyun looked at the Fox King with exasperation, refusing to let her leave while offering no explanation. This Fox King was indeed peculiar. Since my son saved you, you should remain here as his mate. It is fitting, as you have only one male and are yet to bond. What? Absolutely not. Upon hearing the Fox King's words, Xia Yunyun immediately rebuffed him. Ask her to bond with Xia? Wasn't that tantamount to marriage? She had not even agreed to Yudong. So how could she possibly accept this Xia, whom she had only known for mere days? While he had indeed saved her life, she was not of the ancient, superstitious mindset that one must repay a life debt with their own body. This is not solely your decision. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's resolute refusal, the Fox King did not get angry. Instead, he smiled again. This is an unwritten rule among beast men. Do you intend to defy it? In a moment of stunned silence, Xia Yunyun found herself at a loss for words. No wonder Yudong had so readily insisted on her becoming his companion. It was all due to this absurd regulation. What a ridiculous rule. It was even more loathsome than feudal superstitions, demanding that one must repay a life saved with their own. Think this through carefully. If you defy the rules, there will be consequences. Before you make a decision, you cannot meet that lion. I shall not allow him entry. I will arrange for food to be brought to you. The Fox King assumed that Xia Yunyun was hesitating and, having spoken, prepared to leave. Wait, what about Xia? Are you just casually finding him a partner? Will he even agree to this? Xia Yunyun was unaware of what punishment the Fox King spoke of. But she understood that as long as Xia was against it, this demand could not be made, and thus, nothing would come of it. The Fox King paused, his voice tinged with age. You need not worry about Xia. He is not in the fox den today. If you agree, I will allow you to meet that lion. With that, the Fox King strode swiftly out. Xia Yunyun made a face at the entrance. What is going on? This is nothing short of coerced marriage. Having been educated in the 21st century with its ideals of monogamy, how could she possibly accept the custom of polyandry here? Even if she could not change the other beastmen, she could never marry multiple males like them. Staring at the empty fox den, Xia Yunyun could only sit helplessly on a pile of grass. Unsure of what to do next, outside the fox den, Yudong was blocked from entry by several male beastmen. Unlike the other beastmen, Yudong remained relatively calm as he wandered outside the fox den. Knowing that the Fox King would not harm Xia Yunyun, he understood the reason the king had kept Yunyun behind. Guarding the entrance were several three-crystal beastmen. While he could have barged in, he could not defeat the Fox King, and even if he did enter, he would be unable to bring Yunyun out. After much contemplation, Yudong could not devise a solution, so he decided to seek out Xia, only to discover that he could not find him anywhere in the entire giant stone city. With no other choice, Yudong ventured outside the city to search. Outside Giant Stone City, Xia, having been gravely injured by the Fox King, did not return to the barbaric forest, but instead found a cave outside the city to reside in. Beastmen possess formidable recovery abilities, and as a 6-crystal beastman, Xia had nearly healed in just a few days. He felt a lingering guilt over Xia Yunyun's injury and had been asking the beastmen how to help a female recover, wandering about the forest, contemplating when to sneak in and check on her condition. In human form, Xia strolled through the forest outside Giant Stone City, carrying a large beast skin bundle on his back, moving toward the city. Suddenly, the bushes rustled, and his silver-gray triangular eyes narrowed. Instantly readying for battle, roar, soon, a snow-white snow lion emerged from the underbrush. But it's you, Xia exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to encounter this snow lion here. Roar, the snow lion, upon seeing Xia, was visibly excited. Digging its front paws into the ground as if about to charge at him, its sharp fangs glistened in the air, showing no trace of the gentleness it had displayed towards Xia Yunyun. You cannot defeat me. I am not here to steal a female. I only wish to deliver something to her. As he spoke, Xia placed the large beast skin bundle on the ground. Hearing his words, the snow lion hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing its eyes. Observing Xia's calm demeanor, It seemed he was indeed not here to take Yunyun, and the lion's expression finally softened, retracting its fangs and transforming into human form. Yunyun is my female. She does not need your offerings. You should return to your barbaric forest. Do not think that just because I cannot defeat you, you can brazenly appear before me. Yudong spoke bluntly, unafraid of provoking Xia. He had not forgotten that this serpent beast was the cause of Yunyun's injury. Had it not been for her wounds, she would not have been captured by the Fox King. This is what I brought to help the female recover. The beast doctor said it would be beneficial for her. I do not need to see her. You only need to take this to her. Xia remained unfazed, his expression still placid as he tossed the bundle toward Yudong. Yudong was taken aback, surprised that he had indeed come solely to deliver something. However, he still had no intention of accepting Xia's offering. You should leave. Yunyun does not need these things right now, and do not come looking for her again. Yudong still harbored no goodwill toward him, and did not wish to disclose Yunyun's current situation. Serpent beasts are an extremely perceptive breed, and Xia keenly detected the oddity in Yudong's tone, frowning. Has something happened to the female? It was not a question, but a statement of certainty that it was not the time for hunting. This lion had no reason to be wandering the forest. Seeing Yudong's anxious expression, Xia immediately sensed that something must be amiss. Yudong remained silent, turning to leave. That I will no longer attempt to take the female. I only wish to know how she is. If something is wrong, I can assist. Xia's tone was earnest. He genuinely did not want anything to happen to that female. Upon hearing this, Yudong's thoughts shifted, and he halted. Follow me. Oh no, the serpent beast has invaded. The serpent beast was heading toward the Fox King's den. Hurry and inform the Fox King. In Giant Stone City, the appearance of a massive black python caused chaos throughout the city. 6 crystal beastmen were already a rarity, and even in Giant Stone City, only the kings of the 4 tribes possessed strength above 6 crystals. At this moment, Xia's colossal python form had arrived at the Fox Den. He certainly remembered the path from when he had been defeated here last time. The silver-gray triangular eyes looked disdainfully at the Fox tribe beastmen before him, who appeared as insignificant as ants. Here, only the Fox King and the kings of the other 3 tribes were worthy of his caution. The eye in his mind echoed the words of the snow lion outside the gates of Giant Stone City. Yunyun is trapped in the Fox Den by the Fox King and cannot escape. I need to find a way to rescue her. You are a 6 crystal beast man. You should be able to hold your ground against the Fox King. That if you can lure the Fox King away, I can go in and bring Yunyun out. This was a method that clearly offered him no benefits, yet without a moment's hesitation, Xia readily agreed. Before long, an old man with a red beard emerged. You serpent beast, are you here to steal a female again? It seems letting you go last time was a grave mistake. The Fox King looked at the now nearly healed Xia, his eyes glinting with coldness. Hisses. The giant python gazed indifferently at the Fox King, fully aware of the purpose of this visit, trying to stall the Fox King to give that lion time to rescue the female. The most intolerable offense for beastmen is the invasion of their territory, and Xia's incursion directly violated the Fox King's bottom line. Without a moment's hesitation, the Fox King instantly grew in size, his beast skin tearing apart, and his fiery red form lunged toward Xia, as if intent on killing him. All the beastmen's attention was focused on the battle between the serpent beast and the Fox King. And no one noticed a white shadow flash past in a corner outside the Fox Den, quickly disappearing from sight. Although the Fox Den was a labyrinthine maze, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to find their way. Yudong had entered many times and could naturally avoid the Fox tribe sentinels. Roar. Upon arriving at Xue's cave, the snow lion let out a low growl, careful not to raise his voice too loudly to avoid attracting the attention of the Fox tribe. The cave was eerily quiet, and upon entering, the snow lion found it completely empty. Other than some fruits and unmade beast skin skirts, there was no sign of Xia Yunyun. Roar. Where is Yunyun? A flicker of panic gleamed in the deep brown eyes of the lion. What happened? Where did Yunyun go? Anxiously pacing back and forth, the snow lion soon charged out of the cave again. Despite the lion's fierce visage, it was easy to see the anxious and frantic expression he wore at that moment. On one side, one was stalling the Fox King while the other frantically searched for Xia Yunyun. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this commotion was aimlessly wandering within the Fox Den. Where on earth is this place? Why can't I find my way out? Frustrated, Xia Yunyun stomped her foot, her small face flushed and beads of sweat streaming down. Leaning helplessly against the wall, she could not help but pound her fist against it. Initially, she had thought that with no beastmen guarding the den at this moment, she would sneak out. As she meandered through the winding corridors of the fox den, the passage of time became an enigma. Her feet weary and aching, yet the elusive exit remained hidden from her sight. The darkness enveloping the fox den rendered her navigation treacherous. She could merely grasp the stone walls to avoid collisions. Utterly oblivious to her location, steadily, Xia Yunyun advanced, inch by inch, until just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a glimmer of light emerged ahead. A wave of exhilaration surged within her. At last, she had found the exit. Enduring the pain of her blistered soles, Xia Yunyun approached the radiant beam of hope. After nearly 10 minutes of traversing, she finally beheld the mouth of the fox den, despite the arduous journey. The discovery of the exit filled her with joy. Stepping into the open air, she spread her arms wide, as if embracing the very atmosphere. At long last, she was free. Yet, she wondered where Yudong might be now. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, she surveyed her surroundings, only to confront a disconcerting realization. She seemed utterly unfamiliar with this place. What was this location? Why did it feel different from the entrance she had previously entered? It was bewildering. The thought was overwhelming. What could be more terrifying than having painstakingly found her way out, only to discover she had no idea where to go next? Resolute in her decision, Xia Yunyun forged ahead, regardless of her destination. Escaping the fox den and evading capture by the fox king was her foremost concern. Surrounding her were immense boulders resembling artificial mountains, though they lacked the exquisite artistry of modern rock formations. They exuded a primal charm. The myriad stones, of varying sizes and shapes, soon overwhelmed her senses, making her feel as though she were trapped in an endless loop. Just as she pondered what might be occurring outside, she suddenly heard the unmistakable voice of a male nearby. Oh no! Could it be that her escape had been detected by the Fox clan's beastmen? Without waiting for the voice to draw nearer, Xia Yunyun pressed herself against a boulder, concealing her presence. Indeed, she overheard. As the voices drew closer, she strained to keep her body pressed against the stone, surrounded by half-height shrubs, the earthy scent of soil and grass filling her nostrils. She clamped her hand over her mouth, careful not to make a sound. Thankfully, this very scent masked her own, preventing her from being discovered by the approaching fox males. Moments later, the fox males passed by. Phew, she exhaled deeply once the sounds faded and no longer crouched. She sank onto the grassy ground, relieved she had not been caught. Otherwise, she would face another capture. Lost in thought, a sudden icy sensation against her foot jolted her. Rising, she looked down to find a scale, no larger than an infant's fist, shimmering with a pale blue hue in the sunlight, a sight to behold. Was this a fish scale? Though Xia Yunyun had never encountered such a sizable scale aside from those of the snake spirit, she could not mistake it. This was indeed a fish scale. That if she could misidentify this, it would betray her fondness for fish back in her modern life. How could there be fish scales here? And such a large one at that. Such a peculiar sight. Could there be fish beastmen residing within this rocky domain? Clutching the pale blue scale, she murmured to herself, "Never mind, I should focus on finding a way out first." Turning, she resolved to seek Yudong before inquiring further. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a small black opening obscured by the shrubs. What is this? Taking a few steps closer, she examined the small hole with curiosity. She had previously overlooked it due to the dense undergrowth. Had it not been for the scale, she might never have discovered this entrance. She noted that the surrounding shrubs appeared somewhat unruly and more vibrant than elsewhere, as if deliberately concealing something. Instinctively, she bent down and reached aside. As anticipated, a half-height tunnel materialized before her, slightly lower than the surrounding shrubs, explaining her earlier oversight. Before she could fully discern the interior, another scale came into view. Hidden among the foliage, lying placidly at the tunnel's entrance, its pale blue hue identical to the one in her hand. Could the owner of these scales reside within this tunnel? A thought struck her, given the presence of the scale. This tunnel must lead somewhere significant. Even if it was not the residence of the scale's owner, it surely provided another exit. Otherwise, this entrance would have been discovered long ago. After contemplating, she tightened her grip on the scale. Wandering aimlessly would only lead to capture by the Fox clan's beastmen. It was wiser to venture into this tunnel and uncover its secrets. Perhaps it could lead her to freedom from the fox den. Determined, Xia Yunyun bent down and crawled into the tunnel. Once inside, She remembered to conceal the entrance with the shrubs, ensuring that no one would discover it, and trace her back. The tunnel, only half her height, required her to stoop as she traversed. However, it wasn't long before she noticed the height gradually increasing, allowing her to stand upright. This must be a secret passage. With that thought, she quickened her pace. The interior was dark, and she felt as though she was navigating a singular path. After meandering for several minutes, she finally encountered light once more. Recalling her earlier lesson, Xia Yunyun cautiously poked her head out to survey the surroundings. Ensuring that no beastmen were in sight before stepping out to this exit, the undergrowth had not obstructed her view. Surveying her surroundings, she found nothing particularly distinctive, save for the towering trees surrounding her. And the boulders appeared less imposing than before. Yet, she noticed one critical detail. The fox den entrances she had previously seen were conspicuously absent. Her heart leaped with joy as she took strides forward. Relieved to have departed from the fox den, upon exiting the thicket, she lifted her gaze to behold a tall structure before her. For a fleeting moment, she mistook it for a modern villa. Just as she pondered this, a somewhat familiar voice echoed nearby. Yes, I have already had the Fox King consume those items, and they have been mixed into the food of the other beastmen. The voice sounded familiar. Xia Yunyun strained to listen intently, holding her breath. Excellent. Has the Fox King had contact with any other clan recently? Besides a private meeting with the Wolf King, he has not interacted with beastmen from other clans. I heard you rescued a female a few days ago. Has she been residing in the Fox Den? Yes. Does that female have a mate? No, the mechanical responses only deepened her intrigue. What was the relationship between these two? Cautiously, she edged closer to the towering stone wall, attempting to glean more from their conversation. Soon, she caught sight of two male beastmen standing face to face, one of whom bore a familiar profile. With a blink, she realized it was Xia, the very individual she had not seen over the past few days. No wonder his voice had seemed so familiar. But who was the male standing opposite him? Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice the conversation gradually fading away. After lingering too long, her legs began to tingle. She subtly shifted her weight, but the dense underbrush betrayed her, producing a rustling sound. Who goes there? A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, causing her heart to leap into her throat. Oh no! Had she been discovered? Would she be sent back just like that? The male had just inquired about Xia. Suddenly, the unfamiliar male seemed to mutter something, and Xia Yunyun heard footsteps gradually approaching her. Pressing her back against the stone wall, she felt a foreboding sensation wash over her. She wished to flee, but her feet felt as though encased in plaster, rendering her immobile. She could only resign herself and close her eyes. Yunyun, what are you doing here? A startled voice broke the silence, and Xia Yunyun opened her eyes to see Xia, clad in a fur skirt, gazing at her in astonishment. What a coincidence. You're here too. I was just wandering about and didn't mean to interrupt. Please, continue with your conversation. I shall take my leave. Upon realizing she had been discovered, she turned to depart, but to her surprise, the strange male called out to her. You are the female that Xia rescued, are you not? Since you are here, why not stay for a chat? In the blink of an eye, a figure obstructed her path. Xia Yunyun halted, feeling the encroaching shadow ahead, and when she raised her gaze, she encountered a somewhat hunched middle-aged man staring at her with wide, copper-like eyes. Clad in a fur skirt like the other males, he was distinguished only by his pitch-black eyes, which for a fleeting moment made her think she was gazing upon a human. He was the first orc with entirely black eyes that she had encountered in this realm. Had she not fully acclimated to her current surroundings, she might have mistakenly believed she was amidst her own kind. Indeed, I am Xia Yunyun. And you are? Recognizing there was no escape, Xia Yunyun boldly met his gaze. This is the elder of our monkey clan in Stone City. Elder, she is the female that Yudong and I rescued from the wild forest. Xia interjected, introducing Xia Yunyun to the monkey clan elder. Elder? Upon hearing this title, Xia Yunyun expressed a hint of surprise, her brow furrowing in confusion. This orc was indeed the elder of Stone City. She had often heard Xia extol the elder's virtues, and now she finally stood before him. Oh, you know me. The monkey clan elder's brows furrowed, a strange glimmer passing through his profound gaze as he scrutinized Xia Yunyun, leaving her momentarily at a loss as to his thoughts. I have long admired your reputation. Xia frequently speaks of Stone City, so I know a little about it, Xia Yunyun replied with a smile, diverting her gaze and stepping behind Xia. Somehow, She felt an inexplicable strangeness about this elder and wished to limit her interaction with him. Unbeknownst to her, as she spoke, a complex emotion flickered across the elder's eyes. It was I who told her about you. I presume Yudong intends to settle in Stone City as well, so I thought it prudent to introduce her, Xia continued, unaware of any oddity about the elder. Instinctively defending Xia Yunyun in his eyes, females required protection. With a male present, there was no need for the female to speak, especially one as delicate and beautiful as Xia Yunyun. Is that so? Stone City is indeed a splendid abode for females. The elder cast a glance at Xia, who was vigilantly guarding Xia Yunyun, implying that Stone City was a fine place to settle down. However, he abruptly shifted the conversation. This is my dwelling. Were you not residing in Xia's fox den? What brings you here? Cornered by this pointed inquiry, Xia Yunyun could only respond with an awkward smile. I was simply bored and decided to take a stroll. I hadn't realized I had wandered here. It turns out the fox den and your residence are connected. She certainly would not admit that she had intended to escape. Has Yudong gone out again? Xia inquired. Puzzled, he had not been in the fox den for the past couple of days, and with Yudong looking after her, she should be fine. Yet, he still felt somewhat uneasy about her presence here. Yes, indeed, Xia Yunyun murmured, lowering her head, avoiding Xia's inquisitive gaze. Given that Xia had been absent, it seemed he was still unaware that the Fox King had confined her to the fox den, prohibiting Yudong's entry. Perhaps it was best to keep this information to herself for now. There might still be an opportunity to escape. With this resolve, Xia Yunyun raised her head. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Xia, could you escort me back? Having not seen any fox tribe orcs in the den earlier, she hoped to avoid encountering any now. Naturally, Xia would not refuse a request from a female, especially someone like Xia Yunyun. Elder, I shall take my leave for now. I will return to chat another time. After politely bidding farewell to the elder, Xia led Xia Yunyun away. Once they had evaded the elder's sight, Xia Yunyun finally exhaled in relief. What were you discussing with the elder? Once assured that the Monkey Clan elder would not suddenly appear, Xia Yunyun asked curiously. I was inquiring about advancement. I often seek the elder's counsel, which has greatly contributed to my rapid improvement in strength, Xia replied, his pace unbroken, his tone imbued with respect and admiration for the elder. Xia Yunyun, trailing behind, felt perplexed. Advancement? Strength? How did these terms differ from what she had just overheard? Did the elder mention anything, perhaps regarding food? Xia Yunyun pondered aloud, recalling that she had heard him mention something about food for the Fox King and the orcs. What food? Are you that hungry? I shall prepare roasted meat for you when we return. Do you prefer meat or fruit? Xia appeared not to grasp her words, his expression one of confusion, which Xia Yunyun noticed. What was going on? Did he not remember what he had just said? Surely orcs had better memories than this. It had not been long since their conversation. Though intrigued, Xia Yunyun decided against pressing the matter further, responding casually. After all, eavesdropping was hardly a commendable act. With Xia by her side, Xia Yunyun soon found herself back at the cave, where she had previously resided. To her delight, they encountered no fox tribe orcs along the way. She could seize the opportunity to slip away. Oddly, the fox den seemed unusually quiet today, prompting Xia to express his own curiosity as he returned to help Xia Yunyun search for food. Wait, could you take me with you? Xia Yunyun called out, stopping Xia, who was preparing to leave. Venturing alone would surely lead her to get lost again, so why not accompany Xia outside? Well, Xia hesitated, glancing at Xia Yunyun. Hunting posed little risk for males, but it could be perilous for females. However, considering the current absence of other beasts in the fox den and the pleading look in Xia Yunyun's eyes, he found it hard to refuse. All right, you may come with me, but do not wander off. Ultimately, Xia acquiesced to Xia Yunyun's request. Elated, Xia Yunyun followed Xia towards the exit of the fox den, her mind racing with plans on how to approach Yudong. Suddenly, a flash of white caught her eye in the distance. Rubbing her eyes, she wondered if she had imagined it. Could it be that she had truly seen Yudong? Just as she was pondering, a familiar low growl echoed in her ears. In the next instant, she felt a furry sensation brush against her face. Why Yudong? It's really you. Having grown fearful from her confinement, Xia Yunyun threw her arms around the snow lion. As the first orc she had met in this place, she now regarded him as her unwavering support. Without Yudong, she truly did not know where she would find herself. Roar! The snow lion let out an excited growl, quickly lifting Xia Yunyun and tossing her onto his back, disregarding the perplexed Xia, standing nearby, and sprinting towards the cave's entrance, in her joy at reuniting with Yudong. Xia Yunyun momentarily forgot about Xia. Fortunately, Xia quickly regained his composure and followed suit. However, as they approached the cave entrance, Xia Yunyun noticed something amiss. The closer they drew, the more peculiar noises she began to hear. Yudong, how did you manage to get in here? Wasn't he the Fox King prohibiting your entry? Xia Yunyun questioned, recalling the situation. Preoccupied with the desire to escape the fox den, Yudong had no time to answer her queries, only letting out a low growl as if to reassure her. Before long, Xia Yunyun found herself basking in sunlight once more. Yet, what was that massive, battered creature outside, and what of the enormous red fox? Xiyu, how could he be here? Xia Yunyun did not recognize the fox but certainly recognized the giant python she had spent time with. She had never seen Xiyu in such a grievous state. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's voice, Yudong's gaze fixated on the giant python. Although he had greatly aided himself, Xia Yunyun's concern for the serpent beast still left him feeling irked. No sooner had the words left his lips than the enormous fire fox, with its razor-sharp claws, lunged fiercely towards the giant python's vitals. The already severely injured python remained utterly still, devoid of any ability to retaliate. Xia Yunyun's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized that the serpent spirit, with whom she had spent countless days, was on the brink of death beneath the crushing grip of the fire fox. Father! Wait! At that critical juncture, a resonant voice pierced through the air and reached Xia Yunyun's ears. The sudden sound, though ineffective in halting the fire fox, granted the serpent spirit enough time to escape. With a resounding thud, the python's body twisted, yet its tail could not evade its grim fate. Struck forcefully by the fire fox, creating an immense 3-meter-deep crater in the ground, within which lay a bloodied tail. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Xia Yunyun could hardly bear to look. She gasped and covered her eyes. The sight of the tail, gruesomely severed by the fire fox, made it painfully clear what fate awaited the serpent spirit had the fox's claw landed on its vital spot. Hiss, hiss. Hearing the faint sound, Xia Yunyun, unable to bear it any longer, tumbled down from Yudong's back and rushed to its side. Serpent spirit, the giant python was colossal, measuring over 10 meters in length, with a girth as thick as a barrel. Xia Yunyun had always believed that no beast could harm it. Yet, it was evident now that she had been mistaken. The python's triangular eyes squinted slightly, emitting a feeble groan, as if in response to her call. How are you? Does it hurt? One hand cradling the serpent spirit's head, she was oblivious to the source of the blood that smeared her hands, caring not about the mess. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's voice filled with concern, the giant python lowered its head to the ground, closing its eyes entirely. Yudong, come quickly. Let's take the serpent spirit to see a veterinarian. Xia Yunyun cried out to the distant snow lion, her voice cracking with emotion. Although she had once been imprisoned by the serpent spirit, it had never harmed her. Instead, it had cared for her devotedly. In the world of beast men, aside from Yudong, the serpent spirit had treated her with the utmost kindness. She regarded it as a beloved older brother, and now, seeing it bloodied and broken before her, she could hardly come to terms with this grim reality. The snow lion raised its head, gazing at Xia Yunyun with eyes tinged with irritation. Yet it still approached her. Meanwhile, the fire fox had transformed into human form. Xia, having emerged from the fox den, looked at him with a perplexed expression. Father, what is happening? Why has this serpent beast returned to Giant Stone City? Xia's gaze shifted towards the giant python, only to find Xia Yunyun anxiously crawling beside it, leaving him even more bewildered that he recognized this serpent beast as the one that had abducted Xia Yunyun. Should she not harbor resentment against it? Why then did she appear so sorrowful seeing it injured? Did you bring that female out? The Fox King, now in human form, posed a question rather than answering. His narrow, fox-like eyes were fixed on Xia Yunyun, who was crouched beside the giant python. Indeed, I took her along for hunting. What is going on? Xia's face was a mask of confusion, sensing that something was amiss. You saved her without making any demands for her to become your mate, did you? Why bring up that request? Do you not wish for this female to be your mate? Xia was taken aback by his father's sudden inquiry. He wanted to refuse but found himself unable to utter a word. After enhancing his own strength, he had begun to receive attention from females, yet he had never accepted any of them. His father had continuously monitored this situation, and he never expected it to resurface now. The snow lion, having transformed into human form, approached Xia Yunyun without seeking a veterinarian, but instead pulled her up. Yudong, he means no harm and has never hurt me. Can you find a veterinarian to help him? Xia Yunyun pleaded, knowing she couldn't resist Yudong's will. Yudong, however, paid no heed to the serpent spirit, focusing instead on picking up soft grass from the ground. Expressionless as he wiped the blood from Xia Yunyun's hands, Yudong, feeling the gentle motion of his cleaning, Xia Yunyun was touched, her voice laced with desperation. But Yudong seemed oblivious to her plea, his deep brown eyes stubbornly fixed on her bloodied hands. And only when the blood was finally cleaned did he grumble, "He won't die." A strong sense of jealousy lingered in the air, yet Xia Yunyun, consumed with concern for the serpent spirit, remained blissfully unaware. No male could tolerate his female worrying over another male, especially not a snow lion with possessive instincts. Is he really alright? Xia Yunyun trusted her own eyes, yet Yudong's assured tone seemed genuine. Before she could await Yudong's response, she was pulled aside. "Yudong, what are you doing?" Seeing Yudong approach with a face full of rage, Husai's eyes were filled with confusion. "I am taking Yunyun away." Yudong's deep brown gaze swept past Husai, finally landing on the Fox King, though it was unclear to whom he was speaking. "No," the Fox King vehemently denied, his crimson eyes fixated on Xia Yunyun. "Calculating, do you think you can take the female away while I am here?" Listening to their exchange, Xia Yunyun tightened her grip on Yudong's arm, in her earlier concern for the serpent spirit. She had failed to realize that the fire fox responsible for its grievous injuries was indeed the Fox King. Though she was unsure of the circumstances, she knew the Fox King's intentions and did not wish to remain in the fox den any longer. Husai sensed the escalating tension and stepped forward. "Father, what is going on? What do you intend to do?" He did not want his good friend and father to find themselves at odds. How had things turned so dire in merely 2 days? The Fox King regarded Husai, but offered no explanation, instead redirecting his attention to Xia Yunyun. "Female, your name is Xia Yunyun, correct? My son saved you. And you are obliged to grant him a request, to become his mate. Otherwise, you shall not leave the fox den." Having reigned as king in Giant Stone City for decades, the Fox King was accustomed to issuing commands, and he had no intention of negotiating with Xia Yunyun. Unable to tolerate his authoritative tone, she retorted, "What you are doing is no different from when the serpent spirit imprisoned me. If there are demands to be made, they should be made by Husai. Father, you are mistaken that I rescued Yunyun to assist Yudong. I have no demands." Hearing their dialogue, Husai finally grasped the situation. No wonder Yudong and Xia Yunyun had been so agitated upon seeing each other. It seemed his father had mistakenly assumed Xia Yunyun was the female Husai desired and was trying to forcibly pair them. Upon hearing Husai's explanation, the Fox King appeared taken aback, seemingly struggling to believe his words. Is that truly the case? Gazing into his father's eyes, Husai averted his gaze, yet confidently replied, "Yes, father, since Yudong has decided to take Yunyun away and her injuries have healed sufficiently, let them depart." After scrutinizing Husai for a moment, a flicker of understanding crossed the Fox King's eyes, and he suddenly chuckled. "So it was merely a misunderstanding. In that case, I shall not detain you. Do visit the fox den again sometime." The Fox King's previously intimidating demeanor seemed to vanish, replaced by an amiable countenance that left Xia Yunyun rolling her eyes in disbelief. She had never witnessed such a quick change of heart before. She had no intention of returning to the fox den. Without exchanging further words with the Fox King, Yudong swiftly led Xia Yunyun away from the den. The serpent spirit, once immobilized, inexplicably gathered strength and slithered in the direction of Xia Yunyun. Seemingly undeterred by the beast men who had previously surrounded it, the chaos caused by the battle between the serpent spirit and the Fox King had drawn numerous beast men to the vicinity of the fox den, forming a blockade. Now, witnessing the serpent beast still alive, they parted to create a path. Gradually, the uproar began to dissipate. It was not until Yudong brought her to a house he had previously selected that Xia Yunyun realized she had seemingly overlooked something. The bloody giant python trailing behind her. How could it be moving after appearing near death moments ago? Realization dawned upon her, and her eyes darkened. How dare it deceive her? Anger aside, the blood that stained his body could not possibly be fabricated. After much pleading, Xia Yunyun finally persuaded Yudong to allow Xia to enter the house. Transformed into human form, Xia was still drenched in blood, presenting a rather frightening sight. Although Yudong was displeased with Xia Yunyun's kindness toward Xia, he was clear about the boundaries of their grievances to a male. He understood the gravity of Xia's injuries. When Xia Yunyun insisted on seeking a veterinarian herself, he ultimately transformed into a lion to find one. Meanwhile, after Xia Yunyun departed, the Fox King seemed to have not abandoned his previous thoughts. Casting a meaningful glance at his somewhat dejected youngest son, "My dear Xia, that is a fine female. Why not approach her directly with your requests?" Having lived for decades, the Fox King could easily perceive his son's feelings. Despite his verbal denials, his heart still lingered on the matter. Such a beautiful female. If he were not already bound to a partner, he too would be tempted, let alone his partnerless son. But she is Yudong's female. Sia lowered his head, refraining from a direct response. So what? They are not bound by a partnership. Even without that claim, you can pursue her. Moreover, which female has only one partner? If you do not act, other males certainly will. Understanding his son's sentiments, the Fox King wholeheartedly supported him. Is that so? The Fox King's words sparked a flicker of doubt in Xia's eyes, prompting him to murmur softly at that very moment. In a large stone house adjacent to the fox den, a middle-aged male stood gazing towards the den. "Master, lunch is ready." The young female entered, carrying what appeared to be a platter, her head bowed, as if a figure of utmost reverence occupied the room. "Just leave it," the middle-aged male replied, not even glancing at her, his gaze still fixed on the fox den. He had just spoken with the Fox King's youngest son, and the fact that a female had overheard their conversation was troubling. He must find a way to ensure she did not disclose their words. The houses in Giant Stone City were built along the rivers, with a river flowing through the city that gathered various streams, ultimately flowing southward. This arrangement made Giant Stone City an ideal dwelling. The small stream in front of Xia Yunyun's house was the uppermost branch of the river within Giant Stone City and was situated at a higher elevation. As the name suggests, the houses in Giant Stone City were constructed from massive stones, and it was a marvel how these stones remained upright. Upon learning from Yudong how this house was built, Xia Yunyun was genuinely astonished by the peculiarities of this beastman world. The house Yudong acquired through the life crystal was quite spacious, roughly 200 to 300 square meters, while the room she resided in the fox den was barely 100. Upon inquiry, she discovered that Yudong had exchanged for 2 houses, merging them into one, simply because she had mentioned wanting a larger home. Why Yudong's attentiveness to her words deeply moved her. In her modern life, although her aunt treated her well, they were not family, and she often felt invisible, only finding solace during moments of indulgence. The house was sparsely furnished, lacking beds or any furnishings. So Xia Yunyun had no choice but to allow the transformed Xia to lean against the wall. The sight of his bloodied body and numerous wounds was too distressing for her to bear. It was only after Yudong returned with the veterinarian, who tended to Xia's injuries and provided advice for recovery, that Xia Yunyun felt a sense of relief after seeing off the veterinarian. It was already late afternoon. Gulyalu, her stomach growled, reminding her that lunchtime had long passed, and she realized she was absolutely famished. Casting a glance at Yudong, who stood with his arms crossed, she smiled sheepishly, aware that her meal depended on him. "Stay here and don't wander off. I will go hunting." Yudong, having noticed her gaze and assessed the motionless Xia, seemingly confirmed there would be no mischief from him. Instructed Xia Yunyun before transforming into a lion and departing to hunt. "Okay, I will wait for you at home." Xia Yunyun nodded, feeling a sense of unprecedented fulfillment. She finally had a place she could call home. Hearing her words, the snow lion, swiftly exiting the stone house, momentarily paused, joy flashing in its eyes before it vanished from Xia Yunyun's sight. With Yudong gone and nothing else to occupy her, Xia Yunyun tore a small piece from her animal skin skirt and went to wash it in the nearby stream, using it to wipe the blood off Xia. Lacking a basin, she made numerous trips back and forth to the stream, cleaning the bloodied animal skin piece before returning to the house to tend to Xia. After 20 trips, she finally managed to cleanse the blood from Xia's body. Once this task was completed, Yudong returned, carrying a massive prey in his jaws. Xia Yunyun soon realized he had not only brought back one large game, but also a substantial animal skin bundle. "Yudong, what is this?" Xia Yunyun inquired curiously. Although Yudong had previously returned with fruits from his hunts, He had never brought back such a large package. White herb, the snake beast sought it. You need to nourish yourself, so I brought it along. Yudong did not withhold the truth, explaining the circumstances to Xia Yunyun. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunyun understood why Xiyu had suddenly appeared outside the fox den. It turned out they had conspired together to draw the Fox King away in order to rescue her, unaware that she too had stealthily slipped out. Reflecting on the peculiar elder's conversation with Xi, she had intended to inquire further with Yudong, but the scent of roasting meat wafting through the air distracted her, causing her to push the matter from her mind, knowing that Xiyu did not consume cooked food. Xia Yunyun initially planned to leave him some raw meat, as his current state suggested he would be unable to hunt. However, before she could voice her intentions, Yudong devoured the entire prey. Perhaps the aroma of the roasted meat was too enticing, or perhaps the smoke in the room was overwhelming. But Xiyu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, unexpectedly opened them, watching the bustling and affectionate scene before him. Feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort, he was overwhelmed by an impulse to separate the two. Yudong, how could you finish it all? Xia Yunyun exclaimed, astonished at the empty ground before her. Such a large prey should have been too much for Yudong to consume entirely. I was rather hungry today, Yudong replied, his expression calm as he sat on the ground, his tone so placid it raised her suspicions, his eyes unblinking. Xia Yunyun sensed something was off about Yudong today. Feeling helpless, she sighed. What about Xiyu? He can't hunt right now. What will he eat? I never provide food for males, Yudong stated, not even glancing at Xiyu, implying that what the snake beast needed to eat was of no concern to him. Nor did he wish it to be. Then what about him? Seeing Yudong's demeanor, Xia Yunyun grew anxious. This wasn't like him. Today he was cold towards everyone, as if someone owed him 5 million. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiyu interjected, interrupting Xia Yunyun's words. It's fine. I do not require daily sustenance. I hunt only when I am hungry. I ate just yesterday, so I do not need food now. Upon hearing Xiyu's explanation, Xia Yunyun finally felt reassured. She was aware that in this place, food was of utmost importance. Without it, beastmen could perish, and she had been influenced by the customs here. Although Xiyu claimed he did not need to eat, Xia Yunyun still washed several white herbs for him, whether for nourishment or recovery. Ultimately, she insisted he consume them, which eased her worries somewhat. He had lost far more blood than she had at the time. In the span of half an afternoon, Xia Yunyun enlisted Yudong's help to tidy up the house, making it presentable, and gathered a pile of dry grass to serve as a makeshift bed, thus completing their humble abode. As night fell, a dilemma confronted Xia Yunyun. Although the house was spacious, it lacked separate rooms. With 3 people, how would they sleep? Upon witnessing this, Yudong wasted no time and expelled Xiyu without hesitation. Despite Xia Yunyun's earnest attempts to persuade him, Yudong remained resolute, and Xiyu, accustomed to the wild, silently exited the stone hut. Aware of Yudong's limits, Xia Yunyun could only lie on the grass beside the snow lion, gazing at the doorless entrance where starlight trickled in, reminiscent of a fantastical dream. Perhaps overwhelmed by the day's events, Xia Yunyun, filled with unease, unknowingly drifted into slumber, only to awaken the following morning to the cacophony outside. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the piercing gaze of deep brown lion eyes fixed upon her. What was happening outside? Why such a commotion? Familiar with Yudong's presence, Xia Yunyun sat up from the grass, curiously peering outside. The absence of a door amplified the noise, causing her to furrow her brow in annoyance. Did I disturb you? Do you wish to continue sleeping? I shall go outside and quiet the beasts. The snow lion, having transformed back into his human form, sat up and, noticing Xia Yunyun's frown, prepared to exit. No need. Let us go out and see what is amiss. Xia Yunyun shook her head, casually ruffling her hair before stepping outside with Yudong. A sigh escaped her lips. She felt increasingly oblivious to the concept of maintaining an image. Upon stepping outside, she found an array of beastmen gathered at her doorstep. They varied in form, some humanoid, others beastly, including wolves, tigers, and leopards, with a few bold females peeking cautiously from behind their male counterparts. In the midst of this assembly, a colossal python coiled into an enormous circle lay motionless on the ground, its severed tail eliciting a gasp of horror. Where did this serpent beast come from, and how did it find its way to Giant Stone City? Was this not the very serpent that had battled the Fox King yesterday? Why was it still here, seemingly gravely injured, and why had no beast driven it away? Let us expel it. Such a beast in the city makes the females unsafe. Indeed. Out with it. The cacophony of voices rose as the beastmen whispered among themselves. And although Xia Yunyun could not comprehend their words, she discerned their intent was directed against Shiyu, and it was not good. As the murmurs grew louder, Xia Yunyun's brow furrowed deeper. Releasing Yudong's hand, she approached the massive serpent's body, facing the throng of beastmen. Everyone, please be quiet. This serpent has not committed any wrongdoing. The clash with the Fox King was merely a misunderstanding. Now it is injured, and I wish to keep it here to recuperate. That it was her first time addressing such a multitude of beastmen since the duel with the Double Canyon tribe. Her presence immediately ignited a fervor among the crowd. What a beautiful female. Where did she come from? I was unaware that Giant Stone City had such a female. I must have her as my mate. Pretty female, the serpent is a dangerous beast man. We cannot allow it to remain in Giant Stone City. Amidst the clamor, various voices echoed. Xia Yunyun felt a headache brewing. Faced with this scene, she truly did not know how to respond. I assure you, it will not harm any beastmen. Once its wounds are healed, I will not keep it here. She reiterated her stance, determined not to let the gravely injured Shiyu leave Giant Stone City so easily. After all, he had sustained these injuries for her sake. No, the serpent is too dangerous to keep. Yes, we cannot allow it to remain. Previously, a serpent invaded and snatched away females. That I will not trust a serpent. If it is injured, we might as well kill it. Kill the serpent. We cannot let it harm the females. Seeing the sudden escalation of emotions among the beastmen, Xia Yunyun was taken aback by the outcome of her attempts at reasoning. As she tried to speak again, her voice was swiftly drowned out by the fervor of the crowd. Hiss! The colossal python, which had previously lain still, suddenly flicked its tongue, its silver-gray eyes inexplicably tinged with red. Casting a cold gaze upon the surrounding beastmen, in an instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, silencing the uproar as if it had never existed. Though Shiyu was gravely injured, his status as a six-crystal beastman commanded respect. The beastmen present, unaware of his true strength, felt his power and dared not utter a word, fearful of inciting his wrath. That I assure you, he truly will not harm anyone. Please trust me. Look, he is here and has not caused any harm. Xia Yunyun implored, recognizing their fear, similar to her own upon first encountering Shiyu. She believed the beastmen could ultimately accept his identity as a serpent beastman. In this instance, silence fell over the beastmen. Xia Yunyun's words held merit. The serpent had, indeed, not harmed them while present. Had it been a common occurrence for serpent beasts to invade, they would have long since abducted the females instead of remaining peacefully in their midst. Noticing the hesitation in their eyes, Xia Yunyun felt a glimmer of hope, ready to continue her plea when a sudden voice interrupted her. Do you not believe her words? The unexpected proclamation reignited the unrest among the previously quiet beastmen. Isn't that Hu Yuyu, the most beautiful female of the Fox tribe? To see her here is astonishing. I think this outsider female is even more beautiful than Hu Yuyu. As the spotlight naturally fell upon Hu Yuyu, the envy within her flared. Glancing disdainfully at Xia Yunyun standing beside the python, she interjected, "This serpent has breached Giant Stone City twice. Yesterday it fought the Fox King at the Fox Den. Do not trust this female's words. The serpent has committed numerous wrongs." The beastmen, already wary of the serpent, turned their attention to Hu Yuyu, united in their desire to expel Shiyu. Not every serpent is malevolent. Have you not aired yourselves? Moreover, Shiyu has harmed none of you. Can he not stay here to heal before departing? Despite the chorus of dissent, Xia Yunyun bravely defended Shiyu, influenced by her modern education. She could not simply condemn all serpent beasts in one fell swoop. How can we know he won't commit further wrongs? I, for one, would not dare keep such a terrifying serpent in the city. Hu Yuyu scoffed dismissively at Xia Yunyun's words. With Hu Yuyu inciting the crowd, the beastmen disregarded Xia Yunyun's pleas, clamoring to banish the serpent. Just as she felt despair creeping in, a cold hand suddenly grasped hers, and a towering figure appeared beside her. If the serpent harms any beastman, I will expel it. The deep voice resonated in the ears of every beastman present. And for a moment, none dared to contradict that Hu Yuyu, taken aback by the unexpected support for Xia Yunyun, felt her jealousy intensify. Turning toward the source of the voice, she was stunned to see a four-crystal beastman. Among her 8 partners, only one was a four-crystal beastman. The others were 2 crystal and 3 crystal. That it was astonishing that this female had a 4 crystal beast man by her side, with her elongated fox eyes fixed on Yudong. Hu Yu's thoughts shifted. This female was not yet bonded, leaving the 4 crystal male with the opportunity to choose a mate. That a glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes as the anger within her transformed into a sly smile. Is there any further objection? With no beast man daring to speak, Yudong's expression remained impassive as he surveyed the assembly, coldly reiterating his inquiry. Since a 4 crystal male has spoken, we shall leave. Hu cast a meaningful glance at Yudong before turning to tend to her companions as they departed. The once raucous crowd, witnessing Hu Yu's retreat, felt daunted by the presence of the 4 crystal beast man and began to disperse. Relieved that the beastmen finally conceded to leave, Xia Yunyun let out a sigh of relief. Gazing up at Yudong, who towered over her. Thank you. Yudong. It is known that Yudong harbors a sense of aversion towards Xia, yet now he astonishingly stands forth to assist her, leaving her utterly astounded. Well, it seems she can finally enjoy a good night's sleep in the mornings. Yudong replied nonchalantly, lifting his hand to affectionately ruffle Xia Yunyun's hair, his eyes, beneath their calm demeanor, brimming with deep fondness. Huh? He chose to speak simply because they were too noisy. As Yudong pulled her back into the room, Xia Yunyun was still processing the meaning of his words. But she somewhat gathered that he did not intend to help Xia. Regardless, it is sufficient that this matter has been resolved. It matters not the reason behind it. After having 2 white attractolodes in the morning, Xia Yunyun perched upon Yudong's back, which had transformed into a lion, and together they ventured into the forest outside Giant Stone City. In the world of beastmen, forests are abundant, surrounding Giant Stone City. Apart from a solitary hill, everything else is enveloped by a dense forest, surpassing even the most pristine of modern forests. Originally, Yudong intended to hunt at noon, but upon Xia Yunyun's suggestion to procure some furniture for their home, and with Xia staying behind to guard the house, he decided to accompany her to the forest. Naturally, it was Xia Yunyun who proposed the excursion for furniture. The forests in the beastmen world differ significantly from those Xia Yunyun is familiar with. Upon entering the forest, she found herself standing in a clearing where the surrounding weeds towered over her, making it impossible to navigate, leaving her to watch Yudong chop down trees nearby. The trees here are astonishingly large. Even a moderately sized tree cannot be embraced by 2 or 3 individuals, making them perfect for crafting furniture. Although they lacked tools, Yudong's lion claws were extraordinarily sharp, and felling a tree was but a trivial task. In no time at all, Yudong had fashioned 4 small stools, a bed frame, and a table, based on Xia Yunyun's descriptions. While these creations could be considered furniture, they were merely square and solid, rather unremarkable in appearance, perhaps even tragically unsightly. Yet in this beastman world, Xia Yunyun felt immense satisfaction at the mere existence of such items. Yudong then procured several long vines. Binding the freshly crafted furniture together, Xia Yunyun stood idly beneath a tree, feeling rather bored as this outing had turned into a one-man operation with Yudong doing all the work. Suddenly, she noticed some movement in the grass. Through the gaps in the underbrush, she spotted a small white creature. That a rabbit? Taking cautious steps closer, Xia Yunyun confirmed it was indeed a rabbit, a plump little creature, the size of a small tree stump. Possibly due to its fluffy fur. A smile spread across her face. She had not anticipated encountering rabbits here. She had always adored such small animals and thought it would be delightful to catch one to keep as a pet. With that thought, Xia Yunyun stealthily followed the little white rabbit, trailing it for over 10 meters. The rabbit seemed captivated by a delectable patch of grass, savoring it with great enthusiasm. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yunyun lunged forward and surprisingly managed to catch the rabbit. Yudong. Look what I've caught, she exclaimed, holding the rabbit by its ears and waving excitedly at Yudong, who was busy nearby. Upon hearing her voice, Yudong immediately set down his work and rushed over, his brow furrowing in concern. This is my first time catching a rabbit. Shall we take it home and keep it? Xia Yunyun joyously suggested, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in her hand. She had not anticipated that the rabbit would bite. With a startled cry, the rabbit slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Looking down, she saw that her index finger had been bitten, a small chunk of flesh missing, with bright red blood flowing freely. In the next moment, Yudong was at her side, wordlessly grasping her hand and bringing it to his mouth. He was unaware of what to do when a female was injured. All he knew was that Yunyun was bleeding, and his heart sank at the sight, prompting him to focus solely on stopping the blood. Although the pain in her finger was quite pronounced, it was bearable. Xia Yunyun's immediate reaction was not to dwell on her injury, but to shout in the direction the rabbit had fled. "It's getting away. Don't let it escape. Damn rabbit, it bites me," and then tries to run, reluctantly releasing Xia Yunyun's hand. And noticing the bleeding had lessened, Yudong turned and swiftly approached the rabbit in an instant. He returned holding the little white creature. With a furrowed brow, he looked at Xia Yunyun and remarked, "Such a small vermin has little meat and is hardly worth eating." In the eyes of beastmen, smaller animals were deemed insignificant, collectively referred to as vermin. Puffed. Xia Yunyun laughed at Yudong's serious demeanor, momentarily forgetting the pain in her hand. "Who said I wanted to eat it? I want to keep it as a pet. Besides, the less meat, the more precious it is. It's very delicious." She recalled that in her previous life, her aunt had once bought wild rabbit meat for a meal, a flavor she still remembered fondly. However, at her aunt's house, she couldn't indulge freely, which had lingered in her mind. To her surprise, she could now enjoy rabbit meat in this world. Lost in thoughts of delectable food, Xia Yunyun quickly forgot her initial intention. Hadn't she decided to merely keep rabbits? With an abundance of vines in the forest, she wove a large cage to confine the rabbit. Seeing Xia Yunyun's delight, Yudong ventured into the underbrush once more and captured a few more rabbits, stuffing them into the cage to take home. Xia Yunyun was nearly grinning from ear to ear. However, upon returning home, her smile faded. What was going on with the crowd of beastmen gathered at her door? What incident had occurred to attract so many onlookers? As soon as she returned, the beastmen blocking the entrance immediately parted to let her pass. With a puzzled expression, she entered alongside Yudong, only to find a male beastman standing beside the door. At first, Xia Yunyun did not recognize him, but as he turned, she realized it was the elder from the monkey tribe whom she had encountered during her escape. "Elder, is there something you need?" Although she was not fond of this elder, she approached him with curiosity. "I have come today regarding the matter of this serpent beast," the elder stated, his gaze darkening upon meeting Xia Yunyun's eyes. Though a faint smile lingered on his face, obscuring the change in his demeanor, Xia Yunyun, oblivious to his subtle shifts, instinctively glanced towards the massive python lying before the door, one of the many beasts being scrutinized by the crowd. "Elder, you aren't here to drive him away, are you?" Xia Yunyun could only fathom this possibility, given the number of beastmen gathered. The serpent beast was inherently ferocious and should not remain within the city. Even if it posed no immediate threat, who could guarantee it would not in the future? Despite speaking of expelling Shiyu, the elder maintained his amiable smile. This left Xia Yunyun at a loss for how to counter his assertions. She knew that with Shiyu residing here, the local residents were on edge, fearing that a single moment of anger could lead to their demise. Now, hearing the authoritative elder voice such sentiments, none dared to dissent. The elder's insistence and the discomfort of the assembled beastmen rendered Xia Yunyun momentarily speechless. She could only promise to resolve the issue. Ultimately, the elder granted her one final day, stating that Shiyu must leave on his own accord, or he would resort to extreme measures. Xia Yunyun was uncertain what the elder meant by extreme measures, but she was well aware that, given the beastmen's ruthlessness, they would not allow Shiyu to depart unscathed. Yet, could she truly bear to watch Shiyu be driven away? No. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. She bit her lip, aware that she possessed the capacity to discern right from wrong. Since she had ventured into this barbaric and unreasonable beastman world, she could not be a passive observer. As midnight approached, the sky darkened to an inky black, and the land lay shrouded in silence, as if everything had been swallowed by the night. Outside, a dark-haired man stood still, his silver-gray eyes fixated on the stone house, resembling a statue. The memory of that small, stubborn figure from the day lingered in his mind. For the first time in his life, a beast had spoken on his behalf. Abandoned as an egg, he bore half the bloodline of a serpent beast, and the unique memories of his lineage haunted him, reminding him of the cold indifference he had faced. He had never imagined that warmth could ever seep into his icy being. Yet, he remained an outsider in this world. Inside the stone house, Xia Yunyun tossed and turned upon the bed of grass, her heart inexplicably troubled, her furrowed brow caught in the gaze of a pair of deep brown eyes. "What is it? Can't you sleep?" As Yudong transformed into human form, his profound and unfathomable gaze fixated on Xia Yunyun, a large hand gently brushing her brow. due to Xia Yunyun's vehement objection to sharing a bed with him. She persistently insisted that Yudong remain in his beast form while sleeping. What if the elders arrive tomorrow to drive the snake's spirit away? Xia Yunyun pouted, casually brushing aside Yudong's hand. Her eyes brimming with concern, oblivious to the sudden shadow that darkened Yudong's gaze upon hearing her words. Are you truly so worried about him? Of course. Do you wish for him to become your partner? Yudong's nails had already deeply embedded into the ground, as if a mere affirmation from Xia Yunyun would compel him to shatter the earth beneath them. Bewildered, Xia Yunyun gazed at him in confusion. What nonsense! What kind of illogical reasoning is this? Why does everything have to relate to partnerships? Impossible, Xia Yunyun retorted immediately. Accepting a beastman male was already a testament to her psychological fortitude. There was no way she would entertain notions of a harem. Then why do you always speak of him? Yudong inquired sullenly, his previously dark expression slightly improving, yet his tone unmistakably conveyed a tempestuous resentment. Why Yudong? Do you not think it is profoundly unfair to him? And to the snake spirit as well? He has committed no wrongdoing, and not all snake spirits are malevolent. Why must they all be expelled? Xia Yunyun met Yudong's gaze, resolutely determined to address his question for the first time. Snake spirits are cold-blooded, only seeking to usurp the tribe's females. Even if he does no harm, he cannot alter that reality. To why Yudong snorted, his voice oddly tinged as he occasionally cast his gaze outside. The beastman's acute senses were inherently sharper than those of humans. He could hear sounds that Xia Yunyun could not perceive. How can you harbor thoughts akin to theirs? Xia Yunyun felt a surge of anger. Failing to notice Yudong's peculiar demeanor, she had always believed him to be different. Whether through his kindness towards her or his capabilities and character, she had regarded him as her pillar of support. Yet he could not comprehend her in that moment. She felt as if she had regressed to her past when, devoid of a mother, she was bullied by her aunt's children. She longed to assert her kinship. Yet everyone treated her as an outsider. She was perpetually superfluous. Thus, would she find herself trapped in the same cycle once more? Regardless of my thoughts, you can only be mine. The obstinacy of Yudong exhibited no inclination towards compromise. His deep and resonant voice seemingly encapsulating his discontent and possessiveness. Xia Yunyun felt her temper flare. With a huff, she stormed out of the house. Her surprise, the rare emptiness before the door left her momentarily stunned. The dark depths of the night enveloped her, rendering her surroundings indistinguishable, as if the darkness longed to engulf her entirely. Where is the snake's spirit? Taking a few steps into the darkness, despite the limited visibility, Xia Yunyun could discern that outside of herself, there were no other beings present. The snake spirit was still injured. How could he have vanished so suddenly before nightfall? Suddenly, a thought crossed Xia Yunyun's mind. Did he leave on his own accord? In that instant, a profound sense of guilt welled up within her as she stood alone in the dark. He must have departed due to the elders and beastman's rejection. Despite being a powerful six-crystal beastman, in Xia Yunyun's eyes, he inexplicably donned a veil of pitiable fragility. Inside the stone house, the deep brown eyes of Yudong remained fixated on that frail figure. His feelings of resentment, anger, and regret eventually concealed beneath a veneer of calm. The following morning, still at odds with Yudong, Xia Yunyun arose to fetch water from the stream. Upon stepping outside, she was taken aback to see several male beastmen had suddenly appeared at the previously empty neighboring house. Wasn't it vacant yesterday? Had someone moved in today? As she pondered, a female emerged from the neighboring house. Fox Yu, did she not reside in the fox den? Why had she moved here? As Xia Yunyun scrutinized the female's appearance, confusion clouded her expression. Fox Yu coincidentally met her gaze, smirking provocatively before turning to instruct her companions to carry various bundles of animal skins into the house. How utterly perplexing! An instinct told Xia Yunyun that Fox Yu's sudden relocation harbored ulterior motives. Upon returning indoors, Yudong approached her. Noticing the peculiar expression on her face, he inquired, "What is it?" Xia Yunyun rarely displayed such expressions. She was either beaming with joy or devoid of emotion. What had she just witnessed? The female of the fox tribe has moved next door. Your admirer has followed you here. Are you not going to greet her? Xia Yunyun was uncertain of the emotions that prompted her to utter those words. In any case, she felt extraordinarily displeased, both with the conversation from last night and with Fox Yu's sudden arrival today. What admirer? I know nothing of it. Yunyun, my partner shall always be you. Sensing the shift in Xia Yunyun's mood, Yudong hastily defended himself. For a fleeting moment, he almost believed she would leave him. Humph! Xia Yunyun turned away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Since the departure of the snake spirit, her spirits had been low. Everything irked her, especially after their disagreement the previous night. With Yudong's silence, her irritation deepened. She still regarded the male beastmen here through the lens of modern men, having read too many novels about scoundrels. Naturally projecting those sentiments onto the males. Just as she was lost in her vexation, her hand was suddenly seized. "Where are you taking me?" Observing Yudong's steady stride forward, Xia Yunyun found it challenging to keep pace. Even as he endeavored to slow down, to collect stones for making tools. Yudong explained, referring to the kitchenware Xia Yunyun needed for cooking. Previously, when Xia Yunyun complained about the lack of tools, he had attentively noted her requirements. Awaiting an opportunity to create them, he understood that Xia Yunyun was unlike other females. She relished venturing outside, although he preferred that no other males see her. He decided to take her out to ensure her happiness. As they traversed the path, Xia Yunyun, intrigued by the previously unseen stone city, swiftly cast aside her earlier displeasure, chattering incessantly and bombarding Yudong with questions. After exploring Stone City, she soon realized that the Beastman realm lacked commerce, although many males roamed, and groups of females cast glances her way wherever she went. There were no stalls or vendors reminiscent of ancient times. Only simple stone houses of various designs were visible. The sole comfort for Xia Yunyun was the pleasant environment. While the living conditions may not have been ideal, she believed they would gradually improve once they settled in. After a tour of Stone City, Yudong led Xia Yunyun to the territory of the wolf tribe. Each of the 4 major beast tribes had its designated living area. The other stone houses were for newcomers and those beastmen who had split from their original tribes, allowing them to choose their residences. Upon entering the wolf tribe's domain, the architecture bore no distinction from the other structures in Stone City, all composed of stone. However, the stones here appeared somewhat unique, with each roof reflecting light in an oddly captivating manner. "What are we doing here?" Xia Yunyun inquired, puzzled. "The stones of the wolf tribe are special. They should suffice for crafting the tools you desire." Yudong led Xia Yunyun into a house, quickly emerging with a large block of stone in his arms. "This is stone." Xia Yunyun's lips twitched. "This is clearly iron ore." Observing Yudong's reverence for this iron ore, Xia Yunyun began to comprehend how precious this commonplace material was in her modern world. "What did you trade for this stone?" "A few days ago, I made arrangements with the wolf tribe, offering some game in exchange for stones today." That he had remembered her words. Staring at the earnest Yudong before her, Xia Yunyun found herself at a loss for words. "Why, Yudong, is this the female you brought back?" Just then, a tall male approached, his bright gray eyes fixated on Xia Yunyun, a wicked smile gracing his lips, sending a chill down her spine. Xia Yunyun scrutinized the male in return, though he lacked Yudong's brawn. His presence was equally formidable, standing there like a natural-born noble. "Wolf Feng, mind yourself. She is my female." Suddenly, Yudong stepped forward decisively, positioning himself between Xia Yunyun and the male figure. He was distinctly displeased by the unabashed gaze directed at him by Lang Feng. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with tension. "Heh, why the anger? I merely heard that the wolf clan had guests and thought to take a look. That I did not expect to encounter such a beautiful female. I must say, I envy you," Lang Feng remarked with a sly smile, effortlessly dissipating the tense atmosphere, his sharp gray eyes incessantly lingering on Xia Yunyun, undeterred by the evident fury on Yudong's face. "Yunyun will only have me as her mate. Do not entertain any other thoughts," Yudong retorted, feeling irked by Lang Feng's gaze, and promptly turned away with Xia Yunyun, leaving the territory of the wolf clan. Having grown up on his own, he naturally harbored a different mindset than that of ordinary beastmen, particularly regarding partnerships, as he was unwilling to share, being in the territory of the wolf clan. Yudong preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. A 5 crystal beastman, Lang Feng was the most distinguished young warrior of the wolf clan and the pride of the wolf king. Yudong did not wish to provoke him. Of course, if Lang Feng dared to overstep his bounds, that would be another matter entirely. Lang Feng, remaining in place, did not attempt to stop Yudong's departure. Instead, he stroked his chin with interest, wearing a cunning smile. His gaze fixed on the distance. Will there truly only be one mate? That remains to be seen. After leaving the wolf clan's dwelling, Xia Yunyun dismissed the earlier incident from her mind. After all, Yudong had expressed such sentiments for quite some time. As they walked along a narrow path in the town, Xia Yunyun suddenly halted, turning her head to find a scruffy stray dog trailing behind her. She had noticed the stray earlier, and to her surprise, it was still following her, piquing her curiosity. "Little one, where is your owner?" she asked, crouching down to stroke its fur. She petted its head. The little dog wagged its tail joyfully, its pink tongue licking her hand, exuding a charming spirit that instantly captured Xia Yunyun's heart. Bark, bark. The puppy had bright, amber eyes that sparkled, with one ear perked up and the other drooping. Looking exceedingly adorable as it barked at Xia Yunyun, seemingly eager to explain something, Xia Yunyun couldn't help but chuckle, disregarding its dirtiness as she scooped up the muddy little dog, turning to Yudong. "Yudong, may I keep this little dog? It seems like it has no owner." Given its filthy state, it was undoubtedly a stray, and she simply couldn't bear to leave such a cute creature to fend for itself. She adored fluffy animals. "A dog?" Yudong responded, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes, quickly replaced by a look of disdain. "Such a creature is commonplace. If you wish to keep it, then by all means." Xia Yunyun often uttered peculiar expressions, and it was only natural for him to understand she was referring to this canine. In the world of beastmen, canines were regarded as lowly creatures, and there were scarcely any beastmen of the canine race. Thus, most beastmen held a disdainful view towards canines, Yudong included. However, since Yunyun desired it, he saw no harm in her keeping it. Thus, Xia Yunyun carried the little puppy back home with Yudong. Upon entering their home, Xia Yunyun was taken aback. "What is going on? Who are you? Why are you in my house?" She gazed at the unexpected pile of firewood in the center of the room and the elegantly proportioned female figure. Feeling somewhat vexed, why was her home so popular? Just days prior, it had been the elders and beastmen from Giant Stone City, and now it was Hu Yuyu's turn. "Whose house is this? Isn't it Yudong's? Aren't you two not yet mates?" Hu Yuyu retorted defiantly, puffing her chest with pride. Being Hu Siyue's cousin, she was naturally older than Yudong, having long surpassed her developmental years, and with 8 partners. She frequently engaged in amorous affairs, her figure undoubtedly surpassing that of the 17-year-old Xia Yunyun. Beastmen generally did not concern themselves with the age of females, so her age was no issue in their eyes. Yet to Xia Yunyun, it was simply a matter of the old cow eating the tender grass. "Fine, this is Yudong's house. But why did you enter without his permission?" Xia Yunyun had not anticipated Hu Yuyu would respond in such a manner. Realizing her words might have been inappropriate, she amended her tone. "If you can be here, why can't I enter? I came specifically to prepare roasted meat for Yudong. Why Yudong? Come try this. It is my own handiwork." As Hu Yuyu spoke, she picked up a large piece of meat roasting over the fire, a fawning smile on her face as she approached Yudong, nearly pressing herself against him. Xia Yunyun's gaze fell upon the roasted meat, and she couldn't help but silently mourn for Yudong. Was this meat even edible? It was far worse than the first piece he had roasted for her, a thick, oversized chunk that had clearly been overcooked. The burnt smell wafting from it was unmistakable. Describing it as unsightly and inedible would be an understatement. "Yunyun is my designated mate. You must leave," Yudong declared, stepping back 2 paces, causing Hu Yuyu to almost stumble. "Yudong, you actually want me to leave?" Hu Yuyu stared at him in disbelief. Males typically did not refuse females entry into their homes. On the contrary, they would consider it a great honor. Yet he was expelling her, and all because of this insignificant female. "My house is Yunyun's house. From now on, no one is permitted to enter without my consent," Yudong stated, his expression devoid of any emotion. "You." Hu Yuyu's hands trembled with anger, covered in soot from the smoke of the roasting meat. Her face contorted into a comical frown that resembled a crumpled black pancake. Utterly unflattering. "Why Yudong? Come on. She came all this way to cook for you, and you still kick her out? How rude." Xia Yunyun couldn't help but laugh out loud. She swore it was not intentional. She simply couldn't contain herself. To speak of Hu Yuyu's appearance, she was indeed deserving of the title of the most beautiful female of the Fox clan, with captivating features that could enchant anyone. She was the most stunning female Xia Yunyun had ever encountered. Yet her current demeanor was more amusing than that of a clown. "Humph, at least you recognize your place." Hu Yuyu crossed her arms, discarding the roasted meat she held. "You should wash your face first." "Why not stay for lunch today?" Xia Yunyun kindly suggested. Noticing the massive prey remaining, Hu Yu did not argue, huffing as she stepped outside to wash her face. Of course, she would not leave when she could stay. Upon exiting, she was immediately surrounded by her partners, who inquired about her well-being. I will go hunting. As Yudong transformed into his beast form. Stepping out of the door, his deep brown eyes threatened the group of male partners surrounding Hu Yuyu. In a house where females were present, males generally could not enter at will. However, it was different for females. Hu Yuyu's partners had remained outside and did not enter with her. Hu Yuyu, I can let you stay for a meal. But you must do me a favor. Xia Yunyun eyed the newly arriving Hu Yuyu and devised a plan. What favor? Hu Yuyu glared at her, her pride evident. Have your male partners help me polish this stone. Xia Yunyun pointed to the 8 towering males standing outside. Although she was unaware of their beastly tribes, they looked strong enough to assist with polishing a stone. Xia Yunyun chuckled inwardly. She would not forget how Yudong's claws had been worn down while polishing the serpent scale powder for her. Since Hu Yuyu had so many males, she would not hold back. Truly useless. It's just a stone, and you need to rely on males for help. I wonder what Yudong sees in you. Hu Yuyu scoffed, her pride swelling. However, she did not refuse, waving her hand to signal her partners to enter and carry the stone outside to be polished as Xia Yunyun requested. Xia Yunyun dismissed her derogatory remarks, smiling as she directed Hu Yuyu's partners. With Hu Yuyu's endorsement, the 8 males naturally followed Xia Yunyun's instructions to polish the stone. Moreover, they were eager to assist such a lovely female. Yet, as they began to polish, one by one, they found themselves in a predicament, unable to voice their grievances. This was no ordinary stone. Their claws were wearing down, and despite having polished for some time, they realized this was a unique, dense stone from the wolf clan. The males were internally lamenting their plight, yet dared not voice their grievances, fearing the loss of face in front of Hu Yuyu. They could only grit their teeth and endure the pain until they finally fashioned the tools requested by Xia Yunyun. A pot, a spatula, several large and small bowls, along with a knife that was dull on one side and sharp on the other. Each item felt like it was sapping the very life from them. Thank you all. I shall commence with the cooking. Clutching the polished kitchenware joyfully, Xia Yunyun sought out a rough wooden stump to serve as a cutting board. There remained a small piece of iron, ideal for her to sharpen the knife. The sole drawback was its considerable weight, far exceeding that of modern iron. She mused that the iron here must differ significantly from what she was accustomed to. As she sliced the remaining game caught by Hu Yuyu into small chunks, Xia Yunyun set up stones to create a fire pit, placed the pot atop, added water and meat, and soon the savory aroma of broth began to waft through the air. Xia Yunyun, you are wasting food. How can you put meat in water and still eat? Hu Yuyu, witnessing the entire process, was taken aback and pointed accusingly at the pot, her irritation evident. Fear not, it will surely be delicious. Just wait and see, Xia Yunyun replied confidently. This is how one makes rib soup in modern times. It's just that there are no additional ingredients here. The meat is rich and succulent. And with a pinch of salt, it should taste quite delightful. I don't believe it. I shall see what Yudong has to say when he returns. Hu Yuyu was skeptical, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Xia Yunyun, aware that there were no beast men who consumed cooked food here, chose not to elaborate, confident that the outcome would speak for itself. At that moment, a tiny puppy, previously forgotten, caught the enticing scent of meat and scuttled over to Xia Yunyun's feet, wagging its tail eagerly. Little one, are you hungry too? You can't eat raw meat, but I shall prepare some grilled meat for you. She knelt down to pat the puppy's head before setting about roasting some meat for it. Animals are not particular about the doneness of their food. Xia Yunyun merely grilled the meat lightly before offering it to the puppy. While feeding the pup, she pondered, since I will be looking after you, it wouldn't be fitting to just call you little one. Let us give you a name. How about Mao Mao? When Yudong returned, a prey clamped in his jaws and another slung over his back. The delicious aroma instantly informed him that Yunyun had begun preparing food. That he set down the game, retreated to a corner to transform into his human form, donned a leather skirt, and emerged. Why Yudong? Your timing is impeccable. The broth is ready. Let me serve you. Seeing Yudong with 2 pieces of prey, Xia Yunyun eagerly took a large bowl and filled it for him, her expression brimming with anticipation. Yudong cast a doting glance her way, raised the bowl to his lips, and took a sip, his eyes lighting up. Delicious. He had never tasted anything so exquisite. Who would have thought meat could be enjoyed in such a manner? Beside him, Hu Yuyu, feeling overlooked, stomped her foot in annoyance and glared. How can you eat meat and water together, Yudong? You mustn't deceive her. Otherwise, she will continue to waste food like this. Do I lack food? My female can waste it however she pleases. If you don't wish to partake, you may leave. No beast will keep you here. Yudong shot a frosty glance at Hu Yuyu, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the warmth he had previously shown. Realizing the gravity of his words, Hu Yuyu fell silent. Indignation simmering within her. Hu Yuyu, you should taste it as well. Yudong finds it delightful, perhaps to win over Hu Yuyu and earn her respect for her culinary skills. Xia Yunyun patiently filled another bowl and offered it to her. Having secretly tasted a spoonful, she found it quite palatable, albeit slightly gamey. Yet for a beastman accustomed to raw meat, this was likely quite normal. Hu Yuyu, observing Xia Yunyun's cheerful countenance, initially contemplated appending the bowl but reconsidered, aware of Yudong's presence. With a scowl, she accepted the bowl and took a tentative sip to her surprise. Once she took a bite, she couldn't stop. Lacking utensils, she tilted the entire bowl to her mouth, ignoring the scalding heat that burned her tongue as she quickly emptied the bowl. How was it? Tasty, Xia Yunyun asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. Not bad, Hu Yuyu replied after a long moment, still savoring the flavor and gazing at her empty bowl, wishing for another helping. Yet, out of pride, she refused to let this female bask in triumph. Would you like another bowl? Xia Yunyun, having noticed Hu Yuyu's discomfort, suggested kindly. Having witnessed her earlier ravenous consumption, Hu Yuyu remained silent, her pride intact as she handed her bowl back to Xia Yunyun, curtly stating, you should be grateful that your food is palatable. If it weren't for the fear of wasting my partner's catch, I wouldn't deign to consume this. Xia Yunyun, undeterred by her words, beamed as though blooming anew, promptly filling another bowl for her while Yudong stood nearby. Having taken a sip from his own bowl, now reluctant to touch it further, his Yunyun had yet to eat. How could he indulge first? As Hu Yuyu began her second helping, the fragrant aroma of the broth wafted through the air, reaching the 8 females gathered at the doorway, excluding Xia Yunyun and her 2 companions. 8 pairs of eyes, each a different hue, gazed into the room, captivated by the mouth-watering scent that filled the air, their throats involuntarily bobbing. What could be so fragrant? It appeared utterly delectable. Was it crafted by that beautiful female? They had never seen food prepared in such a manner. The 8 males shared a singular thought. They yearned to taste the food within, yet they were acutely aware that this was another male's dwelling, and entering would mean challenging him. They had no desire to confront the fearsome lion beast. The rich aroma of meat was unlike anything the beastmen had ever encountered, and those with keen senses quickly detected it. The beastmen dwelling around Xia Yunyun's home ventured out, drawn by the enticing fragrance. Soon, they deduced that the delightful scent emanated from a new household that had moved in a few days prior, and they clustered at the entrance, peering curiously inside. The 8 males standing at the door became the center of attention for the onlooking beastmen. Was this the partner of the most beautiful female of the Fox clan? Hu Yuyu. What were they doing here? Was Hu Yuyu inside? Hadn't she always resided in the fox den? How could she possibly appear here? The aroma was intoxicating. Never had they encountered such a scent. What delectable creations were being prepared within? As the most beautiful female of the Fox clan, having her as a partner was undoubtedly one of the greatest honors in Giant Stone City. And nearly every beastman was aware of Hu Yuyu's companions. Beastmen are known for their loud voices, entirely lacking the public decorum of modern individuals, and their homes were not soundproofed. The sounds from outside naturally reached Xia Yunyun's ears. Yudong, what is happening outside? It seems many beastmen have gathered. Upon hearing the commotion, Xia Yunyun feared that the local beastmen were coming to trouble her again, recalling the earlier incident when they sought to drive away Shiyu. No need to worry, Yudong replied, not sparing a glance outside, as he gently adjusted Xia Yunyun's small head, indicating she should focus on her own tasks and disregard the outside noise that in truth. With his keen hearing, he could easily discern the beastman's words, filled with envy and admiration, filling him with a profound sense of pride. His female was indeed unlike any other, as the 8 males outside felt their mouths watering. Hu Yuyu finished her second bowl. Being a beastman, her appetite naturally exceeded that of an ordinary human, yet out of pride, she refrained from requesting a third bowl, casting furtive glances at the steaming pot of broth. Given Xia Yunyun's appetite, she could manage only a regular bowl. Having consumed 2 large bowls was already a feat akin to that of a glutton, and Xia Yunyun assumed Hu Yuyu was satisfied. thus refrained from asking further to Hu call your partner in to eat as well. They have been quite helpful in polishing these utensils. Xia Yunyun was well aware that Yudong had little appetite for the prey of other beastmen. She had prepared a large pot of meat soup, specifically crafted to cater to the tastes of the Yudong beastman, as this pot was larger than the modern ones. Naturally, she had no intention of indulging alone. After treating her guest, she planned to serve him the game captured by Yudong himself. Hu did not expect Xia Yunyun to voice such sentiments in the eyes of beastmen. It was a given that males assisted females with tasks, and historically, only males prepared food for females. It was unheard of for a female to cook for a male that a noble female herself. She was accustomed to waiting for males to bring food to her. The 8 males outside, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of delight, and seeing that Hu did not object, they were about to approach when a cold voice interrupted. They had their own partners and had no need for food prepared by her. The implication was clear. If they wished to eat, they should have Hu cook for them. Only he had the right to consume food made by his female. He had not driven Hu away, merely out of respect for Xia Yunyun's plea. To let males into his home? To consume food prepared by Yunyun? 3 words. Absolutely not. Yudong. After all, this is the prey brought by her. Xia Yunyun was bemused by Yudong's sudden stinginess. His unfriendly tone left her both amused and exasperated. She had hoped to use this opportunity to foster good relations with the beastmen here. This Yudong was truly something else. No way, this is your food. Why Yudong decisively dismissed her, not allowing Xia Yunyun a chance to respond. With no other recourse, Xia Yunyun could only offer an apologetic smile to the 8 males. Beside her, Hu seethed with indignation. What was so special about this female that Yudong felt compelled to defend her? As the most beautiful female of the fox tribe, she could not fathom why he preferred this slender female and treated her so coldly. Humph, what is so remarkable about her? Her skin, tinged with a hint of red, was not flushed from embarrassment. Stomping her feet in frustration, Hu took her envious partner and left. Although Hu's partner yearned to taste the delicious food, they had to obey her wishes and leave. With Hu's departure, the entrance was left vacant, allowing much more light to pour into the room. As the sunlight illuminated the space, Xia Yunyun naturally noticed the gathering beastmen outside. What was going on? Had she committed a crime by cooking meat soup? Puzzled, she approached the door and overheard the murmurs of the beastmen. Finally understanding the situation, my heavens, what a beautiful female. How could there be such a stunning female in Stone Giant City? Her skin was as white as that of a mermaid dwelling in the deep sea. You've never seen a mermaid. How do you know she resembles one? But truly, she is breathtaking. I wonder if she has a partner. Look, inside is Yudong, the son of the Fox King, who brought the 4 crystal lion beasts to Stone Giant City. Is this beautiful female his partner? Xia Yunyun's appearance immediately caused the beastmen to forget their original purpose for gathering. At that moment, Xia Yunyun thought to herself, what the heck? I'm not a monkey. Why must they always gawk at me like this? Achoo! In the house of a certain elder, a middle-aged male, enjoying the service of a female, suddenly sneezed, but thought little of it. Mao Mao, who had hidden in a corner due to Yudong's return, blinked his eyes, looking pitifully at Xia Yunyun's back. Woof. Yudong was rather displeased with his female being ogled by other males, though he felt a sense of pride within. Striding to the door, he positioned himself protectively behind Xia Yunyun. This is my female. You may look, but beware of your beastly eyes. The 4 crystal beasts held a decent status in Stone Giant City, and upon hearing his words, the surrounding beastmen trembled in fear and scattered like birds. A few bolder males, possessing greater strength, lingered for a moment, gazing longingly at the figure behind Yudong, but after much deliberation, they reluctantly turned away. With the crowd dispersed, Xia Yunyun's stomach grumbled in hunger. She cleaned and cut the prey brought back by Yudong and placed it into the pot, resulting in another large batch of aromatic meat soup. This time, no beastmen dared to intrude. Even if some were nearby, they only dared to savor the scent from a distance. After consuming a bowl of meat soup, Xia Yunyun felt satiated, but given a beastman's appetite, that single pot barely sufficed. Enthusiastically, she prepared several more pots, roasting the leftover meat for Yudong, determined that he would not consume raw flesh any longer. Once both she and Yudong were full, they organized the items brought back from the forest. Arranging the newly crafted furniture within their home, with a few more members in the household, Mao Mao returned with a few rabbits from the forest, and Yudong constructed small shelters for them outside. Mao Mao's abode resembled a scaled-down house, akin to those found in rural areas for dogs, while the rabbits resided in a circle made of stacked stones. Since rabbits tend to burrow, a layer of stones was laid beneath. Unfortunately, these rabbits, lacking intelligence, soon gave up on digging after realizing they couldn't, contentedly residing inside. Having managed all these tasks, Xia Yunyun felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Their home finally bore semblance to a true dwelling. Just as the two settled down to rest, an unexpected visitor arrived. I am the female fox Xiaobai from next door. May I inquire about the delightful aroma from earlier? A petite female, not much stronger than Xia Yunyun, stood at the door, peeking curiously inside. Of course. Without waiting for Yudong to respond, Xia Yunyun smiled and took Xiaobai's hand. She had no idea that a female lived next door. Really? I wish to have my cubs try such delicious food. The unexpected warmth of Xia Yunyun's invitation caught Xiaobai off guard. Naturally shy, she stammered as she spoke, occasionally glancing back toward the door. Xia Yunyun, intrigued, looked over and noticed a male standing outside, his dark skin and muscular arms cradling a bamboo basket, from which two fuzzy heads with white and gray stripes peeked out. Their large gray eyes watching Xia Yunyun, seemingly entranced by her beauty. Those are two little tigers. You have cubs? Xia Yunyun, astonished, turned back to the bashful Xiaobai, incredulously regarding her. Xiaobai was petite and looked quite youthful. Seemingly around the same age as Xia Yunyun. Xia Yunyun, she seemed barely an adult, perhaps even below the legal marriage age in modern society. How could she possibly have cubs? Suddenly recalling that night, she wondered if things had gone differently. Might she have cubs of her own by now? Yes, they were born before you moved in. They are quite mischievous. They kept wanting to come over due to that aroma. Xiaobai nodded, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Her cubs had been eager to visit, but felt it inappropriate to enter someone else's dwelling. Only after they became too unruly did she come to ask about the lovely female, who was so gentle and beautiful. The females she had known were always so high and mighty. Hearing Xiaobai's voice brought Xia Yunyun back to reality. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly spoke. Your cubs are truly adorable. The delightful aroma was from the meat soup. I can teach you how to make it. It's quite simple. Is it really possible? Thank you. Beautiful female. Xiaobai's face lit up with joy upon hearing Xia Yunyun's willingness to teach her. Generally, beastmen do not reveal their food preparation methods to outsiders, as some races rely on their culinary skills for survival and would not easily divulge their secrets. She had only intended to inquire about the delicious food to share with her cubs. To her surprise, this female readily agreed to teach her. Of course. Why would I deceive you? My name is Xia Yunyun. You can simply call me Yunyun. Xia Yunyun smiled at Xiaobai, thinking that at last, she had found a female companion with whom she could converse. Yunyun female, Xiaobai responded, her gratitude emboldening her. Xia Yunyun's eyes sparkled with envy as she gazed at Xiaobai's tiger cubs. Glancing over at Yudong sitting on the grass, knowing he would never allow other males to enter. Why Yudong? Weren't you supposed to go out hunting to provide me with pelts? She mused mischievously. Smiling brightly. Why Yudong remained silent, casting a glance at Xiaobai before turning his attention to the male outside. Oh dear, you should hurry. I have no clothes to change into. Look at me, wearing the same outfit every day. It's nice to have Xiaobai here to keep me company. Xia Yunyun wore a face full of grievance as she complained. Sure enough, Yudong stood up without a word, affectionately ruffling Xia Yunyun's hair. I will go make you some animal skins. You stay at home. As he spoke, his deep brown eyes fixed intently on the male outside the door, as if to say, if anything happens to my Yunyun, you are finished. He had chosen this secluded house precisely because it was remote. With only one other female companion living next door, he was assured that a male with a partner would not pry into other females. The male outside felt the weight of Yudong's gaze and was struck with an inexplicable urge to flee. He was merely a second-tier beastman, yet his neighbor turned out to be a formidable fourth-tier warrior. Be careful, Xia Yunyun said with a smile, nodding and giving her reminder, why Yudong transformed into a snow lion and swiftly dashed out of the house. Coincidentally, he had matters to attend to alone. After Yudong's departure, Xia Yunyun eagerly brought in the cubs of the fox Xiaobai. What adorable cubs! She held one of the tiger cubs tightly, causing the other cub in the basket to gaze longingly at her. Stretching out its tiny paws to grasp at her leg, fox Xiaobai, with a loving expression, picked up the other cub, her face radiating maternal warmth. Her partner was a white tiger, so their cubs belonged to the tiger clan. Naturally, her male companion stood guard at the door, not entering. Bark Bark, the little creature, who had been lingering in the corner, seemed somewhat unwilling to be neglected, wagging its tail in a dejected manner and daring only to bark at Xia Yunyun. Cradling the adorable tiger cub, Xia Yunyun hardly paid attention to the little creature. The round, sparkling eyes of the cub were even more captivating than diamonds, and the cub had a particular fondness for her, its tiny paws clinging tightly to her arm. Though the little tiger had only been born a few days prior, its claws were already sharp, causing Xia Yunyun some discomfort as it gripped her. She shifted her position, only to have the cub bury its head down. Xia Yunyun thought, "Are you hungry, little one? Do you want some milk? But I have none to give you," carefully placing the cub back in the basket. Xia Yunyun began to teach Fox Xiaobai how to make meat soup. Lacking ingredients and proper utensils, Xiaobai had to rely on Xia Yunyun's kitchenware. Before long, a large pot of meat soup was ready. The two tiger cubs leaned over the bowl, enjoying their meal, and it was then that Xia Yunyun noticed the little creature watching her with eager eyes. She had yet to clean it since bringing it back. Xia Yunyun took the little creature to the riverbank for a bath, and Fox Xiaobai followed along, leaving the cubs inside. "Yunyun, you adore cubs so much. Why not have some of your own?" Fox Xiaobai asked curiously. Xia Yunyun's gentle demeanor reflected her affection for the little creature, and she treated the cubs with the same tenderness, which puzzled Xiaobai Dada. Xia Yunyun suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Forgive her. She had not fully embraced the open customs here at Haiti, just under 18 years old. She had never considered having children so early. Moreover, her attempts with Yudong had not been successful twice before. How could she dare attempt a third time? Seeing the hesitation in her eyes, Fox Xiaobai kindly inquired, "Yunyun, do you face some difficulties?" Xia Yunyun nodded earnestly. "Difficulties? Indeed, they are monumental," she explained patiently. "In my homeland, females typically find partners much later and have cubs several years after that." She hoped Xiaobai would understand. "Have you reached maturity then?" Fox Xiaobai, now emboldened, asked without the previous timidity. Xia Yunyun nodded. Here, reaching maturity meant having one's period. Then there is no issue. Females mature and can have cubs as soon as they reach maturity. You can too. Although Fox Xiaobai did not know what race Xia Yunyun belonged to, she thought it strange that a mature female would not mate with a male promptly. It was a prime opportunity for beastmen reproduction. Yet she did not dwell on it. Perhaps females in her homeland were not as scarce as they were here. Cough cough. Upon hearing Fox Xiaobai's words, Xia Yunyun nearly choked. It was not a matter of whether she could have cubs, but rather, she could not bring herself to be intimate with Yudong. Xia Yunyun lowered her head, too embarrassed to voice her thoughts directly, and buried her face in scrubbing the little creature's muddy coat. Fox Xiaobai, puzzled, wondered why Xia Yunyun had suddenly fallen silent. After a while, she finally realized, looking at Xia Yunyun in astonishment. "Yunyun, you haven't mated with your male yet, have you?" It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. The Fox clan was known for their sharp intellect, and though Fox Xiaobai was somewhat introverted, she was not foolish and quickly deduced this fact. "Yes," Xia Yunyun replied in a muffled voice. She felt an overwhelming sense of being an aging single woman, despite being a vibrant young lady of not yet 18. "So that's how it is," Fox Xiaobai mused, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes slightly upturned, revealing her current delight. "Your male is so strong. You two will surely have exceptionally robust cubs," Fox Xiaobai remarked enviously, gazing at Xia Yunyun, who remained oblivious to the envy directed her way. "Did I know what you're thinking?" "I have a way," echoed Fox Xiaobai's words as she departed. And Xia Yunyun barely noticed as Yudong returned. Xia Yunyun looked up, seeing Yudong placing several large prey on the ground. In his human form, he still held a bundle of vine-like objects in his hand. "Yudong, what are these?" Upon seeing Yudong, Xia Yunyun immediately set aside her previous concerns and asked curiously. Previously, Yudong would only bring back edible things. Why had he brought back several vines today? "Are they edible?" Yudong approached Xia Yunyun and took out one of the vines, peeling back a layer of its skin before her. "Is this what you mentioned before?" with Yudong's deep voice. Xia Yunyun finally got a clear look at what he had brought, and her face lit up with joy. Inside the brown vine skin were fine white-yellow fibers, twisted together. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary vine. But upon closer inspection, the fibers could be separated. "You actually found it." Xia Yunyun joyfully hugged Yudong, still clutching the vine. "This is wonderful. Thank you." Yudong, with this, I can make proper clothes to wear. You seem to only have one animal skin skirt, right? Once the skins are ready, I will make you a new one, Xia Yunyun chattered on, entirely unaware of Yudong's increasingly heavy breathing. Yunyun, his voice, thick with masculine pheromones, startled Xia Yunyun. Sensing the change in Yudong and his brother, Xia Yunyun chuckled, leaping several meters away, urging him to hasten the skinning process while she focused on untangling the fibers from the bundle of vines. Though she had accepted Yudong in her heart, she still needed time to fully commit to intimacy with him, especially after the two previous unfortunate attempts. Noticing Xia Yunyun's rejection, Yudong felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. Why, after promising to make him a skirt, did she shy away from close contact? This conundrum baffled Yudong, and with a solemn expression, he dragged the prey outside, dutifully beginning the skinning process. Skinning an animal was a skilled task. Removing an entire hide without damage was not something every male could accomplish. Under Yudong's sharp claws, the enormous prey quickly transformed into large, pristine hides, speckled with droplets of blood. Why Yudong frowned. Meticulously washing the hides in cold water, finding the icy liquid as unpleasant as the cold-blooded creature itself, in a dense forest outside the great stone city, a pair of silver-gray triangular eyes gazed intently in the direction of the city. The massive figure, with a notably shortened tail, was strikingly conspicuous. Moments ago, that snow lion had arrived abruptly, and he had thought it intended to kill him. After all, he was once a predator of female serpents. However, to his surprise, the snow lion made no attempt to attack. Its face bore a calmness and poise that belied the presence of a six-crystal beast man before it. It was evident that the snow lion was fully aware of his current injuries. Although the female might appear concerned, her wounds were not life-threatening. With some exertion, she could easily slay a four-crystal beast man. I know you won't leave. The stone city is not a place where you can find solace. As long as you do not harm Yunyun, I shall not reveal your whereabouts. Yunyun is a kind-hearted female who cannot bear to see others suffer. However, if you dare to bring her harm, even if I cannot defeat you, I shall fight with all my might. He recalled clearly the words spoken by the snow lion. Those deep brown eyes held a steadiness that was unnerving. He had a sense that the owner of those eyes would one day surpass him in strength. It was a gaze that seemed to disdain everything, even though he was stronger than it at this moment. He could not afford to underestimate it. Ever since being cast out from that place, he had never felt there was anything to aspire to in this life. Yet now, death suddenly seemed somewhat terrifying. If he were to grow stronger, could he not stand beside her openly? All he wished was to be by her side in Stone City. Xia Yunyun was still diligently sorting through fibers. The delicate strands appeared as though they would snap with the slightest touch, yet upon her gentle handling, she discovered that they were far sturdier than she had imagined. Initially, she had contemplated ways to reinforce the fibers should they prove too fragile. But it seemed that concern was unwarranted, for the fibers here were entirely unlike those of the modern world. They appeared thin but were remarkably resilient, unable to be torn without the aid of stone. Of course, this was only true considering Xia Yunyun's strength. It may not hold for other beastmen. The fibers she had just extracted were still damp, and she placed them in the shade at the doorstep to dry. Before binding them to wooden sticks, setting them aside for use as thread once the hides were prepared, a bundle of vines yielded a considerable number of fibers, and after completing these tasks, Xia Yunyun was already drenched in sweat, while outside, Yudong had just finished cleaning the hides. Soon enough, the doorway was adorned with several animal skins. Yudong had brought back 4 or 5 prey at once, skinned them, and left them inside, a rather disconcerting sight. It was summer, after all, and attracted flies and mosquitoes. They had consumed one for dinner, leaving 4 remaining. If left unattended, the meat would undoubtedly spoil overnight. Xia Yunyun pondered deeply, reluctant to discard the hard-won game brought back by Yudong. However, with no refrigerator in sight, she could only have Yudong place the remaining game outside. That evening, as Yudong transformed into his beast form and nestled close to Xia Yunyun while sleeping, she promptly closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep when he attempted to advance further. The next morning, upon waking, Xia Yunyun was assaulted by a foul odor as expected. Upon stepping outside, she was greeted by the sight of the prey. Now devoid of skin, crawling with flies. Without a moment's hesitation, Yudong disposed of the spoiled game. Though wasting food was shameful, it was a necessary sacrifice for the sake of the hides. After breakfast, Yudong set out once more to hunt. It was summer, the perfect season for tanning hides, and he aimed to prepare as many as possible for Yunyun to use during the winter. As Yudong departed, Sia Yunyun took the opportunity to tidy up the home and ventured next door. Hu Xiaobai was sitting at the entrance, and upon seeing Xia Yunyun, joyfully stood up. Xiaobai, quickly take me to find what you mentioned. She needed to return home before Yudong came back, ensuring he wouldn't discover her. Let us go. I'll take you there right away. Hand in hand, Xia Yunyun noticed that the male following Hu Xiaobai wasn't the same as the one from yesterday. She was aware that Hu Xiaobai had 3 partners. But why did her partner have to accompany them when they went out? Surely, her partner wouldn't have overheard their conversation from the previous day. Oh heavens, strike her with a thunderbolt. The male trailing Hu Xiaobai took note of Xia Yunyun's occasional glances in his direction. Feeling conflicted, he already had a partner, yet this beautiful female seemed to be interested in him. No. Although she was quite lovely, he could only have one partner. Had Xia Yunyun known the turmoil within the male's heart, she might have returned home to hang herself with the fibers. Following Hu Xiaobai, Xia Yunyun lost track of time, winding through several small paths in the city until they finally reached a large clearing. Xiaobai, where is this? Xia Yunyun inquired, having momentarily glimpsed a fox den. This is the clearing behind our fox clan's den. Over there is the red flower fruit. Although our fox clan is not particularly skilled in cultivation, we are the best at growing red flower fruits. Following Hu Xiaobai's, Xia Yunyun beheld a vast sea of red blossoms, the scorching sun pouring down from above, accompanied by a gentle breeze. For a moment, she forgot to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead, utterly entranced. What a beautiful sea of flowers! Upon witnessing Xia Yunyun's reaction, Hu Xiaobai beamed with pride. The red flower fruit of our fox clan has helped many beast men with their mating issues, but these are flowers. Where are the fruits? Realizing her misunderstanding, Xia Yunyun gazed curiously at the distant flower sea. Unable to resist the urge to step closer, the air was imbued with a faint, elusive fragrance, and as Xia Yunyun inhaled it, she felt an irresistible compulsion to approach the blossoms. Hu Xiaobai trailed behind her. Allowing her to advance unimpeded as they drew nearer, Xia Yunyun discovered that beneath the red flowers were clusters of small red fruits, the size of a baby's fist, indistinguishable in color from the blossoms above. Yunyun, your face is so red. Have you inhaled too much pollen? As she pondered, Hu Xiaobai approached her side and immediately noticed her flushed cheeks, expressing concern. What? Is my face very red? Xia Yunyun touched her face. Feeling a slight warmth, let us just pick some red flower fruits and head back. Inhaling the pollen has a similar effect. However, the pollen does not affect the beast men of our fox clan. All right. Xia Yunyun nodded, hurriedly collecting a few red flower fruits to cradle in her arms, her mind heated and oblivious to Hu Xiaobai's words, solely focused on gathering the fruits to return. As a female of the fox clan, Hu Xiaobai was unaware of the potent effects the pollen from the red flower fruit might have on beastmen of other clans, and thus paid little mind as she escorted Xia Yunyun home. Carrying a few of the freshly picked red flower fruits herself, upon returning home, Xia Yunyun, feeling dazed, sat amidst a pile of grass with the red flower fruits in her arms. The absence of windows rendered the interior somewhat dim. With only a trickle of light entering through the door, it was dark outside. Why hadn't Yudong returned yet? Never mind. I'll just rest a bit until he comes back. Xia Yunyun relaxed her grip. The red flower fruits tumbled to the ground. Glancing down, she picked one up. It felt a bit dry, and with a satisfying crunch, she bit into it, finishing it in just a few bites. Now, Xia Yunyun's face blushed even deeper, her eyes fluttering shut as she buried her head in the grass, her exposed skin slightly flushed. The effects of the red flower fruit on beastmen were akin to that of ancient herbs. Yet Xia Yunyun was human, not a beastman, and having inhaled so much pollen was undoubtedly exacerbating the situation. At this moment, Xia Yunyun was akin to someone who had consumed an entire bottle of liquor. The only saving grace was that the red flower fruit was not actual alcohol, or she might not awaken at all. By midday, Yudong returned, carrying several prey. Before he could set them down, he caught a whiff of an unusual odor wafting from the house. Bang! With a loud crash, the prey fell to the ground as Yudong rushed into the house. Xia Yunyun, sprawled on the grass pile, seemed to be roused by the noise. Squinting her eyes, her face was as red as the fallen red flower fruits, and upon seeing the familiar figure, she outstretched her hands like a child. Yudong, I'm ready. Her soft, glutinous voice ignited a fire within Yudong. Looking down, he noticed the scattered red flower fruits on the ground and quickly pieced together what had transpired. Yunyun. This is exactly what you mentioned. When Xia Yunyun awoke, she blinked at the light streaming in through the doorway, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Had she been run over by a freight truck yesterday? Why did every bone in her body feel as though it had been crushed? Shifting her gaze, she surveyed the interior of the house. With Yudong absent, the sunlight streaming in suggested that it must be noon already. Even if Yudong had left early without rousing her, it was unlikely he would remain out until midday. As she pondered this with utmost seriousness, Sia Yunyun was completely oblivious to the true nature of events that had transpired. It was hardly surprising that she was so scatterbrained. The effects of the red flower fruit on a human could be overwhelmingly profound. After all, she had experienced a bout of drunkenness that blurred her memories. And now, having consumed the red flower fruit, the situation was even more complicated. Propping herself up on a pile of grass with one hand while rubbing her shoulder with the other, a series of fragmented images suddenly flitted through her mind. Boom! It felt as if a thunderous bolt had struck her consciousness, leaving her feeling both tender and charred inside. What had she done with Yudong yesterday? In a fit of near madness. She clutched her disheveled hair. Her high-pitched wailing could have easily qualified her for a dolphin sound competition. What on earth had happened? With her mind a blank slate, Xia Yunyun felt as if she had been bitten by a dog. And yet she had no means to retaliate. Her gaze fell upon several vibrant red fruits scattered on the ground, the red flower fruit. In an instant, memories surged back like an incoming tide. She recalled confiding in Hu Xiaobai about her reluctance to engage with Yudong, only for Hu Xiaobai to knowingly suggest that consuming the red flower fruit would alleviate her concerns. They had then gone together to gather the fruit. And from that moment on, she had felt dizzy, returning home to consume the fruit before falling asleep. Dreaming of Yudong's return, it seemed she had even foolishly uttered something in her slumber. Tears welled up in Xia Yunyun's eyes as she inwardly screamed. Wasn't that merely a dream? Could she possibly retract what had transpired? She was not ready for this. With a frown, she rose, relieved that he had not torn her only set of animal skin clothing, for otherwise, she would have truly faced a wardrobe crisis today. Just as she managed to dress, Yudong returned. Upon seeing Xia Yunyun awake, Yudong cast down the two prey he carried on his back, transforming into his human form and approaching her. Yunyun, are you hungry? The meat from today's hunt is quite tender and can be roasted. On this day, Yudong's normally indifferent expression was animated, his eyes glimmering with affection as he looked at Xia Yunyun. Yesterday afternoon, upon returning from the hunt, he had seen Yunyun and, unable to resist, had engaged with her. She had not declined, which thrilled him to no end. The events had continued until midnight, as he unleashed years of pent-up energy, only regaining some semblance of reason when he realized Yunyun's frail body could not withstand too much. Upon noticing the bloodstains on the grass, he felt immense regret, realizing he had inadvertently harmed Yunyun, which prompted him to halt. That I'm starving. Of course, she was famished. She had missed lunch, dinner, and now was on the verge of missing breakfast. Yet, the very thought of what had transpired with Yudong the previous night caused the scenes to replay vividly in her mind as soon as she laid eyes on him. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Curse it! Why was she thinking of such things at this moment? Ugh, forget it. She was still that innocent young girl, indeed. After some mental reassurance, Xia Yunyun managed to suppress her urge to evade Yudong's gaze. Though she still felt the need to shy away from the depth of his affectionate eyes. Allow me to prepare some roasted meat for you. Please wait here. Why Yudong understood that for Xia Yunyun, eating was a serious matter. She adhered strictly to her 3 meals a day, and he was aware that while he had been sated last night, she had not eaten since noon yesterday, and thus must be ravenous. She responded softly, not wishing to refuse. Having been exposed to so much over the past few days, Yudong's intelligence surpassed that of the average beastman. Every day, as he observed Xia Yunyun roasting meat, he diligently memorized her methods, aspiring to prepare meals for her in the future. Though he thoroughly enjoyed the food she made for him, in the eyes of beastmen, it was the duty of a male to provide delicious food for the female. Previously, when she had expressed distaste for the appearance of his culinary creations, the memory lingered vividly in his mind. He was determined to make dishes that Xia Yunyun would love while hunting outdoors. He had secretly practiced how to replicate her cooking methods. Now, as he roasted the meat, he deftly skewered a piece of meat, which sizzled and crackled over the fire, releasing an enticing aroma. The pure scent of grilled meat wafted through the air. Gulp. Unable to restrain herself, Xia Yunyun swallowed hard, turning her head in disbelief. She had braced herself for something unpalatable, yet the glistening, succulent ribs before her appeared utterly delectable. Was this genuinely Yudong's handiwork? Just as she found herself torn between confusion and hunger, Yudong presented her with a large bowl of roasted meat. With her stomach growling in protest, Xia Yunyun wasted no time, plopping down beside the meat and devouring it in hearty bites. Delicious, delicious. Yudong, when did your cooking become so exquisite? It's even better than what I prepare. Between mouthfuls of meat, she couldn't help but praise him. Perhaps it was due to her extreme hunger, but this was undeniably the most delightful meal she had experienced since arriving in the beastman world. Just as long as you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you every day. Hearing Xia Yunyun's enthusiasm for the roasted meat, the tension in Yudong's face began to ease. Thank goodness, as long as Yunyun was satisfied. So good. Xia Yunyun nodded, relishing her meal, when suddenly Yudong spoke again, causing her to freeze mid-bite. Yunyun, I accidentally hurt you last night. Are you feeling all right now? Yudong's concern for the bloodstains on the grass deepened as he noticed her seemingly frail demeanor. Uffed. Upon hearing Yudong's words, Xia Yunyun instinctively spat out the morsel in her mouth. Unfortunately, she still had a piece lodged in her throat, and in her haste, she began to choke. Cough, cough, cough. What's wrong? Yunyun, are you all right? Surprised by her reaction, Yudong rushed forward to gently pat her back. However, the moment he did, it was nearly life-threatening. Stop, stop. If you keep that up, I might choke to death, or worse. You might end up killing me. Xia Yunyun clutched her chest, rising to her feet and suppressing her impulse to strike him. Glaring at Yudong, he looked back at her, bewildered, his deep brown eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. In Yudong's perspective, his gentle touch was meant to comfort, but perhaps it was interpreted differently by Xia Yunyun. Xia Yunyun felt exasperated. You feel wronged? I should be the one feeling wronged. Yunyun, are you truly okay? Yudong, finally realizing, looked at her with concern that he hadn't considered that the female body differed from the male, and given Yunyun's delicate nature, he hadn't paid enough attention to the nuances. I'm fine. Looking at Yudong's worried expression, Xia Yunyun found it hard to stay angry. She waved her hand helplessly and sat back down. Yunyun, you bled last night. Are you really all right? Show me your injury. If it's serious, I'll fetch the old veterinarian to examine it. Yudong looked at her earnestly. Xia Yunyun thought to herself. Injury? What injury? I wasn't hurt at all. Did the beastmen here possess no knowledge of a girl's first experience? Noticing her incredulous expression and her silence, Yudong assumed she was merely shy, leaning closer to her without hesitation, intent on checking her injury. Don't move. I'm really unhurt. In our land, females are like this. When they engage with their first partner, there will be blood. That it's perfectly normal. Xia Yunyun quickly recoiled, her eyes wide with alarm as she looked at Yudong. Fearing he might not comprehend and insist on examining her injury, even calling for the old veterinarian. What a nightmare. She had never heard of a girl going to the doctor after her first bleeding episode. Is that so? Is that how it works? Although Yudong had never encountered such peculiar customs among the females of her tribe, he did not suspect Yunyun would deceive him. While puzzled, he chose to trust her words. Yes, truly. If you don't believe me, you can check next time. There definitely won't be any blood then. Xia Yunyun, eager to clarify, blurted out without considering the implications. No, not that. Just know that there won't be blood in the future. After realizing her slip of the tongue, she felt as though she had only made things worse. Very well, we shall see next time. If there is indeed an injury, I will fetch the old veterinarian to examine you. With a serious expression, Yudong nodded in agreement with Xia Yunyun's proposal, not finding any fault in her words. Xia Yunyun thought to herself, why do I suddenly feel so exhausted? I've come to realize that communicating with Yudong is exceedingly difficult. What should I do? The meal concluded amidst a series of disruptions. Holding an empty bowl, Xia Yunyun made her way to the stream outside to wash tea that moment. Her neighbor, Hu Xiaobai, also stepped outside. Upon seeing Xia Yunyun, she shyly smiled, cradling a basket that contained a tiger cub, and approached the stream, while her male companion waited at the door. Good afternoon, Xiaobai. Are you heading out? Xia Yunyun greeted her, trying to lift her spirits. Yes, I'm taking the cub for a little stroll. Hu Xiaobai replied, her gaze flitting over Xia Yunyun, noticing the bruises adorning her body. She giggled, covering her mouth. Yunyun, how did the red flower fruit of our fox clan work for you? How did you feel last night? Xia Yunyun, caught in a moment of confusion, stared at Hu Xiaobai, unsure whether to affirm or deny the experience that it was simply wonderful. After finally bidding farewell to Hu Xiaobai, Xia Yunyun felt utterly drained. Still clutching the freshly washed bowl as she stood to return indoors, she unexpectedly stepped into a patch of soft mud, causing her to lose her balance and tumble toward the stream. Oh no! Xia Yunyun flailed her arms in the air, yet was unable to prevent her fall. The stream spanned a width of 2 meters. If she fell in, she would surely emerge as a drenched chicken. Just then, she felt a surge of warmth in her chest, and her body froze mid-air for 2 seconds. In the next instant, a white figure dashed out from the house, swiftly catching her on its back and leaping across the stream to the opposite bank. Yudong, grateful yet shaken, Xia Yunyun clung tightly to his beastly neck, unwilling to let go for what felt like an eternity. Are you all right? Once Yudong set her down, he quickly shifted back to his human form. Anxiety etched across his features as he examined her carefully, fearful of any injury. What just happened? A dazed Xia Yunyun gazed at Yudong, instinctively placing a hand over her heart. She had felt something unusual just moments ago. A strange force, an unprecedented sensation, had prevented her from falling into the stream, and Yudong had appeared just in time to save her. Although she knew Yudong was fast, how could he have known she was about to fall? No speed could account for that instantaneous rescue. What just happened? How did you fall? Yudong seemed oblivious to Xia Yunyun's query, focused solely on her well-being. That I'm fine, but it felt as if I paused mid-air for a moment. Did you see that? Xia Yunyun responded, her face a canvas of confusion. Despite the multitude of strange occurrences since her arrival, experiencing such an odd sensation was entirely new to her. Why had she never felt this way during previous dangers? As she pondered, a sudden realization struck her. Could it be due to Yudong? The events of the previous night came rushing back. You don't know? Yudong asked, somewhat surprised by her persistent questioning. Xia Yunyun shook her head, unable to grasp his meaning. After becoming partners, a female can harness a male's strength. The stronger the male, the healthier the female's body becomes. We became mates yesterday. His deep gaze fixed intently on Xia Yunyun, who stood a head shorter than him. Oh, didn't he fall because of your strength? Xia Yunyun was astonished, realizing the extraordinary nature of the beastman's abilities. This world was indeed unlike the human realm. Each male possessed unique strength, and the power a female partner could wield varied accordingly, depending on their connection. Why Yudong patiently explained this to her, refraining from questioning why she was unaware of such fundamental concepts. Perhaps it was precisely Xia Yunyun's innocence that made him cherish and treasure her, unwilling to share her with any other males. Having only become partners the day prior, Xia Yunyun was already capable of tapping into his strength. Surely, this meant she held a piece of him in her heart. With this thought, Yudong's mood brightened, and he abruptly scooped Xia Yunyun into his arms, wading through the stream and carrying her into the house. Yudong, what are you doing? Xia Yunyun exclaimed, startled, as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Let us have a litter of cubs. A litter? Do you think I'm a pig? Xia Yunyun's face darkened, and she began to push against Yudong's shoulders, eager to be set down. Let me go. I want to get down. However, her struggles appeared futile, as Yudong showed no intention of releasing her. Striding toward a pile of grass as if to place her atop it, timing her escape, Xia Yunyun prepared to jump down, but unexpectedly collided with Yudong's chin as he lowered his head, resulting in a sharp pain that made her grimace. Yunyun. Yudong hadn't anticipated her reaction. Seeing her hurt, he instinctively loosened his grip, causing her to tumble onto the soft grass. Fortunately, the grass was thick and cushioned her fall, sparing her from any discomfort. Yet, as she felt Yudong leaning over her, an inexplicable impulse surged within her, and she kicked out instinctively. Thud! The sound of impact echoed as Xia Yunyun snapped back to reality, realizing that Yudong had vanished from the room. What just happened? Bewildered, she looked outside to see Yudong sitting on the ground. Glancing down at her own feet, she contemplated whether she had been possessed by some divine spirit. Had that just been Yudong's power? As she mused, Yudong stood up and returned indoors, dusting himself off as if nothing had transpired, his deep, contemplative gaze causing Xia Yunyun to feel an inexplicable anxiety. Would he be furious with her for using his strength to kick him away? As the atmosphere thickened with tension, just when Xia Yunyun braced herself for his anger, Yudong approached her. His voice rich and soothing, as if suppressing something within. "If you're tired, rest first, I will go hunt." Surprised by his calm demeanor, Xia Yunyun didn't have time to respond before he turned and left. Was it really necessary to rush out for a hunt? Was she that terrifying? Feeling utterly drained, she realized she had lost track of time and had been exhausted since the previous day. As soon as Yudong departed, her earlier energy dissipated, and she longed to lie down on the grass for a moment. Little did she know, that moment turned into a slumber. When she awoke, she found herself covered with a piece of dried beast skin, likely freshly sun-dried and still somewhat stiff. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Xia Yunyun to inhale deeply. She sat up, lifting the beast's skin to see Yudong seated by the fire, tending to a pot. The bubbling broth within released an enticing fragrance, each bubble bursting, as if sending forth mouth-watering scents. "Yunyun, you reawake. Are you hungry? I've made meat soup for you. If you're hungry, I'll serve you some." Upon noticing Xia Yunyun had awoken, Yudong set aside the firewood and hurried over to her side, his towering figure casting a shadow over her. His words made Xia Yunyun realize just how hungry she was. With food before her, she quickly set aside any lingering discomfort or awkwardness between them and nodded. Indulging in the meat soup Yudong had prepared, while she had been asleep, Yudong had already skinned and cleaned the pelts of their hunt, hanging them outside alongside the others, after satisfying her hunger. Xia Yunyun noticed the room felt emptier than before. Upon inquiry, she learned that Yudong had discarded the excess game into the forest. Feeling regretful about the waste of food, she lamented the loss. For several days, Xia Yunyun remained indoors, seldom venturing out. After resting for a few days, she finally felt some relief from her aches. Sitting at the door, she anxiously tugged at her hair. "But I'm so frustrated. I never felt this miserable during my period." While she had been busy and on the move before, now that her life had settled, she began to feel discontent. There was nothing here to occupy her. Although the food situation has been resolved, it consists solely of the most rudimentary fare, devoid of flavor. Even the most succulent meats, when consumed in excess, become tiresome. As for the sustenance, it is tolerable to her. At least, since Yudong has not voiced any complaints about his daily hunting expeditions. However, the absence of even the most basic living utensils leaves her, a modern individual, at a complete loss. Over the past few days, the temperature has noticeably dropped. It is now midday, and a row of various animal hides hangs at the entrance, forming an enormous protective shield that shields Xia Yunyun from the scorching sun, rendering the ambience neither too hot nor too cold. As mealtime approaches, Xia Yunyun's frustration remains unabated. With a somber countenance, she gazes out the door, contemplating ways to improve her current situation. After all, Yudong's habit of discarding leftover meat into the forest is hardly a sustainable solution. Even if he does not mind the exertion, she finds the task of hauling the prey back home only to dispose of it rather bothersome. Returning to the house in disarray, Xia Yunyun suddenly catches sight of a stone jar resting on the wooden table she had previously crafted. A light bulb goes off in her mind. How could she have forgotten this? As Yudong steps through the doorway, burdened with his catch, he is met by the sight of Xia Yunyun approaching him with a mysterious expression, urging him to wash the meat rather than discard it. Though puzzled, he complies without question. Soon, he has skinned the entire animal, cleaned the meat meticulously, and cut it into sizable chunks, placing them before Xia Yunyun. He presumes that she is simply hungry and intends to prepare a meal, but as he stands by, he does not see her ignite a fire. Instead, she busily sprinkles salt from a jar onto the meat. Upon witnessing Xia Yunyun salting the meat, Yudong's eyes flicker with interest, and his fingers twitch slightly. However, when he notices the rare smile gracing Xia Yunyun's face, he refrains from speaking. The stone jar is roughly as wide as 4 of his fists. And this is perhaps the only fortunate aspect of Xia Yunyun's current predicament. All done. After toiling for a considerable time, Xia Yunyun sets the stone jar down, claps her hands, and squints her eyes in satisfaction. "Yunyun, what have you created?" Yudong inquires with a calm demeanor, having grown accustomed to Xia Yunyun's peculiar behaviors, his eyes betraying only a hint of curiosity. "I am preparing cured meat. This way, we won't waste any food. If only I had thought of it sooner. We could have preserved the numerous catches from earlier days. Sprinkling salt on food prevents it from spoiling." Yudong, unfamiliar with modern methods of curing meat, naturally misconstrues Xia Yunyun's actions as a means of preserving food from decay. Only meat can be treated this way. Not all foods can be preserved like this. These catches can be made into cured meat. But we may not have enough salt for a large quantity. Xia Yunyun muses, glancing down at the stone jar in her hands, calculating that the salt could suffice for curing approximately 10 pieces of meat. Nevertheless, with the pelts no longer urgent to process, the daily surplus of 2 catches could save 5 days' worth of meat from waste. With this thought, Xia Yunyun feels a sense of benefit in her plan. Upon hearing her words, Yudong, though still somewhat perplexed, nods in agreement. If the salt is insufficient, I will trade for more tomorrow. If you enjoy cured meat, then make as much as you like. Observing Xia Yunyun's delighted expression, he assumes she has a fondness for it. Great. Xia Yunyun responds, not pondering further, convinced that they must hunt daily. If they could store provisions at home, then Yudong need not exert himself so tirelessly. Yudong proceeds to place the remaining catches on the wooden table, arranging the salted meat together, awaiting Xia Yunyun's next steps in the preparation. Yudong busily washes the game by the creek. Hu Yuyu quickly senses the activity and makes her way to Xia Yunyun's dwelling. Upon witnessing Yudong cutting the meat into pieces while Xia Yunyun continues salting it, she cannot help but feel a surge of anger and approaches them. Xia Yunyun, what on earth are you doing? Hu Yuyu, I am making cured meat. Did you come here for something? Xia Yunyun replies, somewhat puzzled by Hu Yuyu's outburst, yet her work does not cease. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? You are wasting salt. If Elder Ho finds out, he will no longer grant you any salt. Elder Ho, is he the only elder in Giant Stone City? Xia Yunyun recalls the elder who had come to her home previously, asking her to drive away Shiyu, and her feelings towards him are far from favorable. What does my curing meat have to do with the elder? Cured meat. I care not what peculiar concoction you are preparing. Wasting food is bad enough, but wasting salt is utterly unacceptable. Yudong, aren't you going to say something to your female? Hu Yuyu accuses, her indignation evident, leaving Xia Yunyun completely bewildered. Is salt really that precious? After some time, Xia Yunyun finally extracts such information from Hu Yuyu's words. What does she mean by wasting food is one thing, but wasting salt is another? Food is crucial for the beastfolk. Does she imply that salt is scarce here? Goodness, no wonder they only possess a single stone jar of salt at home, and she dares to make cured meat, which consumes salt in abundance. Unbeknownst to her, the amount of salt in that jar is what others might require for 6 months to a year. Yet, she had just thought it could last another 5 days, sensing Xia Yunyun's inquiring gaze. Yudong gently grasped her small hand, his voice tinged with a chill. Mate, do you truly lack salt? Yunyun, do not heed her nonsense. It is merely a bit of salt. Tomorrow, I shall trade for food to acquire more for you. Make as much cured meat as your heart desires. His boundless affection elevates Xia Yunyun's spirits immeasurably. Is that really all right? Hearing Yudong's words, Xia Yunyun feels an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Casting doubt upon her earlier thoughts, could it be that she had misjudged the situation? Hu Yuyu's contrasting demeanor fuels her irritation. How much food must be exchanged for such an abundance of salt? Where did you grow up that you lack such basic knowledge? Xia Yunyun is taken aback, both by her background and Hu Yuyu's words. Why Yudong? She raises her gaze, seeking clarity from him. Upon hearing her, Yudong's brow furrows, his deep brown eyes revealing unmistakable anger. Leave, Yudong. I leave. Do not make me escort you out. The word escort is pronounced with particular emphasis. Humph. Intimidated by Yudong's fiery demeanor, Hu Yuyu turns on her heel, casting one last glare at Xia Yunyun before striding out forcefully. Just as Hu Yuyu steps outside, she spots a familiar figure approaching. With a quick shift in demeanor, she suppresses her earlier frustrations and strides forward. Hu Sihua, what brings you here? Casting her eyes down, she notices the white animal hides in Hu Sihua's possession. Her interest piqued. Hu Sihua had not expected to encounter Hu Yuyu here. Previously, she had heard that Hu Yuyu was causing a stir by moving in with her mate. And now she finds her here. I have come to deliver the white fur hides to Yunyun. I promised her before, and she forgot to take them when she left. Hu Sihua remarks, brushing past Hu Yuyu, intent on continuing to Xia Yunyun's abode. Xia Yunyun. Again with Xia Yunyun. Why does everyone treat her so well? What right does she have to claim those white furs? I am the most beautiful female of the fox tribe. Jealousy fills Hu Yuyu's eyes as she watches Hu Sihua retreat, her resentment towards Xia Yunyun intensifying. Once upon a time, she was the object of admiration for all creatures in Giant Stone City. Now, a newcomer has stolen her limelight, and a 4-crystal beastman has become her maid. Even her cousin, Dahai, a young warrior of the fox tribe, had been vying for her affection. Wait, suddenly, Hu Yu senses something amiss. That insufferable Xia Yunyun seems different from before. Females are not on par with males, and their perceptive abilities are similarly diminished. Suddenly, an idea strikes her, and she glances towards Xia Yunyun's house, spotting her standing alongside Yudong. He truly has formed a bond with that female. She sensed that something was off about Xia Yunyun today. It must have been last night. Orc males are destined to bond with only one female for their entire lives. Once they have chosen a mate, the possibility of forming another connection with a different female is utterly extinguished. Fox Yu is acutely aware of this fact, her teeth clenched in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. Her gaze shifted to the figure of Fox Yu, who had just passed by, her expression momentarily dazed before she composed herself and retreated to her room. After bidding farewell to Fox Yu, Xia Yunyun's mood remained tumultuous, her eyes seeking confirmation from Yudong. His previous words weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her unsettled. Why, Yudong? I didn't realize that salt was so scarce. Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted it on curing meat, she said, lowering her head in apology. You don't believe me? Yudong's voice, laced with displeasure, pierced the air as his dark eyes fixed intently upon her. No. Of course I believe you. Xia Yunyun hurriedly shook her head. How could she not trust Yudong? Surely, he was only trying to reassure her. Then that settled her partner. He would never allow her to lack for anything. Regardless of its rarity, he would procure it for her. Why, Yudong? Yunyun, you are both here. Fox Yu approached the door, greeting them with a smile upon seeing Yudong inside. What brings you here? Although he was a friend of Fox Yu, the fact that he was now a bonded male made Yudong instinctively wary in the presence of other males, especially when he noticed the white beast skin in Fox Yu's hands. This is the white beast skin I intended for Yunyun last time. I forgot to take it with me, so I brought it over, Fox Yu explained, easily noticing Yudong's reluctance for him to be there. Despite maintaining his smile, he extended his hand, offering the beast skin. There's no need. You should take it back, Yudong replied coolly, declining the offer with a calm demeanor, but I promised Yunyun I would bring it to her. The surprise on Fox Yu's face was evident, mingled with a sense of helplessness that he merely wished to provide this female with a finer piece of beast skin, which was the only thing he could do for her at the moment. Thank you, Fox Yu. I previously lacked beast skin clothing, but Yudong has tanned quite a few recently. Such precious beast skin. Please take it back. Sensing the odd tone in Yudong's voice, Xia Yunyun stepped forward, smiling as she expressed her gratitude to Fox Yu, declining his offering. Fox Yu's expression dimmed slightly. Upon entering, he had seen the beast skins hanging outside. Indeed, Yudong had managed to capture so many creatures and tan their skins in just a few days' time. Very well, since you already have beast skins, I shall take my leave. Autumn is fast approaching, and it's essential to store food. You only have Yudong as a partner, should you require assistance. Do not hesitate to reach out to me. Despite his regretful tone, Fox Yu's sincerity remained unwavering. Autumn, storing food. Xia Yunyun pondered Fox Yu's words, realizing that with the arrival of autumn, both orcs and animals alike would need to stockpile provisions for the winter. We do not require assistance, Yudong interjected decisively. Understanding his sentiments, Fox Yu glanced back at Xia Yunyun before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Fox Yu had been waiting impatiently nearby. Upon seeing Fox Yu emerge from Xia Yunyun's home with the white beast skin still in hand, her face lit up with delight. Xia, why did you bring the beast skin back? What happened? Her alluring, elongated fox eyes sparkled with fervor at the sight of the skin. Cousin, I believe it would be prudent for you to speak with uncle about your reasons for moving out. Fox Yu replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Fox Yu, unperturbed in his stride. That is my affair. My father has no authority over it. What? Did that female refuse your beast skin? She bonded with Yudong yesterday. Silence. Although Fox Yu was generally mild-mannered, he was not without his limits when angered. That I shall speak. She indeed rejected you. Humph. Accustomed to her usual arrogance, Fox Yu was unafraid of Fox Yu, defiantly raising her chin. The more he attempted to silence her, the more determined she became to voice her thoughts. After all, he was always orbiting around that female. Look over there. Is that the female? It appeared she resided nearby. Such beauty, truly a pride of Giant Stone City. Just then, the whispers of a group of females nearby reached Fox Yu's ears, and she felt an overwhelming sense of pride. She is indeed the most beautiful female. Even the females here are astonished upon seeing her. As the speaking female approached, her companions murmured among themselves. Like a peacock flaunting its plumage, Fox Yuyu stood tall and proud before them, seemingly awaiting their praise. Word of my relocation has spread so swiftly. You all are aware. Surveying the group of females before her, Fox Yuyu gazed down at them with a sense of entitlement, a smile barely concealed on her face. Are you Fox Yuyu, the most beautiful female of the Fox clan? One of the females exclaimed in awe upon recognizing her. Indeed, that is I. Have you come to see me for something? Fox Yuyu raised her chin even higher, her tall stature making her appear even more striking among the group. Do you live here? Do you know the female residing next door? We wish to be acquainted with her. The frontmost female stepped forward to clarify their intentions. Though Fox Yuyu was indeed the most beautiful female of the Fox clan, enjoying the finest treatment, the females of Giant Stone City held a similar esteemed status. The inquiry from the females caused Fox Yuyu's expression to freeze. Yet another group seeking Fox Yuyu. I do not know her. If you wish to find her, do so on your own, she replied coolly, disregarding their questions entirely, realizing they would glean no further information from her. The females turned to make their way to Xia Yunyun's home. Fox Yuyu's frustration reached a peak as she nearly glared at them, her peripheral vision catching sight of Fox Yuyu preparing to leave. She hurriedly intercepted him. Yuyu, you are of age. The Fox King has long wished for you to find a mate. If you gift me the white beast skin, I can ensure you a chance to bond next time. With a tone laden with jealousy, Fox Yuyu seemed resolute in her competition with Xia Yunyun, her pride unabated as she blocked Fox Yuyu's path, unflinching in the face of his evident displeasure. There's no need. You should reserve that precious opportunity for your 8 partners. I have no desire to compete with them. Fox Yuyu retorted with a cold laugh, walking away. With you. Although she was aware that Fox Yuyu had never held much affection for her, she had not anticipated him to outright reject her goodwill. How ungrateful. Meanwhile, Sia Yunyun stood at her doorstep, puzzled by the gathering of females. Upon inquiry, she discovered they had come seeking guidance on how to make meat soup. Beautiful female, could you tell us what that delightful dish is? Beautiful female, you are truly incredible to have made such fragrant food. Indeed, could you teach us? The chorus of admiration from the group left Xia Yunyun bewildered. She had merely prepared a meat soup. How had it garnered such attention that so many females flocked to learn? Surrounded by the eager females, Xia Yunyun felt a twinge of shyness. A female. Yudong remained silent, standing guard beside her without dismissing the unexpected visitors. If you wish to learn, I can certainly teach you. Meat soup was no secret. Seeing their curiosity, Xia Yunyun graciously shared her knowledge. The females were astounded, eagerly absorbing the recipe for meat soup, their initial reservations about outsiders fading as they grew friendlier with Xia Yunyun. In a short span, meat soup became all the rage in Giant Stone City. The favorite dish among the orcs, all thanks to Xia Yunyun, who had imparted her culinary skills in the following days. Even after teaching some females the recipe for meat soup, orcs continued to arrive in droves, eager to learn. After all, a female more exquisite than the most beautiful of the Fox tribe is indeed a rare sight. It is only natural that those fortunate enough to receive personal instruction from Xia Yunyun are exclusively females. Without exception, the males have been driven away by Yudong, unable to approach the dwelling even by a fraction. This stirred quite a commotion in the Stone City, with several unaccompanied males lingering outside Xia Yunyun's home. Yet they dared not draw near. Xia Yunyun has become a widely recognized figure of intrigue throughout the Stone City. One day, while Xia Yunyun was washing dishes by the brook, despite Yudong's repeated insistence that, as his partner, she need not engage in such tasks, she persisted in doing what she could manage. Beautiful Yunyun, please accept my humble gift. These are sweet fruits I found in the forest, and I hope you will enjoy them. Just as she set the dishes aside, Xia Yunyun suddenly heard someone calling her name. Turning in curiosity, she saw a young man with dark red hair, holding what appeared to be a platter. Smiling at her. You are who? Hu Dahai. Xia Yunyun recognized him as the one who, alongside Hu Siyue, had rescued her from the stone cave beneath the pool. Beautiful female. You actually remember my name. Hu Dahai exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy, nearly dropping the fruits he held. Thank you for your kindness, but you should keep the fruits for yourself. Yudong does not approve of me accepting items from other beastmen. Uncomfortable under Hu Dahai's fervent gaze, Xia Yunyun politely declined. To be precise, she disliked accepting items from any male. In recent days, numerous females had gifted her fruits as a token of gratitude. and her home was now overflowing with them. Many males had also brought her fruits, but they were all driven away by Yudong, who had worn a dark expression for quite some time as a result. She certainly did not want to provoke Yudong's ire by accepting a few fruits. That lion tribe male, does he treat you poorly, to the extent that he forbids you from accepting gifts from other beasts? Hu Dahai said, a hint of agitation in his voice as he stepped closer to Xia Yunyun, causing her to instinctively retreat. In her haste, she accidentally kicked the dish on the ground, losing her balance and tumbling towards the earth. Oh no! How could she be so unfortunate, silently mourning her fate? A large hand grasped her waist, and when Xia Yunyun opened her eyes, she found Yudong standing beside her, having appeared without her noticing. Apart from me, Yunyun will not accept anything from any male. His voice was charged with a palpable tension as he glared at Hu Dahai. You cannot make such decisions for the female. She cannot possibly have only you as her partner, Hu Dahai retorted defiantly. Unafraid of the lion beast, especially since he felt he was on the verge of advancing to a 5-crystal beastman himself, that is irrelevant to you. Upon hearing Yudong's words, Xia Yunyun was pulled back into the house. One could not deny that Yudong had a talent for infuriating others without a care. Observing Yudong's profile, his sharply defined features appeared to be the finest creation of a divine artisan. While the males here were certainly rare specimens of handsomeness, one handsome male was more than enough for her. Thus, life continued amidst such small upheavals. Before long, Xia Yunyun encountered another major issue, staring at the impeccably clean iron pot. She pouted, occasionally gasping as she leaned closer to examine it. Alas! Yunyun, what troubles you? After Xia Yunyun's 36th sigh, Yudong returned from hunting, noticing her furrowed brow, and approached her with concern. Why, Yudong, you've returned just in time. Please check my teeth. Are they yellow? It seems so. How could this happen? Grasping her hair in distress, Xia Yunyun wore a woeful expression. She did not wish to have yellow teeth, having been here for about a month without any means to brush her teeth. She had only been rinsing with water. Little did she know that consuming meat daily would cause her teeth to discolor so rapidly. Will it matter if my teeth are yellow? Seeing Xia Yunyun so agitated, Yudong assumed it was a grave matter and inquired with a worried expression. Do beastmen not care for their teeth? Or do they disregard minor details when engaged in significant matters? With this thought, Xia Yunyun leaned in closer to Yudong, scrutinizing his teeth. Upon inspection, her expression grew even more disheartened. Why, Yudong, why don't your teeth turn yellow? Do you brush them daily? I have never paid attention to my teeth. Yudong shook his head, suddenly realizing that Xia Yunyun was concerned about her appearance, and reassured her, do not worry. Even if your teeth are yellow, I am still your partner. Xia Yunyun was nearly brought to tears. That was not the issue she wished to address. I heard that when female beastmen clean themselves, they merely need to transform into their beast forms, and then revert back. Yunyun, you could give it a try. Yudong earnestly suggested, as he appeared to have never seen Xia Yunyun in her beast form, and had no idea what kind of beast she was. Yunyun seemed to be a riddle. It appeared that it would take him a long time to fully understand her. However, he had all the time in the world, awaiting the day Xia Yunyun revealed the truth behind her enigma. Xia Yunyun was momentarily at a loss for words. Transform into a beast? What a jest! How could a mere human like her achieve that? The beastmen here can all transform into their beast forms. If others discover that she cannot, they would surely question her identity. What if they realize she is not a beast man and decide to treat her as prey? Heavens, the thought sent a shiver down Xia Yunyun's spine. No, she could not let anyone discover her secret. It was imperative that she kept it hidden. I do not like the appearance of a beast. I prefer my current form. Xia Yunyun looked up, meeting Yudong's profound gaze, instinctively wanting to avert her eyes. Did she need to keep this from Yudong as well? She had never pondered this matter before. Should she reveal to him that she was not a beast man, but a human? If he were to learn of her true nature, would he? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Xia Yunyun felt herself on the brink of collapse, and she decided to cast them aside for the moment. She needed to prepare herself mentally. Perhaps in a few days, once she had formulated her explanation, she would tell Yudong. Indeed, females are quite delicate and rarely transform. Given your frail physique, how could I have overlooked this? Yudong did not think much further, considering everything from Xia Yunyun's physical perspective. I recall a type of green leaf that some females use in their mouths. However, it should not be consumed. I wonder if that is what you refer to as a toothbrush. Really? Where can I find it? At his words, Xia Yunyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whatever it was, she had to give it a try. What if it truly worked? Inside the tallest stone building in the stone city, in a spacious room, a middle-aged male beast man, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and glanced towards the door. Before long, a somewhat delicate-looking female entered. "Master, there are females and males outside seeking your presence." The female kept her head bowed, resembling a dutifully obedient automaton, not sparing an extra glance. The middle-aged male waved his hand, accustomed to such occurrences, and the female quickly departed. In the stone dwelling of the elder, Xia Yunyun patiently awaited alongside Yudong, reflecting on how cumbersome it was to meet this elder. It was akin to the ancient royal courts, requiring an announcement just to have an audience. As she pondered, a middle-aged female emerged from within. Xia Yunyun recognized her. She was the elder of the stone city. It is you both that I did not expect your sudden visit today. What brings you here? Ho Baijiang smiled gently, his eyes crinkling as he approached, exuding warmth as if greeting longtime acquaintances. Elder, I seek a certain item. I wonder if you possess any green leaves, and if you might share some with me? Xia Yunyun stepped forward, offering a pleading smile. Though she was not particularly fond of conversing with this elder, Yudong had mentioned that only he had green leaves, leaving her no choice but to seek him out. Green leaves? Ho Baijiang pondered for a moment, then chuckled softly. It seems we have a tidy female here. I do have green leaves that if you wish, I can fetch some for you shortly. Really? Thank you so much. Xia Yunyun exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the ease with which she could obtain the green leaves. How has your stay in the stone city been? Ho Baijiang inquired with a smile, his slightly wrinkled face giving him the appearance of a kindly elder genuinely concerned for Xia Yunyun's well-being. It has been quite good. Xia Yunyun nodded busily. After all, the other party had provided her with a place to settle, and regardless of her personal feelings, she would not disregard such basic courtesy. As summer swiftly faded, the autumn festival was just around the corner. You haven't attended the autumn festival in Giant Stone City, have you? You must come and enjoy it. The autumn festival? Xia Yunyun looked at the elder's smiling face, her expression one of confusion. What is the autumn festival? Did Yudong not tell you? Every year, on the last day of summer, we hold a grand banquet for the autumn festival, praying to the beast god for an abundant supply of food to ensure the females can endure the cold winter. Oh, so that's how it is. Xia Yunyun's eyes sparkled with understanding as she nodded, her large, watery eyes suddenly shifting towards Yudong. The latter, maintaining his composure, tightened his grip around her small hand slightly and spoke in a steady voice. If you wish to go, then we shall go. Really? Xia Yunyun beamed with joy. Having been in Giant Stone City for a while, she had yet to partake in any local festivities, most importantly, a banquet. Surely, there would be an abundance of delectable treats. You certainly found yourself a good partner, Ho Baijiang remarked with a smile, casting a meaningful glance at Yudong. Females were typically the ones giving orders, and he had never witnessed a female seeking approval from a male before. As they arrived at the Qing leaves, Xia Yunyun did not linger and returned home early with Yudong, cradling the Qing leaves obtained from the elder. Xia Yunyun learned that what they referred to as Qing leaves were actually leaves resembling mint, with a lighter green hue than ordinary foliage and a refreshing mint fragrance, upon returning home with the Qing leaves. The faint scent of mint attracted the attention of the neighboring fox, Xiaobai. Yunyun, where did you get these Qi leaves? As a female familiar with Xia Yunyun, Xiaobai was not stopped by Yudong from entering the house. When she saw Xia Yunyun bringing the Qing leaves close to her nose, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. I got them from the elder. Upon seeing Xiaobai, Xia Yunyun naturally set down the Qing leaves in her hand. The elder actually gave you so many Qi leaves? Xiaobai approached with a look of surprise, her eyes widening at the sight of the small jar filled with Qi leaves in Xia Yunyun's hands. Are these things really that precious? Xia Yunyun felt puzzled at Xiaobai's inquiry, as the elder had readily given her the Qing leaves. Not exactly. Xiaobai shook her head, glancing at the silent Yudong standing nearby. Noticing he remained quiet, she turned back to explain to Xia Yunyun. Qing leaves only grow in particularly cold areas, and they are quite rare around here. There are none surrounding Giant Stone City. Only the elder knows how to cultivate them. Is the elder really that remarkable? Xia Yunyun exclaimed. He must be quite a talent in modern times. If he studied agriculture, he would undoubtedly increase the harvest yields for farmers. But how did he manage to grow a plant that could only thrive in cold conditions within Giant Stone City? Of course, the elder is the wisest among us in Giant Stone City. Only he possesses such skills. With the elder around, our tribe will always remain the most formidable. Xiaobai spoke with pride, as if the elder were an extension of herself. Listening to Xiaobai's unabashed praise for the elder, Xia Yunyun couldn't help but feel a burgeoning curiosity towards him. Previously, she had not thought highly of the elder and had paid little attention to him, only aware of how much Sia admired him. Now, it seemed that the elder held significant stature within Giant Stone City, perhaps even surpassing the 4 beast kings. How does the elder make these Qing leaves grow? How could we beasts possibly know such things? It is the elder's secret art. Qing leaves are something that females enjoy using, and since their demand is not high, the elder periodically allows females to collect them from him. He is quite generous. Xiaobai answered Xia Yunyun's question with wide-eyed astonishment, her demeanor brightening at the mere mention of the elder. I see. I haven't been in Giant Stone City long, so I'm not familiar with these matters. Sensing Xiaobai's excitement, Xia Yunyun hastily changed the subject. Another admirer of the elder, is he really that incredible? It seems as though every beast in Giant Stone City holds him in high regard. By the way, Xiaobai, I heard there will be an autumn festival in a few days. Are you planning to attend? Xia Yunyun asked curiously, recalling the new term she had learned that day. Of course, all the females in Giant Stone City will attend. I heard that the Wolf King's eldest son has been promoted to a 5-crystal beast man this year. He is the most formidable among the younger generation of beasts. And I can't wait to see him. Xiaobai's voice brimmed with anticipation, causing Xia Yunyun to chuckle. You already have 2 partners. Are you really interested in the Wolf King's son? Xia Yunyun laughed lightly, covering her mouth, having come to understand Xiaobai's character after spending time together. Though Xiaobai was open about certain adult matters, she remained quite reserved. No, it's just that he's such an impressive male. I'm merely curious. As expected, upon hearing Xia Yunyun's teasing, Xiaobai turned a shade of embarrassment, casting her gaze away from Xia Yunyun. Haha, it was a rare sight to see Xiaobai shy, causing Xia Yunyun to smile broadly. I'm not like you. Your partners are so exceptional. I merely came to Giant Stone City from another tribe. Due to my health issues, males typically do not choose females like me as partners. As she spoke, Xiaobai's expression grew somewhat despondent. She naturally could not compare to the likes of Hu Yu. Because of her poor health, females rarely sought her companionship, and her partners were merely 2 crystal beast men. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to live in such a secluded area. Fortunately, her partners did not disdain her, and now she had Yunyun willing to converse with her. Who says that? If I were male, I would undoubtedly choose you as my partner. Noticing Xiaobai's low spirits, Xia Yunyun quickly countered. For some reason, she found herself easily attuned to the emotional shifts of others, as she distinctly sensed Xiaobai's lingering sadness. She was unaware of how the beasts here judged the worth of a female. All she knew was that Xiaobai was a good female at the very least. She had shown bravery for the sake of her offspring, a good mother. Having experienced a lonely childhood due to her family's circumstances, she understood the feeling of being ostracized. In such situations, approaching a stranger for conversation or assistance was undoubtedly a daunting task. This unique sense of solitude was perhaps lost on others. But she understood it all too well. Enough about me. What about you, Yunyun? You only have 1 partner. Are you not considering finding another? Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's slightly agitated tone, Xiaobai lifted her head, revealing a gentle smile, her gaze furtively drifting towards Yudong. Xiaobai's words caused Yudong, who had been observing Xia Yunyun, to darken his expression. He swept his gaze coldly across Xiaobai. And before she could complete her thought, she felt a chill run down her spine, swallowing the remainder of her words. Xia Yunyun, however, remained oblivious, merely responding to Xiaobai's comment with a couple of awkward chuckles. I don't intend to find any other partners. In our place, females typically only have 1 male partner. It is only after parting ways with the current partner that one may seek another. Otherwise, one would be seen as a bad female. With this explanation, Xiaobai should be able to comprehend, right? After all, no one knew where she came from, and with no communication tools in this beast realm, the knowledge of these beasts was limited. Thus, it was perhaps for the best to conceal her identity. Such a place exists? Xiaobai inquired, intrigued. Yunyun, which tribe do you hail from? I've never heard of such a place before. Xiaobai wore an expression of curiosity, feeling genuinely intrigued by the words of Xia Yunyun. Xia Yunyun spoke in a hushed tone, intending her words for Xiaobai alone, unaware that with the keen senses of a beast man, Yudong was eavesdropping nearby, capturing every word she uttered. Observing Xia Yunyun's profile, Yudong's eyes brimmed with affection, his deep brown gaze, profound as a shadowy corridor, glimmering with a resolute intensity. Yunyun would undoubtedly be his sole companion. Unbeknownst to him, she felt lost, pondering the possibility of never finding her way back. Unaware of Yudong's peculiar demeanor, Xia Yunyun couldn't shake off the melancholy that crept into her heart at the thought of never returning to the modern world. Although she had no close relatives there, she had managed to carve out an independent life, escaping a home that never truly belonged to her. Suddenly thrust into this beastman realm, she found herself grappling with an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. It seemed she might never return. Through Fox Xiaobai's pale gray eyes, Xia Yunyun caught a glimpse of her current self, her black hair cascading haphazardly, somewhat disheveled, clad in a beast-skin skirt that modern humans might deem outlandish. Were it not for her distinct complexion, she could easily be mistaken for a whimsical beastman female. Xia Yunyun's parents hailed from a prominent family, and though they had long since departed this world, she had seen their photographs. Perhaps it was their fine genes that bestowed upon her a visage not entirely unpleasing. Could it be that her unexpected arrival in this peculiar world was a stroke of divine intervention? A means for her to sever ties with that home. Regardless of the circumstances, having come this far, she resolved to embrace life here wholeheartedly. Perhaps this was not such a bad turn of events after all. Fox Xiaobai seemed to detect a hint of sorrow in Xia Yunyun's voice, realizing that she might have inadvertently touched upon a sensitive topic. Hastily, she silenced herself, opting to steer clear of that conversation. Yunyun, do not be disheartened. Giant Stone City is a place far superior to any tribe. You will thrive here, Fox Xiaobai reassured her, fully aware that her words had caused Xia Yunyun distress, but it was a rare occurrence for her to find a female willing to converse with her. And she wished not to drive Yunyun away. Yes, I understand. Recognizing Fox Xiaobai's attempt at consolation, Xia Yunyun offered a gentle smile and a nod. Deep down, however, she understood that she might never find the path back home. Days later, in a spacious clearing adjacent to the Fox clan of Giant Stone City, a multitude of beastmen had gathered early in the day. Some of the males were hauling large game into the clearing, while the females observed from the sidelines, exchanging whispers and smiles as if celebrating some joyous occasion. Upon their arrival, Xia Yunyun and Yudong beheld an array of various game laid out in the clearing. Alongside heaps of fruits piled high, such an abundance of food was beyond anything Xia Yunyun had ever witnessed. Amidst the food, the most striking feature was the large stone cauldrons set up throughout the area. Xia Yunyun was taken aback, pondering whether they intended to brew meat soup here. Since a recipe for meat soup had spread, nearly every household in Giant Stone City had developed a fondness for it, making stone cauldrons a staple in every home. She could even smell the aroma of meat soup wafting through the air daily. Initially, it was tolerable, but over time, the scent made her yearn to never again prepare meat soup. Yunyun, over here. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name. Turning, she saw Fox Xiaobai, who was with her partner not far away. Xia Yunyun walked over with Yudong, and in front of Fox Xiaobai was a fire where 3 pieces of meat were roasting, though the cooking technique left much to be desired. Yunyun, you only have one partner. Why not join us? Fox Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly hoping Xia Yunyun would accept her invitation. Sure, Xia Yunyun had no plans to go elsewhere, and since Xiaobai had suggested it, she saw no reason to decline. She noticed that each female was surrounded by multiple males, forming several small groups, while Fox Xiaobai's gathering seemed to be the most subdued. 3 males and 2 females made for a rather unique pairing. However, males with partners were a rarity, as most were unaccompanied and clustered together, engaged in various activities. Xiaobai, what are they doing over there? So many beastmen have gathered, Xia Yunyun inquired curiously, pointing in a particular direction. That in front of the crowd stood a striking red-haired elder, whom Xia Yunyun recognized as the Fox King. Beside him were the elders and 3 similarly aged males whom she did not know. But she was curious as to why so many females had also gathered around. That is a competition among the males. I heard that the victorious one this year will receive 2 jars of salt as a reward from the elders. Fox Xiaobai responded, her eyes glinting with a hint of excitement as she gazed toward the throng of beastmen. 2 jars of salt. This elder is quite generous. Xia Yunyun was astonished. This competition bore a striking resemblance to events in the modern world where winners received rewards. No wonder the male beastmen were rushing over. They sought the reward. Having been in Giant Stone City for nearly a month, she had come to understand the rarity of salt here, and Fox Xiaobai's words surprised her. The elder is the most formidable figure in our Giant Stone City. It is his rewards that draw so many males to compete. Yet, the primary purpose is to showcase their strength. That I wonder if we will see the Wolf King's son today. Fox Xiaobai said, her cheeks slightly flushed, Lowering her gaze shyly, "Did I see? You simply wish to catch a glimpse of the Wolf King's son," Xia Yunyun teased, finally grasping the underlying implication that it seemed the 2 jars of salt were merely a pretext. The true intention behind the competition was to seek partners. No wonder the males were so eager to participate, given the scarcity of females in the beastman world and their stringent mate selection criteria. Naturally, they would aspire to choose the strongest males. "I merely wish to know who will obtain those 2 jars of salt this year. It certainly won't be Tiger Yin. What about you? Your partner is so capable. Why not let him give it a try?" Tiger Yin was the father of Fox Xiaobai's cub, and upon hearing her words, her 2 companions lowered their heads shyly. They were merely second-tier beastmen. And finding partners was already a considerable achievement for them. They regretted not being able to provide a better life for Xiaobai. Following Fox Xiaobai's gaze, Xia Yunyun glanced over at Tiger Yin and could see that Xiaobai's partners genuinely cared for her. Otherwise, they would not have become her partners. There is still room for improvement in terms of strength. Xia Yunyun, not entirely comprehending the concept of tiered beastmen, could only offer vague words of encouragement to Xiaobai. After saying this, Xia Yunyun turned her attention to Yudong. Since her arrival, Yudong had been preparing food for her nearby. Typically, males would refrain from interrupting when females conversed. Nevertheless, he listened intently to their dialogue. And upon meeting Xia Yunyun's gaze, he paused, looking back at her. "If you wish for me to participate, I shall. Perhaps it's best not to. We don't need that salt. Besides, you're not seeking a female, so there's no need to join that fray." After considering Yudong's response, Xia Yunyun shook her head and addressed Fox Xiaobai. The beastmen here were quite formidable. She had witnessed the prowess of both Shiyu and Yudong in battle, where injuries were common. Though she was uncertain about the abilities of the other beastmen, she did not want Yudong to get hurt over 2 jars of salt. Ever since she had used the only jar of salt her family possessed to cure meat, she had refrained from wasting salt. While Yudong had recently hunted and exchanged for another jar of salt, so they were not in immediate need. "Are you truly not going to give it a try?" Fox Xiaobai was taken aback by Xia Yunyun's stance. For the beastmen of Giant Stone City, emerging victorious at the Autumn Festival was a tremendous honor, and any capable male would seize such an opportunity. "Yunyun, you truly are unlike any other female," she mused. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around the Fox King and the elders had grown lively. "Go. Defeat him. Incredible. Which male is that?" The bustling sounds from the throng of orcs permeated the air, prompting Hu Xiaobai to widen her eyes and gaze in that direction. Xia Yunyun followed suit, her eyes reflecting curiosity and novelty. "Let us go over and take a look," Yudong suddenly proposed. "All right, Xiaobai, let us go." With Yudong's approval, Xia Yunyun eagerly grabbed Hu Xiaobai's hand, well aware that Xiaobai shared her desire to see. Just as they were about to depart, Yudong reached out a hand towards her face. His rough palm brushed against her cheek, lingering for a moment. "What did you smear on my face, Yudong?" Xia Yunyun inquired, feeling an uncomfortable sensation on her skin, pausing to express her mild annoyance. "It's nothing, merely to alleviate some trouble." "Hurry up, the competition has begun." A radiant light flickered in Yudong's eyes, a smile gracing his lips, urging her towards the crowd of orcs. Xia Yunyun regarded him with suspicion but thought little of it. Realizing he had applied something to her face, after confirming there was no unusual sensation, she proceeded alongside Xiaobai to the periphery of the orc gathering. It was mid-afternoon on the day marking the transition from summer to autumn. The sun's warmth enveloping them. A large circle of orcs formed, seemingly oblivious to the heat, leaving a vast open space in the center for the males to compete. As Xia Yunyun and Hu Xiaobai approached, the males parted to create a path for them. Despite the multitude of males surrounding them, they dared not obstruct the females, who were granted entry to observe. Captivated by the ongoing contests, Xia Yunyun and Hu Xiaobai ventured into the inner circle. With Yudong steadfastly by her side. As for Hu Xiaobai's partner, he watched from a distance, fully aware that this space was not only where males vied for the attention of females, but also a prime opportunity for the females to seek their favored mates. They understood that Xiaobai would eventually attract more partners, and thus refrained from intruding at this moment. Upon entering, Xia Yunyun witnessed a male from the wolf clan being vanquished, the cheers and roars of various tribes reverberating around them. The orc who had bested the wolf male was one of the few she recognized here. Wasn't that Hu Xian's elder brother, Hu Dahai? He appeared quite formidable. Observing the bloodied wolf male, she noted that Hu Dahai seemed largely unscathed. The wolf's forehead marked with 3 transparent crystal imprints. The eldest son of the Fox King, Yunyun, do you know him? Hu Xiaobai inquired, curiosity lacing her voice, given that Yunyun had limited acquaintances among the orcs. It was surprising she could identify Hu Dahai so readily. I have met him, Xia Yunyun acknowledged, her gaze fixed on the blood-stained arena, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Orcs truly were a species defined by violence. Soon, another male orc stepped forth to challenge Hu Dahai, but the outcome mirrored the previous contest. The challenger was swiftly defeated, lacking even the strength to rise. Orcs traditionally revered the strong, believing that only the powerful could ensure survival. And females were invariably drawn to strength. In this environment, the more victories one amassed, and the more brutal the defeats inflicted upon opponents, the greater the male's prowess appeared, thus capturing the attention of females. Unlike modern humans, females here, while outwardly similar to contemporary women, retained an inherent wildness, untainted by degeneration. Like their male counterparts, they found such battles utterly enthralling. The most significant aspect was that males willingly competed for their sake. One desired to fight, while the other wished to witness, and thus they relished the spectacle. I had heard that the eldest son of the Fox King was also a 4-crystal orc. I never imagined he would be this formidable. Our Fox clan is not particularly known for its combat skills, Hu Xiaobai remarked. Her interest piqued as she observed yet another male fall. Hearing her words, Xia Yunyun's gaze shifted to the 4 crystal imprints adorning Hu Dahai's forehead. Yudong. You are also a 4-crystal orc, she exclaimed, her surprise evident as she nudged Yudong beside her. Indeed, Yudong replied, his eyes never straying from Xia Yunyun. Though his mind was consumed with thoughts, he would undoubtedly grow stronger, powerful enough to protect Yunyun alone. The deep brown of his gaze reflected a slender figure, a strange glimmer hidden within. Since becoming true partners with Yunyun, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, as if his power was accelerating beyond what it was just a month ago when he ascended to a 4-crystal orc. In another corner of the orc gathering, a red-haired youth suddenly noticed something, his previously wandering gaze locking onto a singular point, unyielding in its focus. Sai, you are also a 4-crystal orc. Why don't you go up and give it a try? This year, the elders have offered a reward of 2 jars of salt. Beside the red-haired youth stood a proudly postured female clad in revealing animal skins, her voice tinged with a hint of flattery. I've already told you. I have no interest. If you desire salt, you can seek out the victorious male, Hu Sai responded without turning, impatience lacing his tone, yet his gaze lingered on a figure not far away. If it were not for her existing partner, he would earnestly compete, even risking everything for those 2 jars of salt and the final opportunity. But I want you to win those 2 jars of salt. Hu Yuyu pouted, inching closer to Hu Sai, her lips pursed in a playful manner. You truly are insufferable, Hu Sai retorted, exasperated by her persistent entreaties over the past few days, ready to unleash his frustration when a clear, melodic voice interrupted. Hu Sai, I didn't realize you were here. At the sound of this voice, Hu Sai's heart skipped a beat, a hesitant glance revealing that the person he had been fixated on had noticed his presence and was approaching. Waving in greeting, Sia Yunyun had been observing the bloodied scene, but upon shifting her gaze, she spotted the red-haired male amidst the orcs. Besides the Fox King and Hu Dahai, who else had red hair? Ah, you are the youngest son of the Fox King, Hu Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Hu Sai. Orc society bore some resemblance to ancient hierarchies. For instance, the royal family held a higher status than ordinary orcs within the tribe. Attracting attention without clear divisions. Hu Sai nodded slightly, acknowledging her, though his demeanor appeared somewhat awkward due to Xia Yunyun's arrival. Yudong, meanwhile, regarded both him and Hu Yuyu with a calm gaze, his dark eyes reflecting Hu Sai's discomfort, intensifying his own sharpness. Yudong, Yunyun, how have you been lately? To conceal his own sentiments, Hu Sai attempted to project a natural smile. Very well. We will soon have a litter of cubs. Yudong's voice remained steady, almost like a declaration, as he suddenly wrapped an arm around Xia Yunyun, his gaze softening as it fell upon her abdomen. There, perhaps, lay the beginnings of their offspring. The reproductive capabilities of male orcs were exceptionally high. Nearly any female who had mated during the breeding season could conceive, though the odds of bearing a female offspring were remarkably slim. This imbalance was why there were so many males, leading to a skewed gender ratio. Xia Yunyun looked utterly bewildered. Why are we discussing offspring again? We've only done it once. It's impossible to conceive on the first try. Furthermore, why bring this up in front of so many people? Embarrassed, she could only chuckle and interject, don't mind him. He's just talking nonsense that I'm not talking nonsense. Our first litter will surely be robust. Before Xia Yunyun could finish her sentence, Yudong interjected, his authoritative tone leaving no room for her to clarify. They exchanged glances, their eyes locked in a silent standoff for several seconds. All right, I concede. Xia Yunyun resigned herself to the moment, realizing that reasoning with Yudong was futile. The union of orcs and pure humans truly defied nature, presenting an insurmountable communication barrier. Xia Yunyun was blissfully unaware of the orc's concept of mating, her mind still occupied by the common knowledge of the modern world. How wonderful! I knew that the red flower fruit would be useful. Once you give birth to your little ones, my little ones will have companionship. Upon hearing this news, the most delighted was undoubtedly Fox Xiaobai. With an excited gaze fixed on Xia Yunyun, she dared not compete for Yudong's attention, who stood beside her. Instead, she could only look on longingly. Her joy unabated. No one noticed that Fox Yu's expression suddenly darkened, her slightly lowered head conveniently obscuring their view, her desolate eyes hidden in the shadows. So what if she is pregnant? What is so remarkable about that? A sarcastic voice suddenly pierced Xia Yunyun's ears, seeing a group of beasts gathered solely around Xia Yunyun. Fox Yu could no longer contain herself, her bitter disdain spilling forth uncontrollably. Clearly, she should be the center of attention among the beasts. Why was it that Xia Yunyun always found herself surrounded by males? Hearing this voice, the surrounding orcs swiftly turned their gazes toward her. I've entered my season 2, and I'm selecting a mate for my offspring. My little ones will be no less impressive than yours. With her chin held high in defiance, Fox Yu could not suppress her voice, her words instantly drawing even more attention from the orcs. What? Fox Yu has entered her season, and she's looking for a mate. I wonder if it's her previous partner or a new one. Regardless, it has nothing to do with you, so let us not dwell on it. Feeling Fox Yu's hostility directed at her, Xia Yunyun wore an expression of helplessness. Before she had even confirmed her pregnancy, she was already being compared. Could it be that all the females here were particularly competitive? But that couldn't be true. Xiaobai did not enjoy vying for superiority. After pondering for quite some time, Xia Yunyun could not fathom the reasons behind it. She patted her slightly aching head. Once or twice was tolerable, but encountering such intense animosity every time they met was becoming increasingly unbearable, even for her amiable disposition. The prospect of what kind of offspring they would have seemed not to be a decision for the females to make. Moreover, even if her little ones were not robust, they were still her beloved children, and she would never compare them to others. The mere thought of her unborn children being subjected to such comparisons left her feeling quite displeased. She did not relish comparisons, for they invariably led to distinctions between the good and the bad, much like a scale that, once items are placed upon it, reveals height disparities, leaving the lower side as emotional wounds unnoticed by many. Yudong appeared somewhat astonished. Yunyun had always shown aversion to discussions about offspring and disliked it when he mentioned them. Yet, unexpectedly, Yunyun was rebutting Fox Yu over her yet-to-be-born children. Indeed, Yunyun cared for him. She cared for him and their future offspring. However you wish to interpret it, Fox Yu had never encountered such a retort and was momentarily at a loss for words, responding irritably before choosing to ignore Xia Yunyun altogether. Fox Xiaobai looked at the two in confusion, her head turning back and forth, her face bearing a charmingly perplexed expression, yet unfortunately, no one was there to clarify the situation for her. The silence lingered for but a moment before a sudden loud crash resonated from within the crowd of orcs, followed by the agonized roar of a male dada. At that moment, Xia Yunyun had not been paying attention to the contest occurring nearby, but upon hearing the sound and turning to look, she was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Heavens, how could this happen? He actually, numerous orcs nearby gasped in shock, quickly drowning out the sounds of anguish. The once dominant Fox Dahai, who had been mercilessly overpowering other males, was now curled up on the ground. Clutching his head, crimson blood streaming from his eyes, creating a terrifying spectacle, Xia Yunyun was completely unprepared for such an unexpected turn during what was supposed to be a simple contest. Although the males previously defeated were not much better off. At least they had once assisted her. If this were a war between tribes, or a life-and-death confrontation, perhaps Xia Yunyun would not have been so astonished, but was it truly worth such a violent display merely to attract the attention of the females? In contrast to the astonishment of the other orcs, Yudong merely cast a glance at the male who had felled Fox Dahai before turning his focus back to Xia Yunyun. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, He understood that he must become stronger to protect his Yunyun, ensuring that no beast could take her from him. Xia Yunyun hurried towards the scene, despite not being in her original world. Her innate compassion as a medical practitioner compelled her to confront the distressing sight before her. In the modern world, such injuries would have warranted an immediate call to emergency services for urgent care. Yudong followed closely behind Xia Yunyun, his formidable strength and aura causing the beasts surrounding the contest to instinctively part, creating a pathway among the ranks of the young in the tribe of the 4 crystal orcs. He was indeed one of the few. However, even with Xia Yunyun's solid medical foundation from the modern era, the lack of supplies forced her to helplessly witness Fox Dahai writhing in agony on the ground. Fox Siue also took note of the situation, swiftly approaching and glaring at the triumphant victor nearby. Wolf Peak, you have gone too far. Although he seldom interacted with his elder brother, having been ignored when he was weaker, the shared bloodline compelled him to feel outrage upon seeing one of his own so brutally harmed. Too far? I don't see it that way. Only the strong deserve everything. As for the weak, they should stay out of the way. Wolf Peak replied nonchalantly, then suddenly shifted his tone, smiling at Xia Yunyun. Little female, it's been a while. His mocking tone completely disregarded Yudong, who stood protectively behind Xia Yunyun. Yudong swiftly enveloped Xia Yunyun in his embrace, an unspoken declaration that she was his, and none could touch her. His deep brown eyes locked onto Wolf Peak, who had been fixated on Xia Yunyun. And Wolf Peak met his gaze defiantly, the air crackling with tension. Xia Yunyun suddenly realized that she recognized this beast. He was the very male she had encountered during her visit to the wolf clan with Yudong. "It's you," she exclaimed in surprise, only to feel Yudong tighten his grip on her hand. Sensing the atmosphere had shifted unfavorably, she found herself bewildered. What? She was merely a bystander, here to assist the injured. How had she become the center of this brewing conflict? Was it truly necessary to be so troublesome? Wolf Peak chuckled upon noticing the smudges on Xia Yunyun's face, his amusement deepening rather than mirroring the astonishment of the other males. What did that smile signify? Xia Yunyun gazed at Wolf Peak in confusion, unsure why he was staring at her. They had only crossed paths once. Just as she prepared to inquire, he abruptly cut her off. Turning to address the surrounding males, "Is there any beast willing to challenge me?" The atmosphere became tense as silence enveloped the crowd. What a fool. You've just incapacitated a 4 crystal orc. Who would be foolish enough to step forward? While attracting the attention of the females was important, one's life was paramount. Better to live even in hardship than to risk it all and end up like that unfortunate soul on the ground. What use would that be? Given the abundance of males, the most crucial aspect for any male was his health and strength. If a male lost his health, the only outcome was abandonment. Indeed, such was the cruel reality of survival of the fittest. The surrounding males exchanged glances, assessing each other, then casting sidelong looks at the fallen Fox Dahai, none daring to step forward to accept the challenge. The scene grew increasingly awkward until a voice broke the silence. Are you Wolf Peak, the eldest son of the Wolf King?" Fox Xiaobai asked, her face flushed and voice barely above a whisper. Xia Yunyun, standing next to her, was taken aback by Xiaobai's sudden interjection, her eyes reflecting an unexpected admiration. "Little sister Xiaobai, could you not be infatuated at such a moment?" Xia Yunyun thought to herself, finding it amusing that Xiaobai chose this moment to flirt with a male. However, the Wolf Peak paid no heed to Xiaobai's words, his gaze casually sweeping across her before pausing for a moment. Revealing a wicked smile that served as his response, he inhaled deeply and surveyed his surroundings once more. Had no beasts arrived? If not, then what lay ahead would be mine. Suddenly, his eyes darted towards Yudong, and with a cold chuckle, he addressed Xia Yunyun. "Though you have already been claimed, I bear no concern. After all, I do not intend to contest with the deceased beast." At that moment, cheers erupted around them. This year's victor is Wolf Peak. How impressive! It turns out that the news of his breakthrough to a 5 crystal beast man was indeed true among the Wolf clan. Aside from the Wolf King, he is the most formidable. The discussions among the beastmen invariably revolved around Wolf Peak. It must be said that this contest at the autumn gathering held significant sway in Giant Rock City. Yet, within the throng of beastmen, Xia Yunyun remained utterly perplexed. More so, she felt bewildered by Wolf Peak's earlier comments, observing him from a distance, his smiling eyes appearing oddly unnerving. What does that mean? She pondered, ready to inquire, but finding her voice swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of the beastmen. "Silence, everyone, The outcome of this year's autumn gathering contest is clear. The 2 jars of salt belong to Wolf Peak. Wolf Peak, remember to come to me for your salt after the autumn gathering. A voice suddenly rang out from the other side of the beastmen, an elder. Remarkably, the previously raucous crowd fell into a sudden hush, no beast daring to interrupt him. Witnessing this, Xia Yunyun felt a twinge of shock. These beastmen truly displayed a remarkable respect for the elder. Thank you, elder. Wolf Peak nodded to the elder from a distance. Even his rebellious demeanor softened in the elder's presence. Now then, the elder replied with a benevolent smile. His voice steady, instilling an instinctive trust in those present. Since the victor has been determined, Wolf Peak, speak up. Who do you wish to challenge among the males present, regardless of whether they have a partner or not? Feel free to express your desires. The elder's slightly aged voice addressed both Wolf Peak and the entire assembly. Upon hearing this, the males stirred with excitement. Their fervor ignited, eagerly watching Wolf Peak, torn between anticipation for the name he would invoke and trepidation that it might be their own. Which would spell their doom? Xia Yunyun glanced at Yudong, her eyes filled with evident confusion. What drama was unfolding here? Having spent some time in Giant Rock City and being friends with Huxiai, Yudong had some understanding of the city's customs. Noticing Xia Yunyun's bewildered expression, he lowered his head to explain. This is a rule set by the elder. The victor of the contest has the right to challenge any beastman present, should he win. The defeated beast must share what they possess with him, while the victor incurs no loss. Such a rule exists, Xia Yunyun pondered, realizing that the elder's offering of 2 jars of salt was meant to motivate the beastmen to compete. Yet she was unsure of the purpose behind this peculiar rule that as she contemplated. Wolf Peak's gaze shifted, and under the expectant scrutiny of the surrounding beastmen, it landed on Xia Yunyun and Yudong that I wished to challenge the partner of that little female. His thin lips parted, and without needing to raise a hand, the surrounding beastmen followed his gaze. Not only Yudong, but Xia Yunyun too became the focal point for the multitude. Who is that male? I do not recognize him. He is even a 4-crystal beastman, and no wonder Wolf Peak wishes to challenge him, not a 4-crystal beastman. And he has a partner at such a young age. What is that dark substance on the female's face? Is she truly his partner? That female appears so diminutive, and with such a peculiar dark substance on her face. Why would he choose such a partner? In comparison to Yudong, the beastman's chatter swiftly shifted to Xia Yunyun. Hearing their remarks, she surmised that Yudong must have smeared something on her face. Undoubtedly the charred remains of the wooden stick. She had been standing here for so long with that darkened visage. No wonder she felt the odd stares from the beastmen nearby. They were all due to Yudong. Embarrassed beyond measure, Xia Yunyun wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. Curse it! Why must they all be looking at me at this moment? Yunyun, do not listen. No matter what they say, you are the most beautiful. Yudong tightened his embrace around her, knowing that these comments would upset her. How dare you say that? Is it not your fault? She retorted. Are you afraid to accept my challenge? Just as Xia Yunyun felt utterly mortified, Wolf Peak grew impatient, his proud and resonant voice echoing in the ears of every beastman present. The beastmen turned to Yudong, their gazes filled with anticipation for his response. That I have the right to refuse your challenge, Yudong replied without even glancing at Wolf Peak, as though he had not taken the latter's words to heart. Refuse? Are you merely afraid? Though you are a 4-crystal beastman, you would certainly sustain injuries after a contest. It is quite normal to be afraid, Wolf Peak mused, stroking his chin as if contemplating something. His seemingly thoughtless words drew derision from the assembled beastmen. Isn't this male merely a friend of Huxiai? Even Yudong cannot defeat Wolf Peak. He stands no chance. Wolf Peak was a 5-crystal beastman. How could he possibly prevail? Hearing the murmurs around her, Xia Yunyun felt a surge of displeasure. She could tolerate discussions about herself, for it was merely a matter of losing face, but she could not abide the disparagement directed at Yudong. He was the first beastman here who had treated her kindly. How could they speak of him in such a manner? Hey, while you may challenge a male, there is no stipulation that the challenged male must accept your challenge. Xia Yunyun understood the disparity between Yudong and Wolf Peak's ranks, fearing that Yudong might, like Yudong before, feel uneasy and hesitate. Yudong and Yudong seemed to be of comparable standing. She certainly did not wish for Yudong to suffer such grievous injuries. Yet, as it was said, no male had ever refused a challenge. May I then assume that I can win without a fight? She posed to Wolf Peak. Little female, Wolf Peak regarded Xia Yunyun with keen interest. deliberately emphasizing the phrase win without a fight. Xia Yunyun never anticipated that this wolf peak could be so loquacious. Fuming, she glared at him, momentarily at a loss for how to retort. She certainly did not wish to be inexplicably wed to this detestable fellow due to such a regulation. Just as her indignation reached its peak, Yudong suddenly released his arm, which had been encircling her, and stepped forward resolutely. "Very well, I accept your challenge, Yudong," Xia Yunyun exclaimed in astonishment, halting him. How could he possibly accept a challenge? How could he stand a chance against a foe of a higher rank than himself, like Wolf Peak? "Wait for me." Yudong turned his head, offering Xia Yunyun a reassuring glance before proceeding toward Wolf Peak without a backward glance. "Huh, you've accepted the challenge. It seems you wish to be thoroughly defeated before I can joyfully bond with your little female," Wolf Peak remarked with a sly smile, gazing at Yudong. "I shall not grant you that opportunity." Yudong snorted coldly, and before Wolf Peak could utter another word, he transformed into a snow lion, launching himself fiercely at Wolf Peak. "Are you so eager to taste defeat? Then I shall oblige you." Wolf Peak retorted with a chilling sneer, his expression morphing into one of bloodlust. In an instant, he too transformed into a gray wolf, unwilling to show any signs of weakness as he lunged towards the snow lion. The scene quickly became animated. As the beastmen eagerly gathered to witness the spectacle, Xia Yunyun watched, her face etched with concern, soon realizing that Yudong appeared to be on par with Wolf Peak. Despite the rank disparity, Wolf Peak was unable to gain the upper hand against him. Just as she became engrossed in the match, an urgent need to relieve herself struck her. Glancing at the engrossed fox Xiaobai nearby, she decided it would be best to find a place to attend to her needs alone to avoid being discovered. Xia Yunyun deliberately distanced herself, seeking out a large tree to resolve her predicament. Having completed her business, she intended to return and check on Yudong, only to discover that she seemed to have lost her way. What was happening? She distinctly remembered walking in one direction. How could she have emerged from the trees without seeing any sign of the beastmen? Anxious to see how Yudong was faring in the competition, Xia Yunyun chose a random direction to venture forth. However, just as she took 2 steps, her foot slipped into an empty space. Crash! As the leaves rustled and fell, Xia Yunyun felt her body lose balance and plummet rapidly, landing with a thud on the ground. What terrible luck! Rubbing her rear, she opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in darkness, unable to discern her surroundings. Where was she? To encounter such a predicament merely for a bathroom break was incredibly unfortunate. How was she to get back up? Xia Yunyun, feeling somewhat daunted, glanced upward at the round moon above. The place she had fallen into was a deep pit, over 3 meters high, nearly incapacitating her. All she could see was the small hole above and the round moon beyond it. She attempted to climb, but the dry earth offered no support, and with no rope, she was utterly unable to ascend. "Sigh," she lamented, gazing longingly at the moon for what felt like an eternity before letting out a deep sigh. What sins had she committed to deserve this? Had she known to bring Fox Xiaobai along, she wouldn't have found herself in this situation. Who was the inconsiderate beast man that had dug such a large pit and failed to fill it in? "Hello, is there any beast out there? Please come help me." Taking a deep breath, Xia Yunyun resolved to call for assistance. Surely she hadn't wandered far, and with the evening's commotion, she hoped someone nearby could hear her voice. However, the belief that a directionally challenged individual could remember distances was utterly misplaced. After calling out intermittently for over 10 minutes without a hint of response, she was met only with the raucous cawing of crows startled from the nearby trees, flapping their wings and creating a cacophony as they soared over her head. Exhausted, Xia Yunyun sat down to rest, only to feel a sudden chill on her forehead as a peculiar, sour scent wafted into her nostrils. Looking up, she saw a black crow feather drifting down from the sky, landing right on her nose. Achoo! What was that? Unable to suppress a sneeze, Xia Yunyun brushed the feather away and wiped her forehead, only to recoil in disgust. How infuriating! Even the crows were bullying her. That cool, soft, slippery substance could only be what the crows had left behind. Fuming, she stamped her foot and gazed skyward, only to find that the flock of crows had long since vanished. Damn crows. "If I encounter you again, you shall be sorry." After finally managing to wipe the mess off her forehead, Xia Yunyun's mood had plummeted to an all-time low. She exhaled heavily, preparing to lean against the wall nearby, only to find that there was nothing to support her, and with a thud, she fell to the ground. What on earth is this place? In utter dismay, Xia Yunyun rubbed her sore backside, wishing she could scream in frustration. Today had truly been a string of misfortunes. How had she ended up in such a predicament? Was this merely a deep pit? Why was there another empty hole behind her? Turning around, she noticed, illuminated by the faint moonlight, that there was a passageway behind her that it had been too dark to see moments ago, and she had completely overlooked it. A way out? Rubbing her sore backside, Xia Yunyun stood up and peered inside. But it was still shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. Furrowing her brow, she pondered her options. Sitting here would not guarantee that anyone would come to her rescue. If Yudong could find this place, he would surely know she had ventured inward. This was Giant Stone City. It wouldn't be as perilous as the forest. Since she couldn't escape anyway, she might as well explore within. Perhaps she would discover a route out. Resolved, Xia Yunyun stepped boldly into the tunnel. The night had already fallen, and the darkness of the underground passage offered no light whatsoever, rendering her unable to see the path ahead. She could only feel her way along the earthen walls, advancing slowly. In the dark, Xia Yunyun lost all sense of direction, completely unaware of how far she had traveled or where she was. Even during the day, she often struggled to navigate her surroundings. After what felt like an eternity, she suddenly spotted a glimmer of light ahead. Could it be an exit? She wondered, quickening her pace toward the source. As she approached, she realized that the bright spot was yet another opening, but not the exit she sought. Rather, it connected to another cave. Having spent so long in darkness, the sudden brightness momentarily blinded her. Shielding her eyes with one hand, she stepped through the opening. Once her eyes adjusted, she discovered that the light emanated from sparkling orbs scattered throughout the cave. For a fleeting moment, she thought she had returned to the modern world. Believing the cave was illuminated by electric lights, just moments ago, she had been puzzled by how the interior was so bright despite the outside darkness. It turned out there was a hidden secret. In the center of the cave stood a large pillar, bound by numerous black, ribbon-like objects. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that entangled with it was a creature adorned with golden feathers. What is this? Sia Yunyun murmured in bewilderment, astonished by the peculiar sight before her. Had she entered yet another strange realm? This passage did not lead to an exit, but rather to a chamber resembling a secret lair. Who had tied this peculiar creature here? Xia Yunyun's eyes widened with surprise and curiosity as she observed the figure from her vantage point, taking in the silhouette of the creature. The large golden feathers were stained with splotches of blood. As if it had been mercilessly whipped, the black ribbons bound it tightly to the pillar, inseparable, and the already bloodied feathers bore countless additional scars from being constricted. Such enormous feathers must belong to a colossal bird. With that thought, Xia Yunyun cautiously approached. Sudden appearances in strange places with enigmatic entities compelled her to exercise caution. She had no idea if this peculiar being might pose a threat. Upon reaching the front, Xia Yunyun stood a good 10 meters away from the pillar, finally discerning what was bound there. Indeed, it was a massive, grotesque bird. The bird's beak was a vivid red, and its pair of eyes hung heavily. While the feathers atop its head appeared quite disheveled, the entirety of its form towered over humans, making it seem dwarfed in comparison to the massive eagle encountered by Yang Guo in the television series. It seemed to sense the stirrings of the outside world, becoming aware of Xia Yunyun's approach, and the strange bird's eyes opened wide, glaring menacingly in her direction. With a sharp cry, as soon as its gaze fell upon Xia Yunyun, it suddenly erupted with excitement, flailing its wings in a desperate attempt to free itself from the binding black strips. Startled by the creature's abrupt movements, Xia Yunyun was taken aback by the thunderous sound. As if it would swoop down upon her in the next instant, the terrifying gaze of this strange bird was chilling. Had it not been restrained by that peculiar black object, it surely would have lunged at her by now. Such a fearsome being. No wonder it was tethered here. Given the creature's considerable size, Xia Yunyun, not being a beast man, could not discern whether it was an ordinary animal or one of the beastmen inhabiting this place. Yet, witnessing its ferocity, ready to attack upon seeing a human, she pondered it might be a savage beast indeed. She decided it would be prudent to vacate the area, having found no other entrances. She resolved to retrace her steps back to the pit she had fallen into, waiting for Yudong to come to her rescue. After all, it was better to preserve her life than confront an unpredictable creature that could go mad at any moment in this wretched place. As Xia Yunyun prepared to turn away, the strange bird abruptly fell silent, its golden yellow pupils fixated on her like hooks. She found it peculiar. It had been so agitated moments before, yet now it was utterly still. Those eyes, why did they seem to gaze at her as if a person were watching? Captivated by the bird's gaze, Xia Yunyun unconsciously inched closer. The pair of slightly reddened golden eyes met her own, and she felt as though she could sense the creature's current emotions: anxiety, restlessness, melancholy, and rage. Was this strange bird truly just an ordinary, mindless creature? Doubt began to creep into her thoughts at that very moment. Her vision flickered, and through those golden eyes, she suddenly beheld a handsome young man, similarly bound to a pillar, devoid of clothing and with his head lowered, obscuring his features. Perhaps it was the distance that hindered her. Determined to see what the young man looked like, she instinctively took a couple of steps closer. Suddenly, he lifted his head. His golden eyes, sharp and penetrating, swept in her direction. Xia Yunyun gasped, halting in her tracks. Those eyes were strikingly identical to those of the strange bird. Yet, when she glanced back, the bird's eyes no longer reflected the visage of that young man. Instead, they remained fixed on her. Filled with deep sorrow, Xia Yunyun felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Though the creature had startled her moments ago, its current tranquility and lack of aggression made her ponder what wrong it had committed to end up in such a predicament. Who was that young man she had glimpsed? Why had she seen him within the bird's eyes? Confusion clouded her mind as she attempted to approach the strange bird again, but it seemed to sense her lack of hostility. Continuing to watch her with those golden eyes, now shimmering with an unusual brilliance. "Are you a beast man? Can you understand my words?" After confirming that the bird had settled down and would not attack her, Xia Yunyun bravely stepped forward, cautiously questioning it. The creature remained unresponsive, its golden eyes mirroring her own image. Having exerted considerable effort during her trek, Xia Yunyun was now drenched in sweat, her once muddy face appearing rather floral. It seemed to be merely an ordinary animal, and she shook her head in disappointment. If it were a beast man, it should have comprehended her speech, yet the strange bird showed no response, implying it did not understand her. Just when Xia Yunyun thought it was incapable of comprehending her, the bird subtly moved its head. Xia Yunyun was taken aback. Had she just witnessed what she thought? The creature had nodded. It could indeed understand her words. Was it a beast man after all? Amidst her astonishment, she did not forget to examine the black object binding it. Attempting to tug at it, she discovered it was impossibly tight, wound around the bird multiple times. After a thorough inspection, she noticed a knot at the back of the large pillar, precisely where the bird could not reach. After pondering for a moment, Xia Yunyun lifted her gaze and approached the bird, locking eyes with it. "Do you still have strength left?" she inquired. In the arena, two figures, one white and one gray, were locked in a fierce struggle. The onlooking beastman had initially believed that Wolf King's son, Lang Feng, would be victorious without question. However, the 4-crystal beastman showed no signs of yielding against the 5-crystal Lang Feng. Their strengths appeared evenly matched. The gray wolf, having failed to land a blow, suddenly leaped back from the snow lion, revealing its long fangs, droplets of saliva falling as its stamina waned. Simultaneously, blood oozed from wounds on its legs. How infuriating! Never had he anticipated that this lion beast would prove so formidable. He was struggling to gain the upper hand. Lang Feng inwardly lamented, disbelief etched on his face. This lion beast, merely a 4-crystal beastman, how could he possibly rival him, a 5-crystal beastman? Yet, the 4-crystal Yudong was not faring much better, though undeniably powerful. The differences in their ranks became apparent in the duel against Lang Feng, demanding considerable effort from him. Fortunately, after forming a bond with Yunyun, his strength had inexplicably surged, enabling him to hold his ground against Lang Feng. Beneath the snowy coat, red stains of blood rendered the scene all the more harrowing. The two beasts remained locked in a stalemate for a moment, but ultimately, Lang Feng, unable to contain himself, could not fathom losing to a 4-crystal beastman. With a furious roar, he bared his fangs and lunged once more at Yudong. Yudong, undeterred, gritted his teeth and charged back. He would not concede. Yunyun was destined to be his alone. He would not relinquish her to another beast. The contest, fraught with tension, drew the Wolf King's furrowed brows in concern. His son was the strongest in the tribe, second only to him. How could he be bested by a beast man of a lower rank? In contrast to the Wolf King, the other rulers, Fox King, Tiger King, and Leopard King, watched the bout with keen interest, even the elders displaying enigmatic smiles. Yet, beneath those smiling eyes, other intentions lay hidden. Today's autumn festival was far more thrilling than in previous years. This four-crystal lion beast was a friend of the Fox King's youngest son, was he not? With his addition, the strength of Giant Stone City would undoubtedly flourish. The elder cast a knowing glance at the Fox King. Indeed, my son Sia has been fortunate to befriend him, and his strength has notably increased. He is now a four-crystal beast man as well, the Fox King declared proudly. The Wolf King's expression darkened slightly, though he managed to conceal it in front of the elders. Just as the Fox King finished speaking, his demeanor abruptly shifted, a hand pressed firmly against his chest. In the next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Poof! Fox King, what has happened? Why is the Fox King spitting blood? Quickly, summon the old beast doctor. Father, Sia rushed to his father's side, chaos erupting among the Fox clan members, as the leader of the Fox tribe. The Fox King was their cornerstone. Any harm befalling him was a grave matter for the clan. Father, how are you? Xia, trembling with anxiety, supported the Fox King, whose body was smeared with dark blood, yet he paid it no heed. Nearby, the battling Wolf Peak and Yudong noticed the commotion and exchanged a glance, abruptly ceasing their attacks to rush over. While the contest was undoubtedly significant, the unexpected crisis befalling the Fox King could not be ignored. Cough, cough. The Fox King gazed at Xia, his mouth agape, yet words eluded him as he succumbed to violent coughing fits. The scene descended into chaos, with the beasts murmuring amongst themselves. Who could be so vile as to employ poison to harm the Fox King? Indeed, if the culprit were apprehended, they would face severe retribution and be banished from Stone City. The Wolf King, observing the disorder, blinked his dim eyes and pondered for a moment before stating, Elder, your leadership is crucial at this juncture. The agitated members of the Fox clan shouted in unison, We demand justice for our clan. If Xia Yunyun were present, she would undoubtedly sigh in exasperation, lamenting, Nothing is more fearsome than these so-called righteous youths. Meanwhile, Fox Xiaobai was rendered speechless by fright. She turned to share her thoughts with Xia Yunyun, but soon realized she had vanished without a trace. She scanned her surroundings anxiously. Where could Yunyun be? If she were lost, would Yudong tear her apart? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. The Fox King's poisoning during the autumn gathering transcended a mere clan affair. It entangled various relationships and interests among races. The challenge to the authority of the clan leader and elders bore implications far greater than the incident itself. Elder Hou Baiyang maintained a detached demeanor, seated calmly as he tapped his fingers on the stone bench, seemingly unfazed by the Fox clan's outrage. Soon, the Fox King was carried away, and after the initial treatment by the elderly veterinarian, his condition was temporarily stabilized, yet the prognosis remained grim. The old veterinarian paced beside the Fox King, bearing the weight of external pressures, and after a long contemplation, he announced, The Fox King has been poisoned, but I have never encountered this toxin before. Though Xia was on the verge of losing his mind over his elder brother's plight, he knew that if his father were to succumb as well, the Fox clan would descend into chaos, vulnerable to oppression from other races. Despite the current facade of harmony among the various clans, underlying tensions simmered. The Fox clan, inherently non-combative, faced immense challenges in maintaining a foothold in Stone City. Nonetheless, he stifled his growing agitation, listening to the old veterinarian's findings, only to be met with a frustratingly vague conclusion after what felt like an eternity of deliberation. In a moment of uncontrolled fury, Xia erupted but was swiftly restrained by Yudong. After all, Xia remained the youngest son of the Fox King, and despite his anger, his intellect urged caution. Yudong firmly pressed down on Xia's shoulder, offering reassurance. Xia, his expression darkened, turned to Yudong and declared, I shall seek out the elder. It is imperative that he lead the investigation, unearth the culprit, and procure the antidote. As for my father, he glanced at the ailing Fox King, suppressing his grief and fury as he addressed the old veterinarian, I must trouble you to care for my father during this time. I will find a solution post-haste. Rest assured, the Fox King is merely in a temporary stupor. The old veterinarian replied solemnly, nodding in affirmation. After entrusting the matter to the elder, Xia turned to locate Yunyun, while Yudong sought out Xiaobai. However, after scouring the vicinity, he found no trace of her. Frowning, unease gnawed at him. An instinct warning of impending calamity. Suppressing his anxiety, he approached Fox Xiaobai. Do you know where Yunyun is gone? Fox Xiaobai, frantic, shook her head. I lost sight of her the moment you engaged Wolf Peak. Could she be in danger? It cannot be. Yudong's expression darkened, his voice a low growl. He could not allow any harm to befall Yunyun. Terrified, Fox Xiaobai trembled, acutely aware of Yuzong's wrath. Her male companion instinctively shielded her, willing to protect her life despite their power disparity. The stronger the beast, the better they could control their emotions. Even someone as oblivious as Xiaobai could sense the tempest of Yuzong's fury. Yuzong's anxiety intensified. Since becoming bonded with Yunyun, he had been attuned to her emotional shifts, and now he felt her distress acutely. He must find her without delay, to remain by her side, never to leave her again. Regret washed over him. He should have spent more time with Yunyun, enhancing her ability to harness his powers while deepening their connection. Determined, he resolved that once he located Yunyun, they would bridge their hearts in mutual understanding. Meanwhile, after conferring with the elder, Ho Baijiang stepped forward to address the restless crowd of beasts, who fell into an immediate hush. Scanning the assembly, he proclaimed, "The Fox King's life hangs by a thread, and I shall temporarily oversee the affairs of the Fox clan. The act of poisoning the Fox King is atrocious, especially during our annual autumn gathering. We shall conduct a thorough investigation to identify the perpetrator and deliver just punishment. Elder, how shall we apprehend the culprit? We must act swiftly lest they escape." A voice cried out from the crowd. "Indeed, we cannot allow them to flee." Others echoed in agreement. Incidents of poisoning among beasts were rare within the tribe, and the normally peaceful inhabitants of Stone City were understandably agitated. The assailant likely remained among us. The safest means of escape post-poisoning would be to depart the scene immediately, for once they left, we would be devoid of any evidence, Ho Baijiang asserted with conviction. Indeed, the elder is wise. How could we not have considered this? The crowd murmured in realization, showering him with praises, observing the adulation directed at Ho Baijiang. Xia stood quietly at the periphery, a frown creasing his brow, though he ultimately chose silence. Thus, anyone who was present earlier but is now absent becomes a suspect. Consider carefully who is currently missing. Ho Baijiang continued, guiding the discussion. Could it be Wolf Peak? The Wolf clan has always had friction with the Fox clan. Might it be the Wolf King's son? One beast suggested. Look, the wolves have all departed. Are you out of your mind? When the Fox King fell ill, the Wolf King's son was engaged in a battle with a quadrupedal lion beast. He had no time to poison anyone. Another beast countered. Before he could finish, he was mercilessly interrupted and ridiculed by the others, leading to a lively and chaotic exchange among the beasts, truly a case of public participation. Regrettably, such discussions offered no real advancement in unraveling the mystery, only exacerbating the confusion. Meanwhile, Xia Yunyun found herself in an equally dire predicament, curled up in a corner, confronted by a large bird that stared intently at her. "Stay away. I saved you, so you mustn't repay kindness with malice," she exclaimed in utter despair. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, she had benevolently freed the peculiar bird from its bindings, and now the situation had taken an unexpected turn beyond her comprehension. Had she known this would transpire, she would have remained indoors with Yuzong, obedient and safe. "Yuzong, where are you? Please come to rescue me," she silently pleaded, tears welling in her eyes, but it was too late for words. She suddenly noticed the bird before her shift slightly, her mind blanking in an instant. Yunyun's piercing scream shattered the air, halting the bird's attempt to take flight. Unbeknownst to her, the creature merely wished to stretch its wings and attempt to leave. The bewildered bird gazed at the quivering female, pondering, does she seem afraid of me? Am I truly that fearsome? Unfortunately, it could not change form at that moment, leaving it at a loss as to how to alleviate her terror. Suddenly, a spark lit in the bird's golden eyes. "That I have an idea." He plucked a feather from his wing with his beak. It hurts." He endured the tears welling in his eyes, shaking his head. As a male, how could he allow himself to weep in front of a female? Yet, the pain was indeed excruciating. He trembled his wing, now stripped of its feather, and presented it to Xia Yunyun. Xia Yunyun received the feather with trembling hands, pondering its significance. Would refusing it pose a threat to her life? The large bird, witnessing the small female accept his feather, let out a jubilant cry. She accepted him. This exclamation was filled with energy, successfully drawing the attention of the beasts engaged in fervent discussion nearby. Xia Yunyun's earlier utterance had already alerted them, particularly Yuzong, who was rushing towards her in his lion form. The creature's loud call completely revealed their exact position. Sensing the impending danger, The bird glanced at Xia Yunyun one last time with reluctance before soaring into the sky. Wait for me, my little female. His massive golden wings unfurled, not hindering his speed in the slightest. Despite the longing evident in his golden eyes, the escalating commotion around him left no room for delay, and he quickly beat his wings to depart. Xia Yunyun watched the grand bird take flight, then patted her chest, taking a deep breath. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. At least her safety was assured. However, her gaze lingered in the air momentarily. Bird, come back. How am I supposed to get out? Xia Yunyun belatedly realized the predicament. Oh heavens, the strange bird had left, and now how would she escape? Goodness, was this a game of life and death? She gazed helplessly at the sky, shrugged her shoulders, and muttered to herself, in critical moments, one must rely on oneself. Just then, Xia Yunyun suddenly spotted a white shadow, and felt herself lifted into the air, spinning 720 degrees before landing softly in a bed of white fluff. It was Yudong. Xia Yunyun was overwhelmed with excitement. She embraced Yudong in his beast form, joyously exclaiming, in crucial moments, you are the best. Upon seeing Yudong, she had completely forgotten her earlier resolution to rely on herself. Yudong scrutinized her closely, relieved to find she was unharmed. Once he confirmed Xia Yunyun was safe, he exhaled deeply in his heart. Before finding her, it felt as though his soul had been lost. He could not focus on anything. Naturally, his sole purpose had been to search for Xia Yunyun, why Yudong had lived in danger from a young age, a true survivor in a perilous world. Yet, he had never experienced fear quite like he had just now in the past. He had ventured deep into the forest alone, hunting fierce beasts for life crystals to enhance his strength, no matter how treacherous it was. He had never felt such anxiety, but now, with Xia Yunyun gone for only a moment, he was beside himself with worry. This realization cemented in his heart that he could not live without Xia Yunyun. Absolutely not. With that thought, he instinctively tightened his embrace around her. Xia Yunyun was startled, unsure why Yudong had suddenly held her so closely. Though he often displayed affection towards her, he had never behaved in such a manner in front of others, except on certain occasions to assert his dominance. This was one of the aspects Xia Yunyun appreciated about him. He understood the importance of respect. Xia Yunyun believed that even in this world, respect was paramount. True love could only exist where respect thrived. He could be domineering and assertive, yet he must always respect her. She pondered whether her earlier actions had frightened him. Feeling a warmth spread through her as she thought, there is someone who cares for you so deeply. Xia Yunyun, you finally have someone who cherishes you. She fought to control her emotions, refraining from shedding tears. It was a novel experience for her to feel so valued. She also wrapped her arms tightly around Yudong, expressing the emotions that words could not convey. Sometimes, words can be too trivial. Certain feelings can only be expressed through the most primal human gestures. This feeling was truly wonderful, Xia Yunyun mused, even though Yudong often appeared dominant. He always prioritized her in all matters. She was no fool. She could sense his sincerity towards her. The world of beast men wasn't so terrible after all. At least, compared to the modern world, every male beast man treated their partners with genuine care. Yudong, sensing the comfort emanating from his partner Xia Yunyun, felt his heart soften. What to do? He longed to transform into his beast form and press his little female beneath him, rubbing his snowy fur against her to express his affection. Were it not for the fact that Xia Yunyun could not yet communicate heart-to-heart with him, Yudong would undoubtedly have been severely reprimanded by her, just moments ago, while contemplating Yudong's virtues. Xia Yunyun could never have imagined what was occupying his thoughts at that very moment. Suddenly, a flash of light caught Yudong's attention, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the source of the illumination. It was the moonlight reflecting off the golden feather. In his earlier anxiety, Yudong had overlooked the golden feather clasped in Xia Yunyun's hand. Now that he had relaxed, he immediately noticed the vibrant feather. The golden feather belonged to the esteemed phoenix, the most revered among all bird beasts, and the more brilliant the color, the higher the status it signified. Furthermore, if a phoenix gifted its feather to another male or female, it implied a desire for a bond. Why Yudong furrowed his brow. It was impossible. When had Xia Yunyun encountered a phoenix beast? Aside from their brief separation, she had never left his sight, nor had she ventured beyond the Great Stone City. Moreover, how could there possibly be phoenix males in the Great Stone City? Phoenix beasts were known for their solitary nature, rarely allowing outsiders to know their dwelling places. How had Xia Yunyun come to possess this golden feather? Unaware of the customs of the beastmen, Xia Yunyun would have sighed dramatically, wishing to return to the countryside. Noticing Yudong's unwavering gaze on the golden feather, Xia Yunyun assumed he admired it and proudly lifted it before him, exclaiming, "This is for you." The feather was indeed quite beautiful. Perhaps Yudong would appreciate it. After all, the strange bird likely wouldn't return. It occurred to her that she had never given Yudong a gift. Yudong was taken aback, perhaps not anticipating that Xia Yunyun would suddenly present him with the golden feather. "For me?" His expression was complex as he glanced at her, but he quickly regained his composure, slowly accepting the golden feather from her hand. True to his nature, he realized that Xia Yunyun likely knew nothing of its significance and viewed it merely as a trinket. It must be said. Yudong was astute that he decided to play along. Since Xia Yunyun was oblivious, why not let things unfold as they may? Just as Xia Yunyun and Yudong were immersed in their tender exchange, the voice of Hu Xiaobai rang out from a distance. "Yunyun, you scared me to death," Hu Xiaobai shouted as she sprinted towards Xia Yunyun, only to come to an abrupt halt 5 meters away. Upon seeing Yudong beside Xia Yunyun, she recalled the fury he had displayed not long ago. Truly the wrath of thunder. It terrified her. Thus, upon spotting Yudong, she instinctively froze. Truly, Xia Yunyun was remarkable. Able to tame such a fearsome male, the Hu Xiaobai felt an even deeper admiration for her. Xia Yunyun had prepared to embrace her friend rushing toward her, but was taken aback when Hu Xiaobai halted mid-stride. Her expression conflicted. Xia Yunyun turned to Yudong and asked, "What's wrong with Xiaobai?" Yudong's gaze softened slightly, gently taking Xia Yunyun's hand and approaching Hu Xiaobai. Initially, Hu Xiaobai instinctively recoiled, but a mere glance from Yudong made her freeze in place. "Xia Yunyun, where have you been?" Your male was frantic with worry. As Yudong approached, Hu Xiaobai could no longer contain her anxiety, seizing Xia Yunyun's other hand with concern. "Alas, it's a long story that cannot be articulated at this moment. I shall explain it to you later," she said. Xia Yunyun felt quite dejected at the recollection of her recent encounter. Even a simple trip to the restroom had led to such bizarre occurrences. Her luck truly seemed unparalleled. Very well," Hu Xiaobai nodded, her companion now at her side, vigilantly watching over her. It was impossible to overlook Yudong's presence, which was undeniably imposing, and his treatment of females was far from gentle. This caused Hu Xiaobai's partner to worry he might inadvertently harm her. Xia Yunyun sighed, yearning to leave this place. All she wanted was to return home, to the dwelling she shared with Yudong. Little did she know that such thoughts were merely fanciful. It was truly unfortunate. Even drinking cold water felt like a chore. "Yudong, have you finished?" What was the outcome? Suddenly recalling something, Xia Yunyun looked up at Yudong, who towered over her. Despite her exhaustion from the unfortunate incident, she had not forgotten that Yudong was still competing with Lang Feng. She was yet unaware of the results. Was it possible that he had already completed the contest? "Do not worry. I shall not yield you to another male." Yudong interpreted Xia Yunyun's concern as regarding Lang Feng's challenge, and he felt a surge of happiness, confident that his Yunyun also desired no other partners. Lowering his head, he offered her an explanation. "Is that so? That is a relief." Upon hearing this, Xia Yunyun felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, exhaling deeply. "Thank goodness. If that's the case, it means we haven't lost to that Lang Feng. I certainly do not wish to be bonded to an unfamiliar male due to some absurd rule." "Yudong, I am utterly exhausted. May we return home now?" Xia Yunyun gazed at Yudong with pleading eyes. Seeing her weariness, Yudong's heart ached. He had always been accommodating to her requests, and this one seemed both reasonable and agreeable. Without a word, he lifted Xia Yunyun into his arms and turned to leave. "You cannot leave." At that moment, an elderly voice rang out from a distance. It was the elder. Yudong frowned, his earlier unease resurfacing. "Why?" Hu Xiaobai, equally concerned for Xia Yunyun, knew her companion's health was fragile. Her innate sensitivity as a fox made her feel deeply unsettled. She watched as the elder approached, accompanied by a throng of beastmen, and timidly inquired, "Elder, why can Yunyun not depart?" Xia Yunyun, equally bewildered, stared at the elder and the large gathering of beastmen behind him. What was happening? Why were they all here? Could it be that the beastmen from the autumn gathering had gathered en masse? A sense of unease gripped Xia Yunyun. The strange bird she had just released might have some significance. She had done nothing wrong, truly nothing at all. Ho Baijiang halted, his eyes glinting as he fixed his gaze on Xia Yunyun. And the beastmen behind him also came to a stop. Female, everyone is at the autumn gathering. Why are you alone here? Xia Yunyun hesitated, contemplating whether to respond. Did she really need to admit in front of so many that she had merely been in urgent need of a restroom? Moreover, one would not typically create such a commotion over such a trivial matter, attracting all these beastmen. Xia Yunyun felt helpless, the words caught in her throat. What is it? Why are you silent? Or do you mean to say that you were the one who poisoned the Fox King? With a hint of skepticism and inquiry, Ho Baijiang's words detonated like a bomb among the newly arrived beastmen. They exchanged glances, unwilling to believe that such a small female could have harmed the Fox King. Given the rarity of females, their regard for this minority has always been one of reverence. The preciousness of rarity breeds admiration. Yet, no matter how reluctant they were to accept this, it was the elder's word. And the elder could not be mistaken. After all, a small female from another beast tribe could not compare to their esteemed elder. The beastmen exchanged a few brief words before ultimately choosing to trust Ho Baijiang. They had not even entertained the thought of doubting the elder. It was simply too implausible. The elder claims that this dirty-faced female poisoned the Fox King, one male pondered, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Yunyun's soiled visage. Surely not. How could she have even approached the Fox King? Another male voiced his skepticism, his eyes filled with confusion, looking at Xia Yunyun with an odd expression. The elder's word is infallible. This female, not only peculiar in appearance, but also frail, could harbor such malicious intent toward the Fox King. What a detestable female! A seemingly inconspicuous male suddenly shouted, his tone brimming with indignation toward Xia Yunyun. Xia Yunyun was taken aback by the murmurs surrounding her. What? The Fox King was poisoned. I merely stepped out for a moment and lost my way. How could such a calamity have befallen me? Most importantly, they are accusing me of being the perpetrator behind the Fox King's poisoning. Did they think I had ingested something foul to commit such an act? Turning to Ho Baijiang, Xia Yunyun noticed a strange glimmer in his eyes. In an instant, a thought struck her mind. Could it be that he intended to silence her because she had accidentally overheard his conversation with Xia? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. The matter had been diverted before, and she regretted not informing Yudong. After that incident, she had inquired with Xia, who had no recollection of their prior discussion, yet Xia Yunyun was certain she had heard it. So was it that Xia had intentionally concealed the truth, or had he genuinely forgotten? As she contemplated this, Xia Yunyun grew increasingly suspicious of the peculiar relationship between Xia and the elder. It was too coincidental for the elder to arrive with a crowd of beastmen, specifically naming her as the culprit behind the Fox King's poisoning. How could such unfortunate circumstances align? Xia Yunyun considered her options for extricating herself from this predicament. The first method was to appeal to their emotions, to rationally and logically assert her innocence. However, a glance at Ho Baijiang quelled that hope. With him present, the chances were slim that if he declared her guilty, none among the beastmen would doubt his word. They were far too irrational to heed her explanations. The second method was to reveal Ho Baijiang's motives for targeting her. But who would believe her? There was no point in even contemplating that. The only other person who could clarify the situation, Xia, was still oblivious to it all. The last option was to break free through sheer strength. She assessed her available resources: Yudong, Xia, Xiaobai, her male companions, and herself. The odds were dire. They faced 3 beast kings and numerous beastmen. She would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Glancing at the beastmen around her, Xia Yunyun felt a surge of panic, but was met with Yudong's calm expression, as if the chaos around them was mere AI, or why Yudong, sensing Xia Yunyun's gaze, returned it without a word. His deep brown eyes imbued with an inexplicable charm that in that moment, Xia Yunyun realized that perhaps the situation was not as terrifying as she had imagined. Indeed, trouble would still find her even if she sought to avoid it. She could not rely on Yudong for everything. She didn't want to be a partner who merely caused him trouble. With newfound resolve, Xia Yunyun mustered her courage and spoke up, addressing the elder. Elder, surely I cannot be deemed the culprit simply for my absence. There are many others who were not present. The beastmen were taken aback by the audacity of this frail female, daring to contradict the elder. Yet upon reflection, her argument held some merit. Indeed, many others were absent, such as Hu Xiaosan and Lang Xiao'er. It seemed they were not present either. My cub was not present either, Hu Xiaobai chimed in. Lowering her head as she voiced her disbelief in Xia Yunyun's guilt, as Ho Baijiang listened to Xia Yunyun's defense, he merely smiled faintly, his convincing voice resonating once more. My dear, you do present a valid point. Yet they are all exceptional beastmen who did not attend the autumn feast, while you mysteriously vanished from it. His words effectively swayed the beastmen to align with his perspective. The beastmen, lacking any inclination for deceit, would readily accept any argument they found reasonable, and at this moment, they felt that every speaker was justified. In contrast, they still believed that the elder would not deceive them. I merely stepped away due to a sudden stomachache, intending to return shortly. Furthermore, I bear no animosity towards the Fox King. Why would I wish to poison him? Xia Yunyun felt thoroughly aggrieved, for it was the first time in her life that she had been unjustly accused in such a manner. A burden she could not shake off. Just then, a high-pitched feminine voice shattered the murmurs of the crowd. It was you all along. I knew it had to be you. Was it not your resentment towards the Fox King for imprisoning you that drove you to this? The shrill tone of Sang Xin drew everyone's attention. Xia Yunyun looked over in confusion, the voice sounding eerily familiar, stirring an ominous premonition within her. Before her stood Hu Yiyu, her eyes glistening with tears, supported by a companion, gazing sorrowfully and indignantly in her direction. That was merely a misunderstanding. Did we not subsequently allow you to leave? Moreover, the Fox King even saved your life. How could you harm him? What wrongs have we, the Fox tribe, ever committed against you? Her voice, laden with emotion, prompted the surrounding beastmen to cast sympathetic glances her way. As Hu Yiyu wept and recounted her grievances, she furtively raised her eyelids to gauge the reactions of the surrounding beastmen. Noticing their responses to her words, a cold smile crept into her heart. Humph, were you not formidable? Did they not protect you? Now, let us see how you manage, though she was uncertain if Xia Yunyun was indeed the true culprit. Given the elder's claims, she felt justified in offering her assistance. Accused by Xia Yunyun suddenly felt as though she had truly committed some heinous act against natural justice. Her expression was one of sheer shock. At that moment, she could only lament the sheer theatricality of it all. What an act! An Oscar performance. When did Hu Yiyu become so astute? Xia Yunyun recalled that Hu Yiyu had not known she had been poisoned by Shi Yu at the time. Although the Fox King had rescued her, it was not as Hu Yiyu portrayed. It seemed as though she were indeed a person who repaid kindness with malice. Glancing around at the beastmen, Xia Yunyun's heart sank. If Ho Baijiang's assertion pointed to her as the time of the alleged crime, then Hu Cici's accusations provided her motive. Upon hearing Hu Cici's indictment, the other beastmen exhibited expressions of realization. So that's it. No wonder she would poison the Fox King. The implication that this female, harboring resentment from a misunderstanding with the Fox King, was indeed terrifying. How could the Great Stone City have such a being among them? With Hu Yuyu's reminder, the other members of the Fox tribe recalled the incident when the Fox King had saved a female not long ago, their ire intensifying. What? She is the very female whom the Fox King rescued. She looks somewhat different. Yes, that's her. I recognize her. She has a distinctive scent, and I cannot be mistaken. The beastmen of the Fox tribe exchanged accusations, revealing just how deeply the poisoning incident had stirred their emotions. Suddenly, Yudong cast a fierce glare at the male who had mentioned Xia Yunyun's scent. The latter felt a chill run down his spine as he locked eyes with Yudong's menacing gaze, leaving him utterly speechless. Xia Yunyun, oblivious to Yudong's reaction, felt her heart crumble. She was experiencing the harsh reality of collective condemnation, where words could tarnish one's reputation and silence was a bitter burden. What an absurdity! Are there no grounds for accusation? Ho Baijiang exhibited a hint of surprise, gazing at Xia Yunyun with incredulity. Is it truly the case that you acted out of conflict with the Fox King? Xia Yunyun, bewildered, exclaimed, What nonsense! When did the topic shift to this? There is no truth to it. I have never had any conflict with the Fox King. That incident was merely an accident. Since then, I have not encountered him at all. Just as she prepared to clarify, the earlier cries resounded again, abruptly interrupting her desperate attempt to speak. The Fox King is the heart of our Fox tribe. How could she poison him? Elder, you must bring justice for our tribe. Hu Yiyu cried out, her voice filled with anguish as if the poisoned one were her own father. Impossible. Elder, you must believe that Yunyun is innocent. I am her neighbor. She has had no contact with the Fox King during this time. How could she possibly poison him? Hu Staobai, standing near Xia Yunyun, was frantic, calling out in desperation, but no beast paid heed to her words. typically introverted, she was no longer afraid, for Yunyun had helped her so much. She could not allow her friend to suffer injustice. I have never attempted to harm the Fox King. Hu Yuyu, why do you say such things? Xia Yunyun gazed at Hu Yuyu, anger flaring within her. She had previously believed Hu Yuyu might have misunderstood her, hoping to mend their relationship. Even though Hu Yuyu had always spoken to her harshly, she had chosen to overlook it. Yet now, Hu Yuyu had the audacity to slander her. Xia Yunyun found herself in a precarious position. On one side was the powerful testimony of the esteemed fox female, Hu Yuyu, while on the other stood the inconspicuous Hu Xiaobai, powerless to defend her. The outcome was all too predictable. Hu Yuyu's words held far more weight, and no beast listened to Hu Xiaobai's protests, only deepening their disdain for Xia Yunyun. That I speak only the truth. It is clear you had a conflict with the Fox King. Otherwise, why has such an incident never occurred in Great Stone City until you arrived? The Fox King was poisoned after your arrival. Hu Yuyu met Xia Yunyun's bright gaze without flinching, a chilling smile lurking in the depths of her eyes. This assertion struck at the heart of the matter. Indeed, why had such events unfolded upon her arrival? She did not know, but it was a fact that she had not been present. What to do? Who could possibly have poisoned the Fox King? Had the Fox King harbored any enmity with another beast previously? Xia Yunyun's mind raced with anxiety as she contemplated Hu Yuyu's words. If she could not identify the true culprit now, her status as a suspect would be firmly established. Hu does make a valid point. Xia Yunyun, do you have anything more to say? The elder suddenly stepped forward, and the surrounding chatter dwindled to silence. I did not poison the Fox King, regardless of whether you believe me. I simply did not commit such an act. Xia Yunyun suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Memories of her childhood, when she was falsely accused and bullied by peers, flooded her mind. She had once thought that arriving here was a second chance bestowed by fate, an opportunity to escape her past. Yet, it seemed that no matter where she went, her fate remained unalterable. I believe Yunyun. At that moment, Yudong, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward, shielding Xia Yunyun from the hostile gazes of the beast men. All she could see was his tall back and a veil of darkness. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no panic, even finding a measure of comfort in the situation. Yunyun is my mate. I know best whether she poisoned the Fox King. Moreover, it was I who had a conflict with the Fox King, not Yunyun. With that, Yudong cast a fierce look at Hu Yuyu. Hu Yuyu flinched at Yudong's menacing gaze, her expression betraying fear as she shrank into her partner's embrace. Unwilling to meet Yudong's eyes, this male seemed even more formidable than before, yet he was still a four-crystal beast man. Nothing about him had changed, had it? Then you too are a suspect in the poisoning of the Fox King? However, you were engaged in battle with Langfeng at the time, and Xia Yunyun was not present, which does not prove anything. But as the elder of Great Stone City, I must provide an explanation to everyone regarding today's events. Ho Baijiang scrutinized Yudong, his expression fraught with difficulty, as if the situation before him was indeed perplexing. Elder, since this female is the perpetrator, what more is there to discuss? Yes, Elder, imprison this female. She must not be given another chance to harm any more beasts. Lock her up. Elder, imprison her. Noticing the dilemma in the elder's eyes, the beastmen showed their concern, and a multitude suggested that Xia Yunyun be detained. Witnessing the fervor among the beastmen, Yudong could not help but furrow his brows above his abyss-like dim eyes. Grasping Xia Yunyun's hand tightly, he remained resolute, expressing his unwavering determination through his actions. No matter the circumstances, he would stand by his Yunyun. He would not allow even a hair on Xia Yunyun to be harmed. Feeling the comfort radiating from Yudong, Xia Yunyun sought to articulate a defense, yet found herself at a loss for words. This was her first experience of profound defeat, a deep sense of frustration. Having inexplicably arrived in this world, she had not been vanquished. Facing various life challenges and adjustments, she had not faltered. Confronting adversities and malicious beasts had not broken her spirit. Yet today, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged from within her. Was her fate truly meant to be this way? In an instant, she was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Her hand had turned cold without her noticing. Was there truly no resolution to this dilemma? Had she always been so insignificant, lacking even the ability to protect herself in this unfamiliar realm? Meanwhile, Hu Siwe, who had been by her father's side, wore a troubled expression but suddenly felt a wave of joy upon hearing of the capture of the beast responsible for the poisoning. Excellent. Father, the beast that poisoned you has been apprehended. You will surely be fine. Joy glimmered in Hu Siyue's sorrowful eyes, and in his excitement, he forgot to modulate his volume. Typically, beastmen find their mates only after reaching adulthood. And a young male like Hu Siyue, belonging to the sensitive fox clan, found it exceedingly challenging to sever ties with blood relations. His excitement was overwhelming, drawing a fierce glare from the old veterinarian, who had been feigning sleep nearby. Did he not know that a sick beast required tranquility? Moreover, there were others resting. In Giant Stone City, there were only 2 veterinarians of such rarity, and their status was naturally elevated above that of ordinary beastmen. Demanding utmost care, Hu Siyue hurried over, not pausing to explain the situation to the old veterinarian, but the reality was one of shock without joy. He looked at Xia Yunyun, blocked by numerous beastmen, his eyes widening in disbelief. The beast that poisoned his father was Yunyun? Impossible! What utter absurdity! He resolutely turned away, his expression starkly contrasting with the disdainful gazes of the surrounding beastmen, speaking firmly. Elder, you must be mistaken. It cannot possibly be her. There must be some misunderstanding. He could not fathom that such a beautiful-eyed female could be the true culprit behind his father's poisoning, especially since she was Yuzong's mate. Beside him, Hu Yuyu had been closely monitoring the unfolding events, her resentful eyes gleaming with a mocking light, as if they could speak, coldly observing Xia Yunyun. This fire she had stoked was sufficient. She anticipated that Xia Yunyun would not escape the fate of imprisonment. Yet, upon hearing Hu Siyue defend Xia Yunyun, she could no longer suppress her jealousy, even now, with the Fox King in such a state. You still only care about that little female? Hu Siyue, do you not hold the Fox clan and the Fox King in your heart? Without a doubt, Hu Siyue shot her an irritable glance. Hu Yu, do you even understand what you are saying? Yunyun is not the murderer. My father is poisoned, and I must find the true culprit. With his keen instincts as a fox, how could he not realize that Hu Yu, who often belittled Xia Yunyun, was playing a role in this farce? The true culprit is indeed this female. Do you not even trust the elder's words? Hu Yu shouted defiantly. Hu Siyue's words not only placed her in opposition to him, but also expressed that even in the face of the one who harmed his father, he would still protect that female. Why should that female have all these things? They were rightfully hers. Under the dim glow of the firelight in the dark night, her yellowed skin began to take on a menacing appearance. Indeed, Hu Yu's words caused Hu Siyue to pause momentarily. Was it truly the elder who said so? The elder he respected above all, yet he could not believe that Yunyun would commit such an act. What was he to do? In his red eyes, the faces of the malevolent beastmen, the sorrowful elder, and the small, terrified female blurred together, leaving him in a haze of confusion. Ho Baiyang seemed to sense Hu Siyue's turmoil and smiled kindly, explaining, "She is merely the prime suspect. You need not worry. She will not come to harm. However, the safety of everyone remains uncertain, and I believe this is the best way to ensure the safety of Giant Stone City. So we must temporarily inconvenience her." The elder's words were reasonable. Even if they were somewhat forced, they were grounded in logic. This escalated the issue into a matter concerning the survival of all beasts. Hu Siyue's bewildered eyes flickered as he met the elder's profound gaze, a great wave crashing in his mind, deepening his confusion. At that moment, a delicate figure appeared in his thoughts, suddenly illuminating his eyes. How could she, a female with no combat capability, pose a threat to the safety of Giant Stone City? This was the first time Hu Siyue questioned the elder's decision. Ho Baijiang's smile flickered before being masked by a serene expression. Siyue, do you know her background? How can you be sure she is not a spy sent by another tribe? If she could poison your father, she could poison other beasts as well. After all, if even your father fell prey, what chance do the others have of resisting? A flurry of questions left Hu Siyue momentarily speechless. On the other side, Xia Yunyun quietly observed Hu Siyue as he suddenly charged into the throng of beasts. His father was poisoned. Surely he must be furious. Yet when she heard his subsequent words, she was taken aback. He believed in her innocence. Yuzong's gaze toward Hu Siyue also bore an inexplicable quality. Moreover, she and that 4-crystal lion beast had been driven from their previous tribe to join this one. What could compel a tribe to expel a female and a 4-crystal beast? You know how crucial females and 4-crystal beasts are to a tribe. Ho Baijiang's following remarks left the beastmen utterly baffled. Indeed, if this lion beast is so formidable, why was it expelled from its original tribe? The crowd inhaled sharply at the elder's words. Thankfully, the elder was wise, discovering the truth early and saving Giant Stone City. Those who had hesitated due to the scarcity of females now rallied behind the call to detain Xia Yunyun. In an instant, nearly all the beasts were clamoring loudly. Imprison this female? Yes, lock her up. This matter concerned the very interests of every beast. Throughout history, interests have always been an eternal theme. Even humans struggle to maintain rationality when their interests are at stake. Let alone the utterly irrational beasts. The cries for Xia Yunyun's detention grew louder, and Ho Baijiang cast a troubled glance at Xia, sighing. I'm sorry, this is my duty. For the sake of Giant Stone City, I must proceed in this manner for now. Implicitly, this meant that Xia Yunyun could only be imprisoned. Xia Yunyun had long anticipated this outcome and remained remarkably calm, merely feeling that Ho Baijiang was indeed a diligent elder. In her own era, she would undoubtedly have been an exceptionally skilled public relations expert. Standing from the most impartial perspective, she nonetheless found the elder's behavior somewhat peculiar, with the consent of Elder Ho Baijiang. Several burly wolf and fox beastmen quickly surrounded Xia Yunyun. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. The previously composed Yudong suddenly erupted, transforming into his beast form and roaring fiercely. The magnificent white lion positioned itself in front of Xia Yunyun, using its body to shield her, its crimson eyes radiating fury. Surrounding them were several 3 crystal beastmen. Although Yudong had advanced to 4 crystal, he had already fought against the wolf peak, faced with several beastmen now. No matter how powerful he was, he could not withstand a war of attrition that a group of 3 crystal beastmen encircled him, making it difficult for him to break free and attack them in order to protect Xia Yunyun. Soon, the beautiful white fur of the snow lion became gradually stained with blood, shifting from white to a pale red and then to a deep crimson, as if emblazoned with blood-red cherry blossoms, creating a striking visual effect. Roar! Damn it! Yudong's deep brown eyes turned red, with a startled Xia Yunyun behind him and enemies poised to attack just a few meters away. Those damned males. Yudong cursed inwardly, never having been so wary of foes before. In the past, he had always charged recklessly into battle. Now, while he was unafraid of his own injuries, he dreaded even the slightest harm coming to Xia Yunyun. With a flick of his lion tail, he safely placed Xia Yunyun onto his back. Why Yudong? Why is there so much blood? When Xia Yunyun regained her senses, she saw Yudong's snow-white lion fur drenched in blood. His bright eyes clouded with crimson. Stop fighting. Please, stop. I don't have the Fox King. You can imprison me. Just please don't hurt him. Xia Yunyun was so frightened that she was nearly dumbfounded. She had never witnessed Yudong so severely injured. Bleeding so profusely in her heart. The pain was even greater than if it had been inflicted upon herself. Why had it come to this? Amidst the chaos surrounding her, with a group of ferocious beastmen transforming into their beast forms encircling them, Xia Yunyun's heart was filled with an icy despair. Could she not live a tranquil life? A life of stability within her own home? Hearing Xia Yunyun's voice laced with tears, Yudong felt a pang of sorrow. The agonizing wounds he bore seemed less painful in light of her words. In a daze, Yudong felt a warm liquid dripping down his back, and his keen sense of smell informed him that it was not blood. Roar! Yunyun! Don't cry. I'm fine. Don't worry, I will definitely get you out of here. Complex emotions flickered in Yudong's eyes, primarily a deep concern for Xia Yunyun. He had made her cry. How infuriating. Xia Yunyun's cold demeanor softened momentarily. Had she really shed tears? She suddenly looked down, bewildered, at the snow lion beneath her. Confused, she thought she had just heard Yudong's voice. How was that possible when he was still in his beast form? As she pondered, Yudong's voice, tinged with a hint of joy, reached her again. Yunyun, you heard me correctly. Although we are of different species, we are bonded. Even in beast form, you can understand my beast speech. What Yudong did not reveal to Xia Yunyun was that the ability to comprehend beast speech required both beastmen to harbor mutual concern for one another in their hearts. The snow lion, with its mix of white and red, suddenly seemed infused with strength as it swiftly dashed towards the menacing 3 crystal beastmen. Around them, the beastmen gasped. She's making a run for it. Quickly, apprehend her. We cannot let her escape. What a splendid pair they would make, if only they could flee. Elder Ho Baijiang's previously serene expression turned icy in an instant as he coldly observed the fierce battle before him. Was it not indeed a fierce battle? The real challenge had yet to commence. The current useless 3 crystal beastmen were merely warming up for Yudong and Xia Yunyun, just as Yudong prepared to escape with Xia Yunyun. He suddenly caught sight of a golden figure lunging towards him. And the next moment, he felt a tremendous force shove him aside, crashing him to the ground. Along with him, the rushing Husai was also flung away. Husai spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been closely monitoring the battle from the sidelines. When Yudong had taken down the several three-crystal beast men, he had silently rejoiced, hoping they would escape with Yunyun. But just as he was lost in his elation, the situation took a drastic turn. He was the first to notice the three beast kings making their move. Although he realized it immediately, the disparity in strength was too great. There was no time to think. He could only use his body to shield Yudong momentarily. Fortunately, Husai's intervention prevented Xia Yunyun from being lost forever. Blood trickled from the corner of Yudong's mouth as he turned to see his dear brother, Husai, lying beside him, unable to rise. The confrontation between a four-crystal beast man and a patterned beast man was tantamount to a death wish. He turned his head, attempting to rise, but it felt as if his bones had been shattered. No matter how hard he tried, he could only barely prop himself up. Gritting his teeth, he urged himself, "Stand up." Yunyun is still in their grasp. A sudden sense of danger compelled him to lift his gaze, discovering the three beast kings who had remained silent until now. At the center stood the Wolf King. Its paws drenched in blood. It was he. Behind the Wolf King, Wolf Peak had appeared, his gaze either mocking or disdainful as it fixed on Yudong. In the realm of beast men, strength was paramount. Thus, power formed the foundation of everything, and the might of a beast king was the ultimate representation of authority and power. If one beast king's strength was formidable, three beast kings were an overwhelming force. From the moment they struck, Yudong understood he could not take Xia Yunyun away from them. He could not even defeat Yu, let alone contend with three beast kings, with fierce intensity. Yudong's gaze seared into the trio before him, his eyes ablaze with rage, logic teetering on the brink of oblivion. A final flicker of reason urged him to remain calm. Only by maintaining his composure could he find a chance to rescue Yunyun. Never before had Yudong felt so dissatisfied with his own strength. He had always believed that the growth of power required time and diligent effort, which was why he had been steadily enhancing his abilities at his own pace. But at this moment, he desperately wished for an instantaneous surge in strength. It was then that he resolved to become the sole ruler, the one and only. Yudong, Husai, Xia Yunyun bore the pain coursing through her body as she crawled out of the dust. Unable to suppress her exclamation, seeing Yudong so gravely injured, and Husai affected as well, she desperately tried to reach Yudong's side. However, before she could steady herself, she was seized by several three-crystal beastmen whom Yudong had just knocked down. Hu Xiaobai, noticing Xia Yunyun had been captured, rushed over, intent on using her strength to rescue her. Yet, before she could reach Xia Yunyun, no, she had not even reached the edge of the battlefield when she was ensnared by Hu Yu. Hu Yu had observed Hu Xiaobai's movements and, knowing of her good relationship with Xia Yunyun, quickly intercepted her with a provocative expression. "What is this? You wish to save her? Just you. You might as well give up. No, don't even think about it. It's rare to see such a useless female like you. Just like that Xia Yunyun." Hu Yu scrutinized Hu Xiaobai with disdain, shaking her head dismissively before glancing at the two males trailing behind Hu Xiaobai. Continuing, "I don't know how any males could possibly be attracted to you." Hu Xiaobai's face flushed with anger, unsure whether it was due to the humiliation inflicted by Hu Yu or the disparaging remarks about Xia Yunyun. You've gone too far." The male standing behind Hu Xiaobai erupted in fury upon hearing Hu Yu's taunts. Though females were rare and held high status, they would not tolerate their partners being insulted by other females in such a manner. Had it not been for the fact that the other party was a female, they likely would have already engaged in combat. However, Hu Yu remained undaunted, proudly lifting her chin as she gazed at Hu Xiaobai, who was seething with rage to the point of smoke emanating from her. A satisfied smile graced her lips as the previous frustrations of being humiliated before Xia Yunyun dissipated in an instant. Realizing the futility of Hu Yu's threats, Hu Xiaobai, with her clever fox lineage, recalled the kindness Xia Yunyun had shown her and mustered the courage to circumvent Hu Sisi in an attempt to rescue Xia Yunyun. After all, she was merely a worthless female. Hu Yu, observing Hu Xiaobai's movements, let out a cold laugh. How could she allow her to succeed? Taking advantage of the male's reluctance to confront females, she arrogantly positioned herself in front of Hu Xiaobai. While her 8 partners gathered behind her, hearing Xia Yunyun's call and witnessing her heart-wrenching expression, Yuzong's last vestige of rationality crumbled. He threw his head back and roared, his voice filled with profound sorrow and rage. The Beast Kings, upon hearing Yuzong's roar, were momentarily struck dumb. It had been ages since they had encountered such a soul-stirring cry, an anguished scream that resonated from the depths of one's being. Exchanging glances, the Beast Kings halted their attacks, encircling Yuzong instead, bracing for any sudden moves. They understood well that when an enemy is cornered, it is best not to pursue further. The 4 crystal beastmen were, after all, a rare existence in Stone City. Aside from the blood-soaked Wolf King, who glared menacingly at Yuzong, the Leopard King and Tiger King displayed expressions of admiration towards him. They had never witnessed such an unyielding beastman before. Xia Yunyun was taken away without any resistance. She was acutely aware of her predicament and understood her choice. She must survive, and more importantly, Yuzong must survive, as well as everyone she cared for. Casting a deep glance back at the incapacitated Yuzong, she lowered her head and followed her captors away. Why, Yuzong, you must be well. We will all be well, she murmured, unable to suppress the words that escaped her lips. In that fleeting moment, Yuzong's heart was stirred as he watched Xia Yunyun's departing figure. It felt as though the heavens were collapsing around him. He roared in a fit of rage, each cry a piercing pain that tore at his very soul. Yet, Xia Yunyun did not turn back. She knew that Yuzong might lose his sanity and act recklessly. She wished for nothing more than for Cece to dissuade him from making any impulsive moves. She believed that Yuzong would surely regain his composure and rescue her. Once an ordinary girl in her world, Xia Yunyun now found herself enduring experiences she had never imagined, with each decision made. There was no turning back. As Xia Yunyun had anticipated, Yuzong was consumed by the flames of hatred, his rationality overshadowed by a singular thought: to take Yunyun away from this place. His crimson eyes were filled with tumult, summoning all his strength for one final strike. Failure meant death. The 3 Beast Kings, witnessing Yuzong's resolve to fight to the death, were suddenly filled with dread. How could a mere 4 crystal beast man evoke such a long-forgotten feeling of fear? Yet, after that brief moment of terror, a surge of eagerness welled up within them. They were genuinely curious to see what surprises this 4 crystal beast man might bring forth. Whether Beast Kings or Beast Folk, they were inherently creatures of instinct, driven by a combative nature. Even newborn cubs exhibited such traits. Thus, upon sensing danger and the scent of blood, they found themselves unable to suppress the primal instincts that surged through their very beings. Just as Yuzong prepared for his final gamble, Cece suddenly rose painfully from the ground, positioning himself swiftly in front of him. Their gazes locked, neither willing to yield. Roar! Yuzong's anguish cry echoed. For he knew he was no match for the beastmen present. Trust me, we will rescue Yunyun, Cece said, brow furrowed, his face smeared with dirt, yet refusing to step back, although he too did not wish for Xia Yunyun to be imprisoned. As a member of the Fox clan, he possessed an innate acuity that surpassed that of other beastmen. Even in this tense moment, he quickly assessed the pros and cons if Yuzong were to break free now. They would truly be at a loss. Finally, Yuzong managed to regain his composure, his icy gaze fixed malevolently on the distant Beast Kings. His eyes swept over the elder, whose calm demeanor held a hint of reluctance. A peculiar glimmer flickering across his countenance. The atmosphere hung heavy for a moment before the elder broke the silence. Well, since this female has been detained, let us conclude today's matters here. Everyone disperse. With the elder's directive, no beast dared to disobey, and even the 3 Beast Kings nodded in acknowledgement before taking their leave. The elder cast a glance at Yuzong and Cece, giving a slight nod before departing alongside the throng of beastmen. Why Yuzong remained fixated on the elder's retreating figure, his gaze unwavering. Cece, noticing his unusual demeanor, inquired curiously, "What is it?" "Nothing," Yuzong replied tersely. The following day, within the Fox Den, the poisoning of the Fox King was a significant concern for Stone City. As the elder, Ho Baiyong felt it was his duty to pay a visit to the Fox King. Relatives of the Fox King gathered to check on him, filling the room with members of the Fox clan, yet silence reigned due to Ho Baiyong's presence. "Old veterinarian, how fares the Fox King's condition? Is there a remedy?" Although he had already learned the day prior that the veterinarian could not cure the Fox King, Ho Baiyong asked again. The old veterinarian shook his head, his eyes brimming with helplessness. With a sorrowful expression, Ho Baiyong consoled the assembled Fox beastmen. "Do not worry. That female has been imprisoned, and I will find a way to compel her to produce the antidote. Old veterinarian, I entrust the Fox King's care to you during this time." "Certainly," Rest assured, Elder, the Fox King is in good health. Although the nature of the poison is unknown, he is merely in a deep coma without any further complications, the old veterinarian assured. As a member of the Fox clan, he would naturally tend to the Fox King's condition without needing the Elder's prompting. Huc, however, did not believe that Xia Yunyun was the one who had poisoned him. Yet, under the circumstances, he could only smile bitterly and nod. While secretly devising a plan to rescue Xia Yunyun, Hu Dazai wore an anxious expression. Having been injured the day before, he had not been present at the scene and now stood there, bandaged and bruised. Hearing the Elder's words, he found it hard to believe. How could that little female be the perpetrator of his father's poisoning? He knew his father's strength all too well. The little female could not have had the opportunity to poison him. It was said that the Fox clan was sharp-witted, and even Hu Dazai was not entirely convinced of Xia Yunyun's guilt. Yet, the beasts within Stone City held Hou Baijiang in unwavering trust. At this moment, Hu Dazai chose not to speak up on Xia Yunyun's behalf, silently standing aside as he listened to the Elder and others converse, his red eyes occasionally flickering as he pondered. What does the Elder plan to do about her punishment? Hu Yuyu suddenly interjected. She was unconcerned about the Fox King's ailment. She merely wished to know how the Elder would deal with Xia Yunyun. After a moment's contemplation, the Elder shook his head. For now, we shall keep her imprisoned. I hope she can reflect and ultimately present the antidote so that the Fox King can recover swiftly. Upon hearing this, a light flickered in the eyes of a middle-aged male with lighter-colored hair standing beside Hu Yu. However, the attention of the beast men remained focused on the Elder and the Fox King. Oblivious to him. Hu, do you have any good ideas in mind? Hou Baijiang inquired, his gaze warm and inviting, a gentle expression that was hard to refuse. I have no particular thoughts. I merely overheard discussions earlier today about exchanging her for another female as compensation for the Fox King's injury. Hu Yu replied with a smile, shrugging her shoulders, feigning disinterest. There were no beast men who spoke such words. These ideas were entirely her own, aimed at ensuring that Xia Yunyun would never remain in Stone City again. As soon as Hu Yu finished speaking, Hu Dazai and Hu Sihai quickly jumped in opposition. Absolutely not. This is unacceptable. As soon as the words fell, both beasts exchanged surprised glances, their thoughts diverging significantly. Hu Sai was taken aback that his elder brother would also stand up to speak for Xia Yunyun, his astonishment palpable. Yet, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, fixating intently on Hu Yu, his gaze decidedly hostile. Hu Dahai originally thought that such a beautiful female should not simply be replaced with another. How could one find another so exquisite? If she were to be exchanged, he would be left with no such captivating female to pursue. Why not? Everyone seemed to believe that this resolution was appropriate. Did they truly wish for her to remain here? After all, she was the very culprit who harmed the Fox King. Upon witnessing both stand against her, Hu Yuyu's emotions surged. Why? The female had committed such vile acts, yet they still chose to defend her. What right did she have to such preferential treatment? Clenching her fists, shadows of resentment gathered in her dimmed eyes. She absolutely could not be allowed to stay here. Under no circumstances. Xia Yunyun was not even a member of our Fox clan. Even if she erred, we cannot barter her for other females. I believe that if father were awake, he would not consent to such an exchange. Hu Sai understood that even if he argued Xia Yunyun was not the murderer, no beast would believe him. And he could only seek excuses. I also find merit in Sai's words. Elder, why not allow Xia Yunyun to serve as a communal partner for our Fox clan? We still have many beasts without partners. Hu Daihai interjected, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. There is no other female as beautiful as her. Elder brother, Hu Sai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hu Dahai, astonished by his suggestion. A communal partner? How could Xia Yunyun be a communal partner? Brother Dahai, she is a female capable of poisoning. Are you not afraid she might poison someone in Stone City? What if the next beast to fall ill is you? How could you dare leave her in Stone City? Hu Yu spat through gritted teeth. If that is the consensus, then it is not impossible. I will do my utmost to have her surrender the antidote. If the discontent persists, we can revisit this matter, Hou Baijiang mused, considering, yet refraining from outright rejecting Hu Yuyu's proposal. However, Hu Sai began to interject on Xia Yunyun's behalf, only to find the elders suddenly turning to face him. Sai, regarding this female, I will discuss it with the Beast King. As for the Fox clan's matters, I entrust them to you and Hu Dahai, the Fox King's sons, apart from the eldest Hu Dahai and the youngest Hu Sai, had 3 others wandering outside, one of whom had already perished. leaving only Hu Sai and Hu Dehai in Stone City, in the territory of the Wolf clan. Lang Feng was conversing with the Wolf King about something. It was truly unexpected that the newly arrived female would engage in such actions. It was beyond what any beast could anticipate. The Wolf King laughed heartily as he glanced at Lang Feng. "Father, should we continue with our previous plans?" Lang Feng's expression was exceptionally bright, as though he had stumbled upon a great fortune, and he inquired softly, seemingly struck by a thought. "Of course, we must continue." The Wolf King's laughter abruptly ceased, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he narrowed his gray eyes. "Why would we not? This little female has inadvertently aided us." "What do you mean, father?" Lang Feng's voice wavered slightly. His brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at the Wolf King. The Fox clan has always held high esteem in Stone City, winning the hearts of the beasts there. Now, the Fox King had allowed a female to be so severely injured. Could the Fox clan still maintain its previous standing? The Wolf King sneered. It is said that the Fox clan is astute and clever, capable of achieving high status in Stone City without exerting much effort. But what of our Wolf clan? Are we not equally formidable beasts? Why must we toil and labor to earn the elders' respect? The Tiger and Leopard clans do not favor communal living. The Tiger clan has its king and several skilled warriors, while the Leopard clan has seen a decline in capable individuals. If we eliminate the most cunning of the Fox clan, our position in Stone City will be assured. Lang Feng analyzed the situation confidently, and his joy deepened. "You make a valid point. We truly owe thanks to that little female. Without her, our plans would have been delayed considerably." The Wolf King nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with admiration for Lang Feng. Truly worthy of being his son, even at a young age, he was already capable of managing most affairs of the Wolf clan. Currently, he entrusted the majority of the matters to Lang Feng. If all went as expected, once Lang Feng's strength advanced further, he would be poised to inherit the title of Wolf King. Beastly titles are not inherited by birthright but are earned through strength. In other words, anyone who possesses sufficient strength can become a king among beasts. However, the Wolf clan, being a communal species, differs from other beast clans. They prioritize the interests of the entire clan, and only those capable of leading the Wolf clan may ascend to kingship. In Stone City's Wolf clan, Lang Feng undoubtedly stood out as the most exceptional descendant and was the Wolf King's favored candidate for the next ruler. "Father, I believe the female need not be eliminated. Her presence would be advantageous to our Wolf clan." Lang Feng listened intently to the Wolf King's words, suddenly recalling the female who had intrigued him greatly. If possible, he truly did not wish for her to encounter misfortune. Though her mate was indeed quite detestable, it was remarkable that a mere 4-crystal beast could stand toe-to-toe with him. As he pondered, Lang Feng frowned. Keeping that male in Stone City would only serve as an obstacle for him. Upon hearing Lang Feng's words, the Wolf King nodded in agreement, recalling the truth in what he said. Indeed, however, in that instant, the Wolf King remembered the competition at the autumn gathering, his gaze darkening momentarily. "That female's mate possesses quite impressive strength. He withstood my attack and did not falter. If possible, it would be beneficial to recruit him into our Wolf clan." The Wolf King's eyes suddenly turned cold, glinting with a hint of bloodlust. "Yes, father, rest assured. I know what must be done," Lang Feng proclaimed proudly, thumping his chest. He was the strongest male of the younger generation in the Wolf clan. Only he was worthy of the beautiful female. He would inevitably defeat that male. At this very moment, Xia Yunyun, the subject of their discussions, remained imprisoned by the Fox clan's beasts. Given that the victim was the Fox King, Xia Yunyun was directly detained by the Fox clan. This decision did not incite dissatisfaction among the beasts. In a corner of the Fox clan's dwelling, there was an abandoned den, long neglected. Stone City had never established a facility specifically for imprisoning offenders. Males who committed serious offenses were executed or exiled. Females, however, risked being punished by becoming communal partners for the tribe's males. Sia Yunyun was unceremoniously cast into this forsaken fox den, closely monitored by the Fox clan's beasts. Within the dark confines of the fox den, despite a sizable opening, little light penetrated. Only a small circular hole at the top allowed a beam of sunlight to filter through, resembling a white column supporting the den. Xia Yunyun, who harbored a fear of darkness, found the emptiness suffocating. She could only sit beside the sliver of light, her arms wrapped around her curled knees, her chin resting weakly atop them. Her heavy eyelids fluttered open occasionally as she gazed towards the entrance. 2 imposing males stood guard at the entrance, likely to prevent her from escaping. She had lost track of how many days she had been imprisoned. Initially, she could gauge the passage of time by the light above. But as hunger overwhelmed her, she fainted, and upon regaining consciousness, she had no idea how long she had been unconscious. Furthermore, she could not tell how many days she had been confined. The thirst gnawed at her. And while the males outside would occasionally offer her a sip of water, they only provided her with bloody meat to satiate her hunger. Even without knowing when she might escape, she refused to swallow the bloody meat. The scent of blood wafting from the dark corners of the den overwhelmed her senses, and she buried her head deep in her knees. Memories, long buried in the depths of her mind, seemed to resurface with the scent, drawing her back to a time shortly after her mother's passing when she had been taken in by her aunt. At that time, she was not yet 10 years old. Upon arriving at her aunt's home, she felt like a stray abandoned by its owner, surrounded by the chilling atmosphere of a vast, empty mansion that seemed as though the steaming dishes laid out on the table were never intended for her. At the far end of the long dining table sat a small boy with short black hair, the son of her aunt, her cousin, casting her a look filled with disdain and rejection. Further deepening her already melancholic silence, she could sense his disapproval of her presence. Often, she would seclude herself in her room, and when her aunt sent him to summon her for dinner, he would bluntly inform her aunt that she had no appetite. In truth, he had never approached her to inquire. Shortly after moving in with her aunt, the winter vacation arrived, and her aunt took her back to their rural hometown to celebrate the new year. Concerned that she was struggling to adapt, the winter in the countryside was frigid, blanketed in heavy snow. Her aunt, frequently occupied with work, would leave her alone with her cousin, who, harboring an aversion toward her, was free to act as he pleased. The new clothes her aunt had bought for her were torn, and the snacks from her room mysteriously found their way into his. When they were home, he would not allow her to enter through the front door. These memories had grown hazy over time, yet for some reason, they now felt vividly present. She would forever recall that winter night when, having gone days without food, her busy aunt failed to return home, locked outside in the biting cold, clad only in a sweater without a proper coat. She was battered by the icy winds. Her stomach so empty it had lost all sensation. She knocked on the door, but he refused to open, telling her to get out of his house and stop monopolizing his mother. A child raised in such an environment knew nothing of fear. Xia Yunyun had once been the same. However, at that time, she had already lost her parents and felt no right to be unafraid. She stealthily crawled through the dog door beside the back entrance. Spotting the frozen corpse of a mouse nearby, contemplating that she too might meet a similar fate, before long, he discovered her. He summoned a group of children, and as a city boy, he naturally became the leader among the country kids. They forced the dead mouse into her hands, and in her numbed state, her trembling teeth clashed against the cold corpse, akin to gnawing on ice. She was so hungry that she was nearing hallucination. For a brief moment, she fancied seeing her mother approaching her with a steaming bowl of noodles. Grasped by the hair by the children, she was compelled to swallow the mouse's body. When she regained her senses, she desperately clawed at her throat, retching incessantly, the metallic taste of blood already feeling like a part of her being. Upon discovering this, her aunt rushed her to the hospital for a stomach wash and harshly reprimanded her cousin. From that day forth, she could no longer tolerate raw meat. Even steak had to be well cooked. Her stomach issues worsened, and she dared not neglect her appetite, and no matter what she did, she would never allow herself to go hungry. For she feared that hunger would evoke memories of that night, when she consumed the dead mouse. No one understood what such recollections signified for a child not yet 10 years old. This was also why, upon her arrival in the beastman realm, Sia Yunyun adamantly refused to let Yudong eat raw meat. Gradually pulling herself from those memories, her gaze fixated on the meat nearby, exuding a pungent odor of blood, and she could no longer resist. Rising to her feet, she made her way toward the cave's entrance. There was no firewood, no flint, only raw meat, and if she continued to starve, she would perish. Just before reaching the mouth of the cave, the deep, resonant voice of a male beastman echoed from outside. Was that a female's partner, a four-crystal beastman? How could someone so unattractive have such a powerful mate? Indeed, it was puzzling how such a grotesque female, so frail, could have a partner. Perhaps the Wolf King had injured him severely. Hearing that Yudong was hurt made Xia Yunyun's heart tighten. Who did she think she was to act so brazenly? The Fox clan's beastmen had never treated a female in such a manner, but hadn't she gone without food for a while? Wouldn't she starve? Females were inherently weak. Who cares, though she was female? The Fox King was the most significant being of our clan. If she dared to poison the Fox King, she deserved to starve. Even if she died, no one would blame you. It all made sense. Xia Yunyun reached up to touch her face, feeling something dry clinging to her skin. After pondering, she surmised it must be something Yudong had touched her with. She had not washed her face in ages. That substance had likely stuck to her skin and solidified due to sweat. Thoughts of Yudong flooded her mind, and she couldn't help but worry about his well-being, whether he was recovering properly. The dirt on her face, which usually would have bothered her, seemed insignificant now. After all, in this dark place with no mirror, she couldn't see herself. Let the beastmen with superior night vision suffer. After a moment of contemplation, the voices of two male beastmen from outside rang out again. What do you think the elders will do with this female? I've heard many beastmen want to trade her for females from other tribes. And some say she should become our public mate. In my opinion, making her a public mate is still a kindness. Who would dare take such a female as a mate? Just cast her into the forest to fend for herself. But she is still a female. There are only so few females in Giant Stone City that I've longed for a mate myself. Public mate? What does that mean? Xia Yunyun, inside the cave, heard every word clearly. Her heart filled with an ominous premonition. Inadvertently stepping on a stone, she fell onto the ground. It's the voice of the female inside. A male beastman exclaimed. The next moment, two towering figures appeared in the already dark cave. Female, what are you doing at the cave entrance? The food is inside. You need not approach the mouth of the cave. Indeed, it's already generous of us to provide you with food. Don't think about escaping. With us here, you cannot flee. The two male beastmen frowned, gazing at the small, frail female seated on the ground with evident displeasure. Sia Yunyun could hardly discern their appearance, but from their tone, she sensed their hostility and pressed her lips together. I wasn't trying to escape. I merely wanted to ask if you could spare me some other food, perhaps some fruits, or give me some wood and flint. As she spoke, a rumble from her stomach echoed, underscoring her discomfort. The emptiness gnawed at her, and her usual vivacity seemed to have vanished. Her voice was light and airy, as if it might drift away at any moment. The male with a weaker tone turned to the other. The latter firmly shook his head, rejecting her without a hint of compassion. No, we are only here to guard. Who knows what you might do? We've already given you meat. Whether you eat it or not is your choice. As she recalled the bloody meat, Xia Yunyun couldn't help but swallow hard. She would rather starve than consume that. I won't eat raw meat. Didn't you claim I was the one who poisoned the Fox King? If I die, your Fox King will never receive the antidote. Gritting her teeth, Xia Yunyun rose from the ground, enduring the discomfort in her stomach, and spoke with unexpected firmness. You. The male beastman was taken aback by her words. Momentarily at a loss for how to refute her. We have an old veterinarian. No patient in Giant Stone City has ever been beyond their help. It was the old veterinarian who healed you. So I don't believe you. This male beastman had also attended the autumn feast. Although he didn't know the details of how Xia Yunyun was rescued from the fox den, he had heard the conversations during the feast. You don't believe me? Xia Yunyun feigned calmness as she looked at him, doing her best to stand tall despite not being able to see clearly. Then you can go check on the Fox King. If the old veterinarian could truly save him, wouldn't the Fox King have awakened by now? It seems the Fox King really hasn't woken up, a nearby male whispered to the one speaking. The expressions of the two males darkened, looking at the unattractive female before them. They felt a deep sense of disgust. They had never anticipated encountering such an insufferable female. How dare she threaten them here? If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. After all, I'm just a female. My life is certainly not worth comparing to that of the Fox King. If my death can take the Fox King with me, then that's still a gain. A faint smile crept onto Xia Yunyun's pale face as she sensed the hesitation of the two male beast men. Emboldened, she pressed on. I can hardly endure any longer. Whether the Fox King lives or dies depends on you. My life is inconsequential. What do you say? Xia Yunyun exerted her last ounce of strength to support herself. In a sudden epiphany, she realized that relying solely on others was futile. When it was just her alone, the only support she could depend on was herself. No one would offer her compassion, for the heavens had never shown her mercy. Indeed, she could not afford to be too feeble. Yudong was still outside. She had yet to bear him a litter of lion cubs that he yearned for. How could she possibly relinquish her life in this wretched place? You are truly a cunning female. One of the male beasts spat through gritted teeth. I will fetch you the food you desire. He will guard you. And I advise you to abandon any thoughts of escape, with a fierce glare directed at Xia Yunyun. The more boisterous male turned and strode away, his heavy footsteps echoing. Thud, thud, thud. Xia Yunyun could only see a pair of large, bell-like eyes briefly flicker before she heard the sound of his disgruntled footsteps. For some inexplicable reason, sensing the other's foul mood brought her a strange sense of comfort. Is this what it feels like to be the villain? If so, it's not such a bad feeling after all. Why must she always play the role of the good person? That role had never bestowed upon her any benefits. The image of a scantily clad fox female flashed through her mind. Occasionally embracing the role of a villain seemed rather appealing. At the very least, it could help her preserve her life. The remaining male beast cast a glance at the petite Xia Yunyun without uttering a word and turned to stand guard at the cave entrance. Sensing the absence of another presence within the cave, Xia Yunyun exhaled sharply, her body suddenly turning as limp as a noodle as she sank to the ground. She paid no mind to the dust covering the floor. Inhaling the thick scent of blood still lingering in the cave, Xia Yunyun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Compared to the stench of blood, everything else seemed insignificant. Finally, she could eat something. The departing male beast moved swiftly. Likely fearing that Xia Yunyun's words were true and that if she perished, the Fox King would follow suit. Before long, he returned with a dozen fruits and a generous chunk of roasted meat. Eat. If it's not enough, let me know. The male beast brusquely tossed the food in front of Xia Yunyun, prepared to ignore her and leave. Just then, a tiny voice, as faint as a mosquito's buzz, reached his ears. Thank you. Ordinarily, such a soft sound would go unheard by an average human. However, the hearing of the beast far surpassed that of humans, and he caught the words despite their diminutive volume. His footsteps faltered momentarily as he instinctively turned to glance back at the repulsive female. She seemed somewhat different from her earlier loathsome demeanor, kneeling before the food, not rushing to eat, her face marked with patches of dirt. What is she thinking? The male beast shook his head vigorously, casting aside unnecessary thoughts, and swiftly exited the cave. Once the beast had left, Xia Yunyun clutched the hefty piece of roasted meat, too exhausted to lift it. Even with the ground covered in dust, she leaned in and took a bite. She was truly so famished that she lacked the strength to eat. Tearing off a piece of meat and swallowing it required considerable effort. Yet, she had to consume some meat to replenish her body's nutrients. Eating meat was far more beneficial than a bowl of plain rice. Although the meat was rather unpalatable, it could rival the roasted meat prepared by Yudong during her first meal. After filling her stomach to a reasonable extent, Xia Yunyun finally released the meat, regaining some strength to brush off the dust atop it, then blowing away the dirt on the ground before placing it back down. She needed to save the remaining food. If these beasts refused to provide her with sustenance again, she would not starve to death. After consuming a fair amount of meat, Xia Yunyun gnawed on a fruit, which was somewhat astringent and paled in comparison to the large, sweet fruit Yudong had picked for her. Nevertheless, it was edible and would quench her thirst. Xia Yunyun had never imagined that one day she would resort to such fare to fill her belly. Yet, it was still an improvement over being a beggar. After all, a beggar would not have the luxury of meat. She consoled herself with this thought. After having gone so long without food, suddenly consuming such a quantity left her feeling slightly bloated. Despite her efforts to control her intake, Xia Yunyun leaned against the wall to stand up, intending to take a few steps to aid digestion. But just as she rose, she recalled the keen senses of the beasts. What if they suspected she intended to escape? That would be disastrous. Who knew what impulsive actions these beasts might take? After all, she was the one who had poisoned their king. Sigh. Contemplating her current predicament, Xia Yunyun couldn't help but let out a sigh. Just as she was about to sit down, she suddenly heard the voice of a third beast from outside. You cannot enter, but I wish to interrogate the murderer. Is that not permissible? Very well. As his words faded, a flurry of footsteps approached from afar. Xia Yunyun, seated behind a beam of light and further into the cave, caught sight of the individual as he neared the illuminated area. Hi. What brings you here? Xia Yunyun exclaimed in surprise. The son of the Fox King had come here. Was it connected to the matter of his father's poisoning? Did he seek vengeance for his father? The thought sent a jolt of anxiety through her. If he truly intended to avenge the Fox King, she stood no chance against this beast. Xia Yunyun, I came to see how you were faring. Why are they allowing you to reside in such deplorable conditions? Dahai remarked, wrinkling his brow at the thick dust in the air and the sweet meat carelessly discarded in the corner, now covered in grime. How could they let a female live in such squalor? The female before him was the most beautiful he had ever seen. He could not allow her to perish in such a manner. I am fine. If you are untroubled, you may leave, Xia Yunyun replied, Somewhat astonished that Hu Dahai was not here to seek revenge, she maintained a nonchalant demeanor, revealing no sign of her inner turmoil. Anyone could discern that her declaration of being fine was a clear indication of her distress. Xia Yunyun, do not fear, I am unlike the other beasts of the Fox clan. I would never harm you. They haven't mistreated you these past few days, have they? Hu Dahai, picking up on the formality in Xia Yunyun's tone, did not take offense. He merely assumed she had been frightened by her circumstances. He scrutinized her closely. Her fair skin was marred by dust and dirt, and her already oversized fur skirt had become tattered. The once most beautiful face now bore unsightly stains, rendering her appearance grotesque. Upon seeing Xia Yunyun's face, Hu Dahai momentarily froze, realizing that this was not her true visage. It was merely the result of her inadvertent encounters with dirt. You are still a lovely female. Xia Yunyun shook her head, her wariness of Hu Dahai diminishing slightly. How long have I been imprisoned? 3 days, Hu Dahai replied candidly. Oh. Xia Yunyun understood that escape was implausible. She merely wished to know how long she had been confined. She wondered how Yudong had fared during these 3 days without her. Was he taking care of himself and healing properly? Do you wish to leave? Hu Dahai inquired, observing the despondency etched on Xia Yunyun's face. Xia Yunyun lifted her head abruptly. Leave? Could she really have a chance to escape? Yes, leave. Noticing Xia Yunyun's interest, Hu Dahai beamed, his charming features becoming even more approachable. He had already been involved in the mission to rescue this little female. If he could take her away from here, she would undoubtedly agree to become his mate. How can I leave? Do you have a way? Although she knew escape was unlikely, Xia Yunyun could not help but ask. Hee. Hu Dahai's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as he smiled. Moving closer, his already handsome face radiated warmth. If you become my mate and help cure my father's poison, they will not harm you. And you will be able to leave. Hu Dahai's intentions were clear, but Xia Yunyun furrowed her brow at the proposition. Become his mate? What a jest. If it merely entailed feigning the role of his girlfriend, she could perhaps tolerate it. However, the companions here must engage in intimate relations with one another. How could she possibly partake in such activities with someone she does not favor, or rather, with a beast? Moreover, the notion of possessing 2 husbands simultaneously should only exist within the realms of novels and television dramas, shouldn't it? Although it sounds rather glamorous, she has no desire to experiment with it. Thank you for your kind offer, but I do not wish for a partner beyond Yudong. With a succinct and resolute tone, Xia Yunyun dismissed Hu Dahai's proposal. If she were to mention Yudong, perhaps he would abandon his pursuit more readily. After all, she is currently the partner of another male, and she cannot fathom that the males here would be devoid of jealousy. Is it possible for them to remain entirely indifferent to such matters? If that were the case, then partnerships formed solely for the purpose of reproduction would be rather terrifying. The mere thought sent shivers down Xia Yunyun's spine. She would much prefer to remain an ordinary, normal human being. Don't you wish to go outside? If not, the elders will not permit your release. You may very well remain confined here indefinitely, for our Fox tribe will not grant you the opportunity to leave. Hu Dahai was taken aback by Xia Yunyun's decisive refusal, his astonishment giving way to uncontainable excitement. Xia Yunyun remained silent, fully aware that even if she spoke, Hu Dahai might not comprehend her sentiments. As long as you become my partner, I will find a way to facilitate your escape. No beast would dare to bully you if you are my partner. With my strength, I am destined to become the next Fox King. Even if you are the one who poisoned my father, my kin would not lay a finger on you. Hu Dahai believed Xia Yunyun was merely fearful, fervently explaining his motivations to her. How could she refuse him so outrightly when he was the one capable of leading her to freedom? I'm sorry, but I do not wish to have a second partner, nor can I provide an antidote for the Fox King's poisoning. Xia Yunyun resolutely shook her head, her tone devoid of any hesitation. She had not poisoned the Fox King, so where would she procure an antidote? All Hu Dahai could hear were her rejections. Disbelief etched on his face. Why? You cannot possibly have only him as your partner. You should have more partners, more than you. Most importantly, one of your partners must be me. Xia Yunyun was taken aback by Hu Dahai's persistence. She could not fathom what attracted him to her. However, upon reflection, she realized that the mating standards of the males here diverged significantly from her expectations, which brought her some measure of solace. Nevertheless, she would never acquiesce to his demands that I only desire one partner. Without a trace of hesitation, she rejected him outright, even foregoing any attempts at gentility. Worn out and nearly devoid of patience, her tone reflected her growing irritation. Hu Dahai, in his fervor, had begun to lose his composure. All he desired was for Xia Yunyun to become his partner. Despite her repeated refusals, he was unwilling to relent. A flicker of agitation ignited within his crimson eyes, and his once handsome visage began to adopt a more menacing aspect. Unaware of Hu Dahai's transformation, Xia Yunyun was about to instruct him to leave when she suddenly felt a shadow obscure her vision. Looking up, she had yet to grasp the situation when a sudden weight collided against her shoulder. Xia Yunyun cried out in pain. A massive red fox was pinning her shoulder with its paw. Hu Dahai, what are you doing? Upon recognizing the fox before her, she gasped in surprise. Even if she did not know the creature, she understood that it was Hu Dahai in his beast form. The fox disregarded her protests, its crimson eyes flickering with confusion and anxiety, quickly overshadowed by a wave of ferocity. Drool dripped from its sharp fangs, mere centimeters from Xia Yunyun's face. She winced in pain. Certain that her shoulder was bleeding, she could even detect the metallic scent of blood. Suddenly, the weight lifted, and upon glancing back, she saw that Hu Dahai had reverted to his human-formed Hu Dahai. Get up! Have you lost your mind? Though he had returned to his human guise, his expression remained fearsome, his elongated eyes wide with a deranged intensity, resembling someone possessed. Xia Yunyun fell silent, but her silence only seemed to heighten Hu Dahai's agitation. He pressed her forcefully to the ground, rendering her immobile. The immense pressure felt as though it would shatter her bones. Why? You are mine. You are my partner, mine. In a frenzied roar, Hu Dahai shouted at Xia Yunyun. Startled by his sudden outburst, she attempted to push him away, but her strength was no match for his. What on earth is wrong with you? Let me go. Her eyes were turning red from the pain, and she could only scream for him to release her. The commotion had not gone unnoticed by the two males stationed outside. Their sole task was to prevent the female from leaving. What transpired between the Fox King's son and her was of no concern to them. One of the males delivering grilled meat and fruits glanced toward the source of the noise, but his view was obstructed by the stone wall at the cave's entrance. What happened? The other male, noticing his companion's unusual demeanor, inquired with curiosity. Nothing. The male averted his gaze, opting not to investigate further. Within the cave, Hu Dahai, in a fit of rage, pressed closer to Xia Yunyun's neck, exhaling heavily. His voice transformed into that of a beast. You are mine. Be my partner. I will mate with you. You can only belong to me. A wave of terror surged through Xia Yunyun, and as she prepared to call out to him once more, the hide of her animal skin skirt was suddenly yanked open. Xia Yunyun was taken aback, shocked that Hu Dahai would dare to act in such a manner. She was certain he had lost all rationality, kicking at him in sheer panic, though her efforts proved futile. A chill breeze brushed against her skin, sending goosebumps cascading across her body. Please, note as the contact between her skin and the air intensified, Xia Yunyun dared not imagine what would transpire next. Memories of being overlooked in her childhood flashed through her mind, and then transformed into a vision of Yudong standing before her. She wished to approach him, but felt ensnared, as he too regarded her with the same coldness as those from her past. Heartlessly departing, no. Losing control of her emotions, Xia Yunyun shouted. She would not endure such anguish again. Unbeknownst to anyone, a flicker of light passed through her dark eyes the moment Xia Yunyun cried out. Hu Dahai's body jolted as if struck by lightning, his scarlet irises miraculously clearing. Sensing a reduction in pressure, he seemed to exert less force, prompting Xia Yunyun to shove him away with all her might. Scrambling to her feet while clutching her animal skin skirt tightly. Fortunately, the skirt was sturdy. Unless deliberately clawed at, it would remain intact. Nervously observing Hu Dahai, who lay on the ground, Xia Yunyun quickly retreated until her back pressed against the wall. Finally daring to breathe again, though her gaze remained vigilant. Hiss, Hu Dahai inhaled sharply, feeling as though his head might split open. He raised his gaze, somewhat bewildered, to find Xia Yunyun had distanced herself, having retreated at some point. What has happened to me? This marked the third day of Xia Yunyun's confinement, and Yudong's wounds had begun to heal. It was most beneficial for a beast to recuperate in its animal form. And he lay on the ground nearby, his expression one of profound despondency. His once vibrant red fur had dulled, matted and disheveled, conveying a sense of utter desolation. Hu's condition was comparatively better than Yudong's. Although the blow he had sustained was severe, it was merely a single strike, trivial compared to Yudong's plight. Had there been a few more strikes, he might well have met his end. He understood that Yudong was likely enduring the most difficult time of all. Yunyun had been taken, and he was powerless to rescue her while suffering from his own grievous injuries. Yet, for Xia Yunyun, he could ascertain that his feelings for her remained. though he was more concerned about the friendship he shared with Yudong. Should one persist in seizing Xia Yunyun, it would likely result in a mutual destruction, a scene he wishes to avoid. Thus, he now solely hopes for the well-being of Yudong and Xia Yunyun. All he desires is to bury such emotions deep within his heart, content merely to stand at a distance and watch over her. Husi stood at the threshold of Yudong's abode. Observing the despondent Yudong, lost in thought until the image of Xia Yunyun's smiling face suddenly surfaced, causing him to laugh aloud. While Yudong lifted his head, perplexed by the sudden outburst. Husi ceased his laughter, realizing his inappropriate reaction at such a moment. He attempted to regain control over his emotions, rubbing his face with his hands. His fox-like visage, no matter how he tried to suppress it, always appeared to be smiling. Even in human form, he exuded an air of perpetual cheerfulness, quite unsuitable for these sorrowful times. He moved closer, crouching beside Yudong, his demeanor turning serious. Speaking in a tone akin to that of a concerned elder advising a rebellious youth, Yudong, you cannot continue in this state of despair. Your wounds require the care of an old veterinarian. Shall we go seek him together? Husi felt he was exhausting his wits in an effort to uplift Yudong. His brain cells seemingly dwindling by the billions. Under normal circumstances, he, as a male, would not fret over physical injuries, but this was a wound inflicted by the Beast King, one that had rendered him unable to rise. Let alone consider the severity of Yudong's injuries. Yet, Yudong did not even raise his head, completely disregarding the incessant chatter of the loquacious male beside him. Husi, witnessing Yudong's utter lack of response, shook his head, resting his hands on his chin, occasionally poking at Yudong's lion-like mane. The texture is rather pleasant, he mused inwardly, seizing this rare opportunity. How many would dare to do this, aside from Xia Yunyun? One would surely be bitten in return. It was quite remarkable. Now that his brother had a mate, his own status had also risen. Husi sighed inwardly, realizing he must find a way to encourage him. Even this gentle prodding elicited no reaction from Yudong. Unbeknownst to him, Yudong was solely focused on devising a plan to rescue Xia Yunyun, assured that he would not harm him, thus completely oblivious to his actions. What could possibly be more important than Xia Yunyun? Suddenly struck by inspiration, Husi sprang to his feet. Why Yudong? If you continue like this, do not expect to save Yunyun. Do you have any idea how much pain she is in right now? While you languish here in despair, if you're afraid, just say so, and I will go rescue her myself. Otherwise, you must pull yourself together and stop wallowing in this lethargy. Upon finishing, Husi felt a tremor of anxiety. Gazing at the snow-white lion before him, still stained with blood, he was most unwilling to witness Yudong in such a state. At last, Yudong stirred, lifting his head to regard the somewhat sheepish Husi. He recognized that Husi was attempting to motivate him, pulling himself out of his thoughts as his drooping ears perked up. Husi, witnessing Yudong's movement, felt a surge of excitement, believing his efforts had borne fruit, and was filled with relief. As Yudong transformed from beast to human form, his robust physique was exposed to the open air. Between two males, there was no need for modesty, yet Yudong instinctively reached for his animal hide skirt to don, a habit fostered by Xia Yunyun. With thoughts of Yunyun flooding his mind, Yudong's gaze sharpened with focus. Ever since Yunyun had been taken, a fire of frustration had burned within him, one that could neither be extinguished nor expressed. While he was far from despondent, he felt a persistent heaviness coupled with inexplicable fatigue, giving rise to an impression of world weariness. Nevertheless, Yudong was grateful for Husi's colorful companionship, though he could not bring himself to utter a melodramatic thank you, deeming it unnecessary. Rest assured, I will not be defeated so easily, he declared, adding, and you truly are quite the chatterbox. Yudong regarded Husi, whose face was etched with concern, without pondering whether that concern stemmed from one being or a union of both. Husi, seemingly accustomed to Yudong's manner of speaking, yawned and waved his hand dismissively. Just recover, all right? I don't know what's wrong with me, but I've been especially tired these past few days. I'm going to rest a bit. With Yudong's recovery, he felt a sense of relief. Oh, how taxing it had been. He still needed to gather information about the situation. The ones holding Yunyun captive were beastmen of the Fox clan, and he must ensure Yunyun did not suffer any hardships. The Fox clan's beastmen were truly enraged, and when angered, they could do anything. Upon hearing Husi mention his fatigue, Yudong's heart raced. He had also been feeling inexplicably exhausted lately. Was it merely a coincidence? Or perhaps as Husi prepared to leave, he noticed Yudong furrowing his brow at him, questioning curiously, "What is it? Are you saying you were tired?" Yudong inquired, still frowning. Huc, somewhat bewildered, was unsure why Yudong posed such a question, and assuming Yudong was worried about him, he replied, I probably just haven't rested well. I'll take a nap. There's no need to worry about me. In truth, no one was particularly concerned for him. I've also been feeling inexplicably fatigued lately. It must be because you haven't properly tended to your injuries. I told you that you needed to see the old veterinarian, but you stubbornly refused. You need to recover fully. Only then will you have a chance to rescue Yunyun, who Sia lamented. Not thinking too deeply about his words. Yudong shook his head, feeling as though something was amiss. Yet, upon reconsideration, he dismissed the notion as overthinking. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Never mind. It's not a significant matter. You've worked hard lately. Take care of yourself and don't overexert. Yudong patted Husiya's shoulder, conveying his concern. Huc nodded, smiling as he replied, You too. I know you are anxious. But don't push yourself too hard. Take care of yourself. Otherwise, Yunyun will be distressed upon her return, though when she would return remained uncertain. What is a friend? A friend is someone who, during your lowest moments, offers you hope and courage, willing to exhaust every effort to encourage and comfort you, propelling you forward. They are an indispensable part of life. After bidding farewell to Husiyi, Yudong surveyed his home and was taken aback by the disarray that had accumulated without his notice. He resolved to tidy up. If Yunyun were to return to such a messy abode, it would surely sadden her. In truth, before encountering Xia Yunyun, his home had been even more chaotic. It was only after bringing her home that his living space became orderly, a transformation entirely due to her influence. Initially, Yudong had been astonished and delighted by the change, thinking how wonderful it was to have a little female in the house. Later, he became accustomed to it, gradually adapting his habits under her influence. Before long, the room was restored to its former tidiness. He thought to himself that Yunyun would undoubtedly be thrilled to see it. Stepping outside, Yudong noticed the rabbit pen nearby and suddenly remembered that Yunyun had kept those little creatures called rabbits. Having neglected them for several days, they had become even thinner. After some contemplation, Yudong decided to feed the rabbits. In Yunyun's absence, he had to ensure everything in the household was well managed. After tending to the rabbits, he certainly would not forget about Mao Mao. With no food prepared for it, he could only offer a bit of cured meat as a temporary measure, perhaps due to the long separation from Xia Yunyun. Mao Mao grew agitated. Not only did it refuse the cured meat offered by Yudong, but it also frantically attempted to escape. The once quiet creature had transformed entirely. Yudong, of course, would not allow it to leave. He swiftly seized it by the scruff of its neck and lifted it. In its excitement, Mao Mao attempted to bite Yudong, who was already nursing injuries. Thus, he miscalculated the force of his grip. Instead of gently pushing it away, he inadvertently flung it across the room. Mao Mao landed on the ground, a trace of blood visible at the corner of its mouth, its skin scraped and bleeding slightly. Although Yudong held no affection for Mao Mao, had it not been for Xia Yunyun's fondness for the creature, he likely would never have bothered with such a seemingly useless little being in his lifetime. However, given that it was raised by Xia Yunyun, Yudong, adhering to the principle of affection extending even to the things associated with one he cares for, approached to take a closer look. Yet, as soon as Yudong took a step towards Mao Mao, the creature let out a frantic cry and retreated. When Yudong attempted to advance once more, Mao Mao backed away again. The peculiar behavior of Mao Mao rendered Yudong disinterested. He strode purposefully and tossed it into his nest before setting off to hunt. Unbeknownst to anyone, the blood of Mao Mao mingled with the wounds on Yudong's hands during his grasp. Soon vanishing without a trace, Yudong traversed through the forest. A growing sense of fatigue enveloped him. Despite having achieved little thus far, he felt a warm heat radiating from his body. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, he assessed his current strength with a hint of frustration. He had intended to hunt ferocious beasts to acquire life crystals and swiftly bolster his power, provided his physical condition allowed. Yet, considering his present state, he lifted his gaze to the sun above, which had yet to reach its zenith, the sun not yet brutal, and wondered how he could be drenched in sweat without having exerted himself. Was it truly due to his injuries? Yet, he had sustained injuries before without encountering such a predicament. Yudong seated himself upon the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Had someone been able to observe him at that moment, they would surely have noted the alarming redness of his face, as though smeared with blood, an unsettling sight indeed. Gradually succumbing to weariness, he fought to keep his eyes open, just as he reached the brink of unconsciousness. A surge of strength began to circulate within him. Soon, Yudong discovered that his once exhausted body had completely regained its peak strength, even surpassing it. Unable to comprehend the phenomenon, he chose not to dwell on it, rising to stretch his limbs, and resolved, since this is the case, let us hunt ferocious beasts. Yudong decided to venture deep into the forest in search of prey. The number of ferocious beasts was far inferior to that of the beastmen, and they could not shape-shift into human forms. Much like the fierce wildlife of the modern world, the growth of all creatures follows certain patterns. Although ferocious beasts pose a danger to beastmen, they possess a strong territorial instinct. This, to a large extent, mitigates the conflict between the two, as ferocious beasts typically inhabit a limited range and seldom encroach upon the territories of beastmen. However, this does not imply that ferocious beasts lack danger. Despite being animals, their intelligence is not inferior to that of humans. Rather than being mere beasts, they can be regarded as a form of beast essence. In such circumstances, they opt to establish their dens deep within the forest to ensure their safety. Consequently, should beastmen wish to hunt them, they must penetrate the depths of the forest, where the mightiest of ferocious beasts conceal themselves even further within the shadows. They utilize the forest's natural barriers and inherent perils to outmaneuver their foes. In essence, this behavior constitutes a gamble, a high-stakes game of survival, where one's strength serves as capital and one's life is the cost. Winners survive, while losers perish, a brutal reality indeed. Yet, this is the law of nature, survival of the fittest. Yudong transformed into beast form, swiftly advancing into the heart of the forest, transitioning from the sunlit edges that could cause one to faint from heat to the shaded depths where sunlight was obscured. The snow lion traversed the jungle, his pace unwavering that he was urgent, desperately in need of life crystals to solidify and enhance his power in order to rescue Yunyun. He found himself still far from the strength of the Beast King. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally halted, surveying his surroundings until he arrived at an ancient tree, so massive that it would take 4 or 5 people to encircle it. He touched the tree, examining it closely, until he discovered an inconspicuous mark. Yes, this is it, Yudong thought to himself. This was a location he had stumbled upon during a previous hunt, a place devoid of any concept of time. The branches obscured the sky, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate. Here, neither the sun nor the moon nor the stars could be seen. In this realm, even the notion of space was absent, as every site was dominated by ancient trees, with the one he had marked being the most distinctive among them due to its slender form. One could only imagine the enormity of the other trees in comparison. From this tree onward, he was entering the domain of ferocious beasts. Yudong silently recited a mental note, proceeding with utmost caution. The temperature in the depths of the forest was significantly lower than normal. Even though summer had only recently passed, the chilling wind buffeted Yudong's body, yet his palms were slick with perspiration. He was not merely a hunter seeking to slay ferocious beasts. Rather, he risked becoming prey himself, perhaps even the breakfast of a ferocious beast. As he meticulously searched the surroundings, he recalled the ferocious beast he had encountered previously. It should have been a black bear. He remembered its glossy black coat and the piercing whiteness of its eyes, alongside its remarkably sharp claws. On that day, he had returned from a successful hunt, having captured a ferocious beast and acquired a life crystal. On his way home, he inadvertently wandered into its territory. Coincidentally, the ferocious beast was feasting at that moment, using its claws to rip its prey apart, blood splattering into the air, the rich scent of blood pervading the atmosphere, a scene that left a lasting impression on Yudong. It was rare for beastmen to witness a ferocious beast feeding. Typically, they would find themselves at risk of becoming the beast's next meal. The beast's prey had been a thick-skinned creature, renowned for its toughness, yet it was effortlessly torn apart by the ferocious beast's claws, a testament to their sharpness. A potent scent of blood wafted through the air, and a flicker of delight crossed Yudong's sharp gaze. He had found it. The ferocious beast must be nearby, still in the midst of its meal. The only possibility for such a strong scent of blood within the territory of a ferocious beast could only be attributed to the beast itself. Cautiously advancing, Yudong drew closer to the source of the blood scent, while simultaneously searching for the silhouette of the ferocious beast in his memory. The nearer he approached the scent, the more he sensed something amiss. This smell is wrong. The scent of the black bear beast was not like this. Even if masked by the overwhelming stench of blood, he could not be mistaken. The odor resembled decaying food, an unsettling scent that seemed to linger in the air. Yudong furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the anomaly, yet his feet continued to move swiftly. Suddenly, he halted abruptly beside a colossal ancient tree. The hissing sound he detested, the sound of a serpent beast, reached his ears. A short distance away, he spotted a dark-headed green giant python, fiercely clinging to a massive, shadowy prey. In a powerful twist, the python coiled its body around the struggling victim, which gradually ceased its movements. Once the prey emitted no sign of life, the python opened its drooling maw, revealing two sharp fangs, and began to devour its meal piece by piece. But Yudong clearly observed that the prey was at least twice the width of the python. Although this enormous python is considerably smaller compared to that vile serpent beast, its remarkable digestive ability has left him in awe. He can now confirm that this serpent is not an orc, but rather a ferocious serpentine beast. After surveying the surroundings, Yudong found no other signs of life, his gaze shifting to the beast not far away, which had consumed an entire prey, its head tilted skyward, mouth agape in a display of sheer satisfaction. The once smooth contours of its body appeared ludicrously distorted due to the bulge in its abdomen. As it digested its meal, the python suddenly sensed an abnormal temperature in its vicinity. Its large, inverted triangular eyes fixating intently on Yudong, the crimson forked tongue, resembling the blood of its prey, exuded an air of menace. Yudong, who had been concealed in the grass, was taken aback when his slightest movement gave him away. He was struck by the creature's keen senses. This beast's prowess could not be underestimated. Nevertheless, having lived alone in the forest for many years, he was no coward. He had encountered all manner of prey before. Originally, he had come in search of a ferocious beast, and although he had not anticipated this green python, it was equally formidable. Indeed, Yudong had already categorized this beast as prey. The green python remained stationary, fixated on Yudong, neither fleeing nor rushing towards him. This creature possessed a modicum of cunning. Yudong admired its intelligence inwardly. But suddenly, his white figure vanished from sight. Serpents typically have poor vision, and from the python's gaze, it was evident that it lacked sight altogether, relying solely on its instinctive awareness of danger and its unique abilities to detect his hiding place. As long as he was swift enough, he could evade the python's grasp. The advantage was unmistakable. The white silhouette darted around the python, moving so rapidly that the naked eye could hardly discern his form. In the python's triangular eyes, only a fleeting white shadow was visible, while its incessantly swaying head betrayed its agitation. As he sprinted, Yudong's lion-like gaze quickly locked onto a particular spot beside the python's belly. Striking at the right moment was crucial. Yudong intended to target its vulnerable spot. The opportunity was fleeting, but he seized it. The green python, likely unaccustomed to such an adversary, twitched its eyes in agitation. However, having just feasted, it struggled to track its opponent. Roar. It was time. The snow lion let out a low growl, and the moment the green python heard the sound, it froze momentarily. In the next heartbeat, two mighty paws gripped the python's body like iron clamps, sharp fangs sinking into its vulnerable spot, causing a spray of foul, crimson blood. The instant of impact, the green python emitted a shrill cry, filled with fear and resentment. It thrashed its massive body, attempting to dislodge the powerful paws that pinned it down. Yet, the snow lion's claws were deeply embedded in the ground, amplifying its struggles. It seemed determined to wriggle free before it could no longer move. But ultimately, it could not escape the lion's grasp. Once the green python ceased to exhibit any signs of life, Yudong pried open its head, only to find it filled with nothing but brain matter. No life crystal. A wave of disappointment washed over him, coupled with confusion. This beast had proven to be rather easy to dispatch. His strength felt significantly enhanced, and during that last roar, he sensed an inexplicable power within it, as if it could diminish his foe's capabilities. Was it merely an illusion? Nonetheless, this green python seemed to possess only the strength of a 5-crystal beast man, significantly inferior to the black bear he had previously encountered. Speaking of the black bear, Yudong felt a pang of worry. He could not believe that the bear could have been slain by this python. There was too great a disparity in their strengths. Having failed to procure a life crystal, Yudong did not intend to abandon his quest. The python's carcass was laden with venom, rendering it inedible. Thus, he chose to leave it behind and ventured deeper into the forest. With the black bear's whereabouts unknown, he resolved to continue seeking another ferocious beast. After all, his primary objective was to hunt beasts to enhance his strength, regardless of whether it was the black bear or another creature. Resolute, Yudong pressed onward, yet soon realized that something was amiss. Normally, as one ventured deeper into the forest, the surroundings would grow dimmer. However, a glance around revealed an increasing brightness. It was perplexing that the air was suffused with the sweet scent of nectar, a fragrance he had not encountered along his previous path. The further he advanced, the more glaring the sunlight became, and the aroma of nectar intensified. Enticed by the sweet scent, Yudong quickened his pace. Typically, where there was nectar, bees would follow. If he could disturb a beehive, he would surely gather a bounty of honey, which Yunyun would undoubtedly relish. After a short while, he indeed emerged from the forest. But the sight that greeted him was an entirely different scene. Despite having spent his childhood in the woods, he had never witnessed anything like it. Before him lay a vibrant meadow encircled by trees. A riot of colors blooming in myriad hues, with countless unknown flowers and butterflies fluttering gracefully above them, while bees busily collected nectar. The sunlight illuminated the meadow, casting a spectrum of colors. It was truly a paradise. If only he could bring Yunyun here. Surely, she would adore such a beautiful place. With this thought in mind, Yudong stepped alongside the flower field, his gaze sweeping over the scene until it landed on a large tree not far away, where he spotted brown, round objects surrounded by a swarm of buzzing bees. Indeed, a beehive, and so close. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 5 or 6 hives, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This was an unexpected treasure. Honey was a rare commodity in the orc world, and these little creatures, while not particularly aggressive, could be troublesome if swarmed. Many females had a penchant for honey, and males often ventured into the forest to seek out hives to impress them. Just as Yudong marveled at his fortune, the situation before him suddenly transformed dramatically. The butterflies that had been dancing upon the flowers swiftly took flight,